Well, we have gone an entire long season through the Black Ops 7 year. We have finally gotten down to our final 4 teams, and today we will crown a champion here within inside of the CCL. My name is Corin. With me is Cash. Welcome to the Impact Gaming Center in St. Louis. We have a wide slate of games here for today, but of course, if you are watching this on Twitch and or YouTube, make sure you're also checking out the Bravo stream as well. We're going to have that on YouTube at College CoD, and of course, if you're on Twitch viewing for the CCL this weekend, it is at twitch.tv/College CoD Bravo. That is going to be where Winners Round 1 is happening concurrent to the match that we are streaming here between the Falcons and Wichita State, and of course that will be also for Losers Round 1. After that, though, everything will be kept concurrent here with us on the desk, and we will walk you through the remainder of everything happening today. I'm sure we'll get some live look-ins there as well.
Absolutely.
That being said, Amber, it is finally the culmination of everything we have worked for the entire year for. Players who are having their final hurrahs here this weekend, players who have already found their exit and are retiring from College CoD officially after graduating from college. What's kind of the emotion for you this weekend as we've seen all of this unfold into one final day here?
I'll go straight to the buzzword you called to at the end of the show last night. Like, it's going to be bittersweet. It's really exciting because you touched on it talking about Oklahoma Christian yesterday. Outside of CoD, I mean, these players are getting their degrees. They're moving on in their careers. It's very exciting. But we are seeing the closing of a chapter and, you know, what we followed through, like you said, for years of the collegiate Call of Duty space, what they've been able to do, name states that we have, household names now as far as this collegiate space is concerned. So it's very exciting to see what these guys are going to be able to do beyond, you know, collegiate Call of Duty and their college careers. But it's also the bitter moment because you've loved watching these players grow, their programs grow as a result. Seeing just the culmination of all of these schools coming together for the concentrated effort to get to play on a weekend like this. And so for the teams that we have here remaining Sunday, it's a very exciting feeling. But yeah, it's a double-edged sword. You're excited in one way, a little less excited in the other, but ultimately everyone's happy. The vibes are great here.
They are great. Everybody's in the back right now warming up. Players are getting ready. So this is a great time for us to be able to dive into some information throughout the entirety of not only this weekend, but everything that's led up to this point. Obviously, $15,000 on the line is the prize pool here this weekend inside of the Impact Gaming Center in St. Louis. We went from 132 teams at the beginning of the season. We're now dwindled down to our final 4. We will have a brand new champion here inside of the CCL this season, which is super, super exciting. It's going to be one of the 4 teams, but before we even dive into those 4 teams, let's see throughout the weekend how we got to this point. We're going to look at our group standings, see who the 4 teams that made it out of yesterday are. If you didn't have any kind of watching prowess yesterday or you weren't here with us whatsoever, the Fisher Falcons played fantastic. Same thing with St. Clair, as they are both the #1 seeds. They didn't drop a series. A couple maps dropped for Fisher Falcons. The big surprise came out of Group A yesterday, and really Group B too, but more specifically, the Cumberland Phoenix, who people kind of maybe wrote off as maybe a fringe top 2, top 3 team in one of their pools, sneak by, beat Oklahoma Christian, go Game 5 within Wosu. That one got super close because I don't know if the people out there are watching necessarily know what happened before that. If they would have lost that Game 5, they would have been out of contention. Yeah. Because Oklahoma Christian then would have leapfrogged them off of what would have been the overall win-losses. So that would have been something that would have been an incredible storyline. But then we would have had 3 teams that were tied at 1 and 2 on that side of the bracket, which would have been a little crazy. But that being said, of course, Cumberland being able to make it into Sunday was something that program talked at nauseum of being like, that would be the coolest thing ever, because for a lot of those guys, it's also their final ride this year inside of the CCL. Like Cal specifically, we talked to him on the desk yesterday. He was like, man, it'd be cool if we could get not only a top 4, but maybe even get a chance to go out and win this thing this weekend. So for a storyline like that, that's awesome. It's a
blast to see again these programs come, and like you said, Wichita on Group B, the other side of things. You can say the exact same thing for it. Got to talk to those guys too. Exotic we got to do, and he was saying the exact same thing about for this program, a top 4 finish is great, but you also kind of heard them pivot into the competitor gear, but they're like, top 4 is not what we want though. Like top 4, they even both I think said, it's the bare minimum. That's what we're expecting out of showing up here. Of course we want better than that, but they were still very excited for the chance to play on Sunday for the respective programs, having be their first top 4 berth at LAN. So really exciting to see what these teams will do today. Of course, you talked about at the top of the groups, respectively, Fisher, St. Clair took a route that a lot of people expected. No maps dropped for St. Clair. So a couple of teams get through that, you're figuring coming in. We definitely had, I don't even want to call it upsets because that's just not really fair to the teams that did qualify in a sense. It's not an upset. It was just guttural battle, and it was Wichita State and it was Cumberland that came out on top. Seeing Oklahoma Christian not make it into Sunday, definitely shocking. Like you said, if you didn't watch yesterday, you're wondering how and why did that happen. Cumberland Phoenix, again, just went out and played great Call of Duty. Oklahoma Christian, of course, playing without Cruzy COD, and that just being one of the last moments worth noting that in the sense that the team had a different complexion, still went out and battled, but Cumberland absolutely earned their spot to play today.
No, they absolutely did. Well, we talked about all the teams that we have had throughout the weekend here, obviously Oklahoma Christian being a team that has dropped out, it was kind of the biggest shocking factor of the entire weekend. Is a lot of people, and yourself and myself included, thought that they would be in the top 2 contention out of Group A. We thought that they'd be moving on to Sunday. But yesterday against Fisher in almost a poetic outing, that was the final match that Gus, Prada, and Manny will be playing instead of the CCL. Rory played his final match, unbeknownst really, I guess, to him in a sense, earlier on in the season. So that entire dynasty of Oklahoma Christian has come to a close. The curtains have been drawn on that performance, but nothing can take away from what they were able to accomplish over the 4 years that they were all here playing for Oklahoma Christian inside of the CCL. So again, a massive congratulations to them. Proud of them, obviously, for not only graduating, but it does suck to see them have to go in an exodus, not even being able to get to the Final Four. That said, let's take a look at our Final Four instead of the somber stuff. Let's get into the fun of what we will be having for us on our plates today. First matchup we will see here on stream is going to be the Fisher Falcons versus Wichita State and the Shockers. On the opposite side for the Bravo streaming that we talked about beforehand, if you want to find that, you can find that over on twitch.tv/CollegeCOD Bravo or on the YouTube channel. We will have both of these matches streaming simultaneously, so if you got 2 browser windows that you can pop open or 2 monitors, even better for you. But the St. Clair and the Cumberland Phoenix on the opposite side of that. Expectations going into this, matches should be relatively close. I think St. Clair still has a slight favorite over all the other teams here, but it's Sunday. We saw what happened last year on Sunday. St. Clair didn't necessarily show up and play the way that we expected them to, so I'm not going to go ahead and rule out anything just yet. I think a lot of what's going to come down here inside of bracket play today is going to really depend on what side of each team that we see today, because obviously Wichita State yesterday, we heard from Kaiser, we heard from Exotic. They were playing great COD yesterday. Yeah. Does that translate over into a Sunday? Do they play with the same ganache that they had yesterday? Same thing with Fisher for their own regards. Like, are we going to get championship form Brack today, or are we going to get, like, I'm still good, but like I'm maybe not having the best day Brack today. Yeah. And it's like that goes for literally every single person and player on any of these 4 teams. And
if all of the 4 of them show up and give us their championship best, which we're expecting, it's going to be a fantastic day, no matter what ends up happening. But you do have to bring your A game. Brack told us yesterday, you have to bring your A game from winners round 1 all the way to grands. Do they see themselves in the grands? Sure, of course Fisher's going to see themselves there. But they know the opponents they have to take up until that point. It's not just going to be a cakewalk into the final match of the day. For Wichita State, you were talking about it, the same type of thing where, okay, we've been cooking all weekend. Everyone knows, right? These aren't, unseasoned competitors. Everyone knows we have to bring our best today. It does not matter what happened yesterday, how good we played, what our KDs were, point differentials. What matters is what we do here today. If I had a .8 yesterday, that's all, absolved if we go out and win grands. No one's looking at those numbers. So everyone knows, take it by map performance. Everyone is locked in that regard. None of these 4 teams have said anything different. So that's why I feel so excited about what we're going to get showcased by these guys. And the matchup switch, of course, per group. So we're going to get different complexions of these teams and their initial opponents. It's just going to be a great one to dive into.
All right, well, you kind of alluded to it already. You talked KDs. Let's look over the entire weekend so far and see what we've seen from each of these individual players, kind of give you the lay of the land of what to expect going into the matches that we have throughout today on Championship Sunday. We'll look at the overall KDs here for the hardpoint mode specifically first, and just kind of dive into, not only some of the top performers, but kind of get some groupings to see of which teams have, a large complexion of individuals on here. I think at the number 1 spot here, obviously KB has been absolutely phenomenal this weekend. He has been frying in every match they've played. They haven't dropped the map, and that's been largely due to the fact that he's not only dropping a 1-5 inside of hardpoint specifically, but hill time per 10 minutes still sitting at 101. He's not only getting the kills, but he's getting the hill time and objective time to go along with it. It's an all-around performance from himself as well as Cootie and Rupert that you have here on St. Clair for this entire roster. So there's no reason to believe anything other than that St. Clair are going to come out and continue to have success in the hardpoint mode just based off the numbers and the fact that everybody on the team has been fantastic.
Yeah, that's what you would come to expect from a St. Clair team where there's no superstar player. Everyone just kind of shows up and does their thing. Objective, KDs, it's all looking good for that squad. You look at Cal, of course, with a 1.2. I mean, also you look at the kills and deaths quickly as you see, right, the discrepancy. St. Clair obviously not dropping a single map, so their series not going to length. Numbers slightly skewed in a sense, but for the stats that we have for Cal, I mean, he has been really on takeover mode the entire weekend. He's someone you do want and need as a strong performer, as he's the only Cumberland Phoenix member in the top 10 for HP KD leaders. Everyone's still playing well, but yeah, that's the name that jumps off saying, okay, if there's someone you need to have a big performance today, Cal's who you're looking at for Cumberland.
Absolutely. Let's look at S&D, and you're going to see a familiar name there, I think, just to the person that you were talking about too there with Calamity here. But we'll see when we get to the actual overall graphic here in just a a moment, but Calamity for Search and Destroy has been absolutely everything for what Cumberland has thrown together throughout the entire course of the weekend. And you can see it at a 206, 37 and 18 overall, and the opening duel win percentage is at 80%. There's not much more that you could ask of any individual player inside of Search and Destroy than what we're getting out of Cal right now. I'm going to be honest, he has looked final, and it's a huge reason that not only were the Cumberland Phoenix able to take over and take down Oklahoma Christian yesterday, but he's also a huge, and not even huge, he is the reason that they were able to go the distance against Nwosu yesterday and clutch up in that Game 5.
Had monster moments from start to finish. I'm trying to call it to the rest of his teammates and what they were able to do. It is not necessarily the Cal show, but definitely when the lights are brightest, he was making the big plays too. Like you said, surge them ahead, propel them in that map 5 win. So you can't overstate what he has done enough, and you can't look at a more perfect stat line and ask a player to do more. So it's been fantastic for Cumberland on his side to be able to progress, play the way he has this weekend. And again, you see a lot of St. Clair in there. You see Oklahoma Christian too. Obviously, them not with us is going to be interesting. How do those numbers kind of shift up now that you take those names out of the picture? But a lot of St. Clair towards the top as well.
Absolutely. Let's look at Overload real quick before we get into the finality of the series between Wichita State and the Fisher Falcons. Overload has been a interesting game mode for a lot of teams throughout the weekend. I think you and I at least talked about it. It was like, okay, well, Fisher and St. Clair, it's going to be hard to get one off of them this weekend. With Seawads being able to play the way he is, it's weird because you don't see KB anywhere up on this list right now, where he's been kind of a staple in every other one of the modes. So it's not only just kind of like a one-man show at times for some of these teams, but then all of a sudden you go to a mode where maybe they aren't as significantly practiced, or maybe they just haven't found a rhythm this weekend, and then all of a sudden the rest of the team is stepping up. And one of the things that you pointed out yesterday was like St. Clair, it's not like you have one person who is ever just kind of like sat back and they're trying to find their route. It's everybody is always playing consistently at a high level, and they're not asking for any production out of somebody else that kind of at a higher output than you would already be expecting from them.
Yeah, that's just what you get out of them day in and day out. So, yeah, it's not shocking that he's not in the top 10. It wouldn't be shocking if he was in the top 10. But, of course, the rest of his team, they're to represent. They're representing on every screen is essentially the point we're making as well. And, looking at Fisher, you see, Darkside there, who also, as we start to zoom in on our series specifically, between Fisher and Wichita State, Darkside has had himself a weekend here. And the Overload KD is really where you kind of see him shine the brightest. But he has definitely, as the day went on, crescendoed up into, just a very out loud performance of what he was able to bring to the table for this team to get them into a confident Sunday start.
Alrighty. Well, the entirety of the pre-show has concluded. It was about a 7-day free trial that you got here with us, so appreciate you for sticking with us through that beginning. Let's look at the overall series now between the Fisher Falcons and Wichita State, the bread and butter that we are now having with our full-course meal. The Fisher Falcons come into this, again, undefeated. They were 23-1 across the entirety of the CCL season. For Wichita State, inside of the regional playoffs, CCL playoffs, as well as their regular season, 19-7. So disparity was there between these teams, and I think a lot of people have the, Fisher as the number one consensus team, or at least maybe you could put them literally anywhere between 1 and 3, I think, throughout the entire year. It was the conversation of, all right, who's going to win LAN? Is it Fisher? Is it St. Clair? Or is it Oklahoma Christian? And now that we've gotten to Sunday, Fisher have kind of at least put a gap between them and everybody in Group A. I think Group A, I don't want to say it was a little bit more difficult because I still think it was tough on both sides, but I think for Fisher, they were tested the most out of the 1 seeds between them and St. Clair, and I think that's been a big issue for them. But I'm not really looking at any mode that necessarily is a struggle for them. Obviously, if we look at the numbers here and we see a big 4 next to the 17 on S&D comparatively to 1 losses in each of the other modes, you could say something about that, but I think what Fisher has been able to do throughout this year has been kind of clutch up in S&D when they need to, and they're able to kind of rewrite that story at the same time.
Search and Destroy is definitely going to be that point where, you can catch them and play it a little closer, and I think Wichita has come out and played a very strong Search and Destroy this weekend. So if you're talking about trends, of course, these numbers give us a little bit of insight, but as we're talking what we have seen this weekend, I think that is going to be the softest point for Wichita State to try to poke and prod at and get themselves any kind of advantage. And we'll get a look at our maps here in just a few moments as we go over the Veto replay. But for Fisher, like you said, when they have to, they find ways to win. So even if it's something a little more tested, it's just a team that really plays such a steadfast Call of Duty that there really is no up or down with them or wishy-washy performances. It may not be the most accelerating, exciting thing. They get there at the end of the day.
They do. Well, I'm getting word that Robert might have ourselves the little bit of a Veto replay here for this series, so we'll get to see what maps each of these two teams will be playing here inside of our best of 5 series. Again, this is winners round 1. There is a chance to drop down to the lower bracket. It's not just you have to win all throughout and then get to the grand finals and then it's GG's. You do have a second chance opportunity in the lower side of the bracket, so that is also something that is going to be exciting, but a bit scary, because once you get down to the lower bracket, there's going to be another one of the top 4 teams down there.
Yeah.
And if you're not on your A game, or dude, somebody checked after a round 1 loss, yeah, it's not going to look too good for you. But I am getting word that the Vetos are in. So the Fisher Falcons, they will pick Team B coming in with the #1 seed into this. That is going to allow Wichita State the option to go ahead and veto something here early on. Let's see what that veto comes in as. That is going to be the Sake hardpoint knocked out. And Amber, I'm sure that you're looking at your stat sheet right now. You've got a couple words that you want to say about that Sake.
Yeah, so Fisher is going to be 2-0 on that. So we talked before coming into the show kind of about the map set between these teams. We said, hey, this is going to be one. I'm going to be very shocked if Wichita off-rip doesn't veto. They do just that. Fisher with the advantage, playing a couple more, having some maps to work with, some of these newer maps. They end up getting a couple socket wins. Wichita State, we don't have any reps. We're going to get that out of here completely, so I'm not shocked at all to see that one go.
The Den coming in from Wichita State's pick in map 1's a little interesting, because the Wichita State Shockers, they have a lot of practice on that map. They've played it 11 times for that map mode combination. Fisher's undefeated on it, or sorry, not undefeated. They were 7-2 on it, so they have a much better record, but maybe not as played for them. So Wichita State, it looks like they're playing to their strengths right now, opposed to kind of attacking what they want to be able to play against Fisher. So I like the fact that they're kind of just sticking to their guns and being able to walk on that water a little bit easier, knowing that they're going to be at least understanding of what they need to do to come out with a win.
Let me see the ban out of gridlock for one of the search and destroys. The interesting map that we saw between these two teams, you wanted to see what was going to happen with Fringe and if that ended up slipping in or not. And as we're figuring out in the search and destroy, Den is going to be something that Fisher takes early. And that's one that, again, they have good repetitions on. They're confident in their ability to take. Wichita, they're going to opt to stay off of Fringe, only with 1 rep on it, even though Fisher lost it yesterday. They're going to look to take the raid and just say, hey, look, we've all been here before. We're going to try to keep it as familiar as we can, not put any kind of like unlevel ground if we have to go the distance in a series. We're going to look at the map 3 overload and also see what we can get. But as far as what we've seen, double Den in the front, and of course we're going to find out here what the third mode is in a moment. A very interesting map set that we have. Absolutely.
Well, look, I'm going to be honest. Fisher's picking their strengths for Den on the overload here, but the one thing that I've recognized from Wichita State, all of the maps that we are seeing out of them are maps that, again, they have quite a significant amount of practice on, and they've kind of got a leg up in that regard because they do have just, again, a ton of playtime on these maps. You see a bit more losses in there for Wichita State, and that just goes back also to the regular season. It has the CCL playoffs as well as the regional playoffs in there, so this is accounting for maps that they have lost either to a Fisher type squad, or whether it be an Oklahoma Christian, a Mars Hill, a St. Clair, or anybody else throughout the CCL season. If somebody got the best of them, that also counts in there. Again, they're sticking to their guns and they're feeling things out that are going to be not only powerful to them, but are going to feel like they have the best chance to go out and steal a map off of Fisher. Like we were talking about beforehand, Fisher comes into this as a #1 seed out of Group A. It feels like this is their matchup to lose against Wichita State. We can frame it in any which way that we want to for the Shockers, but overall, I think the biggest thing that we have to kind of just make sure we keep in the back of our minds is that Fisher are playing for not only the get back from Oklahoma Christian last year, but they are very hungry to walk away as national champions. Obviously, there's so many others that are factoring in there as well, but I mean, look, Wichita State, they said they were just happy to be here on Sunday. I'm still sure they're going to come out with that same fire and passion, but Brack didn't seem satisfied at all yesterday when he was sitting out here on the couch. He kind of was just sitting here and he was like, look, like, yeah, it was great that we were able to place where we did so far, but we want to win. We want the championship. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, he literally looked at us and said, yeah, I think we got 1 overall, which is cool, He's like, I'm glad we did that, but he's like, yeah, we want to make the grand finals, and they want to win in the statement. I won't even say the score that he said they hope to win by, as we have a lot of Call of Duty ahead of us, but he is confident that Fisher is just going to take over today, and that's the performance we want to see out of him here. Wichita State, they're going to come out hot and ferocious, and on the other side of things, Fisher very respectful in the fact of knowing, look, no team here is a snooze. Brack knows that. The rest of the squad knows that. It's going to be who can come out and kind of deliver that first hit to kind of make the other, not real, but just sit back and be like, okay, here we go. Who's going to hit that first big play to get the energy going for either side of the table here? We saw Wichita yesterday play with so much energy. Every time we cut to the player cams, they were really feeling it there. A little more even-keeled out of Fisher. I think we're definitely off rip. I think we're going to have some really exciting moments.
I want to know what Phantoms is showing Brack right now. He's got something pulled up on the timeline. He's just trying to get a peek out over to the side here. But you can see everybody here getting locked in, whether it's just conversations between the team or just getting into their own little moment of zen, however they so choose to. I know yesterday after we were talking about a map 1 loss for, I believe it was, who was it? It was Texas State. They were dejected. They were kind of like laid back and like they were on their phones and everything.
Yeah.
I think in a sense when you're getting ready into this first match here, this is more so just to kind of get you in a state of like, all right, I'm chilling right now. You don't want the heart rate going up. You don't want anything getting you kind of worked up in any sort of imagination. And I mean, these guys, look, you've got, I don't even want it. Exotic accounts for like 17 years of experience for the entire Wichita State roster regardless. And everybody on the side of Fisher has at least like 8 years under their belt, it feels like, of competing at a high level. So it looks like we're getting ready to start out here on a den. We got a triple den to start this series. 3 straight maps for this hardpoint, Search and Destroy, and the Overload. Wichita State coming into this as the underdogs. The Fisher Falcons, of course, throughout the entire year have been done one of the best, if not the best team, aside St. Clair and Oklahoma Christian. Their goal, again, win a championship as is everybody else's, but for Fisher, if they're not able to come out on top and be able to take that trophy home with them, I promise you this weekend to them is going to feel like a wash, and they're going to feel like they could have accomplished a lot more. Same thing can be said about a lot of the other teams, but I think for Cumberland, getting to top 4 is already great. They're hungry. Wichita State, hungry to get out of top 4. You've made it this far. Why not go a little bit deeper? We've got map 1 underway here between the Fisher Falcons and Wichita State. Back on screen right now out towards P3. It's going to be a brawl and a bang out here inside of middle map 4. Bodies in from Wichita State. The Shockers looking to get on the board first as Kaiser with a double. Peach finds 1-2. Yeah, Brack wrapping back over from the tower side. Choking on Spit was not on my agenda.
Now that we have that out of the way and we are good to go, I think. We got Fisher trying to get back in. They got bullied at mid-map to start. Now you're going to see them get some of these trades a little more cleanly, get themselves a little more assured here as they try to get some points on the board. Wichita State was 14 to start on the favorite side of the map. Before the rotation's new, but you can see neither team wanting to give up real estate here, knowing that map control is going to be everything and indicative of how this den is going to operate. Everyone wants to set the pace early.
Back around the right-hand side. Exotic wants to play contestion here. Doesn't want to get too aggressive out towards it. Will snap back over right hand. Deucer, great help over the top. Wichita State early here in P1, doing a wonderful job of being able to play around one another, be in great positions for trades. They've got the spawns wrapped out, flipped across the map. They're going to be spawning garage and ammunition here for P2. They got 2 players to the front right now. It's going to be Timmy Phantoms on the right-hand side looking to open up out.
And they got one more gunfight to win. Phantoms dance around, waiting for an opportunity to strike in with Brack. They're going to pair for another, so it's a 2v1 here for time. I think the Kaiser are just going to kind of lie in wait for your teammates to give you a little bit of support fire before you try to chow up, but Brack's going to make the pick happen, so now all of a sudden it's kind of trickling in one-on-one type of fights you're taking. You want to grow up and get a consolidated effort through a couple of entrances. Deucer's going to try to get one, the slide in comes through, your teammates pair for a couple more, and as it goes back and forth, Peach gets the last laugh. That's going to be time in for Wichita State.
Yeah, like that for Wichita State. Good cross-check in through the door. Get that first player out of the left corner, make sure that everybody else can collapse at the same time. Back 30 seconds, right now going to Wichita State. It was Fisher who were able to break in early, so basically we trade the front and the back halves of the hill, and really it's just going to be basically an equalizer as we rotate back over to P3. This time, though, it's going to be Wichita State who are out on the rotation early. Fisher have the rotate inside for Dojo, which is a bit more favored here, but we'll see what Peach is able to do on the push through as Phantoms opens up with 1.
And Confidence, someone we haven't really mentioned today, but he's someone who, playing the route through mid, is going to be interested in trying to wrap cutoff, but I like the aggressive cutoff. It's just going to be Exotic wrapping through. He is not going to push back, so that's going to be Confidence position. Not necessarily worthless, but he's going to have to wrap back and win a gunfight, which he does there. That already warrants spawns for Wichita State, at least close for the moment, so they're going to be battling from the right-hand side. Some splits come in for a second. Fisher, they've got a 2-front war.
Conversation should be for Wichita right now. Hey, you got a couple bodies coming on the flank at the moment. Peach was there for it. Deucer now has to play up through middle. Map playing the contestation on P3. It'll be Fisher who break back through. So realistically, the first 20 seconds, 30 seconds of this hill has just all been about making sure you control Tinside, pushing through P3 and being able to break out the dojo. Right now, Fisher on top of that. Dark Side on 5 in a row gets cut down.
Kaiser trying to get the kill before getting picked. Was able to do that. Teammates with the support, apply pressure here. Config gets taken down, so that's going to be bodies for Wichita State in the point. They've had about a 10-15 point lead here, now grown up to about 25 as we rotate to new. Fisher got out in rotation the last go around. They're sitting pretty well here, but Wichita State, they were flying around. Guns are shooting this morning. Now we'll see what they can do to get a quick break.
Out through middle map, Exotic was able to get the best of the timing on Confid. However, backside Plaid, Timmy Phantoms locks it down with Darkside. And that's going to allow them to not only retain the spawns, but push everybody back out either towards middle map or the top roof side of P2. 20 seconds now the difference. Closing the gap is the Fisher Falcons here at the end of the first set of rotations. 45 seconds to play for, and Deucer's in the back line. SMG in hand, going to find one. Wraps into computers. Second gunfight here. You bet you'll rip the head off the second. Now on the back line, tries to go for Confid, can't get it, and that's everybody dead for Wichita State once again.
And if Deuce would have won that, you'd think they would have had a good opportunity to really get a look at breaking that hill. But Fisher, they manage the situation. They do a great job of making sure they can get a money hold here. They were down by 20 or 30 so points. Now it's going to segue and give them a decent lead. Wichita's going to give another crack at it just to see what they can do. But the damage has been done. You've overtaken the lead. You've got a good amount of time. Fisher feeling satisfied with the amount that they got there. Now they're going to look to reset for new.
I think with the flip in the back here, if you're Wichita State, you're actually quite okay with being in this position, playing from where you're playing at the moment, and being able to walk away with the back 15 seconds. 3-point game as we rotate back into P1. Peach pushing out towards ammunition. You got a two-body spread across the map for Wichita State. Basically a full map pinch if they're able to time it well. Exotic opens up with the first one on to Brack. Deucer there traded out. You get information on Confident and the final player from the Fisher Falcons. Shots great to the top side of window. Confident would have won that. We've been looking at a much different view here, but as Wichita State are going to play out towards P3 and spawn back P2, it's all Fisher Falcons getting time in mid.
And they're playing in just really aggressive spots. Wichita State having to clear a lot out before they can even look at chow mid. And they're doing a good job of at least knowing where they want to take these gunfights, but the kills coming through. Darkside and Phantom's pant for 3, so you know where everyone is. You can't get the kills to fall behind it. Fisher having a big, at least second set of rotation kickoff here on P1. Now, what was a tied game going into new, have a 30 or so point lead. Wichita State haven't really gotten a good crack at it, and that's just been good coverage on the outside from Fisher Falcons. They have all their lanes covered.
Brack on a drop down there from Exotic. Top rope challenge. Wichita's been falling into the trap right now of having to play for the back 10 to 15 seconds of scrap time. It was what they were keeping Fisher from earlier on in the game, and well, now things have started to really turn around the opposite way. Need a big play out of Peach in the back line here to grab these spawns and then be able to infiltrate the hill. You got a de facto pinch coming through on a spawn out from Kaiser. He's able to find the first kill. Second one there for the challenge. Going to swap to the pistol on the right-hand side. Still by Garage as the spawns in the back here for Wichita State on the break here up the stairs. Let's see how the comms are sounding as they try to break the Fisher Falcons.
And outer.
One time. Spawn back garage,
Right corner, time stuck.
Nothing in garage.
There's all there.
Any close.
Top garage.
One's on time.
I'm with you, garage. Time weak. Outer weak.
One shot from right. Nice, another one.
Let's give him.
Nice.
You can go.
I'll be towards it.
One shot old half. He's on pillar.
Holds one Carson.
They could already be up here, guys.
Yeah.
Just got pissed on. One shot.
I'm in your mid. Looking at your 10 cross.
Yeah, you can
I have your whole mid.
Two shots. All 2
10 on
shots.
you. Looking on the 10 heady, bro.
I got 1 10. One more 10. Outer.
Outer
Dark.
Yeah.
I'm one shot. Fuck. Dark. Outer. Not hit.
Running at me time.
Take it.
On the heady.
Outer.
Both weak outer.
Mid on me. Mid half health. Mid cut right now.
There's a bullet in as well.
Brack was mid cut.
Okay, two mid cut. See, there's a bullet like it's not weak.
Oh, no, just
Sorry, player side. They're heavy towards mid.
Mid cut to me. One shot.
Just pinch.
fucking hell, as soon as I give it up.
Dojo.
I spawned out. Three Jojo one
Let's
time.
go through. Okay,
They just doubled
Get
over.
our front. We're just spawn out. Just spawn out.
Metal Logan weak. One low right.
Ivy. Brack is Ivy.
Close up weak. Close right.
Ivy on me, Brack.
Close up time.
I'm working. I'm gonna go new. Taking her out.
Stair glitching. Fuck Ivy.
I'm up you.
Hopping up my gut.
Gotcha. There's at least hold on. I'm trying to help you.
Well, Fisher have crossed the 200-point mark in Brack, asserting dominance here on 8 in a row. Everybody from the Fisher Falcons streaking until Darkside falls, but at 25-14, he led the way for most of the game. Only 22 seconds in the hill, but I don't think it matters all that much, as the lead has now almost eclipsed 100 points over the side of Wichita State.
And I do notice in the comments that we had from Wichita, Exotic was like, hey, all right, we need to regroup here. We need to try to get a hold of our front and then go from there before we try to rotate. So you can see they're trying to get things together in the comms, but I actually kind of saw it wasn't as energetic as you would think. I think they know that they're kind of fighting an uphill battle for the moment. Fisher, as you said, all of them streaking there for a time, the duration we were listening to comms. They seem to be firing on all cylinders. They really try to get things going early on and hang with, but like you said, once Fisher gets comfortable in their rotations, once they lock down the lanes of the map they need, the scoreline can start to look like this.
Yeah, second half rotation has not been kind to Wichita State. Just 10 seconds now for Fisher to be able to find map 1 here in winners round 1 of the CCL LAN Championship top 4. Brack on a 4-piece is going to find the last 2, and that should be the nail in the coffin, and absolutely will. Hammer on the head. The Fisher Falcons swimming with the Sharks.
Unkind is a decent word to put for that with how Wichita State was feeling. I mean, the comms had the right stuff.
Yep.
They were saying the right things. And it's funny because you called to me saying it yesterday. this is what should be happening. And should versus is are two very different things. And I think Wichita State came to that realization. Okay, we need to get front secured. I think Exotic did a good job as that tenured IGL calling out. Like, this is what we need to do before we can do anything else. We need to secure our front. Don't worry about rotating. Let's get this secured. That'll make that transition a little bit easier. So try to get a hold of things in comms, but again, a lot more beyond doing that has to go right for you. You can see just kind of stalled out there. The second set of rotations, and Fisher essentially got a money hit out of just about everything. When they're firing like that, like you said, you called a peach in the back to even need to make it. Someone needed a big disruption play, and even at that, it was hard to get anything to stick beyond it. When Fisher is kind of shooting at the trajectory they are there, very hard to disrupt that flow.
I was going to say, it's kind of difficult to win a game when you kind of just stay stagnant as Wichita State, almost like the wages comparatively to like the housing increase of prices there as Fisher's going all the way up and the disparity. Yeah, we're never going to own houses into the future. For Fisher Falcons, they're trying to build a dynasty here, though, inside of the CCL. We've seen this team for plenty of years now at this point, almost, 4 or 5 at this point. So plenty of time that they've had to really get back up to the top of their game. But we kind of highlighted between them and St. Clair, this is the best opportunities that either of those two teams has had to win a championship inside of the CCL over the course of the last few years, that those teams have really started to exponentially get better. We looked at Brack and we looked at Darkside here. I mean, that's just, you can't ask for much better of a game for the two of them here in map 1. It started off a little slow. Struggled in the first half. Second half, Darkside, he kind of just kept shooting through and through. And then you had Brack that was just like, all right, bet. We want to have some fun here at the end of the game. Let's do it.
Yeah, and for Confident Phantoms, you see, okay, maybe not as slang heavy, but of course you always have to look at the OBJ time, and both of them pulling about 90 seconds there is going to be something that you look at these, top echelon teams and say everyone does some kind of role. We called DeBrack saying he needs to have a championship-like performance because that's when Fisher does play the best, and we got that map 1. But Phantoms and Confident happy to say, hey, we'll go 500 or maybe just under, but Phantom's going to dish out 12 assists, 90 seconds in the hill. Going to do everything you need to do. Exactly, it's not bad at all. You did what needed to be done on the map to get the win. If Brack and Darkside are flying, you don't need 4 players flying around the map flying at that point. You're just trying to get to map number 2.
Yeah, if you're down 130 points and you've got 12 kills and you got 18 deaths, yeah, maybe we're going to look at you a little bit different. But if you're on the winning team and you got 12 and 18, you're playing the objectives, you're getting important kills. There was the 1-3 piece that he had on the backside that locked down the first P4 where they were able to actually retake and gain the lead for the first time in the game. And it was like, okay, cool. That double there, that's 2 out of the 10 kills that he had throughout the map. But those were 2 influential kills because not only did they fully lock down the spawns, they got the back 40 seconds and the initial 20 of it as well. They almost got a full 60 on that, besides where Wichita State wanted to break in for scrap time. So those are the important kills that you get around the map that are huge for not only Fisher, but again, they're just impactful. And that's why you look at Phantoms as a power player of like, yeah, maybe he's not going to go out and he's not going to be the one that drops you 35, 40 a game in a respawn. Maybe he's not going to go into an S&D and drop you 15. He's good for it on any given occasion, but most of the time he's just going to kind of be chilling. He's not going to be the one that you're looking at as the most pronounced slayer. He's not going to be the one that's going to have that pop-off moment every single set of kills. Like Darkside, that's your guy. That's your guy you want sprinting at everybody. That's your guy that you want running like face first into the abyss. He's kind of like your Goliath Titan, right? You look back to a couple people of like, for example, let's say like Brack. Brack consistency. That is what we know out of Brack throughout the entirety of his career, is the consistent effort that he's going to be able to give you every single map. You're probably going to get anywhere from 25 to 30, maybe a generous range. We'll go 20 to 30 every game. Yeah. And he's probably going to be positive, and he's probably going to have a good amount of hill time. He's going to be doing everything right that you need for the team. Nobody has to worry about what Brack is doing or how he's playing.
And we'll transition into the search and destroy now. You talk about consistency. You talk about even killed for Fisher and what they do. Looking at the search and destroy statistic we have here, as far as Team KD is concerned, or excuse me, as far as win-loss is concerned, you said the 4 blemishes and the win-loss, in the grand scheme of things, it is a softer point this weekend that we have actually seen kind of repeat itself, where you can maybe get at Fisher. So if there is going to be a get-back, quote-unquote, out of Wichita State, they've played very strong search and destroy this weekend. Fisher has faltered a little bit, so I think if you're going to even up the series, it will be here at map 2.
No, absolutely. And I think for Wichita State, the only problem that we had in some of the search and destroys that we watched from them throughout the weekend is just like, the KDs look good because they're getting the kills. It's just sometimes either the kills come a little bit too late or they're just doing something on the map that's just like, you scratch your head a little bit, and then they lose a round off of it, and like that can go down to a Game 5 scenario, a Game 5 round 11 scenario, or just even a Game 2 round 11. Like you start losing a round here and there, you let one slip between your fingers, you're up 3-2 or something like that, and then all of a sudden, you know, either A, somebody's able to slip by, get through a crack, and then you're forcing it to a 2v2. Like at times they're not even getting fully killed in the round; they're letting a defuse come through or a team get planted, and then you're not able to fully retake by the time everything's out. So that's the problem that we've seen from Wichita State at times from Search and Destroy.
Yep.
They have cleaned up a considerable amount of their S&D this weekend, though, comparatively to what we saw in just the CCL playoffs a couple of weeks ago. They are much better at being able to play not only a team-coordinated scenario, but also be able to have that information to say, hey, we're picking this up, we're picking that up. And we've got two players that we're going to dive into and take a look at real quick. We got John Exotic up against Darkside here, the S&D specialist.
The bright spots for either team in Search and Destroy, especially in this weekend. And you were talking about someone who, as a team, saying, okay, we're going to tighten this up, we're going to pick this up here. That's the guy leading the charge for the squad. He knows he has some younger guys kind of on the roster that he's playing with, so he's like, we're going to make sure that we kind of get them coached up in the way that we want. He's like, if we need to correct things, it kind of comes through me, and I'm the one that kind of delegates and directs traffic from there. The Search and Destroy cleanups has been a concentrated effort from the team, but he's been the guy kind of just leading that charge. And this weekend, I mean, you can see, you know, what he's brought to the table. 1.5 S&D KD, averaging a kill around just about, and look, the non-traded kill percentage also fantastic. Sure, the opening dual win percentage, you look at and say, okay, he's, you know, losing just under half the ones he takes. Darkside, that's why we have them pitted together, because it's going to be such an interesting matchup between what they bring. So fast, so good at winning opening gunfights. But whenever you kind of get into the heavy lifting of Search and Destroy, Exotic really shines.
No, he absolutely does. And like the thing is that's not what you're asking Exotic to do on most of these rounds that you're playing Search and Destroy. You're not asking him to be the one to aggress on the other team and be able to find that first blood. He's not your first in kind of guy. He's that second one in that's going to be there for cleanups, and then he'll get that second kill for you. A lot of what Wichita State actually were able to complete yesterday against, what was it, Mars Hill, we were watching them play. It seemed like every round it was Exotic being able to find a two-piece after somebody gets blooded on Wichita State. That's the concern that I have about Wichita State and their S&D. It's when they lose that opening engagement. It's when they get down early in these rounds against a team of Mars Hill or maybe some of the other teams that they played in Search and Destroy this weekend. Yeah, it's been great to see them be able to bounce back in some of those rounds and be able to take a 3v4. But if you're not able to get those first bloods consistently against a team like Fisher's not going to give you those same opportunities as Mars Hill. And I hate to not put them in the same breath because they're both great teams. But Fisher's not going to give you any inside look into being able to take a round in a 3v4. If they get a plant set down and they're in a post-plant situation, Fisher's one of those teams that rarely scams in situations where they have an advantage. I don't see that being something that they can get away with here if you're Wichita State against Fisher. So you're going to need to not only have the aggression come in, if it comes down to Exotic having to be the guy that you call on to get that first blood to push first into the you know, the mouth of the dragon, so be it. There it is.
We said he doesn't need to be the aggressor. He can be the aggressor. But he does get traded instantly, and that's what you called to, where Wichita State yesterday found themselves getting the first blood, but losing it, or at least getting it negated. Sure, you're in a 3v3, so you're not at a disadvantage up until this moment, but it's something where you want to have those get out and get up with your life type of moments. Now you're going to be in a 3v2 situation as another player gets worked mid. Dudes are kind of pinned down, really trying to get a player on the chase, but going to back that player down. That will be the objective carrier as well. So Fisher going to make the call to wrap towards A. Kaiser, Deucer, gonna work together, gonna clear some things out. Have an idea, it's probably going that way, and here in about 5 seconds, they'll get confirmation.
Full wrap back. Long route through the spawn. This is gonna be such a difficult site to retake here, especially in a 3v2. You got the spread out to middle map. You got one watching the backside of Dojo. There's no way anybody's going to be able to find an opening unless it's Kaiser with the sniper that's able to pick one off the bomb. Instead, it's a wrap back through the spawn here from Fisher. 30 seconds left in the round. Kaiser now to the outside of the roofs. Looking to push in P4. Takes the head off of one. Pistol challenge out. Should be a teammate there for a trade, and it absolutely will be. 20 seconds now in a 1v1. Does Deucer get the read on the outside, or will it be the bad timing? 15 seconds left in a full wrap back through Dojo. Do you get the timing this time? You look to outer, but you have to go for the full chase. Goes to the front side of the window. Knows he has to hop out, but instead turns back around, re-wraps, and the time is going to expire before he's able to walk away with the kills here in the round. What could have been a 2v3, still walks away with the gunfight win. Unfortunately, just not on top. Fisher will win the opening engagement and find that first round.
And about as bad timing as you could have got for a player getting away. You just take the 50-50 gamble that he's going to wrap a window and maybe check from the front. If you chased it, it could take too long. So really, there was no right decision to make there. No wrong decision either. It just didn't have enough time to work with. Wichita State, like I said, just about were able to pull that one off. But that's things you want to see. Even though Fisher walk away with the round, I don't think you're dissatisfied with how you tried to play. You said such a difficult site to retake. I don't think they're upset with how that went. Of course, the killer didn't quite have enough time.
On offense, we'll see a different look. It's become more and more common that the first round a team goes to the A side on offense just to kind of catch somebody off guard. On the outer side, Deucer just trying to play his life. Played it really well in that first round where he was trying to push up with that smoke and able to back off to the rest of the team. Brack going to be inside a middle map, spotted out on the U side of half wall. Top blue completely given up. Said it'll be Brack trying to wrap back to that for a moment. Could have got a bad timing towards bottom middle. Might be kind of tweaking about it, and he absolutely will be. You got Darkside and his teammate over on the A side, waiting for this push to come through. Exotic looks for the timing. It's Darkside who gets the early shots in, backs off.
Kaiser connects over the top of the sniper. Woo! Paparazzi out and about here. Take cover once again, and they're going to end up getting taken down. Confident now over the top with Brack support. Finally going to be able to clean up one of those. I mean, now just Kaiser firing off shots, trying to back these players down. Knows they're closing distance. Knows he has the pistol in hand advantage. Fisher, as they try to take those gunfights, they'll slide out mid-cut for the last chow. Fisher recognized the situation. Close distance. It just got to be a little too much for Kaiser to handle.
I like the idea from Kaiser there, though, because I think after he got extremely weak, I think he thought the player from outer was probably going to be a little bit closer, maybe already inside of 10. So trying to take that play, saying, like, you know what, I really don't have an opportunity here, it's good. The only thing is I just wish the teammate help for middle map would have came a little bit quicker on the rotation in. Instead, it just maybe a half second, maybe 2 or 3 seconds too late to where you weren't able to find the player pushing inside of 10 to really give the call out there. But, I mean, you're in a moment-to-moment, life or death situation there if you're Kaiser. So, you know, again, it's kind of ticky-tacky to really put a positive or a negative on it. But they're going to drop the bomb inside of Couches. Wait on the wrap back. Looks like Confit might go back and pick it up here in just a moment, and absolutely will. They want to force this B if they can. The early pressure and the feint is there. Darkside pushed up all the way through middle map. He's through unchecked. He might just have the best timing. And he will.
Now fire some shots to back off, but you get fantastic timing if you're Kaiser just to wrap and get that trade quickly. Sure, Confid able to close distance and get the one effectively, but I mean mitigated entirely. Whatever just happened on the outer side of the map, none of my business anymore. As we're now in a 2v2, Peach gets it a 2v1.
Well, Confid decided that after he got one, he said, "My work is done, boss. I'm going home." Drops the bomb and everything with it. Phantoms is in the back line of spawn, looking with the sniper, trying to find maybe a pushing aggressive through Couches. Down to the top side of Broken. He could not have been asked for a better gift in this 1 versus 2. Now makes it a free 1v1. Very manageable, very doable. Peach out here on the opposite side. We'll get the first challenge out, and the shots will stick perfectly. So a slide across is going to be just enough to walk away with that round. Wasn't able to get the immediate trade, but still was there in just the nick of time.
Well, and I really do like that play, and I don't even think it's being over-analytical to say, hey, go check my body. He might try to go pick up a gun. It was with a pistol. You knew he was running around with the sniper. Even just a wrap back and try to see if he was hanging out. I don't even know that it was, that too crazy thought out of a play. But for Phantoms wrapping back to get the gun, and for him just to wrap back through the bond, see if he was lingering, you automatically have the advantage, and Phantoms maybe hoping that he wasn't going to chow that quickly. So, like you said, not quite in position for the trade immediately, but still knows how to get to the effective spot. Gets Wichita State their first round.
See what Wichita State have on the offensive break. Looks like they're going to go 3-1 on the split. Actually, it's going to be an all-4 stack out to the opposite side. One's going to lean back in Couches, wait for a play through middle map. Sniper, a long shot. Not going to be able to connect on Confid, but it's going to force him all the way back and Brack on the re-wrap here to the opposite side. Nobody pushing out or just yet. Stun check out. Kaiser wants to push it now. Knows that one's to the bottom left side. Instead of being able to hit the shot, I believe he just hit the barrel of planks in front of him. So now Deucer's forced into an awkward position inside of servers. And as the bomb is now down, Kaiser on the outside gets an AR, makes this manageable. It's a straight-on push out, and Darkside finds 2 with the help of the Fisher Falcons.
And you just weren't sure where that next gunfight was coming from. You were getting grouped up together to maybe chow from the back or at least have a look, but you were also, like you said, watching into the bomb side, just kind of figuring out where it was. Happened a bit snappier than you were realizing. I mean, just a beautiful play out. Darkside Phantoms, they're not going to mess that up very often. They clean up the 2 kills quickly.
Like the little bit of baiting out there. First one flies across. Second one's just going to say, all right, I'll peek it out. Nice and easy. I don't remember who it was that was talking about the movement in this COD, but it's just like, dude, like if I just hold an angle and I out-aim you, I'm going to beat you in a gunfight every time. Phantoms just kind of gives me like that entire description of just like, yeah, I don't need to be flashy. My gameplay speaks for itself. I'm a shooter.
It really does.
That's all that I need. If you look at the spread right now, you get a 2-1-1. Player 4 actually in Darkside was pushing all the way up A, trying to find some information. Basically knows that the flank is free. Does he get some god timing on the player wrapping through spawn? It looks like he might. Exotic doesn't want to push this just yet, and that's twice that Wichita State have been caught off of that. Turned back around. Bracket's great help. That's great information.
And now they have complete site control, and they know it. Deucer maybe is taking up space here just to try to make things a little bit mixed here. The smoke's going to go down, maybe provide enough cover, but I like the chase out here while he's reloading. That's a good kill to get. You needed it.
Deucer stuck in a corner. 40 seconds left as the bomb has gone down. Peach is locking on the flank. First gunfight that he has here for himself. Pre-fire shot's not good enough. The jump going to get a little bit awkward as Darkside walks away with the gunfight. Win confident. What a snap back into Dojo. Okay, big fella, I see you.
That young man, someone we're waiting to see get going here. Here's a lot of the talk for Fisher and the successes they had yesterday. Someone who can really turn things up. I mean, again, the guy shoots straight. You just saw a snappy kill feed there out of him. Expect more of the same now. It seems like Fisher are really settling into the groove.
No, I mean, 2 years ago, Confid was a U18er. He was still, playing rec leagues on LANs and whatnot. I'd actually, the first time I met him was down in Miami at one of the LANs that they had going on down there. So it's been a cool ride seeing him go from like U18s, and he had a lot of prospects actually, like when he was like coming out of the U18 and actually getting to a point where he could compete at a high level. So I'm excited to see how his career continues to go forward. 7-3 here in the S&D has been a fantastic open, and he's going to be there immediately for a trade on his team into Darkside. So what was a 4v3 for Wichita State with a man advantage now equalizes back out. We can slow the pace down for just a moment. Kaiser with the sniper, thought that was going to be able to connect, but it does enough to allow Phantoms to get knocked off by Deucer as he peeks around the outer right side. Nowhere to go for anybody at the moment. Wrap back through Dojo from Brack. He's got 2 in front of him.
Wisely repositions. Smoke goes down. Tack connects, nade going in next to deal damage. Let know people are still in there. The wall thing's going to try to come through, and you can just see they are dancing in there. Now you're going to apply the pressure. You're going to be sitting in Confid. If you can get the sun to connect, expect him to fly.
Hardest 1v1 of the game if you slide out of 10 and you see somebody on the tree heady. Instead, it's Peach who goes sideways on the lay down. He's got Brack directly above him. 3 bodies pushing forward. You can find one for it, but most likely you're not going to be able to snap to all 3 there. So the bleeding has stopped for a moment. Cauterize the wound. Wichita State now starting to make themselves feel a bit more present on the map. 2-4 down, still 2 rounds of a buffer, but I mean, hey, you got to start somewhere.
And what do you think about maybe conversation in the Wichita camp? How long do you keep that sniper out of your Kaiser? Are you effective? Yes, and you have been controlling lanes, even if not, finding kills, you are still applying pressure on that part of the map. Is it something where Wichita, do you think there's a point where they maybe want to turn up the tempo and say, hey, let's bring out an AR, let's try to take some more of these gunfights to them? Or do you think they're confident with how he's playing now?
I think it's done enough to kind of like lock a lane down and be able to at least force Fisher to have to think about it, use early util to get him out of position. The other thing on that, I think Exotic's done a good job of being able to push with Deucer on the opposite end. Unfortunately, though, getting caught out there is going to be Kaiser, so you put the pistol, or excuse me, you put the sniper away and you get pushed up the map. All of a sudden, you lose 3 bodies immediately, and Exotic's the last alive has had a middle map. So, well, I guess the conversation now is that probably wasn't the best call. I do think, though, that if Kaiser, I wasn't sure Kaiser lost his life in the last round or not. He might have when he was pushing forward, so that might have been his second life as a sniper. So we might not even have the opportunity to use it throughout the rest of this game. Because just if you are wondering, yes, they still use that GA to this day in the year of 2026 in May.
To this day. Fisher commanding lead at 5-2. Brack 7-4. Confid talked about how he has gotten things going in map number 2 as well. And for Exotic, highlighted him coming into it, right? He's kind of their steadfast player, someone who you can expect, good performances out of. Look, sometimes you just don't have a map either. After 2 and 8, you expect anything he can get going, but Phantoms with that nade, used as a ploy. The sniper at the top of that wallbang is going to connect out of Kaiser as well as he opts to pull the AR out. Wichita State need this one to stick. Man disadvantage once again, though.
Good chance from Kaiser on the refrag. The problem is he's got 2 bodies he has to watch through now. 35 HP, he's backed all the way off. He's got his teammate Peach there for help, but through middle map, Brack is going to be able to get the crossfire shots with the 2 teammates he had still inside of Dojo. So another round where Fisher is able to not only walk away on the back end of Timmy's 2-piece, but hey, you get a good well-placed nade, you get a snipe shot, and all of a sudden, map is entirely yours. You got the last 2 players trapped in with Brack coming through middle map. That's one of the things that Fisher does so well, is containing corral. It's one of the strategies I've loved in Call of Duty for the longest time. Me and my duo always used to make fun of the idea of it and everything, and that was how we always loved to play CoD. And when I see it, it just works out in so many ways that hey, if we want to go from here, boom, wrap it all around. Was that not round 5? I thought they were at 4-2.
No, that was 5-2.
That was 5-2. Fisher Falcons take map 2 over Wichita. Yeah, dude, my bad. I had no idea. I thought we were going another round of the search and destroy there. That is on me. I saw that pop up. I'm like,
wait a minute now.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Well, clearly the coffee hasn't hit yet.
No, but they get it done. And they do walk up 2-0 now. But, I mean, even to what you're saying is still a good point to make about how Fisher plays is that, again, their containment is so good that nothing seeps out of the edges. They really don't let anything go out unchecked. And because of that, again, that last round, that's how they're able to pull it away and walk away with it. It was one Wichita State needed, but by the time Fisher got in position, it feels like the round's already done at that point whenever they get to their spots.
I appreciate you for finishing the point there.
Absolutely.
That was awesome. All right, well, stats. Confid, 10-4. We talked about him pretty much throughout the entirety of that search and destroy. Realistically, a lot of those kills that he had were off the back end of being able to be that second player in and getting those frags after maybe one teammate goes through. He's sliding into that challenge. He had 2 first bloods throughout the match, so he was always one to aggress. So it was either A, he was helping out his teammate who was getting the bait immediately for him, or he was being the bait, walking away with a satisfactory amount of kills. You're never going to be upset at 10-4. That was one of the players that I was looking to yesterday who didn't necessarily have a bad day of Call of Duty, but I knew that we would be able to get more out of Confid if he either was A, well-rested, or B, it just came in with a bit of a better mindset. And I think earlier on today, I actually had a conversation with him before the match started. I'm like, all right. I'm like, you didn't play bad yesterday, but I'm like, are you going to fry today? He's like, oh yeah. He's like, I'm feeling a lot better today. So the fact that Confid's feeling good and he has confidence is huge for the rest of the team, because that was kind of the missing puzzle piece yesterday, I think, to being able to take a lot more of those series that they played closer in either a 3-1 or 3-0 fashion.
And if he's feeling good, feeling ready to shoot today, yeah, look out to the rest of the teams that they're playing. Because Search and Destroy, like you said, that really was kind of what opened the door for him. And you go back to a respawn with a guy who's only getting more confident as the games he plays progress. That's going to be a scary sight. Brack has been, like you said, the championship form. Do you want to see him in? It's so fun to talk about this Fisher team, because you can say any player's name, but it's just, they're not ludicrous numbers. It's not a 45-12 performance.
Sure.
But they do it every time. It's a 35-25 every single time. It's a 10-4 Search and Destroy damn near every time they go out. So is it, flashy? Does it get like redundant to say like, okay, yeah, they're boasting a 2.0 KD? Just to realize what you said, they're boasting a 2.0 KD. That's something where you sit on it and think like you expect it out of Fisher, but it's just ridiculous numbers that anyone is putting up at any given time. So for them to just be able to replicate that time and time again shows why they're such a stout team and why they're a grand final, shot or shoe-in, it feels like, for this Sunday. Still a lot of COD for them to play here. Wichita in the series, still a chance to battle back, absolutely. But Fisher, the first 2 maps, showing us why they really want to kind of make that mark. They kind of want to make that stride towards Sunday, showing that, hey, look, we're going to do this, and we're not going to play around today. It's not going to look very close.
I was honestly surprised when I saw Wichita State not only pick the Den twice, or at least to have one of the first 2 map picks, and then also be able to have that come in as the map 3 pick, because Fisher, for what it's worth, at least from what I've seen from them throughout the entirety of this year, and what we have seen throughout the kind of culmination of not only the CCL playoffs, but throughout the rest of this, like, the Den for Fisher has been good all year long. This has been a staple map for them.
Well, I think you see that come through for Wichita, because this is the only map they've played this weekend on Overload is Den. And you were talking about the back half, them wanting to get to comfortability, them wanting to get high repetition maps in the map pool. Den's going to be one of those. It's unfortunate you have lost 2 to that point, but you had to ban the Sake hardpoint. You weren't able to get the French Search and Destroy in. So with Den being the only map 3 you're able to play, yes, I am shocked at that pick for Wichita as well. But it's one that almost is like they had to go with that. They got... Yes. Again, I hate to say exposed on exposure, but they really got kind of blown out of the water. Their 0-2 losses that they faced yesterday, and given that there's only 3, right, they only had so many options they could choose from. So is it surprising with what we know? Absolutely. This weekend, is anything a shock anymore? Absolutely not. Of course, being a must-win for them here in this series. At least it's the map that you've won on this weekend, given that it's the only one you've played, but they do have a winning record on it.
Well, news from the other side of the bracket. St. Clair has taken down Cumberland 3-0 within their best of 5 series. So we will see the St. Clair Saints in the winners finals here on LAN. Either of these 2 teams, whoever is able to take this, whether it's Wichita State coming back down 0-2 from a deficit, or Fisher closing this thing out in a 3-0, 3-1, or 3-2, whatever it may have you, they will be playing the St. Clair Saints for a spot to get to the grand finals here on Sunday. Lower round 1 will also be on the Bravo stream, so if you were wondering where you can find that, if you're just joining us here for the first time this weekend or today, you can go either to our YouTube channel and find the Bravo stream over there, or you can go to twitch.tv/College COD Bravo. That's where our secondary stream is going to be for the stream. Of course, that is not here, but our main match continues to go into map 3. Fisher Falcons trying to close things out, send Wichita State to the lower bracket, get to a date of destiny with St. Clair, which should be a best of 5 series telling us what might be a grand finals matchup that we will see between all these rosters going through the rest of this weekend. It has been a phenomenal time here at the Impact Gaming Center in St. Louis. We have had a great weekend of a lot of fantastic Call of Duty, and we get to do it a couple more times here before we call the season closed for the 2026 year. That said, let's hop into map 3. Nades out over the top. Very similar to what we saw in map 1. It's Wichita State winning the bang out middle map. They go 2 for 2.
Now he's trying to take up space. Exotic being a guy that wants to kind of be the leader for this team to push them forward, and like I said, in the opening break at the hard point, kind of lead the charge in that way. Doesn't quite get it done there, gets chopped down. As a couple players try to make that transition over to mid-cut. And now with the reset block. What I'm worried about is watching the flanks, watching a player like Darkside, who we kind of started to chat about last map with the Search and Destroy KD. What player is going to be the island player for Fisher? Who is going to get loose and start to maybe cause pain for Wichita State, just kind of be a thorn in their side? It could be any one of them, but Darkside, someone I'm going to be interested to watch this map. On the other side of things, Wichita State need to win these gunfights from the front. You can see the payload on the move now. They are on retreat towards the site, trying to figure out where exactly Fisher wants to take it.
They got the full wrap, and this time Brack's going to move it directly inside of computers. You've got Peach who's trying to hold it there. Deucer on the back line has to go massive. Kaiser and a flank that's coming in through middle map is trying to get there with Exotic. They pair it off and they hold it at the goal line for now. Phantom's on the outside, knows that 2 bodies are going to be coming through, gets the worst timing as he was trying to go ahead, cook a nade up, maybe find one on the outside instead. This is going to get wrapped back all the way through spawn into JoJo, but you have to look at player number 4. You have Darkside who's playing the corner here. If he finds a second kill, all of a sudden, this could be a cap on the opposite end. He's able to find that, but good enough. There's a trade there. They'll wrap it back up towards the top north side of the map. Out in the middle map, here comes Wichita State on an offense.
Deucer happy to get that kill, collect that, and go. Now as you've got Peach on the other side, that island player who's going to try to make a play, make at least a little bit of noise over towards this A side, draw the attention of the Fisher players, but again, this is no first rodeo for them. They know exactly where the play is going to be. They get the kill, they get mid-cut secured. You talk about containment, they're able to do just that, find the kills, clean it out.
Confident, cheeky little double, and Falcons is able to retaliate and trade for 1. They've got 2 lead blockers out and a player in from behind in Brack, who once again has the overload in his hand. Push forward, Phantom's there, wants to go for one more final kill and will absolutely connect. He doesn't have anybody here directly with him, but he's going to stay out and lead block instead of pushing all the way back. This should give some time for the Fisher Falcons to rotate over, but the deep spawn all the way top left on the mini-map is going to take a long time for them to get back. I like the wrap back out in the middle here from Confident. They're going to try and play this one in through computers. They want to get this thing to be.
I really like the way that they're playing, though, as you said, where they're just grabbing it and wrapping it. They're not playing stagnant or one-dimensional. They want to keep Wichita State moving back and forth. They're confident in their ability to scoop and score on either point. They haven't made it stick just yet, but again, Wichita State off-spawn, constantly having to calm where they're going to be going. Fisher keeping them guessing.
Kaiser gets the snap on the final player here. Still 2 up through middle map for Fisher, now looking to push their way forward. Wichita State doing the exact same thing, trying to wrap this around towards the bottom side of middle. They know that the spawns are going to be super deep and towards the north side of the map, especially with where the payload was located at. Darkside up the middle, has one in his line of sight. Deucer, though, will trade him out. And as Brack now looks to push himself back, he's got 42 HP on the first great look that we've seen from Wichita State. The only player left here is going to be the one with the device in hand. They'll drop, and now it's going to be another flip of the map. 2 minutes left for Fisher Falcons to make an offensive push.
And Wichita State there, I like the play. They really tried to brute force it from the front. They left mid-cut open, so even if they were to find those kids, Confidence was there quickly on the play, but Deucer's going to find 3 just to open this lane back up once again. I want to see them keep an eye on the flame. Kaiser should be the one in position for that. They're off to the races again.
Countering strike here from Wichita State. Phantom's laying down low. Brack, Darkside, able to pair for everybody else. It's going to be 4 down, a team kill that comes in, and once again, the map flips out completely, and it looks like it's going to be something where Darkside is going to have to make at least 1 or 2 kills stick, and he absolutely does just that up through middle map. They've got a few more players there. The pressure is good. The turn back around over towards tower. It's Brack who once again has the device in hand. Neither team willing to let a score go through.
The clean kill feed, like you said, everyone holding strong for the moment. The payload really been stuck here on the bottom side of the map. Everyone trying to get a clean kill feed and just push it further away. No one really making a move towards the site for the moment. They really just want to back it out of their spawn, because whenever one team has gotten up close and personal, it has been so close to scoring here. A 2v2 on site, what can you make stick?
This might be the one here for Fisher, and it will be Phantoms. The hop-up challenge with the pistol directly to the face of Peach. Exotic not there in enough time off the respawn. Fisher striking first here in the overload. Worst case scenario for Wichita State.
And this is playing at a lightning fast pace, so to have 1 score on the board, Wichita State just knowing they want to keep retaliating with pressure, just keep the intensity up and the engagements. They're doing a good job keeping up running around with Fisher. They just need to make some of these map positionings work out a bit better.
Peach watches the drop left side. Still has 2 bodies that he has to take care of directly in front of him. It's the nades for Fisher that have consistently put Wichita out of possession, out of play, and then forced them to rotate back to awkward positions. Now as Brack is trying to push his way forward, Exotic will hop up, looks for another kill directly in front of him. You betcha, he's got 3 in a row, looking for number 4 with the pistol. Oh yeah, he might be old, but he can still shoot.
He's 28. Someone just kill him. I mean, there's no way anyone there didn't get app, and that's exactly what he said yesterday. He's like, guys, I'm old. Just find a way to fry me. But on the other end of things, he's making it happen, carving it forward. They want to try to punch one in.
Exotic, once again, has 2 bodies lined up directly in front of him. Now with the payload pushing forward, it has to be Kaiser here to grab this. And with the pistol, he's almost able to snap back right side. Overtime was close. They aren't able to get it in. Fisher up just narrowly at the end of half 1.
And again, I'm satisfied if I'm Wichita State. At this point, knowing we're on our 3rd bout of Den, knowing that, you know, they have kind of ran routes on us to this point, it just played very headstrong. Just kind of ran at each other. Weren't super crazy routes that were taken where, Kaiser got loose in the back, was able to make a play, or Darkside got loose and completely blew up what they wanted to do. No, it has just been headstrong run and gun Call of Duty. Lightning quick between you and I know you and I are both feeling at this point, and it's exciting to be able to call, because it's playing to a razor-thin margin. Fisher with just 1 goal, feeling like they had opportunities to get more. Wichita State made great stands early on. Now it's their turn. They're going to maybe get something to land early. Confid, with an early mistake made, you got to take that opportunity for something.
Phantom's down low with Exotic. He's really the last bastion inside of middle map, besides maybe Kaiser on topside window. Not a crazy performance really from anybody on the map right now in terms of overall KDs. Phantoms leads the way at 19 in terms of overall kills in the lobby. Both sides still a mouse inside of middle map, and Exotic will have good shots. They didn't realize that Darkside got through on a flanking route, so now he's in top window, and this is going to be the catalyst here for Fisher Falcons in order to break this out. They want to go south side of the map and try to get through P3. They got 2 bodies there, but Wichita is all rotated. They're right here ready for the strike.
And I am expecting to see more of these Darkside routes. Finally, they kind of did the run and gun battle in first half. Now expect to see Darkside start to take some of those lateral gunfights, start to hit you perpendicularly, make you have to turn your head, not just look forward for these gunfights. He does this, that opens up with the first kill quickly on the board. Fisher Falcons.
Everybody there for Wichita State tried to go bottom side. They wanted to make sure they were coiled and ready to strike at B. Instead, it's the rewrap from Fisher that they've been so good at in overload. They were trying to get bottom. You saw what Kaiser was trying to do. He wanted to get out. He wanted to push that line forward. He wanted to lead block so they could try to rally that on a counterattack immediately. Instead, it's going to be the Fisher Falcons who now have P3 control once in their favor. Brack with the pistol and the SMG up close will be able to find one of the outer left-hand push. There's still 2 more bodies here that they push into. Team kill might be costly. It's going to slow them down.
Falcons on the move once again, and really just walking down Wichita State and their defense. They don't want to give up these lives. They don't want to keep getting picked like they have been, and that's forcing them to give up map real estate. Fisher playing so confident, shooting so well that they're fine just to walk this down into the goal, essentially. You see another play getting wrapped back towards A. The call comes through. Everyone consolidated at B. Now you have to take these gunfights in transition.
And the thing you love is that they're making sure that they get the south side of the map, and then what they're doing after they get the south side of the map, goddamn! Darkshive, you dirty dog. Let me finish the point. I thought he was going to do it again. All right, well, the point that I was trying to make was the fact that Fisher, they will grab it, they'll bring the payload down towards the bottom side of the map. 2 or 3 people will rotate fully north, get out on A, so there's not only getting that initial spawn at A, they're forcing everybody to rotate down to B, and then because they have everybody there, it's group stacking them, and then they can take that payload free north because everybody else is already completely out of the line of sight.
Overall, roof side P is going to try to do his best impression to get a couple kills. Kaiser at least pair to clean it up, make it a little bit easier. And this is Wichita State's first look at trying to get the payload moved. They're playing around top side of the map. They have this roof side secured for the moment. But of course, as soon as dark side's back in the mix, you know you have a couple more gunfights that you need to make stick. This is going to be their first good look. They've got to make something go here.
Oh, Darkside once again. We'll shut everybody down in the line of defense. He'll grab the EMP, wrap it all the way back through spawn, and now it's just a 1v here for Peach. Sure, you win it, but where's the device going? All the way back across the map. 2 players here in bodies coming through the dojo side. You've got Exotic and the rest of Wichita State now trying to push this forward. You can see the pace and the tempo that they're trying to play with, but they can't find the last player who just continues to keep wrapping out every single time. They are flipping the map consistently. Yes, Wichita State's all running together. The problem is Fisher are doing the same and getting all the way back across. Finally, you'll have an opportunity to stop the line of defense here. Confid opens up with the first one on Deducer. Peach still here. 2 more bodies inside of P2 as they're looking for the EMP device. And if you're Fisher, all you have to do is just sit there and wait.
Everyone out of breath, including us, running around this map, calming everything that Fisher is trying to do as they go back and forth once again. It's a wrap, double wrap back. Here's what we do. Back and forth we go. They don't want to let Wichita State get stagnant. They don't want to give them power positions to just sit and hold irons. And that's such a high IQ play. I mean, it's just the absolute bait to it. It looks like a flea flicker there at that point, the way they absolutely had Wichita working back towards B, get it back to A on a sneaky play. Up 4-0, 60 seconds left. The pace hasn't slowed down at all, but I think the odds definitely have been the only thing decreasing for Wichita State to walk away with, and I thought for a second there.
Can anybody kill Darkside? It has been the Herculean task. for Wichita State to have to deal with him throughout the overload. 50 seconds left. Payload device in hand. Hellstorm used over the top, and they've got everybody funneled inside the backside of site here for the Wichita State Shockers. Darkside will go ahead, drag it, find it all the way down below. You got an opportunity on a wrap back now. Hellstorm got everybody grouped up together. That's what Wichita State had been waiting for, just a moment where they could all push in together. How about Peach getting the last player weak? Phantom should die here in just a moment, but it's too late to get the stop in. Problem, you've only got 25 seconds left to get the last 3 scores you need, so you got the work right in the right direction. Unfortunately, it's just not going to be simply enough time left here in the round, so Fisher Falcons, after a 2-0 lead here in this series, and being able to put on a performance and a half for what you should and can do on rotations with the overload device, are going to not only look to take this series 3-0, Amber, they are going to go ahead, guarantee themselves top 3 on the weekend here inside of the CCL LAN. They will play St. Clair in the winners finals for a chance to get to the grand final.
And the fact that that's already a matchup we get to watch here coming up between St. Clair and Fisher this early in the day is going to be ridiculous. For Wichita State, though, for them to fall the fashion that they did, again, you talked about it. Fisher should come out and win this one.
Yep.
Cut and dry. You know, you could never predict the score line or anything like that. Of course, you always hope for really close Call of Duty. But this is what Fisher comes out and does on Sundays. And, you know, they've had moments where they've faltered before. They come out and give a showing that says, hey, we're not really fixing to do that today. So still going to be something we keep an eye on as they go on. Can they continue to play at this level, especially with St. Clair being their next matchup?
Yep.
But just to put a bow on that overload for Wichita State, even before putting a bow on the series, for one, I don't think the kill feed's that blank ever. I heard gunshots in my ear the entire time they were running around. There was no moment of respite, no reset, and I think Fisher played that just because they wanted to go back and forth. If you don't let the team get set up, how can you get caught sprinting or caught with them holding a power position? So for Wichita, they were able to run around and keep pace, but when Wichita State got the first, or excuse me, when Fisher was able to score early, it just really came to a point where you have to play reserved. Even if you're playing quickly, they were losing the confidence to go strong on a counterattack because they're like, we don't want to be vulnerable, we don't want to expose ourselves to more goals getting put in. So it took away their opportunity to gamble on the offensive side of things. So though they were going back and forth, playing pace, did they get outslayed? Yes. They were keeping up in that regard, but it felt like they were keeping up just in a parallel fashion. They never got the crossover they needed to get a good counterplay to swing the map in their direction. And that's just Fisher putting them exactly where they wanted to. So Fisher went out and did exactly what they wanted. They were fine with how fast the game was. They knew they had it controlled the whole time.
They absolutely did. Yeah, fantastic. Well played from the Fisher Falcons throughout the entirety of not only the series, but throughout the weekend thus far as well. This was kind of the test that I was wondering how it would go for them, because we were kind of looking at matchups yesterday and like, okay, well, we have kind of a choice of what we want to see on the A stream, right? Do we want to see Fisher versus Wichita? Do we want to see St. Clair versus Cumberland? And both of the matches were intriguing in their own ways, because Cumberland, it was like, okay, they played well yesterday. They went 5 against Nwosu, but they took maps off of Fisher. They beat Oklahoma Christian, and we thought, okay, they could be a tough team for maybe St. Clair to play up against. Obviously, we know how good St. Clair are, though. For Fisher, it was like, okay, well, you're playing up against Wichita State now, who also played really well against Mars Hill, who were able to at least put up a fight against St. Clair. This felt like not only a match to where we could see if Wichita State really had that kind of strength to be able to take down a top team like St. Clair or Fisher, but also to see what Fisher was going to be able to come out against and combat against Wichita State. Because I still had questions yesterday about Fisher overall, because they had dropped a few maps. They had moments where it was like, okay, are Fisher really the favorites potentially here? And I think that even though they did go 3-0, I think with the moments that they did play and that there were some bits of contention there, I'm glad that we were able to see that. No, it wasn't anything other than like, yeah, maybe it was just a slow day yesterday, and even Brack said that, but we heard Lucho say that Mars Hill was a Neslo team, then they got 3-0'd by Wichita themselves.
Heard a lot yesterday.
It was I can't take what everybody says at face value anymore.
No, you really can't. And everyone hopes for one thing. Again, there's a lot of this is what should happen, and then versus this is what is happening.
Yeah.
And what is happening is Fisher going on into winners finals to face St. Clair. Like you said, we didn't see a lot of them yesterday. It was good to get a little pulse check from them today, see where they're at. Yep. I think they're doing just fine. I think they're going to be feeling really good. That just gets me excited for the winter semis. But like you said, we get to drop down to lower bracket and follow the teams here and see what they do as well in lower round 1. It's going to be awesome to see this matchup now between Wichita and Cumberland and be able to say, okay, now you got a taste of the one seed on either side of the groups.
Yep.
Obviously, they both were the 2 coming into it, so now they both get to fight for their tournament lives. Who still has it left in them to say, okay, I want a rematch, whether it is against Fisher or Wichita. teams we've both played to this point this morning, since we did flip-flop groups for bracket, who wants that get back more is what that matchup's going to be in the lower bracket.
Absolutely. Well, look, we have this series finished up now. Next up on our bracket, I believe we're going to winners round 2, which will be the semifinals between the Fisher Falcons and St. Clair. If you want to see the lower finals, or excuse me, not the lower finals, the lower round 1 matchup between the Cumberland Phoenix as well as Wichita State, you will find that over on the Bravo channel, either on our main YouTube channel over at College COD or at twitch.tv/College COD Bravo. I'm sure somebody will link it down in the chat below for you guys if you want to have those both tabbed up at the same time. Honestly, just for like the bit of sheer just kind of I want to watch that really badly. I hope we're able to get a little pop-up and maybe a live look in while we have the matchup between Fisher and St. Clair going on at the same time, but we'll leave that for Prod to figure out, and maybe we'll get a little lucky here and be able to cast some of that too, because I want to see those last 2 teams before they go home for the weekend, because one of them is guaranteed to go home at a lower bracket. But that being said, we have at least 2 teams that are guaranteed inside of top 3 with Fisher and the St. Clair Saints. Next up, we're going to send somebody home. It's going to be either Cumberland finding themselves a top 4 finish, or it's going to be Wichita State being able to make it into the top 3. Who will do it? I have no idea. That's why we are here and watching these matches play out. When we come back here in St. Louis at the Impact Gaming Center, we will see the winners finals and see who will go to a grand final to fight on LAN for a national championship. You're watching the CCL 2026 LAN finals. We'll be back in just a bit.
I'm from Lexington, South Carolina, just down the road from Newberry. I'm Kay Beasley on the Call of Duty team, and I'm an accounting major here at Newberry College. I mean, I played CODs before, but it wasn't my main game. I played other stuff. I didn't really get into Call of Duty until I actually got here at Newberry. They were holding tryouts, and actually Buki, my now teammate, said, all right, we played a game anyways, might as well come try out just because we played Warzone. We came and tried out together. I ended up making the varsity team. I actually didn't know what a hardpoint was till December of MW2, probably why it's my favorite game, but still relatively new compared to people like Nico who've been in it for 9 years. Coming from just walking on, I didn't know anyone, so I didn't know who was good and who was bad, so I didn't really respect anyone per se. I just was confident in myself. So my teammates actually played challengers at the time, so I just grinded rank every day. I knew what I was good at, knew what I was bad at. At the time I would just sit the hill. There was one map I went 7-3 in my first year and had 2.5 minutes of time, so I just focused on kill horn and ranked, and then eventually we got to a good spot. Probably was easier for me at first just because I didn't have all those, I wasn't in any outside leagues, or I would just have my 1 CCL scrim a day, so it wasn't too hard to balance it. Not much changed for me because, like I said, I was gaming in my dorm, but it didn't really have a purpose. It was just free time, so I was might as well go try to get a scholarship for it, which I didn't get till my 2nd year, but I did end up doing that. Yeah, I'd recommend it. I left the country for the first time because of COD. I've met all kinds of good people, man. It's just definitely a good decision. Know what you're good at and know what you're bad at, and go work for it, because you're not going to get anywhere if you don't put in the time yourself. And if I'm honest, I probably play COD the least right now, but that's just because I'm old. Know what you're good at. When I was first, everybody else was more cracked than me. I just sat the hill, did my job, and then worked my way up the ladder. In reality, I've had 3 directors in my 4 years, so crazy at times. We pretty much had the same core 3 between me, Diff, and Cells, exchanging Eternals or James for Jordan Freaky after the first year. We just had a lot of stability because we only needed 4 people. The program outside of COD, it had a lot of ups and downs through the years, but it's on its way back up now, I think. My experience has been okay. At one point, I wasn't going to play anymore, and they pretty much bought me back. Definitely had some disagreements, but I'm still glad I did it anyways, and good experience inside of the COD world. That's probably a hard one, actually. Probably actually knocking FGCU down to D2 is up there, and yeah, that might be number 1. Just a dope, because there was no way we were making it. We thought we had a role change. Just the underdog story that first year was just so great for us. I think it's okay. It's definitely better than Black Ops 6, I'd say. Losing those long-time guys like Diff and Cells and working Sleepy and Buki in. Buki's been here, so he knows what it's like, but Sleepy's completely new, so we hadn't really gotten to scrim all that much at this point, but we'll definitely lock in towards the end of the year when everybody's schedule lines up a little bit better. I think it's a fake movement, COD. Everybody thinks it's about wall bouncing and stuff. I think it's fake movement, bro. I think it is boots on the ground. I hope they just learn to respect that, like, Newberry's gonna be here as long as I'm here, and we're gonna be good. So we recently played a match that some people thought we were actually gonna lose, and got us a little fired up. So maybe you'll see a better Newberry this year than usual. My name is K. Beasley. This has been my player spotlight, and thanks for the CCL for holding us.
Hey guys, my name is Lucho. I've been with Mar Hills now for 2 years, and I'm in the MBA program, Business Administration. So I was a little kid, and I got my PS3. My father started playing all these campaign games. That's when I first got contact, but when I first started playing was when I got the PS4 and I got BO3. Getting really cracked in the pub games, getting Dark Matter, you know, grinding zombies. That's about it. When I started playing World War II, I was pretty much a rookie, right? I wasn't really known the scene. I was just playing with the homies. The thing is, in World War II, I'm pretty sure just Brazil, right? Not LAN. Brazil had some CWL spot for everything. So like Brazil was taking it very seriously. It all started growing, you know. And then at some point in 2019, all the league was South America. It was every South American country, but mainly was Argentina, Brazil, Chile. And then started all growing until Vanguard that hit the LAN Challengers. I would say they found us. Our team was very dominant in the Vanguard year, and Max Wood, that probably everyone will know, he contacted me about telling me about all these, what college CoD was, basically. I was already planning on going to study outside my country, not in the US, but in Europe. So it was like a 2-for-1 opportunity, right? Like he found me in the perfect scenario. And then, of course, I told my teammates, and that time was DJ, Evade, and Aaron, right? Aaron's here with me. Then when DJ and Evade said no, started contacting every top player in LATAM. That's when we found Zuner. Also Trakes, but Trakes was a longer process. Testmates was the first team, like the first team of 4 we had, right? In ONA. Yeah, I would say it's all credit to Max Wood. He found us. So Trace is not only my CoD homie. He started there, but he lives 10 minutes from me in Argentina. Like we hang out a lot. So he's like a friend. He was my teammate. I met them through CoD, but he's my friend at this point. Not only me, I would say everyone in LATAM that played against him, he could tell you like Trace was going pro if he tried to. So that's why we tried so hard. You don't understand how much it took for us to convince Jamie to bring Nico here, because we were telling him Nico's gonna go pro, he's gonna go somewhere else, blah blah blah. He's gonna go to St. Clair, Fisher, and he did it really quick, right? Like 6 months here, not even like a full year competing in any challengers, and he's already pro. That made us all very happy and motivated us a little bit too, because last year none of us competed but him, and we didn't have a great year. I would say like we could have done way better. We still placed the same as we were expected to, I would say, in CCL, but like we weren't close to the top teams. You know, the other years we were really close to them. So when you go to school, it's sometimes hard to balance your time. Like the guys that are winning in challengers, it's not just because they're just better or they shoot straighter. Those guys put the hours in. For you to be able to compete at the top level, you need to invest a lot of time. So that will require you to administer your time very wisely, because you only have 16 hours, 18 hours of your body working, right? So you need to invest a lot of time, of course, on your personal stuff, yourself, and school, and then a lot of time in the game. Like optimize your time in everything. Okay, people that doesn't know, we started the first year, me, Zuner, Aaron, and Desmaze. Maxwell recruited us to go to UNA. The people that follow CCL in MW2 knows all the drama with the school. So of course we looked to transfer after the first year. Basically, Marcel's was our Southeast finals. We were the Southeast champions. We beat Marcel in the finals, and I'm pretty sure they had 2 players leave just that semester. They knew us because they played against us, and they had players leaving. We were trying to leave. It was like all just matched. Jamie just contacted me, and then it all happened. At the beginning, I feel like we felt like they didn't recognize us as much. Of course, I'm not expecting as good as the main sports, if that would make sense, because it does, right? Even though the school is Division 2 and we are the only Division 1 team, right? It wasn't that they were prioritizing them, it was like they just didn't care about us at the beginning. So we started talking about it with Jamie. Jamie kind of felt a little bit the same, but from the very first semester, like it went all evolving. We started getting better benefits, being treated differently. Jamie has someone like a higher up from the school that she has helped us a lot too. She really takes care of us. Everything we can ask for, we have it. You know, I can't complain about anything from what we get here. We're really comfortable. So shout out to Jamie and Marcel. Trying to go back to where I left. Of course, that when you quit a year, your stock goes down the ground. Everyone thinks I'm only good in S&D, which is fine. I haven't played Respawn in a long time. But yeah, trying to go back to where I was, trying to improve my placements, trying to be the best version of myself for the school especially. That's my main goal. Like, I'm competing to be on the top, on the level I need to be for college. I really don't care about going pro itself. Yeah, that'll be it.
Hey, my name is John Exotic Bruno. I go to Wichita State University, and I'm currently studying business administration. I first started Call of Duty when how young was I? I was like 15, maybe younger, like 14, playing MW2. And next thing I know, I kept playing. I hurt my shoulder playing sports. Turned 18. I was like, yo, competitive looks kind of cool. So I started playing competitive and then BO3, and I mean, hey, I've been here since. So. It was a little bit through everything, honestly. So when I first started out, I played a little bit of rank play, and I got up against Big Timer, and I was kind of like nervous. I can't lie, I was really nervous. And this was when I was like, I don't know, 14 years old. So ever since then, I was kind of just playing for fun. Obviously, since the 18 under rule was a thing, you can't be under 18. I couldn't compete, but I was like, okay, I'll play like these little tournaments, like the Twitter tournaments, you know, tweet those kind of things, and start growing from there. And eventually, I mean, hey, I got good enough and, you know, landed myself in a pro spot. I landed myself here at Wichita, and, you know, it's been the history. It was different, I can't lie. I mean, initially, when I went to school, I was still competing, but I think in terms of all my workload of school, homework, work, everything became like just a little too much. So I kind of took a step back from COD and just started focusing on my education, started focusing on like college COD league, like that kind of stuff, just with the Wichita State. And, you know, that's all really gone. It's been a lot easier for me. It's been a lot nicer. It's a lot less work to do. I really just focus on my schoolwork now, play COD, you know, play some college COD, have fun with my team, and, you know, I enjoy it. I love it. It was different, because I mean, I'm from Ontario, so we have something called OSAP, which was like the student stuff that I'm supposed to be filling out, but I'm also going to school in Wichita, so it kind of made it to where it was kind of confusing initially. I needed some help from some of my directors there at Wichita, and I needed some help from people at, you know, my OSAP stuff that helped me out with it. But the transition wasn't the worst. I mean, I don't really visit the school very often because, you know, I am an online student. The transition was okay. I didn't have really many issues. It was just kind of figuring out all my paperwork, my FAFSA stuff, my OSAP stuff, and like I said, it wasn't too bad. Well, I mean, you gotta think, it's very, like I said earlier, it's really time consuming. Obviously, if you compete competitively, you want to have some kind of end goal, right? And a lot of people, that end goal is to play in CDL, and that's obviously what everyone wants to do. It's not as simple as just, you know, snapping my fingers and you're the league. You know, it's gonna take a long time. You have to work your way up. You have to, you know, actually learn the game. You have to get better. You have to have a lot of connections. You have to know, like, understand people, find good teammates. It's a lot to go. So, I mean, for me at least, the CCL is a really good entry point into a tier below CDL, if you could say so. So it's a really good entry to where you can, you know, meet some new meet some new people, some new friends. CCL is actually really important for, I mean, Call of Duty in general. But it really is a big foundation of, you know, just Call of Duty, the entire challenger scene, the entire scene itself. I think CCL should be a lot more looked at than it is, and, you know, I love it. I think CCL is doing a fantastic job, so. I mean, a little bit, right? Because you take some classes and you kind of learn some things from your classes, and you put it into real life situations. And for me, my real life situations is Call of Duty, right? So I can learn a little bit easier. I can read things easier. I can understand things easier. But I definitely think there's some correlation between, you know, going to school, learning, and then translating that into COD. I mean, for me, you know, I've always been a player that enjoys LANs. I mean, I think everyone can really talk for that, right? Everyone enjoys the LAN environment, the LAN gameplay. And I know College COD, they do have like the end of the year LAN League, the playoff LAN League, or the playoff LAN, which is always a good time. It's always fun. Really, besides that, I mean, I feel that CCL's done a really good job, especially since when I've joined. They've definitely changed things up, and I think every year it's progressing better. It's always a fun time. It's always a good time, and, you You know, no one can really complain about that. Well, for me, it's just how friendly they've been. I mean, you know, a lot of people, and just in jobs in general, they're always like, oh yeah, we have a family environment. Wichita is literally a definition of a family environment. I feel like no matter what happens, I can talk to them about anything and they'll always be there to help me. If I'm ever struggling in a class, or if I'm ever struggling with my own personal things, any single person on that team, every single person in the program will be there to help me if I need it. And to me, like, that's just one of the biggest things, right? I feel like I have a family here, and I feel like I can trust everyone, and I appreciate and love everyone here. So yeah, shout out to those guys. Love them. Well, I mean, I come from obviously like the CWL era, so I might have, I guess one could say, ego. But I think the players I'm playing with, they've definitely grown from their own, you know, when we first started playing together, which maybe about a year and a half ago. And I've seen them individually progress as players, as friends, as people. And that's something that I enjoy seeing, right? I enjoy seeing the people I'm around progressing through life and just progressing as a person. And in terms of COD, I mean, hey, they got a lot better. I think I'm not the only one who talks about stuff. I'm not the only one who gives input for our team. But I think that the input that we have given to each other has helped everyone, including myself. I mean, I got my passion back. I enjoy competing again. I mean, really thanks to my team.
dancing around, slides in, and Huncho for 2. It's Ace with a sniper.
Oh, what?
Oh, and he puts it on a poster. 1v1. No way. Huncho. All you gotta do is hit the deck, buddy. You do not need to take this challenge. He's gonna spot him, and he takes a shot. 15 seconds. Ace now with an M15. Looking to close this gap. He knows exactly where Huncho is, but the clock is not on his side. Huncho, he knows that all he's got to do is stay alive in this moment, and he goes for the challenge. Way Exotic, though, gets caught. 13 seconds, keeping the 1 versus 2, and he's got a sniper out. He's got to take the chow with the pistol. Makes it a 1v1, walks over for the beatdown, and keep again. You gotta be kidding me. Another clutch when the team needs it most. So you're still got to be worried about these nades that are going to be thrown from the Fighting Scots, but got Bio in the wing, quite literally, and he's picking them apart one by one. 3 go down. Bio taking over, finds all 4 with the pistol too. Why not? And this is the Akron that we were kind of expecting here. Once you get Bio heating up, he's going to be in full takeover mode for the team, Brody.
Oh, mate. I feel like I'm playing Resident Evil 7.
Welcome back to St. Louis at the Impact Gaming Center. I'm Corin, with me, Cash. The CCL 2026 CCL LAN Championship has been, well, to say the very least, fun, phenomenal, and it has been very competitive between all these teams out here. We've had a lot of upsets throughout the weekend. We've had a lot of teams that we expected to come out and perform well, perform extremely well, and these 2 teams that are here in front of us right now are the 2 teams that stand at the top of the totem pole, at least for now. Oklahoma Christian got knocked out yesterday. The other team that we kind of had predicted going to be inside of the bracket play here was going to be Mars Hill, but Fisher and St. Clair, both the number 1 seeds from Groups A and Group B, they are the ones who are here in the winners finals. This is the best of 5 series. In order to get to the grand finals to see who will be the first team locked in and have the advantage going into the best of 7 championship game for the finale of the 2026 Black Ops 7 season. So that being said, let's dive into these 2 teams. Let's take a look at the head-to-head between both of these rosters and see how they've been playing throughout the weekend, because I can guarantee you one thing, St. Clair has not lost a map.
No.
They don't want to lose a map. They want to go all the way through this weekend undefeated if they possibly can, but they've got a very tall task in front of them. Well, I guess they're not really all that tall on the Fisher Falcons side. Their coach is, but that's about the only thing that's tall.
Definitely a task nonetheless ahead of them, and like you said, I like that you mentioned the advantage that the winner of this will get in grand finals. Looking at this matchup, yes, someone is going to want any kind of advantage they can get. Either of these teams, you can see the series going every which way, and we don't even have to dive into all of the facets of that, but between these 2 squads, with this being a winners finals matchup exclusively, it's one people would probably say we could see again. So to see it this early on for these teams to kind of get a heat check at this point in the bracket this early in the day, they're both going to be satisfied to kind of get a feel for one another, but I'm excited to see how they square up on paper. Of course, this being kind of what we've had up until this point, what these records look like. At LAN, though, it's been a little different of a story.
I'm getting word that Vetos are coming in here in just a moment.
Oh, yeah.
For what we see inside of this series. For St. Clair, they do have the, I believe, technical advantage, since they did have, well, actually, I don't know how the... Oh, no, I think they're going to have the advantage since they didn't lose a single map yesterday, so they should be able to pick either Team A or Team B for the Veto series that we have between both of these 2 teams. Fisher obviously went undefeated yesterday, as we kind of mentioned already. We got to see them in that first match. I think there was a lot of good to take away from the series that they had against Wichita State coming into this. We didn't get to see St. Clair on what they were doing against Cumberland, but from what I was told, it didn't seem like that series was too far out of order for what we've seen throughout the weekend for the St. Clair Saints. So first and foremost, St. Clair is going to get Colossus out of there. I don't blame them. Fisher 7-0 on that map mode combo. St. Clair much more akin to play something else that's a little bit more their speed.
The gridlock getting banned as well, and neither of these teams, really wanting to venture something new. We actually had seen St. Clair play on gridlock yesterday, albeit it wasn't search and destroy, but both the teams kind of testing the waters to see if they can have those later in the day. Obviously going to get out of it here first, so St. Clair's going to end up picking Den Hardpoint for map number 1. We just watched Fisher play a lot of that. They look pretty solid on it as well, so I don't think they're too fussy about that for the moment. That's going to leave Fisher up to pick Scar for map 4 number Hardpoint. Keeping it close quarters, I can't say I'm shocked between these 2 teams.
No, I can't either. Most of the time it's going to be what these 2 teams, 11, have played throughout the entire year. This is the moment where I don't think we're going to see anything necessarily tricky out of either of these two teams.
No.
They just want to make it to the grand final first and foremost. Maybe in the grand final, when we start to extend that pool out a little bit further, that's when we'll see some deeper map picks come out of either one of these two teams if they're able to make it the distance into that grand final, of course. For these the set of S&D, when that's all considered, Search and Destroy map 2, we're going to be playing on Raid, where it's a 7-1 map for the Fisher Falcons. Both of these teams win percentage, though, pretty much dead even. There's not much separation on a lot of these maps, and that's what you're going to kind of see as like the theme throughout this series is no matter what map is being played by either of these rosters, both of them are very good.
It's just such a thin margin that you're looking at. I mean, maybe the opening duel win percentage out of Fisher is a little more favored in map 5, and that's even, if this goes the distance, which this has written all over it. But like you said, in the Search and Destroys, I don't think we're going to get anything flashy as far as the map set is concerned as we look to figure out what our overload will be. What we see of the 4 maps that we do have, these teams really just kind of want to get out and, like you said, we got to get to grand finals. We don't want to mess around. We don't want to drop to the lower bracket. They don't want to have any kind of route that would pose any more adversity than this series already will. So, nothing tricky here. Den Raid, double Scar to a Den. I like it out of both of them. I think it's just a very confident pool. No one really wanting to mess around or say, okay, let's just see how they're feeling on this map early. Like you said, reserve it for later if you even want to use it. I think this is a very up and down pick from either side. I think they're both satisfied with the set.
Well, all right, we got a couple of, we really have a suite of new graphics here on Sunday, which has been something that's been awesome to see because we got a lot of stats that we've been able to collect throughout the weekend. And brought to you by BYU. They've come all the way out from Utah to give us the Super Soakers graphic that we've got here. We've got Brack #1 overall sitting there with, I believe that's 1,200 seconds overall on the weekend so far. But realistically, hill time per 10 minutes, I believe that's about 1 minute and 17 seconds. So throughout the entirety of the hard points being played, he has been the one leading the way. It's what you expected of Brack. When we talked about consistency earlier from Brack in terms of the overall modes that he's going through and playing, yes, the kills are always going to be there, and he's always going to be something that's beneficial to the team overall of being able to get you in the door, but he's somebody that's going to kind of be the bouncer on the door. He's going to sit there at the hard point and say, all right, you want to get in, you got to get through me. He's going to sit there like a good man, and he's just going to soak up the time, and that's really what he does every time.
And you see the other two players, second and third, Confid Phantoms, also going around and playing the objective. Again, boasting KD's Confid at a 1.1 KD. We talked about him coming into this series off of the one they just played. He is heating up as well. So an objective play he can take over. I expect a lot more of that slaying to kind of be where he makes his kind of stand here. And we'll have a look at Darkside, who isn't on this objective list. He has been the one really just kind of leading the way kill-wise. He has found ways to get 25, 35, 45 points. Sure, he'll have 40 seconds in the hard point after a win. You want that from him. He doesn't. There's not hill time left to soak when it's all said and done because he's the one kind of carving out the lanes needed for this team. So looking at Kings of the Hill, we're looking at the KDs here and the conversation. Darkside, what he does, what he brings for Fisher. I don't want to say overshadowed because it feels a bit dramatic, but now we can take that, know what Darkside does, pivot and say, but on the other side of things, KB is running it for St. Clair.
Exactly. And the other thing that we talk about too is like, back in the day there used to be defined roles in Call of Duty. You had to you're looking for one main AR, looking for one Slayer, looking for one objective guy. That doesn't really happen in Call of Duty anymore. We don't really have those traditional roles in that sense anymore. But there are still going to be guys on your teams like a Darkside, like a KB, for example, who maybe aren't going to be doing the dirty work and getting that hill time and sitting there, but they're doing everything else on top of that to make sure not only are they the first line of defense, but they're the first ones in. If they need to be the first guy to get a kill, boom, they're in. If they need to be the first guy to get out, push a lane out, I think if we're going to talk about the hard point coming up here on Den, you think of a P2. Instead of just holding time in P2, maybe KB, maybe Darkside, or somebody like that is going to be, instead of sitting in the time, playing out over towards roofs and pushing that out while somebody's blocking deep spawns or getting out into couches and being that first line of defense. They want to take those gunfights first. That's why they have the highest KDs on their team, because they are the ones forcing the other team into unnecessary plays and bad positions.
Well, and I think because we have Fisher v. St. Clair here, we can have the conversation where per 10 minutes you see Darkside averaging about 40 or so seconds, which again, for the slaying he was doing, we were talking, that's a decent number. That looks good for what the output is for his kills around the map. You just saw their KB with about 1 minute and 40 on top of having, a 1.3 give or take KD.
Yeah.
So not only is he finding the kills, but like you said, usually that guy's the entry man, gets the kills, softens it up for the team, lets them get in to hold the time. He's finding the kills and still staying alive behind that for, again, an undetermined amount of time, depending on, what the map complexion is. He's getting the kills, and he's also getting 1 minute 40 of hill time, which is something you'd be satisfied with as an OBJ player, getting 1 minute and 40 with, 500 KD. So for him to be able to do what he does, killing around the map, and to also prioritize objective play like that is something that Does he get to dip into both pools today? Is it going to be against Fisher, one or the other? Do you have to find kills and we're going to keep you out of the hill? Or do you get hill time, but you're going to slow down in the kill column? That's something I'm interested to see out of KB. What can Fisher do to force him to not get the best of both worlds?
A lot of questions to be answered here as we get into map 1. Teams getting lobbied, everybody getting ready, coaches in the back end talking to their teams one final time, going over strategies, getting everything mixed up and ready to go. And the big thing that's on everybody's mind right now is, can Wichita State, the team that lost down there, beat Cumberland Phoenix? Can Cumberland Phoenix beat Wichita State? I know that's not necessarily the matchup we're watching right now, but down in lower round 1, that is the other matchup in the bracket that we have. One of those teams, after a best-of-5 series, will be eliminated from contention for a national championship this weekend. Yes, do we expect Fisher? Do we expect St. Clair to be there fighting in the grand finals on Sunday afternoon later today? We absolutely do. But Cumberland and Wichita State are not finished fighting yet. We'll try to give you live updates for that match. We'll try to make sure that we give you all the information, and hopefully we can get a live look in between maybe maps 1 and 2, 3 and 4, whatever it may be between these two teams. I have a feeling that this one could go the distance here. We're going to get our first taste at what we're going to see between Fisher and St. Clair now in a matchup that everybody has crowned as destined for something that is going to be a running back later on in the day. Amber, I am quite excited to see who comes out on top first. Will it be the Fisher Falcons to finally be able to break the mold? Will it be St. Clair to break the curse that has been ailing them for what has been almost 4 to 5 years at this point in time? Let's kick it off in map 1 here for a chance to get to the grand final to fight for a national championship on land. The Fisher Falcons will be in the hard point first, but it's St. Clair who battle back in touch time in P1.
We've seen so much of Fisher today and how much they work through the mid-map and expand the map around that, so I expect them to apply a lot of pressure here. They're not going to try to play from the outer lanes. They do like to get the initial tempo set from the mid-map. They do that here. They get back in the hill.
Guess who's popping off? It's big old dark side. 3-piece early on, holding down P3, looking to push back on P1. It's Rupert who has something to say about it. Confid there for a trade. It goes 3 for 3 inside of the hill. 1v1. Seawads versus Brack. Brack wins it. He's got his own 3-piece on 3 in a row. Starting to get some time here for the Falcons. 15 seconds left on P1.
And he's just been the AR to lead the charge for this squad to start the entirety of Sunday for them. Of course, this being our first time seeing St. Clair on broadcast here. We'll see what they can do to mitigate that. The respect on either side for these teams, knowing that Brack is going to be a mainstay player that's going to lock down lanes. What can they do to make him uncomfortable around the map? For now, we go 50-50 on P1. Rotation's new, just as dicey. A 1v1 for time. As St. Clair gets numbers there, they're able to win it with time for the moment. Already a flank underway from Brack.
Brack on the backside looking to go ahead around. Dark side naded out. It's Confid who puts a mistake there. Gets one at his feet. It's a team kill that comes in on the opposite side for St. Clair. Bit mixy early on here. Some early mistakes from both sides, allowing the chaos to now fester for the Fisher Falcons. They've got bodies here. It's a 1v4 on time, and they'll break back in with 40 seconds left. Plenty of action here. St. Clair now gets a break through middle map.
Brack gets 2 of those 2 in the back line just to clear it out. So while the mistake was happening in the front, Brack was taking care of business in the back. The bouncer in position. What can he do to keep the door shut? For now, going to do everything that he can. Everyone on the other side of things going to win their gunfights the front side of hill. So all of the cuts covered, lines, and arrows all pointing forward. As now this push is going to come from out of the roof. You connect with your KD, but the next hit is on.
KB played his life perfectly there, was able to find one with an nade, gets back in, AR pulled out, goes outer right-hand side, 2 HP, survives and gets in for time. So St. Clair early on, small deficit, get the back end of P2 time, and now it's all about the rotation. Seawad's the first man here, line of defense. He's got 2 bodies in front of him, great bait and switch from the Fisher Falcons, allowed them to push through the tower side. On 10, you've got CoD who's still there, KB out through middle, and the flank being watched by Brack. Great shots are good. It weakens them up, they can all play around one another, but the good news here for Fisher is that they're in.
And Darkside's just going to cut the mid-cut and try to really cut off Seawatch before he can get reinforcements at the point. He is going to be the only one on time before he falls. Conf is going to be there also, but they take care of it. It was a foot race to hill, and it's going to be St. Clair winning that gunfight once again. Now we see them still battling from a deficit, but in time, a moment where, okay, maybe they can breathe, maybe they get this mid lane secured, and they can find themselves even more time. 30 seconds to fight for, something they're absolutely going to work for every bit of.
All eyes on Conflict through middle map as he's able to find one on CoD. Seawad's on a re-wrap back, will spot the second player out. They go 1 for 1 on a trade immediately. Brack is there once again. He knows it's a player inside of 10. Good shots in, can't get the snap on it. They go 3 for 2 once again, but it's everybody dead. And now the rotation back over. St. Clair fighting for the scrap time once again here on the hill, but the team that is out and ahead inside of the dojo is Fisher.
We are just completely neck and neck, just having a look at things, kind of taking it all in here. It's been a lightning quick 3 hills, and already on to the 4th. We are starting it off essentially 0-0 here. Rupert with the nade, trying to soften things up as they get in. The fights are going to be taking place everywhere. They're going down. You open up with 2. It's even in the feed, 2v2 for time.
Papa wants something in the back line. KB, the top KD all over the entire weekend thus far, isn't able to win the 1v in the back line for Phantoms. That gives full spawn control to the Fisher Falcons, who now turn their focus back over to the front side on the roofs. It's going to be Rupert here, the first one in. Got Seawad's now pushing on the outside as well. St. Clair trying to break as fast as they can, but they know they've got players inside of the computers. It's trades galore consistently here throughout the map. Not a moment to breathe if you're either team.
Brack will get a team kill, but he'll end up getting something for it. So you're still going to have advantage. You're still going to have spawns. As Brack's starting to light things up here. Maybe a moment, just kind of regather, figure out where he wants to take his next gunfight. Doesn't finish his food, you're going to get the hop in as well, so he's just going to throw a nade, try to back these players down. No, he's damaged. Phantom's over the top, able to get the cleanup for the moment, but as you said, back and forth we go. No one slowing down for even a moment. It will still be Fisher in the time, and even though it's been back and forth, the scoreline very much favoring Fisher after that hill.
St. Clair, first real challenge that they've had all weekend when it comes to a team playing them close inside of a hard point. Fisher now have a 30-point lead extended on them, but in the middle map, it's another team kill that comes in from Phantoms. That is going to be costly here. It's going to give St. Clair a lot of time and space to move around the map. It's another double that comes through inside of couches. So you've cleared everything out. You've got P2 side of the map in your favor. All eyes back on Dojo. Here comes the push in for Fisher.
They've got a couple of players just watching these lanes in isolation. Everyone else overlooking with ARs in the mid-map, so C-Wad's going to get a couple. Rupert is going to get one before being taken down, but again, the job was done. You put those players to pinch those lanes, you get information early, the players mid-map are now able to turn in response to where those spawns flip. It's going to be C-Wad's roaming the south side of the map. He's going to play spoiler on this next push. What can he do? Fisher respond with 2.
We're going to see if it was St. Clair Sunday Blues like what happened last year in 2025. They fell apart on Sunday. Here, though, they've been able to survive about a 30 to 40-point deficit, get back inside of P1, and now they're pushing again. Scrap time with 13 seconds, looking to hold everything down. CoD's going to be the first one pushed up into broken window, and you can see where they're trying to push everybody out. It's a spawn out across from Fisher Falcons. They're going to have a pinch coming in through the roofs. St. Clair's kind of in a weird spot right now where they don't really have any sort of space to take by P2.
On the back lines, last time it was going to be Brack just to try to push this forward to get the early break. Now that you have the rotation, it's going to be Phantoms watching the push to the south side. Everyone's going to be working through mid for the moment, though, so Phantoms will have Sandful here in a second. If he's able to get one, great. If you can relay the comms to everyone else that there's going to be more pressure, awesome. Everyone took care of business from the front. You know the last player is going to be here. You win this 1v1. You should get the lion's share of time for the moment, but C-Wad's able to get the cleanup, a pinch quickly developing.
Brack there for a good trade. 3 bodies in, and a spawn directly behind player 6 in CoD. Could spell trouble for what he's trying to throw at the hill while the rest of the team is getting in position. He picks them away, turns some heads around. This allows KB an opening to get inside. It's another 1v1 gunfight. Semtex right side, going to weaken up a few players or at least back them off. Pistol from Phantoms allows his team now to push back into the hard point. Confident to slide in directly to the left-hand side. They're playing only for 15 seconds. You'd think this is the end of the game.
It's a conga line, essentially, of how they're throwing bodies at this. Like you said, no one wanting to let any time go. They don't want to give an opportunity for them to tie this game up. And we're going to have a live look here, or at least the breath moments of the finality of that hard point. It's going to be taken by Cumberland, and I don't know if we're hearing hooting and hollering from somewhere, but absolutely they're letting people know as that map 1 goes the way of Cumberland. Diving in here, like you said, this one playing with the energy of the tail end of 1. Alex, we're only halfway done.
Yeah, it's like on an airplane right now. I got a baby crying behind me, and I want to shut it up, but I can't. Dark side now looking back around. Rupert on the outside of the building. He'll find 2 on a connection with a grenade first. This allows CoD and C-Wants to get aggressive inside. This should be the final nail in the coffin for a Fisher player. And it's finally the rescue that comes in from C-Wants. Again, so many bodies constantly flying around the objectives. It's like they're getting back every single time. You blink and you miss it. All of a sudden, the respawn's there. It's still a 6-point game with 30 seconds left on P3.
And here come the Fisher Falcons once again. They want to clear out mid-cut. They want to use that as cover to be able to surge forward and get the rest of this hard point time. 20 seconds, sitting great. Neither team wanting to let that go, but you're satisfied with it. No one is fighting from any kind of deficit, but they know the intensity. They know the pressure to be able to get as many points as possible here. It's still Fisher fighting for it. It's still back and forth in the kill feed. No one letting time go for free.
Only 1 player left alive here. It's Brack on 4 in a row. He's got a gunfight against CoD here. Gets directly down. Great snap to the head. Is going to at least allow a lane and an avenue to push in through Dojo. Fisher on the back end trying to hold on. They've got a full hit coming through the front. Let's see what the comms sound like as they all fall dead.
2 there. Get on the desk there. 2 there. We're good. Go in front. Take a right.
I'm gonna take my will. I will.
You guys go mid. I'm going top. Just wait.
Yes, double
top on me. Double top.
Yeah,
double top. Iron. Watch out. Small. Next time. I'm a bullet. I'm a bullet.
Where is he in the back?
You got
top. One shot. He's
close. Small. Logan. His small. Spawn back. Maybe front roof. Front roof.
Let's go.
Maybe front roof.
Which one?
Watch out front. Watch out front.
Where?
Behind you.
Nice spawn out.
He pushed lights.
He pushed lights.
He's gonna
spawn back here. I spawned
right.
I spawned DP2. One top window, one front.
Bottom server. I have the P2. Okay, bottom playing.
Nothing coming on you.
What shot? Let's get some.
Nice job, bro.
Hey, we just keep them there.
I'm gonna go pick up, bro.
Who's
P2 needs to make sure you're helping.
I hear you. Sunday top.
On the right. Two right.
I'm right.
You should chill out. Don't get naded.
You're gonna top. Jump down.
Time and because.
St. Clair at the end of P4. We're down about 30, 40 points the last time through. This time on the second rotation, they get themselves about a 40-point lead, and now Fisher reeling on the back end, trying to fight back as hard as they can. P3 cut back here inside a middle map. It's 3 dead. They're looking for number 4.
We were seeing if KB could keep up the slaying and the objective performance that we have seen him do the entire weekend, out to 30 and 20, leading St. Clair with about 60 seconds of hill time. He is dipping into both pools for now. Brack on the other side doing the same thing. 26 and 20, 60 seconds of hill time. Darkside's going to find a couple. Can Fisher get the rally going? Can they tie it up here on P1?
It was all about shutting down Darkside for a little bit. Confid, although he's a minute and 6 seconds at 13 and 24, hasn't had the best game here in map 1 to start things off, but the score closing, encapsulating even further. Another lead change could be in the loom as St. Clair now on the backside trying to break this in. Fisher holding the front side of P2. First gunfight goes Phantom's way.
Here we go, the rest of the team. Ento, the attack and nade usage out of St. Clair has been phenomenal, as that's going to open things up. Rupert's going to slide in and get the kill. Confid on the trade. Seawad with the double. It will be a team kill on CoD though, so for the moment the number's going to be softened, but Seawad's making it happen, staying alive with the pistol. Can't make it connect as Phantoms is going to get 2. Running around with the sub as well. Rupert to the back, going to collect 1. It's still going to be Fisher in time. They've eclipsed 200.
Promise though. Here it comes for St. Clair. On the back end now, it's Darkside from the roost. They had everybody spread out and were able to recollapse on it. St. Clair didn't have any pressure coming from the outside, and it's Darkside who once again finds another 3. The last person you want to see heating up on the map is Darkside, the KD leader this weekend in hardpoint for the Fisher Falcons. He's almost got a minute to go along with it as well. This is one of the best games he's played so far.
20 seconds left on the hill, 35 seconds to close it out. You haven't even eclipsed 200 if you are St. Clair. They're feeling the heat for the moment. They can't let this time go, but they also need to make sure they get a good setup on rotation. You can see them kind of throwing it at it now. They're going to get the last little bit of time. Sure, it's going to put them at about that 200-point mark, but Fisher, they know they have numbers. They have winner's advantage as well, Alex. So what they can do here is sell out, apply pressure, make St. Clair mess up.
Seawads gets a bump through. Everybody now rotating here for St. Clair. South side of the map in the conveyor belt, starting to push their way forward, but Brack inside of Dojo wants to hold this line back while everybody else is flooding through middle map. Seawads and KB. First 2 kills go the way of St. Clair. Their Griffin's starting to fly. Rupert now looking back to Dojo. He's got 2 bodies here. One out to the right, one to the left. It's going to be Confid who gets the best of him in this engagement. KB goes 1 for 1 with the rest of the team. 12-point differential. Fisher still lead.
Brack with 2 piece. Over the top now. But it's like St. Clair getting to get close, and KB just bouncing off the walls here as we're all kind of feeling the energy and really just reflecting what we are looking at. And now St. Clair with an opportunity to look to tie things up. What was not necessarily dire in a sense, but a deficit they had to come back from. We said they needed a strong rotation. They've gone and done that here.
Map 1 jitters could all end on P4. Neither team can win here. Lead changes and eclipses once again, but guess what? As soon as that happens, we sit dead even. 2:29, final 6 seconds. Gonna go the way of Fisher Falcons, but everybody here from St. Clair's on rotation.
And everyone's sitting back. They want to try to let Fisher come to them. They know they cannot give up spawns. If they give up spawns, it's game. They're trying not to do that, and already UFC Seawad spawn out.
Brack finds 1. Rupert backline has another gunfight that's coming in from Darkside. He's got team help through. Confid on the slide challenge, can't get anything for it. Still time left, but 10 seconds, you gotta go.
And they've got to fly, they've got to push pace. You can see Phantom's leading the charge. He needs to find some great tack nade usage here. This is going to be the last push for Fisher.
Outer roof, Cootie has 2 lined up in front of him. Phantoms is able to survive for 1. They get inside. 15 seconds now on the turn back around. It's Darkside who's able to find a double. Survives them here. Spawn's still close. C1 gets the engagement, but now it's Brack who has to win 3 more gunfights through the front. He can't find them on the tree. It's not going to be enough time for Fisher to push back in. St. Clair in a burner of map 1 will take the 1-0 series lead in the winners finals.
And we cut these player cams.
Say grand finals because
I mean, it might as well be. The fact that we're going to get treated to potentially another one of these is just insane. But you cut those player cams. No crazy yelling, right? But it just, again, the energy you could feel on the St. Clair side. We talked about going to the second set of rotations, or third set of rotations. They were down 30 or 40 points.
Yes, they were.
They were able to battle back in. They were just handshaking leads, and Fisher there, the tail end of things. It did come down to rotation, and I think it was just laid out wonderfully how well St. Clair played it. They're like, if we give up spawns, it's over. We need spawns for at least the first 15 seconds, and we need to put this game. It was already a 20-point game to the win. They're like, if we can get 10, okay, things can get a little dicey, but they played so reserved there. They didn't have any reason to overextend. Like you said, you always call that top lane of the map roofs. It's not a clean lane. They don't really have to apply a ton of pressure there. Keep spawns in the back. They can keep things for the good. I mean, look at this. I'm having fun. Are you having fun?
I'm having a great time. I mean, you see for P1 there, obviously, you know, P1 to about through P2 and P3, great. It was that 40-point separation that we got at the end of P4 at the first set of rotations, where St. Clair was able to then hold middle map down. They got it back to a great point, and all of a sudden in P2, they start to get a small lead there. Then we see the complete opposite happen, where it was P4 the next time through, that St. Clair then started to extend their lead. Fisher then was down by about 40 points, and when they were able to bounce back and climb back in through middle map, map, it felt like a mirror matchup between these two teams just happening at different times, and a pendulum that kept swinging back and forth almost in perfect motion. All the way up until the end, they kept going back and forth, crossing between one another on the way to victory. St. Clair just narrowly squeaked it out. Honestly, for Fisher, the biggest thing there was when you saw that final two-piece from Darkside that was there, and then Brack tried to come in for help over the top for support. The one thing that they didn't have, even though it was a great kill from Darkside, was somebody slipping in through computers to get the spawn a little bit deeper back, so St. Clair were able to send bodies there. They were rewarded for their rotation there, and that's why they were able to take map 1. That really was what it came down to at the end. There was that final rotation. There's so many other moments you can point to throughout a game, but in a game like this where it's this close, that was the moment that sealed it.
We'll just let the scorecard sit here, kind of soak in everything in front of us. I mean, it's pretty 1-to-1. I mean, you look at the 4,400 damage between KB and Brack. I mean, they just went at it. 32 and 28, 38 and 27. Again, 102 in the hill, 2 minutes in the hill. You can really just pair up any of these performances. Of course, you see Confid's maybe slower performance slaying, and know that someone he's younger that wants to turn things up. To still only lose by the margin they did, you think, okay, sure. Again, we do get ticky-tacky at this level because that's what it comes down to. You do need him to do a little bit more there, but you're going to have an off map against a great team. It's only winners finals.
Sure.
You know, there isn't really any kind of crazy implication to it. If you're going to have a slow map, let's get it out of the way here. It just really was Fisher to start, as we see in the highlights here, but when St. Clair got going, like you said, that just started an all-out battle of just back and forth gameplay. I do think the one edge that you can clearly give St. Clair, and something we don't really get to talk about a lot until it's in our face a lot, is the tack usage out of them. I think there were 2 separate instances where Confid had a couple of team kills with a nade, Phantoms had one over the top, and St. Clair just used it so well to just entry into points. They didn't use the stuns to slow players down. Damage has to back you off, and if it doesn't, we're going to slide in and already have an advantage because we have dealt that with our frag grenade. So I think St. Clair plays really well behind their attacks. You didn't see a ton of trophy system usage or stoppage. It seemed like St. Clair got a lot of those opportunities to kind of lob it over the door frame. And because of that, I think a lot of those entries where they needed them helped. So everything here just comes together to give them the whole map. Absolutely loving what they're seeing. You could just feel, I imagine the tension in that room. I know up here we were feeling it. Back there had to have just been ridiculous. I expect it's just going to get loud and rowdy in there through the rest of the day. But yeah, something like that where you're calling off spawn, all right? Okay, the guys, let's use our nades and tags. Let's use our nades and tags. Make sure we're doing that. And they can see that it's working out for them. So you know that had to have been the conversation the whole time. You saw a lot of good things out of it in the kill feed. So we don't get to talk about that too much. The fact that it worked out so well for St. Clair at so many instances on a map like Den is definitely signs in a good direction of, okay, they want to use everything that they have against this team. And because of that, they get rewarded with, I mean, a 13-point map 1 win. That's not even our last time on Den, potentially. If we go to 5, we transition to a raid, search, and destroy.
Well, the thing is, we talked about struggles in the map too for Fisher, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is like the one thing that I guess we've neglected to almost kind of point out is like St. Clair is a matchup for Fisher is a lot better for them than somebody like a Cumberland, because I think Cumberland plays a little bit unorthodox in some of their S&Ds comparatively to a team like St. Clair, and that's nothing against Cumberland, as they still play a really strong and well-played game of Call of Duty. It's just for Fisher, with the players that they have on this roster, and the same thing for St. Clair, they are perennial like top 4, top 8 challengers players for the most part, or at least throughout the last few years, right? And so when you look at that, there's a specific expectation of the way that a search and destroy is going to be played, and both of these teams are going to kind of be able to play within that realm. It's like if you go from like, you know, like if you're playing CoD and you're a Crimson, you're an Eerie, you're top 250, and then all of a sudden you're playing like maybe just like even just a rank lower, and you're like, what are they doing? Like, what are you doing? And I think sometimes that catches some of these top teams inside of the CCL off guard. Not to say that Cumberland is going to be playing at such a far off pace that it's not going to be able to be something that you can counter against. But it's like, okay, if you're not making the right play here, or you are expecting somebody to be in a specific spot and you're checking something, and they're just playing the opposite side or like somewhere kind of like an off angle, it's like, okay, that was annoying as hell. And now you have to kind of like combat that, and you're starting to think about that as you get deeper into the games. That being said, St. Clair hasn't lost a search and destroy the entire weekend.
Yeah.
And also that throughout most of the year, they didn't really struggle in S&D either. So this is kind of where you expected St. Clair to, even if they lose map 1, bounce back with an S&D win. But again, I think Fisher and St. Clair match up really well against each other, so I don't think it's as cut and dry as it kind of sounds.
As much as we've talked about that, like you said, being kind of a point for Fisher of not even asterisks heavily, but like I said, with the team that maybe they mirror a bit more as far as play style is concerned, it's something that'll feel a little more consistent to them round to round on what the expectation will be off breaks and things like that. And looking at the S&D specialist, look, we've been talking about him a little bit here and there in each map for Fisher. Confid is someone who in Search and Destroy has kind of been their bright spot. I mean, the opening win percentage, one of the highest you'll see here, especially for how much they've played this weekend. At 71%, I mean, 3 out of 4 times he's going into battle. battle, he's walking out with a win. And that's just big for Fisher. Even though they have been hurting in Search and Destroy, you've been able to count on that, at least being something where in the first blood column, he's been able to take that and put it on Fisher's side. Non-traded kill percentage is also fantastic, but you just look at the overarching performance in a Search and Destroy. CWAD's boasting the KD that he does, the kills per round that he does, getting the edge and the longevity, but off that opening break, St. Clair know exactly who they're looking for.
Yeah. I should also point out CWAD's is the second-rated player in Search and Destroy throughout the entire weekend as well. So, like, this is the best player that has been consistent, at least for Fisher, throughout the entire weekend of S&D, and they're sitting at a 108 KD. Yeah. So, like, the entirety of St. Clair Saints, besides one person being KB, who's just been an absolute animal and nuking people inside a hard point, is the only player left off the top 10 list of all players here for the weekend in S&D. And not only that, yes, we talked about it beforehand, like, the data's kind of skewed in a little bit because St. Clair's only played 3 Search and Destroys this weekend. So it's like, you know, you're not looking at that. Or 4, I should say, not because they played a couple of series. But they played 4 Search and Destroys. Even being at a 1-8-9 after 4 Search and Destroys is nuts, especially against the top 4 teams within collegiate Call of Duty. But again, for Fisher, they've played a few more S&Ds. They've gone into deeper series. They've had a lot of tough stretches along the lines against some of these teams that St. Clair hasn't really looked to struggle with as much. And that's why we are sitting here and saying, yes, this is why we don't expect Fisher to maybe have the best go of things at times, because it can be a little tricky for him.
Not to Search and Destroy. Phantoms over the top of the AR, going to connect. That's going to open up the bomb site. And what we saw Fisher do as well is they like to take up space. They like to get laundry control. They're not really satisfied with just saying, okay, we got the player out of laundry window. We want to make sure that when we plant, we can get out and not have to worry about someone challenging over. CoD, though, the shake, the shimmy is going to get 2 for the trouble, is going to get the stun and get away as well. So as much as they had laundry control, creepy crawler on the ground weren't able to take advantage of. They get the bomb down, though, but CoD makes his presence felt.
CoD plays his life perfectly there, too, on the backside of laundry. There wasn't much better that you were going to be able to do there, to especially afford a secondary kill when your teammate's pushing directly on a slide. Chow out, though. Not exactly sure if I love that. You don't necessarily expect Phantoms to be here, but this is for the ace in the round if he's able to find Rooper. Top side of laundry, sniper directly in hand for Rooper. Couple of players going to be there. Smoke challenge going to be out and through the window. Teammate over the top will steal the ace away from Phantoms, but all the same, it ends at 1-0 with the Fisher Falcons leading map 1. Round 1.
Phantoms is someone in the Search and Destroy. Yeah, over the top, connect for a first blood, get things going. Going to be someone, again, you just say every name, and you have to call to it at different points. But, I mean, really, you could plug in any name there. Because you're like, yeah, no duh. It's not shocking you go over the first blood and almost walk away with an ace. That's something you would think that he would do. So even though things go up and down for players individually within the map, Fisher stays so constant and so consistent. So to get a map 1, to get on the board, I know he's feeling it because it has been a little slower in the respawns for him. So a 3-0 start in the opening round, very satisfied with it.
Phantoms wants to look over middle. They got 3 players basically all wrapped out and trying to send it into P1, or P5 rather. CoD will spot one out. Wants to go for the wall bank. Can't attach on anything else. Doesn't exactly know where that player fully rotated to, but they know there's at least a couple of bodies inside of mid-map. It's KB with a nade on the Phantoms who's able to open up. They're trying to get this bomb worked out to B, but inside of Tiki, they're just going to stay for a moment. They know they have the man advantage.
Confid, dark side. Kind of working right now, deciding, okay, do we want to push? Do we want to play patient and try to, basically wait out CoD to see if he's going to wrap back to mid? So just a lot of shimmying, standing in place for the moment. A picture-in-picture around 11 as well. I believe this is a live look, at least far as we're concerned. We'll kind of let this round dissipate because around 11, they can put Wichita State back in.
Well, not only is it around 11, it's a 1v2 here for Peach. He gets information. We're going to do this both at the same time. KB's finding kills on the opposite side. Peach is still looking to push this way forward. He's not able to get it. The rip is there. Cumberland Phoenix will take map 2. I believe it's a 2-0 series lead for them. And all the while, St. Clair is still able to get kills here on top of the staircase inside of middle map. They're going to be able to go up 1-1. Or sorry, tie 1-1. Comes down to KB, though. KB had a hell of a round. I'm pretty sure that it was either he got an ace in that round or he got 3 of them.
At least, yeah.
Either way, that's a bounce back. You'll take it.
And just to shape up that Bravo series, 250 to 249 win.
Ace.
And around 11 win.
Yep.
I mean, that series could not be playing closer as well. As expected, ours was a 13-point game. I mean, again, this is where we're at on Sunday, just to show you kind of how close these games are going to play. I'm glad we've been getting those picture-in-pictures. Wichita, we were getting word, was down 4-2. ended up losing 5-6. So yeah, just crazy there, and we'll keep tapping him. It's great information to be able to relay because we're just excited to get updates about that match. But here, tied up 1-1 in the search and destroy. CoD going to wisely back down now. Fisher not getting the offensive prowess that they maybe liked, still having to work a little bit more for site control.
Darkside wants to push this thing forward. Spots one on the jump challenge. Those two players are going to be back site, so he's going to call over a teammate for help. Config gets a little aggressive on the push-up. Brack is trying to be there. They try to ego chow directly forward, and at least Darkside's good for one, but the problem is you still have another player in CoD wrapping around the back, trying to just make sure that this does not sit calm and steady and allow Fisher to get any sort of breath to regain somehow, some way. Darkside stays alive in the back end. C-Wads now has to be in a position for a trade, and if you look to Phantoms, you're in a 1 versus 1. You don't know where the last player is. You expect he's somewhere on the flank because that was the last point of information that you had from a teammate on the call-out, but you're taking this bomb over towards B. Middle map now being wrapped through by Rupert. This 1v1's playing very close.
I feel like it's going to come down to timings.
Always does.
As they're playing so close to one another. Look left, look right before crossing the street, and you're not going to. The turn and burn for a moment.
Like, it didn't get, like, too scary, but it got to the point where, like, he was able to turn around, acknowledge that he was getting shot in the back, and just say, I'm going to put a bullet or two in you. And, like, at that point, if you're like, oh, I missed a couple of shots, then you're looking at a much different round there. But luckily enough, Timmy Phantom's done this enough times in his lifetime that he's able to walk away with the gunfight win there. So, clutch 1v1. Realistically, that round was just kind of a bang-out back launcher, which you don't necessarily see all the time with almost 4 bodies there, but still somehow, some way, ends up in the way of Fisher on the offense.
5 kills, Darkside, 5 kills, Phantoms. Confid not on the board. KB the only one with a handful of kills on the board is now, if we're going to do a bang out launch, we might as well just take it mid-map at this point, and we're going to go 1 for 1 for the good, so 3-3 is going to be in the kill column. You're basically just head on a swivel spinning around if you're Darkside. Phantoms going to alleviate that pressure in totality. Mid-map, allow the team to completely wrap back, so you have the main advantage, but you also have these players in aggressive position. CoD, he's done a good job keeping his life here. Can he do a little more?
Oh, another trade in for Brack. It actually is going to be C-Watt who backs all the way up, has the pistol challenge, but was already weakened up. Slide comes through from back jungle, goes around the outside wall, and you're able to clean up that final kill there as well. It's actually been quite a struggle for Confid here inside of the S&D. He was the top performer when we were looking at that matchup against Wichita State earlier when they played the Den. I was expecting something a little bit more out of him here. Obviously, it's still early, but he has actually been putting himself in good position. That's kind of why I was bringing it up, is like he's been putting himself in good positions for trades for his teammates. He's not just kind of dying willy-nilly and just losing his life that way.
Well, and those are also situations, like you said, if you're in a position to get a trade, that means you're in a position where you're taking gunfights that they're going to fall at some point. You know, they're going to be ones that go your way. If you keep putting yourself in the right spot, you're going to get on the better side of those gunfights. So you do want to see him keep putting himself in those positions because they're still valuable to the team, even if he doesn't walk away with a kill.
And when you needed Phantoms, he's going to give you 7. He's got 2 coming up the middle map right now. Oh, almost able to walk away, but it's just a good bait and switch. 2 players from St. Clair now get out with their lives and through middle map. You can sit happy with the fact that they're up 4-3 in the life count. Minute left on the clock, just about 60 seconds. Bomb still wanting to work its way over towards B, but you're in a precarious spot here because now you're not only looking for an engagement where you can try to walk away with a pick here, but you still are trying to make sure this site is even cleared out to plant.
With teammate oversight, Brack trying to pay respect to Tiki side and pool side. You're just going to have the bomb wrap the whole way through. Just a very tight mid-map spawn side presence. But again, who wants to fill that space? Darkside. He gets eyes. He wisely backs down. The last time he overextended and got killed for it. So Brack's able to get 1 mid-map. Can he get a second? No. But now all hell starts to break loose. Confid finally gets on the board. That's going to be a confidence booster at that. Darkside trying to jump chow. They're waiting for him kitchen. They get him taken down. C-Wads lines up 2. What was a bomb wrap back? I think Darkside or Brack getting that kill. Everyone wanted to adjust and kind of go back to the pool side and plant the bomb there. And I just think St. Clair played it so patient, no one really moved the entirety of that round for them.
Yeah, I think a big thing is like you just don't expect 2 people in the kitchen there at the end either. So when you're trying to hop over the mid wall there, it's like, okay, well, where do I go now? And like credit where credit was due for Confid being able to get that trade inside the middle map. Would I have liked them to maybe try to push that up a little bit further? I can't really necessarily say that I would, because I like that the fact that they knew that there was pressure in middle map and they wanted to try and catch somebody off guard. If Brack wins that second gunfight on what would have been CoD there, yeah, maybe you give yourselves a shot at the round. But I mean, that was such a difficult gunfight, especially against an NPC at that range while already being weak. So now we go back over towards B. This time it's going to be St. Clair on their offensive attempt looking forward. C-Wads has the AR down towards the bottom. Rupert's still there too. They want to break out and just kind of pop out at the same time here. That's really what they're waiting for. They're just waiting for the information to come from the rest of the teammates. You can see Rupert slide challenge over towards the left. Darkside weak backs all the way off through Tiki, and now Fisher Falcons have the info.
Rupert 105 carrying the bomb as well. Someone you're trying to, like you said, relay information, get him a good window to get across for bomb. You can definitely get cover and get it planted. They were just waiting for the moment to do so, and they didn't realize pretty much all of Fisher right back to the A site as well. Brack's going to be the only one holding it down, so they have the site if they want it to an extent. As a lot of noise is going down here, that's going to be the call for St. Clair to get close, but Brat could find fantastic timing here as everyone's making noise on his team. Right under his nose, the bomb goes down, or does it?
He's spotting him out on the plant right there, but he didn't want to go for the challenge. He knows that somebody's stuck in the corner, and the smoke gets through, and he's able to walk away for free. Brack's going to be on the chase there. Rupert knows there's going to be one there, and he's just going to hop this directly instead. Does anybody go for the check on this? Yes, T-Waz, who was playing around inside the pool, absolutely does. Gets great timing. He finds 3. All by his lonesome. Now alive is Confid. He runs directly into the beast of Rupert, and you think maybe if Brack gets the timing on the player there, or at least spots out that that was the bomb being planted, I think he kind of second-guessed himself. He's like, wait, is somebody there? Nah, he's not. Wait, somebody? Nah, he's not there. And then he just runs through the smoke, gets away for free. It's like, man, if anything else goes that way, T-Waz never gets in this position to get set up in the water. And that round looks completely different.
And I do think if he'd realized that was someone planning, I don't think he would have let it go and get the plant.
And he also wouldn't aggress too far forward and push all the way through on the other side and then put himself in a bad spot.
I think once he realized, yeah, that was a planter, I've got to get this kill. But like you said, he felt that pressure there. Just a perfect situation for St. Clair. Again, moments of hesitation like that or being unsure will take you down. But speaking of lack of hesitation, for that matter, Darkside's just going to run it down ring. He wants to get in the mix. He tells the guys chomping at the bit to get kills. Things go even 2-2. Smoke's going to get you out of dodge if you're St. Clair, but Darkside 8-7. Engagement's wicked high here. You can tell he wants to push pace for Fisher, but that hasn't quite panned out for them until round translation wins.
You get the call if they're weak. And if you're Phantoms, you get the spot out middle map. I'm not sure if you saw 2 bodies or if you saw 1. Regardless, you expect them to be playing together no matter what. Up through the P5 cut, KB is going to jump up, spots out Brack inside of rings to give them information that they can back off through kitchen. Now it's going to be a full wrap back over towards laundry, and they're going to be right on top of each other here in just a moment. Rupert, a jump chow up. Doesn't spot one on the bomb. Phantom should be able to get this down in time. This is leaving Brack all by himself on the ringside to have to walk away with a 1v1 gunfight. He's backed off to 47 HP, wrapping onto the Swan side. Still lots of time now on the push out. You got Phantoms looking for one inside of ring. Spotted Rupert on the cross through left-hand side. There's still a double back chow, and you got Brack on the opposite end. They're playing pretty far spread out, but this is going to be a really good opportunity for them to walk away with a gunfight here.
Ooh, and you were just watching them cross these doorways. Well, at least we are.
Get the spot in the middle. KB, last alive. 1 versus 2, 18 seconds. Can't find the second player down low inside of the P5 pit. Phantoms walks away with a 1v1.
Man, so close. I mean, I'm just seeing kind of just those microseconds of just checking an angle, missing it, hopping the door frame. Moments that still didn't take Fisher by surprise. They knew just about where these players were bouncing between. Lots of damage dealt too. Either one of them could have fallen at any point, and I think St. Clair's wishing they could have finished one of those kills. But I mean, again, just great awareness. These are 2 players that 10 times out of 10 you'd want to take in a 2v2 clutch. Such seasoned veterans. Now as they give themselves an advantage, it was St. Clair getting a couple going there, a little bit of momentum. A good offense, how they opened up the search and destroy. They get another A round to stick as well. Phantoms 3 in a row, 10-3 as well, so he's still having a good search and destroy. Can he get the rest of the team on board?
Yeah, this is his best individual SD performance that we've seen all year. The problem, though, as we've seen so many times, is St. Clair just throws so many different looks at you from different parts of the map that the second that you overcommit to one, you're going to be allowed St. Clair an opportunity to get inside. So they get 2 for it from Rupert. You look back to the middle map, KB spots another one out on the rocks. Somehow Brack wins the gunfight. Much more manageable now in a 2 versus 3. Brack and Phantoms up through middle map. Back up to 100 HP is Brack. They are kind of wary about somebody wrapping through the spawn side, maybe hitting into Zig out through middle, but there's nobody there right now. You got 1 backed off in Tiki, other 2 playing mansion side. Brack is going to be able to spot one out, but now you're looking for Rupert on the contestation because you know he's there and he sees 2 people staring directly at him. He's like, okay, I have the information, but now I got to walk away with the gunfight. Slide around the corner. Rupert the 3rd in the round. Teammate helps him finish it off. St. Clair tie us up at 4.
And the way that Fisher played that, you really couldn't have asked for them to play it a different way. You were kind of talking to that wrap back through spawn, but Brack and Phantoms, they know there's no time for that.
Yep.
Too much to clear, too challenging of a gunfight at such a disadvantage. The pool stairs was really their only efficient option.
Yep.
It just couldn't get a good look at the gunfights. St. Clair do a great job not throwing away anything. We talk about how elite the level of Call of Duty and Search and Destroy specifically these teams play at. They don't fumble many of these rounds. We did see a 2v2 go the way of Fisher, of course, but we're not seeing many one-off situations or a man advantage situation that teams are squandering, and that's why we find ourselves tied at 4 apiece.
Rupert looking deep. Opts to pull out the sniper this time. Could catch this Fisher roster off guard. It's going to be Confid. doing a little shoulder check, making sure that he gets a lane open, sees the glint of the sniper, and Ripper actually will pull out the NPC after the fact. So sniper will go away, gets kind of a little cheeky there with it. I'm not sure I love that. That's a little cheesy, but it's all good. He's now inside of Laundry playing by himself, and he's got 3 bodies starting to surround him. Up the staircase, 2 go forward. CoD now on the wrap back all the way through. Darkside, 91 HP, gets peppers and everybody. They're going to be able to walk away with 2 gunfights here. Still the top side of Laundry. Ripper's able to get a double. Shots on the Phantoms. 1v2 for CoD. Can't trace and track the kill down the staircase. So ill fortune falls to St. Clair. Fisher on top of the gunfights once again. We go back and forth every single round. It's basically offense for offense for offense for offense. For offense.
Yeah. I'll look at that last one. Is Fisher winning another battle just all out flying at Laundry? And the sniper play is interesting to me too, because you see that sniper glint. But I think Fisher go, okay, let's close distance. Let's try to back them out of Laundry completely, or at least trust that they had some kind of advantage, whether it was a false sense of confidence in the sense that someone maybe still has a sniper out. But again, I keep calling it dark side. You can see he just wants to make that his home. He wants to make them uncomfortable, and they're doing a really good job at that. They're sliding out, playing each other in their lives perfectly whenever they do take those aggressive, just bully out situations. Brack once again on the island over at the B site. Ring pressure leading the charge. Dark side wants to get around mid-map, wants to try to get into over here.
CoD slow. Rupert opposite side of the map. Brack eliminated from contention here in round 10. St. Clair trying to force a round 11 here. Rupert with bomb in hand. 7 and 8 for himself. Everybody has played a well-rounded search and destroy from St. Clair. Need a little bit more out of KB here in these final rounds. Didn't expect necessarily all that much from him, given the KD on the weekend, but still, it's a full wrap back over on the basketball court. You got 2 bodies there, and the bomb goes down. 45 seconds left in a retake. You got Confident inside of middle map. C-Wads inside of the Tiki looking for 1. Nade's going to affect him. Get him weak up into the pool. You got 2 bodies over here. They see Rupert. They should know C-Wads is close.
Lying in wait. The rest of your team has to get position. Try to get eyes on bomb, trying to back these players down. The collapse comes in.
He's done it once before. Can he do it again? KB lines up 2 from behind. Darkside finds C-Wads. But again, such a difficult spot to be in because there's so many different wrapping positions that you could be in here. And KB gets out of dodge, sprints through middle, and now he's got his tweak. Did he go money? Did he go mansion? There's still one on the top side, and with only 11 seconds left, you're not going to have any time here if you're Phantoms, regardless of if you walk away with these kills. St. Clair will force the round 11. Another bang-out game here between our top teams.
And another offense at that. We will just add that to the tally for the day. Keep the total rolling.
It's Raid.
It's Raid.
2026 on Black Ops 7. You're going to win
If you can't win an offense on Raid in 2026, we have bigger problems than Raid being here in 2026.
All right. We've gone down to the wire. Both teams going back and forth. 11 kills between Phantoms and Darkside. On the opposite end, you got 3 players with 8 and 1 with 7. Very consistent out of 1. Pop-off performances on the other. Do Fisher have one more round that they can get on him? Can St. Clair keep consistent through all 11 rounds of the search and destroy? So many questions, but the answer will be telling when the first blood pops off. Nade, stuns, tacks, everything in between being thrown out of the other team. No trophies down around the map just yet. Information being given out, though, that players are inside a middle map for St. Clair.
And you see Fisher going back to that A site that they love so much. They don't have laundry control. Your SMG going to try to get up here, try to get the better end of a timing. We're going to see Rupert trying to get eyes on things mid, but it's going to be Darkside slide out. You have also the numbers to make that happen, so bomb does go down. Unless KB's quick on the wraparound to get this kill, which he is. Yep. That's going to be problematic for the retake, but now they put themselves in a sweet spot. You've got to isolate these players quickly.
They force them all back around through jungle. It's going to be a retake on the defensive spawn side here for St. Clair. Rupert at 71 HP tries to slide around and is able to snap for 2. All of a sudden, now it's a 1 versus 2. Confid last alive. A 2 and 10 S&D performance can all be mitigated if you win the round 11 here. He's going to wrap to the bottom side of library. Hop up to the top. Nobody on the bomb just yet. Gets a spot out on 1. Rupert weakened up with 15 HP. Now it's 15 seconds left of the round and the defuse coming through. Opposite side of the bomb. You have to make your move now if you're confident. You have to go. You have to check. But they blended it for the opposite side, and instead of giving a chance, they hop the defuse. They get the round 11 win, and Confid caught sleeping on the opposite side of the map. His 2 teammates died. A Rupert on a double chow that came through jungle, and everything falls apart.
And you just feel for that moment, realizing you're on the wrong side of the play. I think the chase out to get the planner and Phantoms killed definitely let that retake come through a lot quicker. I think Rupert, realizing how close he was like, I can't let this guy get out of here for free. So that was kind of step 1 in getting that retake going on. And to be able to walk away with it by making Confid kind of have to just move, relocate after the play, get him on the bad side of the bomb, have that awareness, hop it immediately. A way to clutch up in a round of 11 is big time, but I mean, Alex, looking at this here, there's something jumping out to both of us. I think it's something along the lines of first bloods.
Yeah, I mean, you go in terms of 11 rounds, you go 7-4 in first bloods overall. Obviously, St. Clair losing a few of those early rounds to first bloods that went their way, especially on those offenses. That one offense that they did lose in round 3, that was when there was a bang out over at the backside of Laundry. It's a little weird there, because the thing is like if you're sending 2 bodies there and the offense is sending 3 bodies there, right? Yeah, you might get the first blood on somebody that's pushing aggressive through Laundry, but the idea is to weaken that first player up for a trade. Either get it to a 3v3 and then have bodies there to where you can still force a 2v1 on that backside and then have the advantage at A. All you're trying to do every time on offense, especially if you're playing ringside, you're trying to push through, get Laundry control, get the plant for the side that is going to be concurrent, and yeah, I mean that's pretty much how it has to be every single time. So bait out somebody. That map had happened to be Confid, as he had 4 first deaths and went to his head. And like I said, he had a great game against Wichita State. Doesn't kind of show through in the same way here against St. Clair. It's been kind of a lackluster winter final for him so far. Map 3, still an opportunity to get the ball rolling. But now you're down 0-2. And this is a much different look because we kind of felt confident about Fisher. It's a 13-point loss in game 1. It's a 1-round loss that comes down to basically a 1v2 at the end of the game there for Fisher, to where it's like you're not losing these maps in margins that are like, well, you know, we gave it our best. It's like these are heartbreakers, map after map after map. This is good stuff to go back and look for if they do end up losing the series going to a grand final. But now you're going to a map 3 overload where it's like, all right, what's our game plan here?
Yeah, I think the game
clutch
plan.
up?
I think Fisher probably needs to, like they did in the hard point, kind of open the doors for dark side. And I think Confid likes to play fast. I think you stick him at the hip almost, you know, not literally speaking, but I think you get Confid running at pace with dark side. I think you get him turn back up, get to a good spot, get him some good fight wins, just to get him feeling himself again. Like you said, it has been slow. It's only winter finals, so again, there's really nothing on the line in the sense of nothing's gonna happen if you have a stinker of a series. It does happen. He's someone though you can tell, and obviously in talking to him, he plays with a lot of pride when he is playing well. He wants to perform for his team, knowing he's one of the younger guys. He really does want to show up. So I think the comeback does start for Fisher with him. I think he does have to be kind of the emphasis. Everyone else has shown what they'll provide in the respawns. Brack has done a fantastic job. Darkside's pushing pace, popping big kills. Phantoms in the search and destroy just had an absolute takeover from delegating, bomb planning, everything. Confid's the one piece that's missing to really get this team to bridge the gap between a 1-round loss and a 13-point loss. I really think he's that missing portion for them.
I do too. And like the point that you made yesterday that we brought up at the beginning of the broadcast, right, was like, what does St. Clair have that other teams here don't have? And it's the ability for everybody to play a consistent game, map after map after map after map. There's not one person where you're looking to asking for a better performance. It's usually like, oh, everybody's had a damn good performance in this game this week, whatever it may be. And again, as you were pointing out, it's like, we have that on Fisher now. It's like we don't want to have to sit there and ask the question over and over again, like when or can Confid be able to step up in this series? You're at the precipice of a championship opportunity here on the doorstep. With a series win here, you're guaranteed to be the favorite seed going into the winner or into the grand finals championship for the season. There's no more kind of retakes. There's no mulligans. There's no kind of step backs and chances of being like, all right, well, I know I had 2 bad maps. Like technically, yes, it kind of is where you're going to the losers finals and you have a chance to run it back, but you want all the advantages in the world going into winners finals. Like in the CDL, for example, like most of the time, the team that ends up taking that series is the team from the winner bracket. Not only do they have the full momentum, but they have their vetoes that they can pick. They have a lot of their maps that they're going to want to be able to sneak into the play. Whoever gets there is going to be able to do that inside of this series regardless. So if St. Clair is able to take not only a 3-0, yeah, Fisher have to go down to the bottom bracket. They might have to play a Cumberland Phoenix roster in that round, which took them to a pretty close series the last time they played, and there's no guarantees that they beat that team a second time here on LAN.
Nothing is guaranteed. I mean, again, to have to go down and think that could be the possibility they're facing if they don't find a way to get themselves some momentum going in this series. That's kind of the urgency that they do need to play with. And as we kind of zoom in on Overload, we'll have a look here at maybe preferentially throughout the regular season, postseason up until LAN, what things have looked like. The Overload KD from this weekend, the Overload KD for the team favors St. Clair, but none of these numbers are intensely stark because, again, you talk about that. You do have to put the asterisk of skew of they've only played 3 Overload maps the entirety. And, of course, Fisher being taken to more series, you do talk about the numbers maybe leaning one way a little bit, but I mean, about as even as we've seen throughout the series for all of these modes respectively.
Yeah. And that's a big thing is like, yeah, there is a lot of kind of like weird disparity between them. It's like they've all played the same. The thing is like Overload is like at least one of the games where you can sit there and say, look, we only play it once
the
in
same
the series,
amount, yeah.
so it's like we can actually have justifiable data that quantifies the exact same for both teams because we have the same sample size.
Yeah.
So for Darkside to be at 131 overall on the KD leaderboard, and then the next closest person being a 117, the only difference here being that, yes, while Darkside has been fantastic in Overload, the rest of the team is nowhere to be seen on the top 10 list, while all of St. Clair is up there from 9th in better. So
yeah,
it's like,
and that's
Good
definitely
job,
something.
Darkside.
Yeah, it is something that you look at and go, kind of like suck your teeth at, because knowing they're down 0-2, seeing the numbers that we have up until this point from Overload, you start to kind of feel apprehensive about the Overload chances, just again how consistently St. Clair plays as all 4 players. And to the point you were making about, look, they haven't been bad losses. You know, it is a 13-point loss in map 1. It is a 1-run loss in map 2. That still puts you down 0-2, whether it's a 100-point club or whether it's a 10-point loss.
Yep.
All the same, you have to win 3 straight maps to take it back. So yes, they do play close within themselves. Then you and I both know that, you know, that does tell a story of how competitive it is between these teams. That doesn't change the fact that a loss is a loss, and you still have so much work to do here.
Yep.
A 1-1 looks way different than going into an Overload down 0-2 against St. Clair.
Sure.
So Darkside, you always point to him as the respawn guy as, hey, you got a lot of work to do. I know your teammates really haven't been there as far as Overload is concerned with top performances consistently. You do need to see all of that come together here for St. Clair, given that, like you said, all of them are top 9 or better. Definitely worrisome if you're in the Falcons camp wanting them to kick off one of what would need to be 3 straight maps to keep their winners bracket hopes alive. St. Clair all smiles on the other side of things. They are happy to go into this Scar Overload. They want to close the series out here, give themselves the advantage to grand finals.
So all the bumps means we're getting ready to go. As Amber said, they want to get themselves in the grand finals as quickly as humanly possible. Again, they have not dropped a map the entire weekend whatsoever. It was almost the exact same when we were looking through like the different regional playoffs. I don't think they lost a map in regional playoffs. In the CCL playoffs, they might have lost one, but I also don't know if they did or not. Again, I think it might have been a closer series against them, but I mean, pretty much for the entirety of the year, St. Clair has gone almost uncontested inside of collegiate Call of Duty. So it's like, all right. I mean, I know we've talked them and diced them up all weekend, but now's the time to finally get themselves into the grand finals. It could be the end of speculation and at least a guarantee that we will see the Griffins and the Saints inside of the collegiate Call of Duty 2026 Grand Championship Grand Finals, whatever you want to call it. It's up to you. Hipfire shot's good there from Brack, but it's going to be Rupert who falls. Seawad's on the back end, now going to fall to the hands of the Fisher Falcons. And in through middle map, you still have players surviving here from St. Clair. So although north side got locked down, it's still the middle of the map that you need to be wary about. Lots of bodies up for Saints.
Cody's going to take care of business on the left-hand side of the map. On the top right-hand side of the map, Brack is going to lock things down off the opening break. And as you said, still a lot to fight for in the middle. A lot of in-between for these teams to try to fight for, and that's exactly what the battle market is going to be all about. Fisher Falcons end up taking it. They skip the payload. Now, here they are on the move.
Brack wants to push forward, so does Phantoms. Got lead blockers out. Seawad's top side of blue. And towards the bottom of blue, though, Phantoms will make a route, get back out over towards A, and this should be relatively uncontested, and it will be. Even though Cootie gets shots in, it's going to be Fisher who score first. So on the board early here, first minute score for the Falcons. You look to Cootie, who now is trying to push out through his back spawn, but you still got a lot of bodies set up here. What St. Clair were trying to do is they were trying to flip this out towards the north side of the map, and I love the play from Brack here, because not only does that kind of give information to Fisher, but it shuts down everything that they were trying to set up on a rally back and a counterattack. So you still got Confident alive here. Top side of blue, he's got himself already up to 2. KB trying to go ahead and trade everything out here. They got the north side controlled.
Brack is trying to line wait, holding iron for a moment. Doesn't realize how close Cootie's playing to him, but Cootie on the rat back going to be good for the kill with the SMG up close. So as it starts to falter, as you see St. Clair try to concentrate their efforts towards the middle of the map. They want to maybe get mid-cut control before they try to work this back, work this across. We'll see what they can do here. Now they're starting to walk down Fisher. They're taking up space.
Huge gunfight here for Cootie. As Darkside in the back line, just as big as a gunfight for Darkside, though, because they're not trying to let up the pressure. You still got Confid who's holding that middle inner cut, waiting to get past 18 and Jen. Seawad's up through the P5 cut, tries to get top green, knows that there's going to be one there. Tough gunfight there as he's hopping up against Phantoms. Now Rupert with the pistol in hand. He's got the overload objective, and it stays in top green because it spawns in the last touch spot on the ground. So wherever he left the ground last is where it's going to spawn. Fisher very lucky to just drop in.
Ooh, when I thought over the top rope, you might have had that for just a second, but here you see the quick retaliation come through. You've got to get CoD killed, and all of a sudden you have a clean lane towards the zone, but off spawn, St. Clair do a good job of picking up their lanes. They get things taken care of. They mitigate the effort. Everyone takes a breath for a moment. Let's get it set up, pick up our cuts, and we'll work the payload from there.
Oh, CoD thought that nade was going to connect, and it absolutely did. I didn't think Brack was going to turn around to the opposite side. I thought he was just going to push it straight forward. They go 2 for 2, though, nonetheless. Middle map is still where St. Clair are trying to harbor their nature. North side of the map is where the payload's going to spawn. Fisher are trying to not only spread that out, but clear out the middle of the map. It's Market still, where KB has been living 2 in a row. Now goes out with a pistol and a challenge. It's a double back from Brack, and still now St. Clair applying the pressure here to the middle map. P1 hold good. This might be the first look that Fisher's going to need here on the top side spawn.
Surrounded. C-Quad's a lot of gunfights to have to take. He's going to dance around. He's going to just try to rip these players off these head glitches, and then the mid-map, like you said, St. Clair winning that battle. Once again, looking to push forward. You're just giving clearance, trying to give yourself a little bit of cushion for C-Quads to scoop the objective and score. You're losing these gunfights. You're still going to give the green light. You're going to be up to Rupert to try to make some noise over here at B.
KB, hop up, pistol good. Where does the payload go, though? Kind of stuck inside of top green and out towards the bottom middle. Rupert wants to clear the space out, and he absolutely will. Gunfight in the back. They're going to be able to stop it. Confit there, but he can't find the third in enough time. They go 4 down. Could be an opportunity for a rally and a counterattack now from Fisher, but the good news here, if you're a Saints fan, you're tied up at 1 apiece.
When you felt they really should have punched in and did. You thought Fisher, you did enough just to stop it, but like you said, you couldn't find the third. You try to get a little transition play going, try to get out towards P2 and get control, but instead it's going to be retaliation from St. Clair. They're going to try to work another quick point.
Dark side falls in through the air once again. It was CoD trying to jump challenge out and forward. You got 2 more bodies hitting up through Market right now if you're the Saints. Got KB on the inside, out on P1, C-Wads falls. Elimination still hitting here for the Fisher Falcons. 48 seconds left in the round. Well, 1 or 2 more opportunities for a cap for either of these teams. But now Brack's basically by his lonesome. He's got 1 pushing with him. Darkside's going to be the one that has to go ahead and take this gunfight, but top blue is such a power position that you got to be able to watch for, and C-Watts is up there in the line.
KB trying to take another gunfight up close and personal. That one going to go the way of Fisher Falcons. So they have got to the zero line of the map first, just trying to make sure that they don't get a retaliation play. And St. Clair trying to take P2 control. You know they want to work this south side. With 21 seconds left, they've got to make something stick. You see they're a little apprehensive. They want to make sure they do it right, but they're running out of time.
Ooh, KB up and down twice there. I don't know. It didn't look too snaky. Might have a red guard conversation in just a bit, but he's led the line forward now as it's going to be a 9 spree between everybody. 4 bodies dead, and at the buzzer, St. Clair will waltz it right into the A point. Go ahead and give themselves a halftime lead of just a single payload score.
And that one does feel a little more monumental than a 1 score, just because Fisher was so close. Like you said, it was C-Wat's top blue that shut the entire play down. It was Brack trying to sneak across, and all you hope to do is, okay, spawn up, make sure you don't give them a chance to waltz across the map. They try to concentrate those efforts in the middle where KB has been making his home. He makes that easier. You win a couple of gunfights. P2, all of a sudden you're 4 down. Again, with how consistently these players can each be lead blocker, shoot and chop players down off spawn. For St. Clair, it was a perfect opportunity for them. They said, let's not waste any time. We're not going to delay. Let's punch one in before half. Though it is 1 point, that one hits a little harder, in my opinion, for the Fisher camp, knowing they shouldn't have even let that happen.
Could not agree more with you, Amber. Now this time St. Clair going to the side that they might actually prefer a little bit more just to get lost inside of top blue. I know it's something that they've loved to do consistently in Overload. But on this map of Scar, that is their pick. I think they're feeling poised to maybe be able to pull something out of their ace. Darkside now looking to push this way forward. Got 1 top red. Good shots onto KB. They've got 3 down already. Now it's through the middle of the map. They need to be wary because C-Watts is still playing the mid cut. It's going to be deep green spawns. Great opportunity now as C-Watts is weakened up to be able to get some positioning here. But he knows that one's going to be sliding on the way forward. Good fight there on the Confid. Your backline has been completely collapsed upon. The payload is down and it's all 4 dead. St. Clair going to be able to scoop this up, fly immediately through middle. And C-Watts is already close on the counterattack on the opposite side. Front RB up at the top. Blue, you got 1 on the white van in front. And hey, guess what? It's another 2 kills. Team kill comes through. You still got the payload in your possession. You're trying to overwhelm fly forward. You're going to be able to do it. 3-1 detonated. And now you're looking for streaks for C-Wad.
C-Wad's got him on the board. He has him in the pocket. He is completely streaked out to this point, 17 and 10. And like you said, getting lost top blue is something that he's very happy to do here, just to continually apply pressure, not make it easy for Fisher to get any kind of retaliation points. They find themselves up 3-1. It was a late goal in the first half. It's an early one here in the second half. Now with a minute ticked off the clock, Fisher need to get things rolling sooner than later.
Stun back, C-Watts falls in the hands of Darkside. And it looks like every time you see that kill feed continue to pop up, it just goes back and forth. It's a little bit of blue here, a little bit of white there. Red falls to the floor, and you've got the American flag here for the Fisher Falcons that they're trying to stripe up to get another one on the board. St. Clair from the Canadian side of the border looking to go ahead and claim something for Canada for the first time in CCL history. They want to get to the grand finals to play. With 3 minutes and 30 seconds left, they've got to stop Fisher from scoring twice.
And this mid-cut control is going to be everything. If you're Fisher, you have to make sure you take care of it if you want to advance the payload. And because C-Watch is able to get those kills, it opens it up with a quick scoop. The rally is going to come through, and those C-Watch falls, you're still going to have KV cut through that lane just to apply pressure, make Fisher not try to get flat-footed on where the attack is coming from. Who is it? CoD, another SMG player, though AR in hand, getting lost in and around this middle blue building. Finally gets taken care of, crisis averted. Fisher with an opportunity now to move, but again, they're going to have to do just that. They've got to get this payload moving.
You got the full wrap back, you've got bottom red, you've got middle map looked on the outlook with 3 players there, nobody controlling market, and top blue falls. So that's your backline contention completely gone, and it's going to be a deep spawn back blue. You're going to have to watch this wrap through, and exactly where KB is looking is exactly where the Fisher Falcons are spawning. They do exactly what they wanted to do on that wrap back, and the bodies that they have are dropping still. You've got a player pushed up through middle map in Confid, Brack on the top side of red. Nobody's able to find the player market until just now. And now you've got the back 3 players from St. Clair here. You've got to win these gunfights. One more wave will get you the push in. It'll get you the score. Darkside's able to find it. Unfortunately, the payload's just sitting there, and the last player alive trying to push their way up the map will finally fall in Phantoms. The push that never was, unfortunately, falls short.
Everyone in the mix, everyone in the kill feed. You can look at the kill column, the scorecard for us here for St. Clair. I mean, again, it's always, the entire series been plus or minus 5 of one another. It is just so consistent across these 4 players. On the other side, a stark disparity. Darkside, is he pushing pace? You get into the conversation of, is it too quick for how the rest of the team is playing? The score is 3-1. They don't have much to show for it. And when Darkside engages those gunfights a little bit earlier than everyone else is anticipating, that can throw a wrench in the entire offensive play. And now if you're St. Clair, I mean, you really can just kind of toy with it. You can pick for the lane that you want to push through.
Still time. Getting into the desperation mode, though, for Fisher. Top side, Hailstorm called in after 2 kills go the way of St. Clair on the top side of the plane wing. You've got north side control in full. You've got full callouts now coming in and information being given. Inside of blue, you're looking for those final few players on Fisher, but it's all in the name of making sure that you keep this map completely pushed the opposite way. Don't let Fisher get even an inch. And although they have had moments of opportunity where they've been given an inch and haven't capitalized on it, you don't want to give it to them.
No matter what the scoreline is, a team you do not want to falter to in the slightest. All they need is a slight window
hang on,
to make magic happen. And this might be it, but I mean, mid-cut, they have just been able to run through. It has been all St. Clair the entirety of the game. This could be their opening. They get the player killed mid-cut, but the objective player gets chopped down. A window of opportunity. Sealed shut here now, 45 seconds left.
It's a decision that St. Clair make off the spawn that have changed the complexion of this map. They don't all just run together. It's the way that they spread everybody out, and when you realize that you're the second or third one up to spawn, all of a sudden, everything changes. So, credit where credit's due. It's been awesome. Darkside, though, trying to push his way forward. Once number 3 in a row. Pistol challenge. Oh, would have been one more bullet he would have needed. Still trying to go ahead and grab the overload objective. Wrapping it back to spawn side with 27 seconds. You really don't have a lot of time to do this. You have to commit here in the middle map, but Rooper's going to be inside of market. Looking for the second. Great shots are good. Brack now has to just fly out, but guess what? Who is it? It's Super Rooper finding all 3, and CoD will max on for the final 4. All of Fisher back to the respawn block. Everybody now being held back. And for the first time in a long time, St. Clair are going to find themselves fighting for a national championship in a grand final here in Collegiate Call of Duty. Is this the year the streak gets broken? We'll find out. They're the first team to enter into the best of 7.
Grand finals ticket punched in St. Louis. In high-flying fashion at that, reaching new heights here for the first time this weekend. And you said it, advantage, theirs. First ticket to the grand finals, theirs. The sigh of relief you have from knowing, okay, we did the hard part. We gave ourselves as many out-of-game advantages as possible as far as the vetoes are concerned, as far as, not having to dip down into lower bracket, having room to work with. And for Fisher, and the cams talking to the players, do they look too pressed, too stressed? No, they don't. It was a close series through and through. It looks like an 0-3 loss, but unless you were with us for all 3 of these maps, unless you were with us throughout the entirety of these maps, they could not have played closer. These are 2 of the most touted teams in the CCL. It was a fantastic series, and 0-3 doesn't look great, but whenever you dive into each of the maps, it's just been a fantastic product they've put on for us. So it will be Fisher bouncing down to the lower bracket for the moment. St. Clair get the edge, and they give themselves a little bit of time to relax, a little bit of time to watch some VOD of these other teams. But the conversation starts to shift for Fisher Falcons, like you said, towards, okay, you have that lower bracket run you have to make. Call it a run, call it a jog, whatever you want. It is just the one round, the losers finals they do have to take. But to put a bow on this series here, I mean, like I said, like we have said, it's plus or minus 5 in the KD every time.
It is.
They're just, like you said, out of spawn. They're not out of sync ever.
No.
If you're first up, I mean, and you know, like running around in scrims or 8s or different things. All right, first off spawn. After this next wave, first off spawn, rotate new. Okay, first off spawn, go anchor. It's just everyone has their role off spawn, and that's not even every single time in a sense. But the moment you were talking about, right, we're saying like, oh, I'm the second spawner, I know exactly where I'm going.
Yeah.
That's stuff that they don't have to waste words communicating. They can calm everything else around the map. And I think it's just those little things you start to look at teams that play at this high of a level. That's why they have these numbers as well. They just aren't out of sync. Everyone knows where they need to go, what they need to do, based on what they're trying to work on the map. It's just wonderful to see.
No, it is. St. Clair have been playing fantastic Call of Duty, not only just this run through the LAN finals, but all season long. This has been a consensus number 1, number 2 team. If it's not your top team inside of the CCL, or at least it hasn't been through the season because Oklahoma Christian were still there, the lowest spot that you could probably put them would be number 2. This is a team that played not only through most of the entire Challenger season last year under the Cabal roster, but have been playing inside of the CCL. I believe this is their second full year in totality with an exact 4. But ever since getting a few of these players from the LATAM region, being able to bring them up across the border into Canada, and get this St. Clair program for Call of Duty truly shining through in the moments that they need them. Like we talked all the time, right? It was like, okay, hey, guess what? St. Clair, it's like they're looking good this year. Can they do it? Like, how many teams have we had that as like the storyline for them? It's like they could be great, but are they going to get over the hump? And that was more so just because we had Oklahoma Christian at the top, we had Northwood at the top beforehand, and those were kind of like the definitive number 1 teams where we didn't necessarily expect anybody to beat them, but we're like, maybe we get lucky this time. And it's like, no, we're not lucky. But I will say this. We are about, I believe, to maybe hop into some of the Bravo matches that are going on. Cumberland still up 2-0 over the side of Wichita State, but I heard Wichita State here in Map 3 could very well be making their way on a comeback. We're going to take a break. You guys are going to get a live look into this. Oh, no, never mind. We're staying on. I thought we were getting a break. Never mind. After the replay, I think we're going to get that on the drop down potentially. So that is what was calmed in my ear. I either misheard that or there was something in between there that did not fully make sense to my brain. So that being said, we are going to get the Bravo stream action here coming live to you. I know I said earlier that this was on the college Bravo stream on Twitch. Apparently that hasn't been live the whole weekend. So if you've been trying to look to the college COD Bravo stream for the gameplay that we've been alluding to, apparently the information we got was that it was going to be on there. It's only on YouTube. So if you're wanting to watch that, this is the final match on the Bravo stream anyways. Everything else is going to be wrapped up here. So really this is just null and void information at this point. But yeah, here we go. Looks like we're hopping into game here between Wichita State and Cumberland Phoenix. As you can see, 6-4, 2:30 left. Another Scar overload to go here, but Cumberland, they are on basically to close out the precipice of being able to send Wichita State packing.
There's still 2 minutes to work with. They have time to get this objective going. I mean, just looking at things by Deucer having a lackluster performance, Honor maybe a little bit slower, so just kind of getting the eye check of Slaying and what that looks like. Oh, you're going to try to come across, but Cal just doesn't know he's here. Wait a minute!
Cal got the turn with the pistol. You called it perfectly. My eyes were locked on it as well. Exotic played the best spot possible and somehow still ends up losing that second gunfight. Insanity.
I know we have a 1-score game with 90 seconds left, so if you're Wichita State, you don't really get to just sit back and play defense. You kind of need to make sure that, okay, you can't play to not lose. You've got to play to win at this point. Though you have a 1-score lead, you need to be smart, but you can't just sit back and let the game come to you.
Another 3 down here for Cumberland. Peach the last one alive here, bottom side of red. You've got players and blockers making their way forward, but Peach has had 3 in a row, and he's effectively shut down this entire push going forward, or has he? Cal goes and pops himself a 2-piece. Drop down here from Peach, gets behind Jen, wants to play back on P2, and now they can push their way forward. Payload directly in front of them. Exotic now trading back around. Snap back to the right-hand side. He's got more bodies flying forward, disfigured at 25 and 25. He wants to get back, and he wants to push this objective even further.
You get the kill mid out of Peach. He's able to shot that down, but this line is surging forward quick. Do we have a tied game here in a moment? With one more kill that comes in, you surely think that's a chance. He gets the cover. He gets the slide. We are tied, Alex.
6-6, 60 seconds remain. Ciaro pushing up his map. Kaiser there still. Cal laying down bottom green has found 2 players, and now bodies continuing to drop. Are you fucking serious, Cal? My God. Tie game still, 45 seconds left. He makes the play. Honor pushes forward. We still go. Ciaro will fall. Now it's Wichita State on the opposite end with this figure holding inside of P1. Cal pushing his way up inside of bottom market, and you betcha he's got the hot hand. 29 and 18, tries to snap back left. Exotic will fall. This figure there. Now it's a double kill, 30 seconds.
Here we go. The play around the site. The spike's going to reset in and around mid. The gunfights go down. It's even for the moment, but you're going to get a touch here if you're Cumberland. Now you're just trying to play for the kills. Give yourself an opening to try to scoop this and go. But the play is going to be on Honor. He's been slow for the moment with the submachine gun. You need him to make the play now.
What a play, though. He's able to find one. Will the second one hop up? It looks like he's going to try and sneak out the backside of green. Cal's going to grab it. 7 seconds left. We'll go overtime here in 5 seconds. Now with the pistol challenge, just going to lay down out front, waiting for the rest of the teammates to be there. We have 30 seconds added on top of this before we go into technical overtime. If Cal dies, the round ends, and we go to the first team to score in, well, I guess a shorter amount of time than the other, and there we go. Regulation over. If you don't know how overtime works here in Overload, we'll explain it real quick. What's going to happen? Think about like uplink back in the day. It's essentially where, or even capture the flag, the first team to score is going to then put a timer restriction on the other team. That team will then need to cap in less time than the first team does when that ball then respawns and both teams get back to the respawn. So for example, say Cumberland goes out and they get a score in the first 35 seconds. You are then put on a 35-second timer for the side of Wichita State to then be able to go and then attack, score, and it needs to be under that time limit. So that is all it comes down to. We played for a finality score beforehand. This is all about timing. 5 minutes to play here. Cumberland on the brink of sending Wichita State home. A 4-6 comeback is what led us to this point, and it's a grenade out through middle map from Honor that finds Deucer. They've got 3 bodies down. They go for 4. They can't find them.
Pistol comes in. Cal's going to get the cleanup on Exotic's 2-piece to at least respond. So you have a couple players here, and now that's going to be the green light call to go forward. But unfortunately, you walk straight into a trap that Wichita State set off spawn. So a good job of them just to be able to make sure, hey, we don't give them a quick play. We need to survive this opening onslaught, and they do. Now decision time goes back to Wichita State. We're going to scoop it. We're going to wrap back. How do we want to work this towards the north side of the map?
Exotic looking out to the right. Peach is there too. Just figured good kill inside of spawn, but Kaiser gets the best timing in the world, and they've got themselves an opening here. They don't necessarily recognize that Honor's on the low side of the map playing by red, and that kind of thwarts the play that was coming through. But Peach got through to top green, unanswered, unchecked. Now bottom over by red. Ciara will be there for the train. Honor inside of Market gets another one up. They've got mid-map control, but on the opposite side of the map from the spawn side is Wichita State, who win the gunfights. Now trying to push this inside of maybe Market, trying to wrap up through middle map. They've got the kills coming through. Cal's there. They go top north side. They want to go through plane.
The Cumberland Phoenix are rolling now, and as they look to fly towards this side, they're getting all of their players set up where they need to be. They need to get the mid-map cutoff taken care of. Exotic does that now. They can concentrate their efforts towards White Wall. They need to kill the rest of these players. There's one player left standing. That will be the payload holder.
Wait a second.
Get gunned down by Sorrow. All of a sudden, he has a position to make a play, but Deucer on the cleanup at least gives you a sigh of relief for just a moment.
Deep spawns out. Exotic now pushing. Inside top green, first gunfight goes his way. He's got 45 kills here in a closeout game to send Wichita State home. Back out over towards middle. It's Cal and Ciara once again. You've got good shots in the back, but you can't walk away with a gunfight there. Everybody dead. We flip back to offense here for Cumberland.
The scoop, the bottom side of the map, running through mid, everyone lining up, and you have Cal in a great position. You just need to find a couple kills. You have to find a way to get across to him to make that easier, but unfortunately, everyone looks to fall onto the last one alive mid, 1v1, but it gets traded out immediately. So now on transition, Wichita State looking to get out, looking to fill space. Away they go.
2 minutes pass by here in overtime. Both teams looking for the coveted first score. The more time that passes by here, the more time you're given to the opposite team on the second half of it. But Exotic, the last alive here, has to go crazy. His teammates can't get there. Phoenix will score. They set the time to beat. Now Wichita State have 2 minutes and 8 seconds in order to score this, or they will be sent home and out of contention for the championship here in 2026.
We're flirting with a 50 bomb out of Exotic.
And he'll probably get there. If he doesn't, it would be a shock.
And then he's halfway to his age.
That would suck. There's a reason he's got glasses at the venue here today.
Oh, man.
Eyesight fades over time. What a series we have been treated to here so far between not only the winners bracket teams and the lower bracket teams as well. Robert's upset that I made fun of his glasses. Don't worry, Robert. I wear them too, just not in front of me right now. 49-30. 14-35 from Deucer. Just feels like you want something more out of him here in this final round. Exotics had to go like genuinely nuclear here. We use that term a lot, but I mean that in order to keep Cumberland off of their tail. Unfortunately, though, the comeback is in. It's Peach and Exotic who find 2. Now you're trying to clear out their middle map. You got to find Ciara here on the white van. Instead, it's Sorrow who finds himself 3. They turn this back around, and what looked like it was going to be the perfect setup for Wichita State to score early on here. Now everybody's dead, and you have to rethink the entire setup.
Cumberland Phoenix trying to get a foothold in mid-map. They don't want to let Wichita State get any kind of momentum rolling. They don't want to give them a green light to, attack them. They know they need to continually apply pressure, which is what they tried to do. Sure, you got cut down and thwarted there, but Cal, out to 43 of his own kills, going to try to keep this offensive line just off spawn, giving Wichita State troubles. Now they have an opportunity to scoop and score here. They're in position to make it happen.
Cal on the back end. Ciaro needs to be cut down. You've got the gunfight there. He wins it with the pistol in Wichita State. After a 6-4 lead in the overload, have 2 caps on them back-to-back from the Cumberland roster, go to an overtime that lasts for 2 minutes in the first round, get the score in, and then cannot stop another score coming from the Cumberland Phoenix all the way towards the end of that game, which again means that Wichita State now effectively find themselves dropped out, finishing with top 4 placement here on LAN, and no longer have a chance at a championship in 2026.
That was only our second match of the day we have.
Yeah, that was losers round 1. And I mean, look at the stat line on that series too. Just look at all those maps.
I mean, they gave us, fortunately, the final moments of map 1 and 2, and to jump in thinking Wichita State, can you get it going? To jump into the 6-4.
Yep.
And for it to end that way, God, I love LAN.
And the crazy thing, too, is like people are going to join this stream throughout the day. Maybe they're East Coast, West Coast, wherever they are. Maybe getting off work on a Sunday, or they're watching something else. I know we got a lot of Game 7s in basketball today, so you're probably watching any of those and going like, oh, let me check the CCL scores real quick to see what's happening on LAN real quick. Oh, 2 3-0s. It's like it couldn't be further from the truth.
Honestly.
Yes, obviously the scoreline says 3-0, but I mean a 13-point game in Map 1 for a winners final series, or winners quarter series for the first. No, it was winners finals. Let me stop second guessing myself because I do that way too much.
I know, just a small bracket pool.
13-point win, 1 round win for round 11. Then we go 2 scores inside of the overload where Fisher were playing fantastic. St. Clair was still there, and everything was looking fantastic for them. So yes, St. Clair in the grand finals now, but on the lower side as well. Again, another round 11 in the S&D between Cumberland and Wichita. A 30-point game in Map 1.
An overtime
and
comeback
then an
win.
overtime comeback, which is the first overtime we've seen on LAN all weekend. Yep. All for it to be a 3-0 for Cumberland. And now we have 2 series of the day that look like washes on paper, but we're completely close, and I can't wait for these top 3 because this is going to be a bang out.
And to think the high that Cumberland's going to be riding in on, to be tested, also to have a 3-0 though, but to know that you're getting Fisher. The quick, the quick shift you have to do there, right? The thrill of winning that is fantastic.
Yep.
Alex, but how quickly does your mental change to go kind of snap back to reality and be like, okay, job's not done. Big win, top 3 placement. We got to lock back in for what's coming now because Fisher's coming to us and we need to be ready.
Top 3 have been solidified here inside of our championship Sunday. We've got the Fisher Falcons, the St. Clair Saints, and the Cumberland Phoenix. The 2 teams doing battle here to move on to the grand finals will now be the Cumberland Phoenix and the Fisher Falcons. That will get us to our final matchup against St. Clair, who wait at the end of the road of destiny, where a champion will be crowned at the end of this very Sunday. Amber, it has been a pleasure to bring all of the fun throughout this weekend. I am so excited to get into these final few matches. So while we get everything set up, we're going to step aside. We're going to take a break here at the Impact Gaming Center in St. Louis. The venue has been fantastic throughout the entire weekend. We can't wait to bring you these final 2 matches and to crown a championship in just a few hours' time. Don't go anywhere. The 2026 CCL Championship continues after this break.
They've slipped the blind through the back net of P4, and they've got 2 kills that have gone their way. So as the Condors thought they would have the rotation with 8 seconds left, it's in the back. It's all down to Savvy. He has to win the 1v1. He finds the first. Second now on a slide around the corner. Ferno wins it, and now it's the Buckeyes who have the hill.
Oh my god, as close to being down to the wire as it can possibly go, but Buckeye Con have been great at holding this P2, so this is trouble for the Condors. Buckeye trying to take us to map number 5. One more chance for the Condors to break on through. They have 5 seconds to do so. Will they be able to do it? Enigma picking up 2. Is it enough? It is! Left up in the 1 versus 3 it's Savvy, but I feel like this is such a difficult map to pull anything other than a 1v2 from, especially with that bomb down. You can play so tight to get.
You have an opportunity to reach out this out. If player 3 is just going to make the wrap all the way back around through spawn, that's another 1v1 that you give away for free. Just going to play this corner here and look for the challenge. And with 12 seconds left, no way. Juicy slides the corner, and Savvy does it yet again. Bomb still is yet to go down, and Peach was able to find one on the crew, so this is an opportunity for Wichita State here, although it looks grim.
That bomb being down.
To pull off a comeback like this, Deuce, her first one dead. Manny's swimming all the way through the floor. They're going to be able to read this. I don't think the answer is going to be yes. On the backside of the hot tub, Manny will pop up and say, hello, Mr. P. Go top of the box.
About can't get the kill. Agonizingly close. And the first blow going for Prada, trying not to get traded out himself. Peach eventually picking up one. The run through going through the timing going to be immaculate. Peach the last alive once again. And Oklahoma has blood, just shows they have it all unlocked from here. 4 versus 3, make it 4 versus 2. Dear God, they found the rhythm.
Oh, straight sprint up top. Deucer gets nuked off the map. Kaiser, although he's 7-5, he's last alive in a 1v3, and he doesn't.
Kaiser is frantically trying to search for something, a pick, anything to give him a chance. The clock's run down, his time has run out, and Oklahoma go 2-0 up in this series.
Just more or less, it feels like they're just trying to not concede rather than attack, which is a very scary mindset to play with, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, sure. Rutgers trying to move forward here. Ricky, tip of the spear, doing well. Ricky!
But I think we've already seen so far in this series that they don't really have that manpower to go direct 4-on-4. They need to think outside of the box, and they need to start playing the...
Yeah, there we go back to mid-map once again for control. Jake gonna get a capture here as well. Unfortunately, he's just gonna try and walk you about, trying to embarrass your teammates. There's one. Second one's gonna challenge a bloodshot. Surely, no. Why are you challenging him? He's gonna know he's there. He's looking for the 4 in the back. He finds it.
Boilermakers might not be in the hill, but you see two players working through the tunnels. It's Revy through green. He's going to open up with a kill. He's still got the traffic in hand. Goes for a slide out. Take a different look at this break. A couple players going to stretch to flip the map. That's going to force these spawn outs. See those white arrows? They turn around to deal with it. Still locking down the time.
I mean, what can be said about this? And as you said, they didn't get straight on the point in P3. They played it patiently, right? It's a case of how long can they hold on, because it's going to take more than one clean hill to get them back into this one now, as Red finds the merciless.
Yeah, he's got 10 in a row, make it 11, looking for number 12. He's not going to go...
The reminder, Slayer and Spooky getting a couple, but I mean, it's just drops in the ocean here right now in regards to the flow of this series. This is all going the way of Boilermakers, one of the most dominant performances I've ever seen, and this is because you have Revy going on a 15. Sure, should he go for the nuke? He might as well while he's on it.
He's able to put some shots in on one, does his best to get away, but is going to be reaped. Schluck now the last man alive in a 1v2.
Wow. How did Schlepp manage to stay alive there? I do not know, but needs to continue to try and stay alive, pick up the next kill as well. Maybe actually going to go for the push here against Mikkel versus Schlepp for what is already a massive round early on in this search and destroy. Will Schlepp be able to pick it up? He absolutely does, and that.
Start closing off all the lanes and make it very difficult for Midwegos to even get a chance on this defense. Their number 1, Cal. He's in the back. He's found 1. He's found 2. That's Honor as well. That'll be all 4 dead. There's a chance. There's EMP number 2. Cumberland Phoenix now in that spawn trap once again. And look where the EMP spawns. The bottom of the map. That's 3 dead from Cal.
It was a bit of a weird reposition there from Condi. Actually gives him a lot in the middle of the map, and now he goes down himself. Leaves Drafty in a 1 versus 3. First kill through, 25 seconds. There's time for them to pull up this 2 versus 1. Drafty down to 59 to the pistol. Surely not for the 1 versus 1. Drafty, you maniac!
The fact that they took that result, again, I think this is all scary things that will play on the mind here, but Amity not letting it play in his mind as he gives someone an
A few moments later.
Second time around, technically, not really a miss. The shot was never really on, but Amity looking super dangerous. Every shot could be the last you come up against in this round, but Amity with the pistol going to pick up one. Knife out for two!
That scorecard, Iowa State now trying to get a little bit of an extension over here towards this connection to P3, and well, right now they got one player in the back line, and Frenzy, he's gonna have to play his life.
I was gonna say Frenzy made the best play there. Allow the reinforcements to start pushing up the map. He gets himself two, looks for the third. Can he get the entire team? We'll see as he chows with the pistol onto quick. Good shots from the pistol.
Four as well in the back, getting it done, and then doing so, creating these opportunities left, right, and center. Look how deep he is onto this A site. And he's gonna find another double. Oh, put the shots in because I want some tequila, baby.
He's doing a great job. First Arbo's found two of his own first of all. He opened up the opportunity and gets the detonation over, so he makes it.
Oh, baby!
He's on a 6-3, a double with a nade, and he's in your back spawn. There's a chance to close this half early. Oh, down to player number 3 of Bolt, finds that kill.
Working quickly here. They have all the information in the world, able to get one, make it two. Can they find more? They get three. Whippix, he wants the ace. Keep pushing through, young man, and you're gonna find it inside Dojo. Ground now will push back into Dojo. Bomb is down. B through mid hop. Can you find anything? Two come through Dojo. One down. The trade is through. Second opportunity. It's gonna be Splody once again making the plays.
But intel should be going perfectly for Wildcats. Cracked there for the trade. 1v2 clutch up. He's 2-0. Oh, he can't lose a gunfight. Holy hell, crack for the ace. Brother. Backside rotation, crack clearing everything out. I don't know if he spotted him there, but I'm sure they're going to wait to take his perfect fight. 25 seconds on the clock. Now is better than ever. And it's just Moo who has gotten lost on the map. The timing just couldn't go his way, ladies and gentlemen. An ace to go.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg and a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Hi, my name is Joseph Miller. I go by Biohazard. I play for the University of Akron, and I am a social work major. I started playing Call of Duty competitively around my senior year of high school, so 2018. I broke my rib cage and I was kind of on bed rest for 6 weeks straight. In that time, I got really into video games, and Call of Duty was my number one. Honestly, I wanted to get into competing in Call of Duty when it was right after I graduated high school. I attended World War II Champs in Columbus, which was kind of local to me. And then like seeing the stage, seeing the competitive aspect, honestly what really did it for me was like all of the Champs banners with all of the rosters and the team names and the player names and everything, and like just seeing that aspect and environment, I knew that I wanted to try that and try to get to that level. I would kind of play in random various like online leagues with my friends, and I would never honestly really find much success with it. Honestly, just like a stroke of luck, I got a college COD recommended video on my Twitter, and I didn't realize that like there was a whole collegiate league for it. I did what any logical person would do, and I went through the college COD Twitter and looked at every single college that they were following and looked to see if there was any of them in Ohio. And I saw the Akron one, and I was familiar with Akron esports because of Tristan on the Rocket League team. I was a huge E United fan, and Tristan played Rocket League for E United as well as for the University of Akron. And so I looked through Akron stuff. I saw that they didn't really have anything about Call of Duty. Took a leap of faith, and I emailed the director of esports and I asked him about a Call of Duty team, and I was honestly just really fortunate enough that they were looking to build one as I was messaging them, and so it just kind of all fit into place. It's definitely not as easy as most people probably would view it to be from an outside perspective, especially like going to class, having things in person, you know, like contributing to like college life and stuff like that. Like you don't want to just be a shut-in who, you know, goes to class, goes to practice, and then that's it. Like, you know, I tried to, you know, put myself out there and, you know, meet people and make friends and all of that, while also, you know, having that competitive aspect, you know, going to practices and things like that. And it definitely, it's a lot to get used to, especially when I was 22 when I first, you know, went back to college. So I kind of had to relearn school life in general as well. I definitely, for advice, I would tell people to focus on, you will be a student athlete, and you need to focus on that student part as well. Make sure that you are attending class, you know, doing your homework and things like that, so that way you still have the opportunity to compete. Obviously, you know, competing is fun. Making a name for yourself is fun. It's very enjoyable, but you have to do the not so fun things as well in order to appreciate, you know, the enjoyable things. So please, go to school. Absolutely. Last year, we were watching in our esports facility. We have like a 9-panel TV wall that we normally would put, like, if one of the esports teams has a match up, we would put it on the big screen. It was a football game, and so we put the football game up on the screen, and I wasn't paying attention, and apparently like the ESPN video people were behind and thought that it was really cool that we were like watching the football game. And so like then they put it on ESPN, and they were talking about like, they were like, oh, like the Akron esports team is showing support to their football team, and I was like that's me. It's really cool to see. A lot of times when people think of esports, they think of, you know, being there, playing the game, things like that. And like you said, there's so much more that goes into it. As long as you are interested in the field, I'm sure you could probably find something that interests you. For me, it was social media. There's casters, there's, you know, like editors, so many things behind the scenes that you probably don't think exist, and you can find anything. And so For somebody that kind of wants to dip their toes into it, I definitely say don't be afraid to take that leap of faith. Don't be afraid of rejection. You just kind of have to put yourself out there, and if it's meant to be, it will find its way to you. But don't ever really give up hope, and I promise that whatever you find, it's meant to be there for a reason. I definitely, honestly, it feels funny to say, but like kind of what everybody's doing this year, like, you know, like the listen-ins, the player interviews, the behind the scenes things, kind of like humanizing it, I guess, would be a better way of putting it. I definitely think that, you know, putting names to faces and all of the things like that, where you're going behind the scenes, you're going more in depth. It's not just becoming another league. Like, you are, like, this is college. These are students in this league, and so being able to have these students have the opportunity to, you know, discuss their lives and, you know, be more than just a Call of Duty gamer and things like that. Like, it's definitely really interesting to see, and it's really cool to, you know, be a part of it now. I definitely am excited this year for the competition because I'm the only one that's returning, and so it's definitely interesting to see to go from being on a team with people like Bowie and Thieves and MZ to people on my team that nobody like really knows who they are. So like kind of giving these guys the opportunity to prove themselves and build their own names for themselves while also doing the best I can as, you know, the veteran. I say that so that way I don't call myself old. Teach them kind of the ways and teach them how to play proper, learn the game while, you know, like kind of pushing them forward, so that way once I'm done after this year, like they can kind of carry it on, and then who knows, you know, in the future, maybe not let them focus too much on what Akron was and now picture what Akron can be with them in the picture.
Hello, my name is Michael Wiglar. I go to Conestoga College, and I'm currently studying a business program. I'm in my last semester. I've been playing Call of Duty as long as I can remember, honestly. My first one I can really remember playing was Black Ops 1 with my dad specifically. He was kind of the one who got me interested in it in the first place when I was, I'd say, 11 or 12. And then as I got older in the teens, we'd always play it around Christmas time, just kind of play all the retro CODs. It kind of was my stepping stone into competitive Call of Duty. I would say the first time I realized I had, you know, a little bit of talent is when I was playing AW, Advanced Warfare. I had a little group I would be playing kind of game battles, UMGs with when they were still around, and we did pretty well. We were usually on the top of those ladders, so that was kind of the first inkling to me that I thought I might be able to do something competitively. So I've always seen the CCL like from afar. I've been competing in challengers for a long time, since World War II almost, or since Black Ops 4 was my first competitive Call of Duty when I went to challengers events. But I've been seeing college COD grow for a long time. One of the last Toronto XPs that I attended, I believe it was the one last summer, Potsy reached out to me afterwards, our coach Potsy. He expressed that he had some interest in me going to the college. I was kind of on the back tail end of my career at that point, or competitive career, and I thought that it would be a good opportunity to kind of continue it a little bit longer. I have some interest background in kind of starting my own business, which is why I wanted to do the business course in the first place. So the stars kind of aligned for it to happen. You know, I wanted to play competitive COD a little longer, as well as while furthering my personal life, getting a business degree, being able to help me in the future. Honestly, one of the main things I'd say is just make sure it's right for you. You know, I've seen a lot of scenarios where kind of someone has a general interest about college, but once they get started, they kind of, that interest starts to fade away, and they kind of, you know, some people end up wasting their own time with it. So one thing I would say, just be sure about what you're doing. You know, I know life's never certain, but do some research into what you want to do. Like I said, the stars aligned for me. I went to college in the past for a different degree. Didn't exactly work out, kind of life changes. But the stars aligned for me to go to College COD and go to Conestoga. Very grateful to Posse for the opportunity that he gave me. But again, you want to be sure about what you're doing. You want to be passionate about what you're doing. You know, even if you're passionate about just COD, you don't want to be going to college for just COD. You want to be setting yourself up for the future. So that's one of the biggest things that I would suggest is just try and be as prepared as you can be. You gotta have a lot of time management skills. Sometimes you gotta make sacrifices, one thing for another. Me personally, I can't always scrim when I'd like to, just because life gets in the way. I have a daughter at home, I have a wife and kid, I got a job as well. So it's all about finding the best balance for you. Everyone has different timings that works for them. Everyone works different hours, has different schedules. So it's all about finding the right balance. We have a very flexible team that we can work around. We practice when we can, but we all understand at the end of the day, life comes first, school comes first. You got to make sure you're finding that right balance while also finding the time to practice at the same time. We have 3 new players with Cole, Mintz, and Sweep. 2 of them, it's their first year playing Challengers, or I think it's Cole's first year and a half. We have a lot of young talent coming up this year. I'm very proud of what our roster last year was able to do and the progress we made. But the ceiling this year, man, it's pretty different. These guys have a lot of skill. I think we showcased it a little bit at Toronto XP, the most recent one. If you didn't see us there, yeah, we're really excited for this year. We got a lot of hungry talent. We're just looking to showcase our skills. I'm kind of the unk of the roster this year. I mean, I was last year too, but I'm just trying to give these guys, give them the best advice I can, lead them to victory, because they're really talented, man. You're going to see them in Challengers this year. You're going to see their names, I promise. Oh, he's been a real pleasure to work with, honestly. I think me and Eric have a really good relationship, starting, back from last year. He's taught me a lot. He's kind of, even at this stage in my time here, he's teaching me a lot about myself competitively as well. And he adds a very good structure. He supports me with the structure that we provide to our team. He has a lot of analytical things that he provides, a lot of stats that, kind of help us break down some of the issues that we need to figure out. He's a great presence, in the locker room, honestly, before games, before LANs. He's a great presence to be around, and honestly, I consider him a friend. He's a really great guy. For sure. We're always streaming on Twitch and YouTube. I believe it's Conestoga Esports is the Twitch at. But yeah, we stream all of our NACE matches, all of our CCL matches when we can. Myself, I don't stream as much, but my teammates Cole, Sweep, and Mince, they all stream. So yeah, we're streaming all the time. Like I said, we're always looking to get better. We're looking to showcase this year in CCL, build up on our T25 performance last semester and show why, Conestoga is a force to be reckoned with.
Hi, my name is Rory. My gamertag is Cruz. I go to Oklahoma Christian University, and I am a nursing student, or Bachelor of Science in Nursing. Okay, so my very first memories of playing COD, my parents had never let me buy Call of Duty before. I'd asked them plenty of times, me and my brother. But I went to one of my friend's house. We played Modern Warfare 3. We played it all night, and then I came home and I managed to convince my parents to let me get it. Me and my brother just played it all the time. That was probably my first memory of playing COD. So I would say Black Ops. So when I first started playing in Modern Warfare 3, I think my full first prestige in Modern Warfare 3, I had like a .28 KD. I was like the worst player ever. Black Ops 2 League play, kind of towards the end of that game, I started realizing that I could kind of be pretty decent. I was a lot better than all of my school friends, so I started looking for like other people to play with. And then when Ghosts came out, that was when I really being like, oh, okay, I could actually maybe do something with this. So I finished high school in 2017. When I finished high school, I didn't really want to go straight to university or college after I wasn't very motivated. I kind of just decided I needed to take a break, and competitive was kind of like a thing that I like to do to kind of like, not escape from like what was going on in my life, but like it was a good kind of like thing to give me to vent or just kind of get my feelings out. And then it wasn't really until I moved over to the US during Cold War and started competing over here that I actually found out what like the CCL was. It showed me that I could do like both things that I wanted to do. So I always wanted to like try and go pro in CoD, but I also wanted to do like a nursing degree. And so doing the CCL gave me like an opportunity to do both of those at the same time. I feel like it kind of was like a no-brainer for me to kind of come over here because it let me do everything that I wanted to do all at the same time. I would say that the journey moving over here, it was definitely difficult. I think the first time I came over here, just to like give you guys some timeline here, so I moved over here 2020, right before Cold War came out. So I played the competitive year of Cold War in the US. I lived with my fiance, my now fiance, and her family in Tennessee. I competed then, and then I went back home after that in New Zealand trying to get my student visa during Vanguard, and then I moved back here for Modern Warfare 2. So I think when I was here in Cold War, it was very different because COVID was happening. I didn't have to worry about, I had money saved up already. I didn't have to worry about working. So life was very easy. Change that to now where I moved over here. I am paying for my own apartment. I have a dog that I'm also paying for. I have a job, and then I have classes, and then I also had like scrims and tournaments and everything. I would say the journey was, at least for the last 2 years, have been like very stressful, but it did teach me a lot about like time management, prioritizing things. So I actually get asked this quite a lot by people on Twitter. Why do you do this to yourself, or how do you do this? What I learned is that the biggest thing is kind of like I said, it's time management, but not in terms of like sitting your day out and being like, okay, I'm gonna do COD from 1 until 8, and then I'm gonna do school from 8 until 12. Not every day is gonna be the same. You can't follow the same schedule every day because some days you might get 8 hours of sleep and some days you might get 2 hours of sleep. Don't waste your time. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I think over the last 2 years I've barely watched any movies, any TV shows, always doing something that I think is productive. The amount of time that people spend procrastinating on things, they could definitely work a full-time job with that amount of hours that they spend doing almost nothing. I would say that you should do it because I think that it is hard and it will take you a while to get used to it. I think the hardest part for me was my first 2 semesters because I had never experienced juggling all of these things. The thing with competing in CoD is, as much as it's a great thing, the chances of actually getting something out of it are very slim. So playing like while you do college is a great way to have like not necessarily a backup, but it gives you something else to do. Like, you should have enough time while you're competing at any level, and if I can do this while we're getting like 3rd to 6th at majors and whatever, making champs, and you can do it as well. You have enough time to do your degree and then also compete to the level that you want. I never went pro, and that's fine with me. I'm not really bothered about it. I think that I had a great time and I achieved a lot of good things that I'm proud of. And now I'm done competing and I almost have my nursing degree. I'm already 3.5 years ahead of where I would be if I waited until I was done competing to start. We had not played really with Gus the whole year, and Gus had also not competed at all on Black Ops 6. So he hadn't played any sort of competitive. So we were basically kind of starting from square one with him, which when all of you are all juggling your own challengers teams as well, makes it quite difficult to kind of get there. But I think going into that event, I'm not gonna lie, we drove like a van down there or something. It was like a 9-hour drive. I did not think that we had really any chance of winning that event on the way down there. I was gonna go there and give it my all. Going into that event, there was St. Clair, which was like a full Challengers Elite team, Fisher, who was also pretty stacked, and then Northwood, who were all top Challengers players, but like Flames and Mark also didn't play that much, so they were kind of in the same boat as Gus. But I feel like on paper, we were probably like the weakest team. Yeah, I don't know. We got there and it just all started clicking, playing on LAN with the same guys that I'd been playing with for like 3 or 4 years. Honestly, that stage that we played on at the CCL finals, I think that is probably the best experience I've had like competing in Call of Duty across like any game. Like walking out on the stage with those lights and like the setup that they had there, that was insane. I think that was so cool. And then like you said, like to be able to win on that stage, I don't even know if it was about winning. I think it was about how close the series was and then winning. Like being with the guys that I had been with for like 3 years, and these guys are like probably gonna be my like best friends or really good friends like for life. It just meant a whole lot seeing how much it like meant to those guys as well.
My name's Chris Rodell. I go by CWADS. I go to St. Clair College, and I'm studying business and esports administrative. I started playing COD from when I could really remember, just like playing with my dad. Like he would give me like a second controller, probably wasn't even turned on. I was like 3. I originally started off as a sniper. I was really into like FaZe, L7, Red Reserve, all those like sniping teams. And then the way I got into competitive COD was actually one of my friends asked me if I wanted to go to MLG Anaheim one event, and we ended up beating Simp in like a 2v2 booth. And my dad was actually like into Call of Duty. He knew who Simp was, and I told him after that event, that was in like, I don't even remember, I was like 14, 15. That Christmas, he ended up getting me a PS4, a monitor, a scuff, and just said, here, like, let's go see what you can do in COD. And now I'm here. To go pro, it takes a lot. Like only a select few are gonna make it, and you always want to have that backup plan. Obviously, I have full confidence in myself going pro, but it's always nice having that, like, that extra leverage, you know. Like I think going to school, like, it's a great opportunity for you to be able to chase your dreams and still get an education while you're doing it. The reason why I'm at St. Clair is actually because of one of the players, Bendy. He gave me an offer. He was like, hey, I know a couple of our guys are leaving, and I know you want to be part of this. Like, if you can just wait one more semester, I can get you here. And it's been fun since then. Oh, it's great. I think it's one of the best esports programs. It feels like they really do care about us. I'm not going to name the school I went to before, but it just felt like they didn't care as much as St. Clair did. And that's, like, I think one of the reasons that we all, like, really enjoy the school is they just really care about how we are, not even just like how we're doing in our esports, but also just like how we are, like, as people, like how we're doing mentally. So I think it's just like, it's a great group of guys we have. Like, we always hang out. Like, I wouldn't say perfect here, but it's pretty up there. It's one of the best programs. Sometimes I do, yes and no. Coming here, playing in Canada, like, you know, like, we want to be like the best in Canada, you know, like, that's just, we already know we're the best in Canada. But Colombia, Argentina, Mexico, California, Canada, like, we have people from everywhere. So I think it's crazy to me how we're taking over Canada and possibly taking over NA. Like, we really only realistically lost one tournament last year. So I think we're putting Canada, NA, we're putting everywhere on the map. Yeah, so with COD, I definitely think it's one of the harder games to balance, just the way the scrim schedule works. And it actually works out. I take my classes in the morning, so I still have all that scrim time. If you can find the balance, like, if you want it, you'll be able to find that balance. That's what I tell everyone. Like, everyone thinks it's really hard to balance, but if you really want this, you'll find that balance. The advice I would give is always, like, school should always be one of, like, the number 1 or 2 priority. You never want to, like, they're giving you this opportunity. Like, at least in my case, I'm in a different country. Like, that is just insane to me. I'm in a different country to play Call of Duty and get an education. The advice I would give is, like, take the opportunities that you're given. Like, CCL is one of the biggest opportunities for you to still chase your dream and also get an education. Like, it's almost like a no-brainer. Yeah, so I think a lot of people are kind of, like, nervous, or, like, I don't know, they get a weird perception on esports, but we're just like any other sport. Like, we still get the same opportunities, the same everything as any traditional sport would. It's just, back to what I was saying, it's more of just like, if you want it, you'll make it happen. Like, no matter what other people say, like, if it's your dream, like, nobody should stop that dream. Yeah, it was really fun. Like, having the guys here, it honestly felt like we were, like, almost like pros. Like, you're thinking, like, we were here to be, like, to play COD. Like, we were all basically in the same room all day. We were boot camping almost. That's what people kept saying. It was just, it was awesome. It was really fun. Everyone at the school says, like, our team has, like, the best, like, team dynamic. Like, we're always hanging out. So I don't know, just us coming together to win, like, a whole bunch of college stuff, and then also take our talents into, like, the challenger scene and kind of be, like, one of the first teams to have, like, pretty good placements as, like, a college team. It was nice. It was like we were all, like, really hyped. Like, it was good for us. So we do watch, like, VOD together. That's, like, one thing. I know you said outside, but we like going, like, to the movies a lot. Like, we'll always have dinner together. Like, all of us like to cook. Just really hanging out. Just like if it's just your friends. Like, it's not even, like, these guys aren't just, like, my competitors now. Like, they're not just my teammates. Like, these I'm gonna have these friends for life, for sure. Initially, the first thing we said when we lost the CCL finals last year, or we didn't make it to finals, whatever it was a bad day to be bad at COD. Like, we knew we were the best team there in the venue. It's COD at the end of the day, so it was just a really bad day to be bad at COD. So I think it's more of last year was that was the most like we've all won in our careers. So I think we know what it takes to win now. We know like the steps and like what it takes to actually achieve to win. So I think this year is going to be insane.
My name is Caden Lee. I'm from Lexington, South Carolina, just down the road from Newberry. I'm Kate Beasley on the Call of Duty team, and I'm an accounting major here at Newberry College. I mean, I played CODs before, but it wasn't my main game. Like, I played other stuff. I didn't really get into Call of Duty until I actually got here at Newberry. They were holding tryouts, and actually, Buki, my now teammate, said, all right, we played a game anyways, might as well come try out just because we played Warzone. We came and tried out together. I ended up making the varsity team. I actually didn't know what a hardpoint was till December of MW2, probably why it's my favorite game, but they're relatively new compared to people like Nico who've been in it for 9 years. Coming from just walking on, like, I didn't know anyone, so like I didn't know who was good and who was bad, so I didn't really respect anyone per se. I just was confident in myself. So my teammates actually played challengers at the time, so I just grinded rank every day. I knew what I was good at, knew what I was bad at. At the time I would just sit the hill. There was one map I went 7-3 in my first year and had 2 minutes and a half of time, so I just focused on kill horn and ranked, and then eventually we got to a good spot. Probably was easier for me at first just because I didn't have all those, I wasn't in any outside leagues, or I would just have my one CCL scrim a day, so it wasn't too hard to balance it. Not much changed for me because, like I said, I was gaming like in my dorm, but like it didn't really have a purpose. Like it was just free time, so I was like, might as well go try to get a scholarship for it, which I didn't get till my second year, but I did end up doing that. Yeah, I'd recommend it. I left the country for the first time because of COD. I've met all kinds of good people, man. It's just definitely a good decision.
Welcome back to the Impact Gaming Center in St. Louis. I'm Corn. With me is Cash. We have gone through winners round 1, losers round 1, and we are now in the loser semifinals, with St. Clair already being through in the winners finals to the grand finals here this weekend. These two teams are facing off to try and be the final team to punch their ticket into the grand finals to play St. Clair for a national championship bid and opportunity inside of the 2026 CCL season. It's been a wild ride so far throughout most of this year. We started out the year with 132 teams. We are now dwindled down to our final 3 teams remaining. The Cumberland Phoenix took a few maps off of Fisher in the group play. Now trying to do it one more time here is going to be a Herculean task for them to be able to overcome what Fisher Falcons are going to have to throw at them. But for Cal, it's his final ride here inside of the CCL. What a way it would be to end it off with a grand final.
Would love that kind of appearance for him. I know he wants that. The team wants it for him, if not for themselves as well. It is Cumberland Phoenix riding on the high. That top 4 is a great placement, but top 3 even better. And hey, top 2, top 1 could be even sweeter at that. And again, knowing that they have played this Fisher team, knowing that they've actually shown that they can bleed, I don't think they have any reason to not be confident going into this series. So it's definitely going to be a battle from start to finish. Cumberland very much the underdog coming into this, though. We did get to watch St. Clair beat Fisher in a 3-0. That series could not have played closer. The same thing to be said, even though Cumberland shows a 3-0 against Wichita State, could not have been closer of a series. 1-point game in the hard point, a 1-round game after a replay in the round 11, and then a comeback overtime win for Cumberland in map 3. So you see the 3-0s, you think, wow, what a boring day. Could not be further from the truth. This series, I also look to have the same kind of feel.
2 series remain in the 2026 Black Ops 7 CCL season. Let's dive into these two teams, take a bit more of an in-depth look to see how they played throughout the entirety of this weekend. Series win-loss 4-2 here for the Fisher Falcons. I think this might actually be something different. Am I wrong? Oh, that's LAN only down there at the bottom?
Yep.
Okay. You know what? I was thinking about it. Yeah. No, that's right. Yeah.
Yep.
No, that's right. I had to do an additional bit of thinking there for the series win-loss. But yes, 4-2 for the Falcons, 3-3 for the Cumberland Phoenix. Now finding our way down to the lower side of the bracket here, where we find Fisher kind of dropping for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
This is really the first, I guess, test that they've had on LAN in terms of like a moment that they have to show something out. You know what I mean? Realistically, being at the point of season on the line now for Fisher, so much riding on the fact that they have had storylines talked about them throughout the entire year of saying, oh, they should be fighting for a championship on LAN. They should be at least a top 3 team. They've made it to top 3. they've had moments and opportunities before to take and win a national championship. And you look back to the MW3 season as one of those opportunities. You look even last year as one of those opportunities against Oklahoma Christian where they fell just short at the goal line. It's actually kind of this weird story where St. Clair has actually played some of their best Call of Duty today, whereas last year they kind of fell apart on Sunday and I don't want to say choked, but definitely didn't live up to the hype.
Yeah, they have had moments in years past where that has been the case, but this year, like you said, getting off to a strong start where we haven't really seen that of them, so that only goes to bode well for their chances going into the match later today. Fisher definitely had to get the warm welcome to that, and so now we have them here in this series against the Cumberland Phoenix, where you do expect Fisher to make a bounce back and try to get that ticket back to that grand finals appearance. But for Cumberland, you talked about the last hurrah, you talked about the emotion coming into this one and what it means for these players. So either side, a very like we always call Fisher polished, disciplined, that type of approach. They're like, we need to get back to grand finals because that's where we should be. That's the expectation we have ourselves.
Yep.
And for Phoenix, it's just kind of like a gritty team. They were a good team. They were a skilled team. That's not to say they're just winning off of just pure brute force. This is a team that has battled and showed skill and talent, and a team that deserves a grand final spot.
Sure. If
they were to come out here and win. Just a little more emotional for them, I feel, just because of the seniors that will be leaving this program after the fact. So now that we've kind of told you what's at stake for either team, as far as mentally, as far as on the maps goes, we'll have a look at these vetoes here. Map 1 and 4, we're going to have Sake for the first time for you and I, and then Den as well in map number 4. We're seeing the bands come in for Search and Destroy. Fisher is going to opt to pick Raid for the S&D, at least to get things going. We haven't seen many, again, even just the Fisher St. Clair match we had, right? We didn't have many different looks as far as maps went in that series. I think this one, Fisher maybe going to throw some curveballs in.
Yeah, absolutely. 7-2 here on the map 5 for the Den, Search and Destroy. I believe map 1's pick was from Fisher. Map 2 goes to Den, or sorry, it's a Raid to Cumberland. So it's going to be the ban here for Cumberland on Den for Overload. No surprise there against Fisher. That has been kind of their one map that they actually love throughout the entirety of the weekend and just the season in general. But it looks like we will be playing a Scar Overload. It was actually Cumberland who did pick the Sake hardpoint, excuse me. So you can kind of see all the bans and where each team wanted to go for the hardpoints. It looked like Colossus was kind of where they wanted to stop Cumberland. One of the things that we talked about for Calamity and Honor specifically, those are two guys who love Colossus. They love being able to take that map over, be able to push into P1, get Mixie inside of there. they influence the spawns extremely well. We kind of touted them as a team that just loves to fly through the front over and over and over again. They will berate you on a Colossus, so I understand why Fisher gets that out of the map pool. Gridlock on the opposite side for the HP for Cumberland. Also can understand that too.
Yeah.
It's a map that doesn't necessarily play to their strengths. I actually think it plays really well to Fisher's side. But for the S&Ds, again, same kind of thing there. Gridlock, Plaza, you don't want to play those bang-out maps for S&D, the maps that you maybe haven't practiced as much as well. It is kind of weird, though, for Cumberland to pick that Sake early in map 1. I kind of like that play call, though, because once they realize that they could get something that might be able to get a leg up on a team like Fisher to play a Sake, opposed to maybe going to a more traditional map like a Colossus or maybe a Scar or even a Den for that matter, I think seeing that Den come through at the end of the series, that's where Fisher, if they need to go for, want to be able to close it out because it's another map they're very comfortable on, and it looks like we're going to waste no time at all hopping into the Sake. So first time we're going to be able to actually see this on the CCL broadcast throughout this year. As you guys know, after the CCL playoffs concluded on the online portion, there was a bit of time for teams to be able to learn, scrim, and practice these new maps coming to LAN, so we allowed them to slip into the map set as we pretty much keep concurrent with all CDL rule sets, map sets, and everything else in between. Obviously, GAs are still GAs in all series, so it's not something that we necessarily enforce by rule, but of course that is something that players will respect and follow unless they want, a sniper being run throughout the entire city for smokes on the map and whatever may have you. So here we go. Let's hop into it. Sake map 1 here. Again, first look at everything. Played this in ranked a couple of times. Actually do like the way this map flows. Teams just aren't 100% comfortable on it yet. Lots of flanking opportunities to be able here inside a middle map to get around. Lots of different angles to be able to peek from. It's going to be Fisher, though. They get the opening breaks off. They get the majority of kills going their way. It's all 4 dead for Cumberland.
And with so much real estate, you usually talk about those P1s, right, sitting kind of pretty dead center at that 50-yard line of the map. This one a bit extended, so on this right-hand side, which is where P2 will be rotating shortly, I mean, you can just look at how much empty space is behind Fisher at that point and how much map they have to work with and room to, do things with. And, yeah, we'll just kind of circle back to that and figure out.
Alrighty, well, we are going to go ahead and, I guess, chop it up here on the desk a little bit more. That's actually... Oddly enough, the first time that has happened to us throughout the entirety of the weekend, a lobby loading in and then either being ended or broken. And that's fantastic for a couple of reasons. Number one, online, we had that happen almost every single broadcast, and it was the most annoying thing in the world because you guys would get excited, we'd get excited, and then we'd have to come back to the desk and fluff for another 5 minutes on something that we had already kind of wrapped a bow on, and then we just kind of have to pick up the point out of midair and say, yeah, we'll just drop this here and kind of talk about it. So let's talk about it in the same way that we normally would online. How about we go in depth on the Cumberland Phoenix side? You already broke down the storylines with Cal a little bit. You mentioned how it's not only his final time playing inside of the CCL, but this could be very well his last series that has been played. Tons of players throughout the weekend. It's actually really annoying because we'll talk to players after the series are over, and they'll come up to him and be like, hey guys, like thanks for the fun throughout the couple of years. It was great meeting you guys, talking to you guys, and they're just like, oh cool, where are you going? They're like, oh, we graduated. They don't tell us anything before the series, before we start, and they're like, oh yeah, we're graduating this year. We're not going to play in the CCL anymore. This is our final ride. And I'm like, dude, we could have given you like a farewell tour, let other people know that you're leaving. We've watched you for the last 4 or 5 years. I mean, I knew it was coming to an end soon, but like, tell us.
yeah. But we've had, at least a handful, 5 or 6 for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, we knew of Oklahoma Christian, but even 5 or so players outside of that, just being like, man, we appreciate what you guys have done. We're like, yeah, you too. It's like, why? I know you lost, but like, why? And they're like, yeah, no, we're done. So it is something you wish you could kind of like give the flowers to as it's happening, just to kind of, they deserve a send off, just as much as, they appreciate, the things that we do and stuff. So you want to give these players that kind of, send off, and that's why, again, the story with Cumberland, why we're talking about that, because that is one we do have ahead of time, and that's one we are going to shadow. And for this team being a team that top 8, big time for them to finally crack into their top 4. Fantastic. They go into Sunday, they win in the first round of their bracket. Now they get the top 3 advancement. So for us knowing a lot of these guys, the emotion you play with whenever it is one last to go, that's why we want to be able to highlight it, because it's not the sole reason at all why Cumberland is here, but you do play with a lot more heart whenever this is my last chance at it. I'm gonna get it all I got.
Back into the sake. This time, it's not going to be a 4 down for Cumberland. They're going to be able to walk away with 1 on the dark side. Honor traded out instantaneously. You go 1 for 1 early on. First 20 seconds. Eclipse. It's Fisher who touched first. They're going to get the initial pointage on the board. Cal down low, waiting for anybody to get a little bit elusive directly into his line of sight.
Dark side plays a cut off on the route being made. No one finding an opening just yet to slip behind enemy lines. Confid going to be at least trying to work his north side. It's been a little quiet, so he's going to start to move around, maybe try to fight a gunfight, pick one out for himself, give information to the team that, hey, there's a couple players here, and that is going to be the case. As Phantom picks up 1, Confid's going to fall, so you're going to see Brax start to rotate towards that side of the map. It is going to be that upper right-hand corner where we go for next. So still with 10 seconds to fight for. Fisher gets some early time on the board. They start their waltz backwards, and now Cumberland, the march across the map will be made as off-spawn Sarah starts to get back in the mix.
Push on forward for Honor. 2 bodies out now flying against 1. It's Confid who's actually able to pop the double off. So this is going to give them full control of that mid-court area down to the bottom right side of the map. Sarah, the last one to push up forward, is going to get knocked off. So Fisher, full control right side of the map, at least for the moment. Cumberland trying to force their way up in through middle. Map on the old rotation from P1. P2 fully locked down. I mean, right now, Phantoms is just super soaking it.
Cal gets kept on response with the front side. And as Phantoms, last of the point, going to be quickly surrounded here. Players off spawn trying to grab back where they can, but Cumberland's ready for the push. They're going to get in, they're going to get the break. This would be good time for them to put them over the 30-point mark if they can get the rest of it, but heavy on that if. Darkside's in the mix, Darkside with the pistol out, teammates on the cleanup. That is the clearance, what you thought was going to be a way to kind of close this deficit. Fisher say no, they shut the door. Now we're looking at a 70-10 advantage.
Warehouse cleaned out. Everything must go sale. Fisher selling it out the doorway. Now as they start to shovel them off, Disfigured and Honor both combining for a singular kill here thus far through 2 hard points. 1 and 12 combined. I would love to say anything else to be able to combat what has happened so far here from Fisher, but realistically speaking, they just need to start killing a couple of people, and then the map can start to come to them in time.
Best hold for the moment that we've seen them have inside of Stock A, as they're just trying to play the lives the best they can. If they can get this first push taken care of, they feel like they can get themselves a handful of points on the board, and at least, like you said, start to get those kills rolling. Now get themselves in the spot where, okay, we're going to push out beyond. We're going to see if we can get a full 60 here, and that would put them right back in this game as if it wasn't even out of reach to that point. A big gunfight went on Confid now, so that's going to secure, okay, sweet. A good amount of time, a little win in the seals. We're going to fly across the map now and try to put pressure on Fisher in response. 10-point game. Now on rotation.
Over to P4 and in the courtyard. Almost reminds you a little bit of how the Apocalypse pill played out back in Black Ops 4. or excuse me, Black Ops Cold War. A lot of different little head peak areas, lots of open space that you can get cut off on. But at the same time, a lot of hold potential here for either side. Fisher, after letting it bleed for a little bit, about a 10-point lead now, staying on top of things. And the middle map is going to be disfigured. He loses the 1v versus Confid. I guess worth noting, Confid, a little bit of a struggle series earlier on in the day against St. Clair, back to his full nature at 9-4 here, playing pretty well in the early goings.
Somewhere he's finally got the green light just to kind of run around and do his thing. You want to get him back in flow as soon as you can if you want to make a grand finals appearance. He's someone who definitely needs to get comfortable, so it's good to see him early on if you are a Falcons fan. Shooting the way he's shooting. Cumberland on the outside looking in now, trying to work through mid-map. Again, from the front, it's just such a bottlenecked push through the south side, so you don't quite have the numbers to do that. You're still going to try to funnel in since you're already here and everyone else fell. Kind of an all-for-naught effort. Fisher able to read it, manage it, take care of it very well, and now as they look to progress towards the next hard point, it's going to be dark side, and a really nice corner. Yeah, he's able to take it early on, so Fisher will have early control.
Yeah, a lot of hard peak angles when you're trying to pop out on P4 there. There's just really not much that you can get. You have to throw some shoulders early on, and then you have to really just win a ripping gunfight if you want any sort of chance to even break into it. Config going to be on the back end here on the line, going on 6, now 7 in a row. Haha, do the funny hand motion. Hailstorm missile earns streaks in utility here for the Falcons. Now as they continue to extend their lead on P5, 50-point advantage and continuing again to grow. Disfigure will finally be here to try and thwart the push, maybe cause a little bit of a hiccup for what Fisher are throwing at them for the most part. Cumberland just trying to bounce back and hold.
And you have to cross what essentially could be called a no man's land in an effort to try to get across to the hill. You really have that truck to work time, but beyond that, as long as ARs have irons held, it's going to be very tricky to get time. You're really just trying to find a corner and holding it, like you said. Lots of peaking angles here to try and clear out just to get a little bit of time rolling. Fisher on the preferred side. Honor going to slide in for one. On a quick trade, it will be Fisher retaining control quickly once again. They've had numbers on every side of the map.
Yep.
And for that reason, we have a doubled up scoreline.
Rotation back out middle. Cal wins the first gunfight there. As we said before, a lot of opportunity for flanks to come in on P1 while still holding the favorable spawns by P2. Darkside will lay down, knows that there's one inside at time. Challenge out immediately. You thought he'd rip the gunfight. Instead, he's got help there. 3-1, they go for a trade. Rack laying down here inside of P1, looking for a few out the front. Gives us a little bit of time to breathe. It also gives us time to dip into the Fisher comms to see how they're cooking.
Okay, make sure they can't play. Bottom line. I have our lobby. Nothing in our lobby.
Elevator, hop up. Well, half.
Yeah, they spawn back too. Behind me, two on me, low. Two on me, sushi. Oh, different guy. One more. Sushi in front of you. Top sushi. I have a cruise too. Weak. We should go right. You should. Alright, we'll get I'm looking right. Come right.
Elevator, half.
Just save it if you want, Carson. He's back right on me. Right on me on the rock.
Oh, I'm coming right.
One shot dead.
Nice.
Let's just run up.
Take it weak.
Take it weak. I think
it's gonna be new.
He's still taking it. Nice, good job. Big steps. Nice, they're in the back. Big steps.
Oh, big steps.
Pinch in front.
He's not challenged.
Got him mid.
Still take it.
Yeah.
No, it's not him. It was
No, he's lobby. Go back. Big steps.
One tap, big steps.
Old front door. He's
showing the front door.
I see a shrine.
He's still taking on you guys with that.
He's gonna pinch.
No, I have it. He's not pitching. He just late pinch. Late pinch front. He's still up front.
One shot up.
Stay alive, maybe. I spawned him. It hit his ult.
He's right to that box.
Four corner.
Watch this.
On the van on me.
Front door.
I can go. He's at the cow.
Nice, guys. Nice. I spawned.
Alrighty. Fisher on the comms. Nothing too crazy to talk about when it comes to being in a state of panic there, but I mean, look, the P3 hold that we were talking about earlier on, it is so difficult to be able to break into that. Actually, P2, so difficult to break into that warehouse. There's not many opportunities that you have to kind of get a flank route in. It's such a deep spawn that's all the way back there to where there's okay, you have to spawn all the way across the map to get another chow opportunity. You get 4 down there, GG. That's a full 60 for Cumberland, but now you're on the opposite side of the map where the same thing's true.
From the front, Arm's going to get a few, but you've got to get in for time. I mean, we've seen these moments where they're able to string things together, and finally, beyond the push of that, now they're going to be able to get in and get a complete break, because Fisher was doing so well in the small talk, where they were saying what we need to do, what we need to look for, even fighting for scrap, calming out where all these players were. So as their next push is on, Cumberland do a good job just lingering, hanging around. If they can get this back 20, that's going to be huge going into the back portion of this hard point.
So they lock down the distillery, push their way back into middle. P4 again was the struggle point that you were talking about beforehand. So it's like, okay, well, you need to clear out the back here. You got to have your hands on Ciaro. Unfortunately, there won't find or connect on anything. Rack backs all the way off, and you would have loved Cal to be able to walk away with maybe something more here. If you're Cal here, if you don't walk away with the gunfight immediately, you need to call the Hellstorm in. Yeah, and I was going to say, you only have 40 seconds to be able to lose here. You still got 80 that you need to make it. Here comes the Hellstorm over the top as Darkside was able to find. Oh no, Ciaro dies at the same time. You got to calm that to your teammates and say, boys, stay down until the Hellstorm gets used. We're going to back them off regardless. And look how long he has to stay out of the play here in order to just try and get one. It's going to be an immediate trade back from Brack too as he calls the Hellstorm into his own. He gets 3 for it, and it's a completely different look as all 4 go down for Cumberland.
And it feels like, you know, not necessarily that puts the game away, but if there ever was a misplay at the later portions, yeah, that's not something that you want to happen. Like you said, a fumble in the comms, and on the other side, whenever you slip up, Fisher are going to exploit you tenfold for it. That's exactly what happens there. A double nade connects for Confid as he's feeling himself here. 22 and 15 with a minute 40 in the hill. Also, 15 seconds to close it out. They won't win it here, Alex, but I think the job has been done.
Fisher walking into the sunset here. Wrap back over to P5 after another hold on the courtyard that they had in the first set of rotations. Not many bodies here from Cumberland Phoenix. They're going to try and go around the right-hand side through P2 and out the warehouse. Doesn't spot one inside of the corner, and Darkside is able to find one for it. Sure, Cal gets the trade, but with 8 seconds left, now it's just all about flying your way forward. Cal's going to be able to take a 1v1 here, and they might stop the bleeding for a little bit. It's going to need to be a whole lot more than that, though.
Just a few moments. As you said, cauterized. Just for the time, but as the pinch develops, Alex, I mean, it just feels like head on the swivel. Cal's going to do his cane. He's going to get one. He snaps for the second. Wait a minute. I thought for the third for a moment, but they're going to get in less than 5 seconds to count for it. Honor sure is going to get a couple going. So at this point, they're really just trying to buy time, stuffing gauze in the wound. But hey, they're still battling.
Gave him a chance, as he does every single time that he steps onto the map. Cal always doing the dirty work for the team, and it sounds like a Hellstorm might be called in over the top, and that could very well cement the game away here over by the warehouse. It should be held on for a bit longer, and there it is, the final dagger with some explosions in the background. Map 1 goes the way of the Falcons. The Sake, they will take a 1-0 series lead.
Convincing at that. It was close, and again, Cumberland did give themselves opportunities, a lot of, you know, kind of shoot and foot moments as well, but I think that map just comes down to this stage of the year, a new map. This team is so comfortable in each other's play styles that you just kind of roam and do your thing. Like you said, Sake caters, you know, you're talking Gridlock, Plaza, Sake, the maps that kind of cater to Fisher's play style. I think Fisher understand what they need to do, and just went out and did it. I think Cumberland tried to throw a lot at the wall there and a lot of good things, but in all honesty, that was just a map 1 that Fisher looked comfortable on.
Almost as like a mirror drawing in the way that it is like kind of like coming and collapsing it together and like kind of just separating again. You get there at the end of P2, go into a P3 where you try to hold for some significant time there. And you're able to do just that. And like the big thing is like we talk about specifically on this map, it's a bit different than some of our other hardpoint maps, because in a lot of the other maps that we've seen, at least in Black Ops 7, even Black Ops 6 and a few of the other games and titles that we've seen previous in the last few years of Call of Duty, since we really had like almost like a design philosophy change after the MW19 season with how a lot of the spawns work and how the maps flow. We don't typically get a ton of maps that have hardpoints that are pushed super far back into a spawn side, because with the spawn logic that we have inside of the engine and everything else, it gets a little bit mixy at times. And on a map like Sake, where you have P2 all the way on that top right corner of the map where you're inside of the warehouse, then you have the distillery on the opposite side of the map. This is one of those hardpoint maps that really allows for full soaking instead of the hardpoint. And if you're a BYU fan, you love that. If you're a regular player that enjoys old-style Call of Duty, you probably love that too. But again, it's how different this map plays in comparison to the rest of the maps in Black Ops 7. I think that's why you've seen a lot of teams apprehensive to play it. Fisher is a team that's not going to shy away from it. I do like the chow out from Cumberland on this map, because the hard points have been pretty close against Fisher, but nothing to really be like, oh yeah, they could maybe steal one away. I think playing on a map that is a little bit newer, maybe fits that older style of Call of Duty in a weird way, to where you can really get some good money hills back to back, and it's really hard to string them together. I think that's why I like the chow out of Cumberland. It's just the gunfights were more so won by a couple of players. They started out, what was it, 1 and 12 between?
Yeah, between the two of them.
Yeah. And Honor?
Yeah.
No, that's uncharacteristic.
It is uncharacteristic, but also I think the map can also, you know, go to that and force that uncomfortability.
Sure.
I think Fisher knew at turns where they wanted to take their gunfights, and they were the ones chaining the hills. You did have a couple of singular money hills, but like you said, with a map like this, with it being hills that are so tucked away, it's something that chaining it is what's going to kind of get you over that hump. A money hill at one turn is great, but it really opens the door on the other side of the map for two to go back together. So you kind of have to string more than just one money hill whenever maybe 2 or 3 of them end up playing like something you can lock down. Fisher just winning the line share of the big money points. Yeah, and they'll walk away with map number 1. But like you said, I don't think it's a bad challenge out of them just to try to give it a different look. And like you said, these Cumberlands, these Wichitas like to throw unorthodox looks at these teams. So, you know, it was what it was. They took the map trial that they did. And yeah, slaying-wise, you come out and fall a little flat. But again, it was still a competitive game.
Finish up with the last couple of explosions that came in as Fisher were able to seal the deal there. Nice. And I honestly really did enjoy the counterplays that Fisher set up for themselves, because I think when they had the utility early on in the game, they really didn't use the Hellstorms that they had acquired until late in the game, specifically with Confid. Confid, again, we talked about having some struggles in the previous series that they played against the St. Clair roster, and him being able to not only streak up here inside of the hard point, but be able to kind of build kind of significant momentum for himself was huge. But him being able to hold off on that Hellstorm and say, wait a second, I only need this really for P4 because every other hill is kind of inside. We use this on P4 here, and they're already going to use the streak. Well, we know Honor is going to be completely, or not Honor, we know that Cal's going to be completely out of the play because he has to call in the Hellstorm in order for them to break this. If I call this in over the top, we're already kind of pushed into buildings anyways, and we're waiting. They're going to come off the respawn because we just got 2 dead. And that goes back into the philosophy of, like, if you're Cal and you're telling the rest of the team, hey, I'm streaking, them taking those 2 gunfights before the Hellstorm's even able to be over and see the rest of the map for where those players of Fisher are, those are misplays that you have to have figured out way earlier in the season. Those are mistakes that are going to come back to bite you. Yeah, it's a 60-point deficit, but I mean, if you get that break off the Hellstorm, even though the other one's coming in, you give yourselves a better chance to survive in the chaos, because Fisher had just gotten 3 kills for free.
Well, like you said, they didn't even get an opportunity to re-break at that. It almost squandered what was 2 pushes worth, because you take 1 push to wait for Cal, and you take the second with another one coming over the top. So yeah, it was just kind of like an all for naught that ended up, you know, costing Cumberland more than, you know, you don't want to argue the map in a sense and just start kind of throwing stuff out there. But like you said, that was a momentum shifter that really could have gone their way if executed a bit better. But against a team like Fisher, like I said, they'll make you pay tenfold for that, and they sure as did come and collect.
Raid, Search, and Destroy up next. This has been a map that we've almost been almost getting to, but just not there yet, because it's been at the game 5 at a lot of the tail end of the series that we've seen on broadcast here. Looking at the bomb squad statistics here, Cumberland Phoenix have been the better S&D team over the course of this weekend, where pretty much everything is concerned. We've noted, again ad nauseum at this point, that Fisher have struggled in the Search and Destroy mode. This is actually a Cumberland roster that took an S&D already off of Fisher earlier on in the group play, so this is something that they go into with a head full of steam and confidence here. I don't necessarily mind the raid pick early from Fisher, because I think this is probably one of their stronger S&D maps regardless. They went to, around 11 against the St. Clair roster here on the same map. So I think if Cumberland can throw kind of the same looks that St. Clair gave out, cool. But again, I think at the same time, what worked so well for Cumberland was their rather unorthodox at times style of gameplay, whereas Fisher likes to, on offense, be aggressive over towards the library. They like to force that out, flip the map almost immediately when they have a numbers advantage, whether it be a 4v2, 4v3, however many are over on the site there, and then get the bomb planted for laundry. Cumberland plays it a little bit different, where yes, they're still going to send the pressure over towards laundry. That's Raid, Search, and Destroy. We've been playing it for 13 years at this point, right? But it also goes to say that they also try to play around the rest of the map more, and it's not just all one focused push every time with all 4 bodies.
S&D specialist here, Cal, of course. Got to be the name that comes to mind. What he's done this weekend with this team alongside his teammates, nothing short of just fantastic. It has been an all-star performance from top to bottom. You look at the KD, great, finding those kills. But again, the opening duel win percentage, the fact that we have that as well to kind of show you guys, just shows that when he's taking these gunfights, he's winning them. You know, it's not just he's baiting his teammates and trying to do things like that. No, he'll be the first one through the door and also be the first one walking back out. So for Cal and what he's been able to get Cumberland to Search and Destroy wise up until this point at LAN, it's been nothing short of fantastic. And on the other side of things, you look, sure, does Cal have all of the numbers in the S&G specialist head-to-head that we're looking at? Yeah, but I mean, Brack, we call him Mr. Consistent all weekend. Expect more of that. The numbers don't look flashy, but boy, do they get the job done.
I'll tell you what, in an S&D where Cal's got his mustache looking top form on camera that we saw earlier today. Robert, if we could just go to the player cams real quick and we just take a look at Cal, if at all possible, I'd love to do that, because I mean, I just want to get the fit check real quick, because he's on the bottom left of the screen right now, got the tats out and everything like that. He's got the mustache going on, talking to the rest of the team, and he's got the white beater on too. So you got all those things in tandem. That is the scariest thing to look across the stage and see going into a Search and Destroy, because that's a man who is on his last legs here inside of the CCL. He does not give a singular you-know-what.
He's locked.
I already used my one F-bomb for the stream.
Yeah,
Can't say it again.
I really was.
And it was for Cal already too, so I have to go on top of that. By the way.
If he was ever gonna double dip, oh yeah. If there ever was a time to tuck tail and
John just looked over my shoulder and he's looking at me with an intense burning passion in his eyes right now for me to not say anything seriously stupid on the broadcast. John, I can't wait to see you in a second.
Sure.
I guess it's a good time to know, too, while we're loading into this map, too, there will be a State of the CCL address coming on after this series is over as well, between this and the Grand Finals. So we will have an update for you on this CCL season and some news for the future as well. So stick around and stay tuned to that between this and our final Grand Finals series. Of course, we still have tons to dive into here in this map, too, before we even start talking about what a Grand Final could even look like, or the State of the CCL, Raid S&D, as we highlighted. Great for Fisher, good for Cumberland. Let's hop into it. Let's not exhaust anymore. Up to the middle of the map. This might be, I was going to say, it's either going to be set nades or it's going to be a fun push in the middle of the map, but I like the idea here with no nades, and Cal seeing that directly through the magnification of the sniper scope. I would have pooped my pants, poop help.
Even spread across the map for both teams. You said Fisher likes to kind of push out of library. Well, behind first part, of course. And get things going in this dark side. I mean, Laundry is his home. You know, you can't say, oh, did you get to watch earlier what happened? You're not going to say Cumberland, you know, playing in that series got that opportunity. But dark side on raid, this is something we're going to have to pick up on very, very early. That this is what he wants to do, get aggressive toward Laundry. He will always be the initiator, so if you can figure out where he is, know where the play is coming shortly behind him.
Well, the final player on the Cumberland side will fall. Actually, the other cool thing about like what Fisher does on offense too is like they get those nades thrown middle, so they tossed a double nade in mid to try and get Kitchen knocked out. But the cool thing about that is like they're feinting the pressure there already. So you're thinking, okay, they're probably going to be taking space middle. Nobody takes space middle. They go directly over towards A, and once they get that first blood and they're all four together, they can just push over by Laundry. Either A, they're getting the bomb down, or B, they're winning the trade battle. And that's what we saw time and time again against St. Clair. They do it here in round one, and that's something that Cumberland's going to have to adjust to really quickly.
Brack generally been their island player over towards the B site. On either side of the bomb. We'll see what the call is here is maybe the lone roamer. Someone who's wanted to push tempo the entire day. You can just see in his POV how eager he is to get around. And Phantom's having a good time on raid today, I'll say that. Yeah. Opened up the first round of his last series with 3 kills straight. Gets an opening 2 here. Sure, you get the trade, but Darkseid is already making his moves.
Spots one on the bottom side of P5. You bet you'll take Disfigured off the board. Cal last alive, tries to go for the hop, and he's got not only an SMG up close, but an AR watching directly from the backside of Laundry, looking so nonchalantly as he jumps up there. So good reads by Fisher throughout the entirety of those first 2 rounds, but again, it's more so just putting the pressure on the spots.
I know they've already seen this team as well. You can say the same for both sides.
Yeah.
But Fisher's going to be a team that kind of knocks in those tendencies and says, okay, here's what we're going to take from you. We're going to make you either take it back or win one of these gunfights around the map against us. And through the first 2 rounds, it's just kind of been a blitz of, yeah, you've only been able to take 1 player off the map for the Fisher side of things. So if you are Fisher Falcons, like you said, you want to apply that pressure. And if you want to take anything back that we have taken, you're going to have to do it by way of gunfight. And that has not gone their way very well the first couple rounds.
Confident bottom side of Mansion's got 2 on a split up through the middle side staircase. Honor's going to get aggressive. Spots one out on the jump back right side. He's just going to come play his life inside a library right now. Look over towards A. Smoke was invested early on in the round for one of these 2 rosters. So already down a piece of utility early on here. Sorrow still has the stun here. On the tack belt, looks for the back line. Darkside laying in a corner, gets cut down by Cal. This is the backside completely open, and now they got a 2-2 split on a pinch here for the retake.
Phantoms. Might not even be able to see Cal here. Definitely get eyes on one shot. They're going to come in, but you have an opportunity to switch. If he jumps out of here, Cal could get a line of sight, so he's going to get peppered. He's going to lay down. He's going to get slid out. So a great play out of Cumberland. I like that. Now heads on a swivel. You're pinned on the site.
You got 1 through middle map. You got 1 through basketball, 2 in the mansion, and still time dwindling down. 20 seconds left. Brack now in a 1 versus 3. Looks at the backside of Tiki to see if anything's spotted out there. Over towards the right-hand side on the top Chow. Brack will still be alive, and he goes for the contestation in. But good news for the Cumberland Phoenix. You're able to go ahead and survive a 3v1 and not fall to the hands and the wrath of Brack.
I just feel like the play through the back out of them. Like you said, whenever you got that kill on Darkside, you weren't thinking that much of the map would be open or flipped on his head. I think they were expecting him to be on the better end of timing like he usually is. But they run with numbers. They end up getting the kill there. And I just think that completely changes the post-plant setup that they were looking for. And Cumberland doing a good job at again, saying, hey, we need to make some adjustments here. We can't keep letting them run it down like they have been. We need to throw something different at the post plan, not just kind of give them a one-dimensional look. Round 4 we go.
3-man hit over to B. Only one going to be there on the contestant. Deep side back. It's going to be dark side there. Playing inside of Tiki, just using the nice little pixel peek cut over. I don't know if he spotted the player. Yeah, he absolutely did. Okay, I mean, so the way they reacted, I kind of figured he did, but I wasn't 100% sure. Honor, bit shaky there. Aim assist lost in through the smoke, but he's able to walk away with the kill. So you get dark side knocked off. You open up the B site for yourselves. It looks like they might want to wrap this back and back off a little bit. They've drawn a lot of pressure here from the Falcons, but I just don't know if Cumberland know that for Fisher, they just still have the map spread out. There's only one in money really watching this site.
And as they clear this out, you're only giving Fisher time to really just process of elimination. Okay, all 3 players are probably up here. And you can tell just by the way they're roaming, by the way they're finishing clearing things out, that that's going to be the call. Now just a matter of where they want to hit this attack from. They're on the defense. They don't have to necessarily attack. But you can tell they do not want to give up map real estate for the moment. Like you said, Fisher, with more map control than maybe Cumberland realizes.
Tell you what, Confid peeking around the corner, spotting out 3 there. Definitely got him hit a little bit, and he's going to be shooting himself in the back of the neck for that one. He's like, are you kidding me? I just watched that for 20 seconds, and then both those players run at the same time. And all of a sudden, now Fisher's going like, dude, I thought we had that watch. Well, we did, and they just had a bad timing, and now Brack's less alive in a 1v3. They've got the bomb going down, 45 seconds left. We saw him in a 1v4 last time, was able to find that first blood. It gave himself a chance at the bomb defuse, but yeah, this one's just going to be a world of hurt. They're not going to give him anything. The round of timings, are we serious?
Woo! I was like, I'm going to give you that one.
Confid's looking over. He's like, yeah, I told you. Shit happens.
2 straight in succession, defense and an offense. Good S&D out of either team. No, crazy moments at this point, right? Just a standard up and down raid, like you said. It's been in the mix for about 13 or so years, so if you can't figure out how to get either side of the bomb worked out, you're going to be in a world of hurt. So at this point, these teams expectant of them to have a few rounds on the board. Now we get to what looks to be a Fisher opening break that we're more accustomed to.
3 out in the ring. One will hang back. The other one will play out towards the ramp driveway. Sarah up through middle map, but doesn't spot anything just yet. He knows that everybody's over at A because they have a full map spread elsewhere. But Cal with the sniper deep back jungle wants to have to try and find one. They're going to get this bomb down in the meantime, and I like this play for Fisher. Don't push out too aggressive. Play to your strengths, get the bomb down, work the 45-second timer.
And now having to do a complete retake. Cumberland just seeing if anyone's going to overextend beyond the site. As you call to, that's what Fisher doesn't want to do. Cumberland's trying to see if they're going to readjust or reposition. They don't need to. They're so comfortable on this A site that they have to let the gunfights come to them. Confid opens up with the first one, and now the shimmy through the backside. Brack off his hands full. But can he get on the better end of timing, taking these first 2 gunfights?
Dips down from the rain, pepper shots on a few. Honor last alive here with 38 HP to his name. He's got 2 gunfights he has to take, one over by the rocks, one jumping down the ramp on the staircase there. He gets the first weak enough to maybe do something with it. Instead, that'll be Fisher there. You pointed out to it perfectly. Nobody from Fisher overextending at all. Just staying back. Know that Cumberland got to come to them.
And I don't even know if we've seen a team. I think the one time we did see someone retake on Fisher was previously St. Clair, whenever Rupert had that chase out on Phantom's planning, and that's what kind of like opened up the opportunity for them to break into ringside.
Yep.
To get that retake. But it is not easy. If Fisher get the bomb down, it is very challenging to retake that side. It's only been done one time this weekend that we've seen, so very confident in their pushes there, and I think they went back to that, knowing that, okay, Cumberland got a couple rounds, let's just get one on the board, really start to get things going back our direction.
Disfigured spots 2. That is just a wonderful bait and switch. You slide to the left corner, peek out on a jump hop through. You got your teammate there for secondary support if you need him. And now it's Darkside pushing up through middle map. Weakened up by Phantoms, and that is a flawless round for the Fisher Falcons, who take another 2-0 lead.
And you want to see them play with aggression even to this point, right? They're realizing now that, okay, if we play to that slower tendency, it's going to give Cumberland time to kind of explore, give them time to pick apart parts of the map. They don't want that. They're just going to run it down. Darkside shooting well, Confid shooting well. And now they're going to turn up the heat the back half of the surge.
Slowly but surely, Cumberland letting it slip away once again. Sharo, 0-5 performance here. And again, this is like the conversation that we had previous with like Fisher and St. Clair. It's like no one's playing like horrid between like Honor, Disfigured, and Cal, but like 0-5 at this point. You gotta have something go your way. Hate to have to call on somebody in this moment to have to step up. Cal at least opens up with one on the sniper. Darkside able to push up into the white van. He gets through this basically for free, and if you're Disfigured, you're not expecting that gunfight immediately. At least Sorrow gets the trading that's on the board for 1. Pepper shots on the final kill, 3 versus 2. Doesn't know that somebody's behind him. They should have teammate support here. Cal with the pistol, forced to back off right-hand side. Had the pistol. out because of the sniper in the early round. Phantom's last now in the 1 versus 2, spots them out, and he's going to wrap this over to B.
I like to play a lot. Maybe even just going to play patient, see if they try to wrap through mid. Either way, he feels like he's in control of the decision-making here, and yeah, he's going to kind of force that wrap. Even if they go back through mid, just doing a little dance around here. As I'm thinking he's going to want to stay A site. You know he feels more comfortable here, so that's going to be the play. Going to plan it for Laundry.
Double challenge in through middle. Do you get the good timing? If you hit the mid cut, are you going to wrap back around through jungle? It looks like they're going to split here. And Cal thinks a little bit better of it. Going to find his teammate on the back end. Map completely flips around. Phantoms planted it for the opposite side, maybe trying to bait them out. He's going to wrap this in through middle here too. Right now, Cumberland, they're just trying to clear every angle in the back. They don't know if he's going to come around through the kitchen. They don't know if he's going to flank him. They are tweaked out so hard right now when Phantoms is literally just playing his life across the map, unchecked, unchowed, unspotted. With 19 seconds left, he spots one out over towards the white van. The spot that he's playing in right now is almost too perfect. He'll hop up behind Cal and knows that one's on the defuse. On the top of the ring. No way, Phantoms gets the timing here, unchecked. It was 7.5 seconds. He'll win the second gunfight as well. Timmy Phantoms. And the veteranship that he has in Search and Destroy has had himself a day on raid.
I mean, it's just artistry. You knew as soon as he planted at Laundry, he was never going to play Laundry side. Like you said, it was all what he was comfortable doing on the A side. I'm going to plant Laundry. They're going to tweak back Laundry. And when they go to Hot Bomb, guess we're going to be watching me wrap from Laundry. And the entire time, he knew exactly where he wanted them. He orchestrated that perfectly. It felt like as soon as he wrapped back towards the A site, you don't want to say it, but it feels like that 1v2, it just seemed like he's like, I'm going to take this. And I know exactly how. He didn't think too hard. It's work smarter, not harder. That's exactly what he did. On 5 in a row as well. Fisher up 5-2. Just a beautiful round to watch unravel.
Checking to see where that bomb was going early on. Looked like they wanted to play through middle. Got the double nade out and through kitchen. Doesn't find anything for it. They're going to push this all the way up through A. 3 men on the site. Do the Fisher Falcons try to take space middle map and then be able to push through P5? It looks like they're just going to fall back and use the Hellstorm that Timmy Phantoms has been sitting on here since the ending of that last round. 8-2 on 5 in a row. Now going to call this in, forces everybody to wrap off in a bit of a mischievous way. He's got 2 in Laundry, 2 back Library. Going to try and curve this into the Laundry window if he can, and he finds 2 for it, while Darkside finds 1. And that might just be the dagger here inside of the Search and Destroy. You play the game enough, you learn how to curve those things perfectly. Nothing here affecting Timmy Phantoms on this raid, who gets another double-digit kill.
And Phantoms on raid S&D. If I'm St. Clair and I get eyes on this, that might be one we see not make it to the map pool if they find their way back in a grand final. Just all smiles from the Fisher side. I mean, really feeling himself there. That is a map he looks really unkillable on.
Yep.
Had his way from start to finish. Now they put themselves up 2-0 in the series.
Looking a little tricky on the Cumberland side too, and I hate to say that, but
you do. But I mean,
after losing this, 0-2 down on the series, last kind of CCL moment for Cal. I can understand why he's kind of like down, in the clouds and everything like that. But look, how it goes. That is how the story unfolds sometimes, and some people get storybook endings, some people don't.
Yeah, and you talked about it too. You were just calling back while we have a moment to the point you made, where with the Oklahoma Christian Dynasty ending, we're seeing new teams with LAN birds for the first time. That gap between there's this much discrepancy between top 2 and top 5. Blah, blah, blah. We are seeing that bridge be gapped, but Fisher still, with the players that they have touted in year after year, and how relatively consistent this roster has been, though bringing in Confident Darkside here somewhat recently. These are still, like you said, it's so important to say they're perennial challengers players. This isn't new. They are not new to this. They're very much true to this, and for the Fisher Falcons side, comfortability, repetitions over the years. This is a squad that knows top performances and knows that when they need to perform, that's what you're going to get out of them. For a Cumberland team who's playing with that heart and passion of really wanting to get anything more than a top 4 finish. They already have top 3. It's fantastic. Fisher, it just feels like for them a little bit surgical.
It does. 10-2 for Mr. Phantoms. Again, as we mentioned. Another double-digit map for him in a Search and Destroy on a raid. Why not?
Sure.
Darkside 8-3 down there as well. He's doing the thing that he's done throughout the entire weekend, just outslay the other team. 13 kills in total between everybody on Cumberland is something that's just unfortunately not going to net you any sort of love inside of a series. That being said, though, obviously we go into an overload where the side of Fisher has been pretty decent throughout the day, I guess we could say. They weren't able to best the St. Clair, though, but it has been the mode that has been their second best overall behind Hardpoint.
Yeah. Still one more map remaining. Yeah, it's a good tries. You can't even just hear it in the comms for a moment, right? These guys know. You know, when you're hoping this map's like, they just go out and have a little bit of fun with it. You feel like you have to say it, that it's worth saying, especially for this Cumberland team. You don't want to write them off. It is still possible, of course. While there's still CoD to be played, they still have an opportunity. But in this one, going back to a respawn, I think Fisher, for the talking point we made for them, coming to the match with St. Clair, coming into their weekend as a whole, the thing that separates them in the respawns, which going into this map 3 is something they're going to look to execute again at a high level. It's the point differential. When games get close with them, Fisher finds a way to kind of push and give themselves more boundary. St. Clair is the one team they kind of struggled that with, but their point differential and overload has been by multiple scores the entire weekend. They're not just getting 2 scores and kind of holding on to it until the end. You know, they're ripping off 3 or 4 in a round, and then maybe they'll slow things down from there. But it's the offensive potential of the St. Clair, of this Fisher team, that make it so hard for teams to overcome, because when they get a lead, they don't just get one. They bite off more than they can chew, and they still find a way to put it down.
Phantom's 2-piece to cap off the streak, and then the 2-piece where he carries it directly through the top side of laundry window. Just so sneaky, just so good. And again, S&D at the beginning of the day wasn't really what Fisher were looking for, but you ride the momentum of Phantoms, you ride the momentum of a few players, you get Confid in the mix, and all of a sudden that looks a lot better against maybe a St. Clair when you go into that best-of-7 series that we'll see later on. Cumberland Phoenix down 0-2, going into a Scar overload. Season lives on the line here in the lower finals. Top 3 have already been solidified. Trying to get to the grand final are the Fisher Falcons. We're going to step aside. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll see if Fisher can close things out in a 3-0, or if Cumberland can start the reverse sweep in the dirty cursed word that I just used on screen. Don't go anywhere. From the Impact Gaming Center here in St. Louis, this is the CCL 2026 LAN Finals.
Lucho. I've been in Mar Hills now for 2 years, and I'm in the MBA program, Business Administration. So I was a little kid, and I got my PS3. My father started playing all these campaign games. That's when I first got contact, but when I first started playing was when I got the PS4 and I got BO3. Getting really cracked in the pub games, getting Dark Matter, you know, grinding zombies. That's about it. When I started playing World War II, I was pretty much a rookie, right? I wasn't really known the scene. I was just playing with the homies. The thing is, in World War II, I'm pretty sure just Brazil, right? Not LATAM. Brazil had some CWL spot for everything. So like Brazil was taking it very seriously. You all started growing, you know. And then at some point in 19, all the league was South America. It was every South American country, but mainly was Argentina, Brazil, Chile. And then started all growing until Vanguard that hit the LATAM Challengers. I would say they found us. Our team was very dominant in the Vanguard year, and Max Wood, that probably everyone will know, he contacted me about telling me about all these, what college CoD was, basically. I was already planning on going to study outside my country, not in the US, but in Europe. So it was like a 2-for-1 opportunity, right? Like he found me in the perfect scenario. And then, of course, I told my teammates, and that time was DJ, Evade, and Aaron, right? Aaron's here with me. Then when DJ and Evade said no, started contacting every top player in LATAM. That's when we found Zuner. Also Trakes, but Trakes was a longer process. Testmates was the first team, like the first team of 4 we had, right, in ONA. Yeah, I would say it's all credit to Max Wood. He found us. So Trace is not only my CoD homie. He started there, but he lives 10 minutes from me in Argentina. Like we hang out a lot. So he's like a friend. He was my teammate. I met them through CoD, but he's my friend at this point. Not only me, I would say everyone in LATAM that played against him, he could tell you like Trakes was going pro if he tried to. So that's why we tried so hard. You don't understand how much it took for us to convince Jamie to bring Nico here, because we were telling him Nico's gonna go pro, he's gonna go somewhere else, blah blah blah. He's gonna go to St. Clair, Fisher, and he did it really quick, right? Like 6 months here, not even like a full year competing in any challengers, and he's already pro. That made us all very happy. It motivated us a little bit too, because last year none of us competed but him, and we didn't have a great year. I would say like we could have done way better. We still placed the same as we were expected to, I would say, in CCL, but like we weren't close to the top teams. You know, the other years we were really close to them. So when you go to school, it's sometimes hard to balance your time. Like the guys that are winning in challengers, it's not just because they're just better or they shoot straighter. Those guys put the hours in. For you to be able to compete at the top level, you need to invest a lot of time. So that will require you to administer your time very wisely, because you only have 16 hours, 18 hours of your body working, right? So you need to invest a lot of time, of course, on your personal stuff, yourself, and school, and then a lot of time in the game. Like, optimize your time in everything. Okay, people that doesn't know, we started the first year, me, Zuner, and Desmaze. Maxwell recruited us to go to UNA. The people that follow CCL in MW2 knows all the drama with the school. So of course we looked to transfer after the first year. Basically, Marcel's was our Southeast finals. We were the Southeast champions. We beat Marcel in the finals, and I'm pretty sure they had 2 players leave just that semester. They knew us because they played against us, and they had players leaving. We were trying to leave. It was like, oh, just matched. Jamie just contacted me, and then it all happened. At the beginning, I feel like we felt like they didn't recognize us as much. Of course, I'm not expecting as good as the main sports, if that would make sense, because it does, right? Even though the school is Division 2 and we are the only Division 1 team, right? It wasn't that they were prioritizing them, it was like they just didn't care about us at the beginning. So we started talking about it with Jamie. Jamie kind of felt a little bit the same, but from the very first semester, like, it went all evolving. We started getting better benefits, being treated differently. Jamie has someone like a higher up from the school that she has helped us a lot too. She really takes care of us. Everything we can ask for, we have it. You know, I can't complain about anything from what we get here. We're really comfortable. So shout out to Jamie and Marcel. Trying to go back to where I left. Of course, that when you quit a year, your stock goes down the ground. Everyone thinks I'm only good in S&D, which is fine. I haven't played Respawn in a long time. But yeah, trying to go back to where I was, trying to improve my placements, trying to be the best version of myself for the school especially. That's my main goal. Like, I'm competing to be on the top, on the level I need to be for college. I really don't care about going pro itself. Yeah. That'll be it.
Hey, my name is John Exotic Bruno. I go to Wichita State University, and I'm currently studying business administration. I first started Call of Duty when how young was I? I was like 15, maybe younger, like 14, playing MW2. And next thing I know, I kept playing. I hurt my shoulder playing sports. Turned 18, I was like, yo, competitive looks kind of cool. So I started playing competitive and then BO3, and I mean, hey, I've been here since, so. It was a little bit through everything, honestly. So when I first started out, I played a little bit of rank play, and
And we are back here at the CCL LAN Finals 2026 at the Impact Gaming Center in St. Louis. I'm Corin. With me is Cash. The Cumberland Phoenix down 0-2 to the Fisher Falcons, who are trying to get their way into what will be a stellar grand final. The only question that remains now is there a reverse sweep on the cards, or will the Falcons close it out on a Scar overload where they've been so good today? I think the only team they've lost it against is St. Clair.
Yeah, that is the only team they have fallen short on in that regard. So do I see Fisher closing it out here? Yes. Cumberland, though, can pull something, you know, really like a rabbit out of the hat in a sense, and throw everything at the wall, right? Because at this point, you really have nothing to lose.
Exactly.
They came here, got more than they even could have imagined, is what they had told us, and so anything on top of that is just icing on the cake. This team is going to be very happy just to go out and give it their all. Looking at Overload, like you said, with how well they have played this weekend, and on Scar specifically, they've been so good. Yeah, in all of those columns, not shocking to see them favored in everyone.
Yeah, kills and goals per 10 minutes, slightly favoring over the side of Cumberland, but it's not too egregious of a gap between these two teams. It's just the win percentage there, but Cumberland have played not only more matches than both of these teams, but they have kind of had to play a little bit of tougher competition at times, and for the sheer fact that Cumberland were not expected to probably be a top 3 team this weekend when we came to LAN. I know a lot of people had them on their radar as like maybe a fringe top 4, could maybe sneak into Sunday. I think a lot of people, though, just saw Fisher and Oklahoma Christian and automatically assumed, yeah, they'll probably place maybe top 6, top 8. But no, the top 3 right now, this is the best placement that we've ever had for the Cumberland Cumberland Phoenix as an organization here inside of the CCL. So regardless of the outcome of this series against Fisher and being able to make a berth into the grand final or not, this is still something to be incredibly proud of, not only for the boys over at Cumberland, but that entire organization and school here inside of the CCL. They've been competing for plenty of years at this point. I can't even put a number on it because I don't know how long they've been here. But it has been quite some time, pretty much since I even joined into the CCL many years ago, many moons ago. But it's been awesome to not only watch Cal's ride here throughout the entire time that he's played inside of the CCL, but also being able to see, guys like Honor come into the fold, guys that have maybe not had big names outside of the collegiate Call of Duty starting to kind of get a platform and stuff like that. You think of like guys like Ghosty, for example, like for like years ago, he's like the one big like storyline and name that came out of the CCL. Then later on, you think of like Flames, you think of Fame and Kev, like. Those guys came out of the CCL, and it's like, okay, that's awesome. Like, that's dope that they were there. But they were already kind of names and challengers beforehand. Ghosty had kind of made a name in the CCL, started playing challengers and stuff like that. People realized, oh, God, this guy is like one of the smartest minds in Call of Duty. We should probably get him a spot. And then obviously goes to the CDL, has the big opportunity with Optic, and then is able to go from there. So it's like, it's homegrown stories like that. Now, is Cal the next Ghosty? I don't necessarily know if I could don him with that title or anything like that. But again, it's the premise of not really having any sort of platform and then being able to then have people be having you as a household name within an organization like collegiate Call of Duty. So it's the guys that come out here and have played for years at this point that not only help build their own brand, but help build the CCL as a brand in general. Like, we all get attached to these players with their storylines, with their stories, with them as people, and it leads to just kind of like a beautiful circle of just like, well, let's watch the CCL because of this person. Well, let's play in the CCL because we love the people in there. So it's a beautiful thing, and that's why I love collegiate Call of Duty so much. But again, enough of the stabby stuff right now. We got another map to get into.
Scar overload map number 3. Fisher looks to close the series out in a 3-0 fashion. Cumberland Phoenix is going to throw everything at the wall, see what sticks here as they need to try to take this map to kick off the 3-map stretch they would have to do to best this team and get to grand finals. Fisher trying to shut the door on that opportunity here. Mid-map, gunfights, back and forth for the moment. No one with real semblance of control. Cumberland maybe going to get an inkling forward first. You have Fisher backed up the way you would like, but beyond that, no real play that can develop.
Sar up top. Has 2 players down on the bottom side of P4. And I think he kind of cleaned up his own kill there. I'm not sure if that's exactly who he saw. They try to get south control of the map and push into B. The problem was the Fisher all spawned on top of that because they were trying to push in through plain side. So shut down to the goal line, re-wrap opportunity. Now through bottom red, it's going to be Fisher on the offensive.
P2 control for the moment, but kind of stifled. As they're really just waiting for Darkside to get in position. He's been their roamer. He's been the one trying to find these kills. You do just that. That's going to be the green light. The all good forward. The person is behind you that is last alive. You're going to jump. You're going to slide. You're going to chow. Should be a point for Fisher, and that will be the go. They were just going to chase these players out of spawn at that. Try to get a quick transition point again.
North side, 2 bodies. You got to find them through. Pistol challenge from Darkside on 6 in a row, looking for potential streaks here. Wants to find 7. Backline doesn't realize that Alexander going to be a little bit too close for a real contest. It wasn't fully healed up on the HP either. Close left corner. That's just great shots from Fans as he rips him. Tries to snap to the second on the spray transfer from Brack, but Ciara at least gets the trade. They'll go 1 for 2 on the north side of the map. Meanwhile, inside of middle map, you got 2 bodies from Cumberland who are starting to win a few gunfights. Kill feed lighting up red for the first time here in quite some time, and a team kill there. That might be the catalyst.
Here they go. Look, try to push forward this line. Cal leading the way along with his teammate, trying to just get everyone rallied over to this top side of the map to get the spike secured. But it's going to be 3 down in the feed. The moment you try to get your footing and set something up, that's whenever Fisher push back and they take everyone down for it. So you don't even get the chance for a play to fully develop before you have to take gunfights. You end up losing them there. Fisher get the wipe. All of that just to get back into a moderate position. But look at how much Fisher has taken up mid-map.
Back off the respawn. Gets back over by blue. Spots a second. Grabs the payload. Says, you know what, hey, I don't really want to shout you guys top plane side. So we're going to wrap this all the way through our spawn. Maybe try to push this through red again. And they feel most confident here because they want to get them trapped top left of the map. Get that deep green spawn. Inside of middle map, you got Darkside here trying to jump up onto the Jenny. This is great retaliation effort from Cumberland, though, as they've been able to win a few gunfights. I like the hip fires, but with the pistol swap, it's Cal. Still don't have the payload. It's just run all the way through top red. Is anybody going to be there for a trade to stop him finally? No, it's not! Oh, my God! Oh, man.
Just enough of a reach on there. I mean, that was a bullet. But good to not even hesitate if you're Fisher. Don't even try to turn back and take a gunfight. You're like, I'm either going to do it now or not at all.
Yep.
And so they punch in 2 quick ones. So even though you've kind of battled back and forth, Fisher already have 2 goals to your none. You haven't been able to apply any pressure offensively. So even though you've done good enough, it's still looking jarring in the scoreline after the first couple of minutes have passed by. And even though it's just two, right, I don't want to say jarring in the sense of a 100-point club, but in an overload, 2 goals can be so hard to come back from. We saw earlier, Cumberland actually had to make it happen earlier. They are no strangers to being down, but we haven't seen anything really come in the form of continued offensive success for them to give us any indication that they're going to be close to closing this deficit.
Disfigured on the slide back down the staircase. Bottom side of red, looking out on the right side challenge. Up through market, it looks like middle map is where Cumberland want to go ahead, sort their dominance, make their push. On our side of market, it's just kind of trapped right now. He's got one top blue, he's got one on the white wall. Forces them to back off just for a moment. This might be the green light to get inside of bottom blue, and they're going to try and force this one all the way to the south side. Gunfights. It's a barrage of kills that come in. Cal's there for it. It's the pistol that goes in, finds Disfigured. Now is Cal's the last one alive here. There's not anything that happens. Once again, Fisher Falcons, who stopped them short of the goal line.
And everyone's spread across the map, and I think what Fisher's call is going to be here is, hey, you know what, Phantom, just buy time with the payload. Wherever we can find these kills, that's where we're going to have you swing to. You get the kill in mid-cut, you're going to swing airplane side of the map. You've got Darkside in a position to look over you. With an SMG, it could be hard, but Darkside makes it look easy. Disfigured finally gets the trade, so that puts Phantom stuck for the moment airplay. The rest of the teammates trying to work to him.
Child out left, 1-1. Disfigured a double. On the way forward, you got one more body to clear out if you are the side of Cumberland Phoenix. In from behind. Bodies off the respawn now. Fisher starting to make their push into middle map. Got one top blue, backside of spawn. Left side hit out over towards the boat. They're going to back off for a moment. 25 seconds left here in the round. Challenge out onto Confit. You go 1-for-1 once again. Middle map full spread. Nobody's grabbing the payload just yet. It's spawning bottom red.
Here we go, market control. You see the transition downward. You see Fisher having to kind of reconcentrate their efforts over here. You know Cumberland's going to want to make a play on it. They're trying to get aggressive. They're trying to slow down this push, but Cumberland's still winning a couple of gunfights. They have a chance.
I feel like you need something here if you're Cumberland to go into the second half with. Fisher already a 2-0 lead. They're going to be able to grab this rapid all the way back around. So this is one of those times where Cumberland are not going to be able to get anything here. Now it's all about playing the defense, making sure in these last 25 seconds Fisher cannot push this forward. Confid knows that he needs to stay alive. 7-14, not the best game of Overload he's played so far. Goes for the direct challenge, top red. Okay, pal. Disfigured falls immediately. 12 seconds now and everybody coming off the respawns. They have to have the lead blockers out in front. The second that they kill him here, the ground is completely over, and it's a big if now if they're going to be able to take him down. All 4 dead. Runs all the way back through. Config gets to go ahead. He flies all the way in. 3-0 at the half. Fisher lead.
You said that's exactly what they couldn't let happen. And you know, whenever they scooped it, Fisher could have let the clock run out.
Exactly.
They could have let it roll. The looks on those faces right there that you see, you don't want to say puts it out of reach, but I mean, Alex, that's why they scooped and scored there in those final moments.
My God. That was how close it was. Thank you for the back and forth on this. It was like, I'm talking
the bullet traveling
millimeter. Yeah, if he had a damage bullet on with the bullet velocity on there, you probably get the kill there.
That is probably the difference.
That is the one small moment in Call of Duty where bullet velocity actually will matter on one of your weapons.
Genuinely, that is the sole reason. It was the bullet travel time that did that. Phantom's over the top of the nade. That's the first. That's exciting to see, though, honestly, and just know that we got the exact moment of where that kind of scored and didn't quite make the cut. But again, Fisher putting in that point right before half. Darkside's coming out and doing this off the opening break. A quick score here.
It's the eruption from Fisher. They're able to get that first kill, and then everybody is able to fly at the same time. And that's why they're so hard to stop in Overload. That's really the only reason why a team like St. Clair's been able to stop them. St. Clair play with that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody's like an NBA fan or if you watch traditional sports at all, but it's like that quick first step of a basketball player. They can get off the dribble, and then once they make that move where you're even off balance just a little bit, they're flying past you. And that's what it feels like Fisher does so well every time that they play Overload, and they continue to do that throughout the entire time. Yeah, Phoenix is going to get some position here. They're going to get the possession out of their spawn. They're going to be able to take this through middle map, but Honor's up close. He's not able to find anything on the lead block, and now Phantoms is already out the middle map. There's so much map being spread out, and Timmy Phantoms, why not give them all 3? This should be transition and immediately a score here, if not for the player that's playing contestant inside of middle map. Another 2 in, slide across. Hello there, darling. 5 in a row from Phantoms, 5-0 up on the scoreboard. How about the Fisher Falcons making this a closeout effort? They are not slowing down. Everybody spawning over by the plane. Rally opportunity through the bottom of red. They can't kill him right now. 12 combined, 13 combined for everybody on Fisher. There's nothing that Cumberland can do.
And there's about 3.5 minutes left to play. 3 scores, make that 2. That would close us out, and I just think Fisher are going to try to run it down. I don't think they're going to let it come to time. I think they want to punch in the last 2, send Cumberland packing.
They're on like an 18-1 run right now when it comes to the kills. Looks like the Magic versus the Pistons in Game 6 just a few nights ago. Brack out in the middle, hip-fire shots onto the close player inside of blue. He's gotten one for Confid on the opposite side. Spawns chaotic all across the south side and north side of the map. Deep in the spawn, though, Brack refuses to die on 8 in a row, and we'll finally find his demise. But it's a 50 between Brack and Phantoms here inside. 3 minutes left, 2 scores the difference, and now they should be able to just waltz this one into the point. One final player in the back is Honor. Well, he stops it for now. There's still a body here, but off the respawn, they'll continue to at least hold on to the goal line.
A minute off the clock, 2.5 minutes to work with. As Cumberland just going to scoop. The streak's going to get invested, though, so as much as you want to try to maybe get a point on the board, Brack's going to be like, actually, we're going to make that a little bit harder for you. No freebies here out of the Fisher Falcons. Darkside will get 1. The comms to the rest of the team on where the players are, lying in wait, letting these players roam. As the streak comes in, you're still going to get 1 for it. Confid will collect, and yeah, if it could not get worse, that might have just done you in.
Cool, calm, and collected for the Fisher Falcons. Here on a Scar Overload, a closeout, a chance to get the run back against St. Clair. They've got 2 minutes and 10 seconds separating from them in a berth for another chance at a collegiate Call of Duty title. Payload running up through middle map. Cal trying to do everything he possibly can to hold this off. He's got 27. Let's go ahead and give him the credit right now because he's at least trying. Somebody out there is probably going, get Cal some help right now, and I am too.
Brack lines up a couple more. Cal with 27. Next closest is going to be 22 out of disfigured, but like you said, he is still roaming around, frying, trying to get these kills, at least just trying to do something, not go down without a fight. Now 90 seconds remaining. Fisher having to be able to score after that stop that Cumberland made. But if Darkside opens things up here, Honor's going to try to wrap back and get a couple of these kills to at least slow down what they thought about pushing. And sure, yeah, he'll get 3, good to go. That's got to feel good no matter what the scoreline is.
Where is this big man? You got to get a lead blocker out. They're playing this so slow through market. They're giving Fisher so much time to get back. And if you give Confid an inch, in a series like this where he needs a mile, he'll take it. As Brack and Disfigure go blow for blow inside a middle map, there is not much that Cumberland are going to be able to do here. So let's enjoy this last 60 seconds of what has been a wild ride for Cal and the rest of Cumberland Phoenix. The one player that is actually not able to be here this weekend, of course, Draken, disfigured off the Academy roster, was able to come out, step up for him. It's a storyline that we kind of missed a little bit, but I was able to talk to the players. I was wondering why he wasn't here, and I didn't want to give a full information or breakdown until I found out the reason. He's also graduating this weekend. So who would have thought? Another player also retiring, so Cal won't be here. Draken also getting the graduation call as well. And with 7 scores here for the Fisher Falcons, Cumberland, a couple of the players' final rides here for the final time. A top 3 placement is where they're going to finish. We'll go ahead and ride this one into the sunset. Final opportunity now for the payload to push its way forward. They want to cap this off with an emphatic 8-0. The Fisher Falcons have a date in the grand finals against the St. Clair Saints, a best of 7 to define the 2026 CCL champions.
And they are going into that series feeling good. It was a dominant overload performance out of them. Like you said, everyone just knowing where they want to go, what they want to do, and scoring so effectively, even on a map like Scar where things get dicey. And Fisher always seemed to make sense of the messy situations. You gave the final hurrah, the final ride to Calamity, to Cumberland, what they were able to do. A top 3 berth, I mean, a lost thing. You can see it on their face, right? A couple smiles here and there, of course, just knowing the battle that they gave, but a top 3 berth for a first-time program who hadn't even been in the LAN before that.
Exactly.
I mean, again, there's let the sting of the loss be the sting of the loss, but it should be all smiles once you kind of can settle down from the fact that, yes, you did just get eliminated and the competitor aspect kind of slides to the side. That's a top 3 finish for the first time program history. What kind of eyes does that get on the program going forward? As much as there are a couple guys we know leaving, you know, that puts them on the map for people to want to come in and play for a school like that. So, again, there's so much good to come out of this. As a competitor, it stings. Losing never tastes well. The pill never goes down easier. So, these guys know they have so much to smile for, so much to be happy about with their season, with the run that they made. To go out to the hands of one of the Titans, it seems like that was going to be the case as Fisher now get themselves a ticket into grand finals. But I mean, again, you just can't say enough good things about not only all of the teams that have competed here and been eliminated, but for Cumberland and what they're able to do. Even just yesterday, the surprise they were able to give us a group play. Yeah,
well, here's a stat sheet.
Yeah, it is a stat sheet.
It's about three quarters of the way full with players at the moment, but you know, I can't necessarily blame it, especially at the end there. I mean, you got what, 60 seconds of full time that you're playing out for. You're just trying to end it as quickly as humanly possible. So shout out to Fisher for getting that 8-0 on there to get us out of that a little bit quicker than it would have. The one thing that I wish would be a little bit different about Overload is that that was one of those things like as complaints from us like way back in the day, especially like with Domination MW19. It's like, yeah, I would really wish that like it was a game mode as the third game mode where like you're never fully mathematically out of it, because that ending like minute potentially or minute 30 seconds just is like dead time to where like there's really no purpose to continue after like playing it, which is why I really liked although we only had it was like a 17-minute overtime between what was the Marshall roster and I believe Mars Hill.
Yep.
Like although that went 17 minutes and it took a long time to finish, that was like one of the most entertaining overloads that I had seen throughout the entire year, which was a ton of fun to watch.
It was a lot of fun at the expense.
Nobody was ever out.
Yes, no one was ever out of it. The time. Oh my God, bro. That one was stopping my charge. That was actually pretty funny.
All right. So the Fisher Falcons, fist bump, smiles all around. Look at the highlights from the rest of this overload real quick. We'll see just how they were able to put this one away, but we all kind of know what ended up happening. They got to the side that they favored a little bit more. Cumberland tried. I think at a certain point you just kind of realize that everything is just fading away and the light at the end of the tunnel is fully starting to fade to black on your chances to get to a championship. But I mean, I don't know how many ways that we could dice it up and say that it was a valiant effort from the Cumberland Phoenix. Very proud of this roster. I can say that just as not only a spectator and a caster, but as a fan. If somebody who has watched this team grow over the course of the last few years, it's awesome to see it. We in the CCL playoffs were like sitting there like, okay, well, hey, here's the Cumberland Phoenix. They're going to get to LAN, but like how far will they push it? And it's so weird how year after year we always had that narrative for so many different teams, because it was like I would love to see Cumberland be able to fight for a championship. I would love to see Wichita State fight for a championship. I would love to see any of the teams that aren't Oklahoma Christian, St. Clair, and Fisher be able to challenge one of those teams, because that makes for a more exciting and enthralling product, not only for the viewers and us, but just for the competitiveness of the collegiate Call of Duty. And that gets more buzz, more talk, more everything. So yes, Fisher and St. Clair, yes, they're going to be at the top. But again, not to take anything away from Cumberland Phoenix, I'm super proud of the entire program, but more specifically the guys that were able to get to this point.
Yeah, and to show up this weekend and play, like you said, and do the step in, just figured did for Drake and stuff. A couple of those roster changes, and still to come out, like you said, show up, rise to the occasion, and go out and get a top 3 finish. You really can't ask for more from the squad, and like you said, so much over this year to look at and just be proud of as a team. For Fisher, job's not done yet. You know, that's the mentality. I keep thinking back to the interview with Brack, where he's like, yeah, cool. Yeah, if we play well, hopefully we play well and get to Grands. That's kind of the expectation. So here we are. We are in Grands. Fisher, they did get bounced from winners finals down to the lower bracket, take care of business down here. It's going to be a rematch with St. Clair for him. I know Brack is, though not really an animated person, probably chomping at the bit to get over there.
I think Brack is going to want some revenge, not only for what happened against Oklahoma Christian last year, but he wants revenge from the winners bracket in the winners finals from the tournament today. We got a couple things before we get into the grand finals. We're going to take a break, but before I go, I'm going to go ahead and let you know we have the state of the CCL coming up in just a little bit. So before we get into the grand finals, we have some information about not only the current year of the CCL, but we're going to have John and the rest of the gang come on and talk a little bit about the future of going into the future of the CCL and everything else surrounding it. But that is going to be something that you guys aren't going to want to miss. They're going to talk some formatting stuff, I believe, in there as well. So there's a lot of cool things and tidbits of information that we're going to be able to share with you going into the future for collegiate Call of Duty. That said, when we take a break, we will be back here in just a few short moments. Well, I say a few short moments, but it's going to take a while to get them set up on the couch and everything. You know how long these breaks have been taking throughout the weekend. We're on LAN. It's just one of those things. That said, we'll step aside when we come back. State of the CCL and then the grand finals between the Fisher Falcons and St. Clair. We will be crowning a champion for 2026 in just a few moments' time. Don't go anywhere. 2026 finals continues in just a bit.
dancing around, slides in, and Huncho for 2. It's Ace with a sniper.
Oh, what?
Oh, and he puts it on a poster. 1v1. No way. Huncho. All you gotta do is hit the deck, buddy. You do not need to take this challenge. He's gonna spot him, and he takes a shot. 15 seconds. Ace now with an M15. Looking to close this gap. He knows exactly where Huncho is, but the clock is not on his side. Huncho, he knows that all he's got to do is stay alive in this moment, and he goes for the challenge. Way Exotic, though, gets caught. 13 seconds, keeping the 1 versus 2, and he's got a sniper out. He's got to take the chow with the pistol. Makes it a 1v1, walks over for the beatdown, and Geeb again. You gotta be kidding me. Another clutch when the team needs it most. So you still got to be worried about these nades that are going to be thrown from the Fighting Scots, but got Bio in the wing, quite literally, and he's picking them apart one by one. 3 go down. Bio taking over. Finds all 4 with the pistol, too. Why not? And this is the Akron that we were kind of expecting here. Once you get Bio heating up, he's going to be in full takeover mode for the team, Brody.
Oh, mate, I feel like I'm playing Resident Evil 7 right now. We've got a biohazard on the field. Akron in control of the hard point, and it is Bio on a 6-3. C4 so starting to be a sneaky boy at 4 in a row. 2. Bio continuing on this route.
Brookdale not that far behind as they look to get pushed through onto P3, but RIT in complete control. It's ready with 3. Now taking his turn on the 6-3, making it 7 as they look to shut down Brookdale here, finding a new wave of form. It's now 8. Will it be 9? Of course it will. Merciless on the cards.
Their skill levels here as they look to try and seal the deal here in our first game of the evening. 10 spray goes 11 spray, looks for a 12.
They've flipped the blind through the back net of P4, and they've got 2 kills that have gone their way. So as the Condors thought they would have the rotation with 8 seconds left, it's in the back. It's all down to Savvy. He has to win the 1v1. He finds the first. Second now on a slide around the corner. Ferno wins it, and now it's the Buckeyes who have the hill.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Impact Gaming Center in St. Louis, Missouri. The last time I was on a CCL broadcast was 8 years ago at the conclusion of the Black Ops 4 season, and we're here to talk about the state of the CCL. Here with Cash and Corn.
Hi.
It's good to be here, guys.
Good to have you. We have been trying to coerce this man to get on the broadcast
quite a while
for not only 8 years, but the entire weekend here, just to come on and talk. But he said he was saving himself for something very specific, just like the BYU guys. And that's for the broadcast here to talk about the state of the CCL. So welcome aboard.
Thank you. Yeah, state of the CCL. I mean, as we wrap up this 9th season of CCL, it's been a really fun year, and normally with CCL, we don't really announce the future of the CCL, during the season, but I think this year's a little bit of a change. We've got a lot to look at. So, Robert, if you want to throw up that graphic, we can take a look at the next season of CCL. Starting out in the September-October, we're going to be bringing back College Warzone. Last season, we had a lot of schools interested, and we had a really fun season. And this time around, we're going to try to invest a little bit more into it, bring in some broadcasts, bring in some more schools, and see who can fight it out for Warzone. Last season, USC Sumter was able to take it away, and maybe they'll repeat, maybe they won't, who knows?
That's going to be exciting to see. I'm excited for Warzone, just to see it kind of be something for the fall, to bring to the CCL. I think that's really exciting. And for it to be Warzone, for it to be Call of Duty, but a change of pace at that. I'm excited to see, like you said, the complexion of schools. USC, or Sumter, you said, came in and won it for the first year. What kind of direction does that take programs now, knowing that, hey, Warzone might just be a viable option for them?
Yeah, absolutely. We've always believed strongly here at CCL that fall season was kind of meant for kickoff tournaments for the new mainline COD. We didn't really want folks to be focusing on the old COD and rather keep their eyes forward. But with Warzone in play, that's an opportunity for us to do something in the fall meaningful, competitive, but also give folks a different taste of the side that Call of Duty has to offer. And then moving into November, December, like normal, whenever the new mainline COD title releases, signups are going to be open. And we'll get into our regular season now. We're not going to be able to announce any format details or specific dates right now, mostly due to CDL calendar not being out. We have to be able to plan around that. Well, we have seen a lot of feedback this season in regards to format, in regards to playoffs, and just know that a lot of that is going to be taken under advisement as we talk about the format moving forward, as well as we'll be putting out a feedback form for the teams to be able to fill out and tell us kind of how they felt about the season, what that looked like from them. And we want to hear from all the different programs, from the new teams to the teams that have been here for, all 8 years of CCL. But as we move forward in next year, we're really going to take that feedback to heart and try to figure out the best path forward for everybody. Next year, April, May, we'll get right back into our playoff structure. What those look like exactly, like I said, not sure. But we will be culminating again in CCL 2027 LAN finals. Hopefully we can run it back, have some more fun like we are now.
Absolutely. It'll be a great time. I'm not going to lie. But having a LAN is, that's the peak right there. I know for a couple years there, it was kind of like up in the air, like, oh man, I wish we could have this on LAN this year, but it just wasn't within the possibilities throughout that. Was that the MW3 season?
Yeah, MW3, yeah.
And that was unfortunate not being able to be on LAN, but last year being able to be back, especially out there, and then having an entire production staff out here this year. I can at least say that I've had a great time. It's been great getting to see all you guys again in person and everything. So I would advocate for it again. I'm glad it's coming back.
Yeah, I'm glad it's coming back too. I want to give a big shout out to NECC for helping enable CCL LAN the past couple of years as we move forward in the future. Our partnership with NECC has continued to grow. Special shout outs to Caleb specifically for helping us do that. It's been a long couple of years for CCL, but I think we're finally on the other end of it and things are looking up.
It's been a blast here at LAN. That's all I'm going to keep vouching for because it is so fun. I know you talked about, I was waiting for you to get to the end of the graphic just to be like, LAN's coming back and finally address that. But anytime you get to be in person, I know the players obviously feel the same way too. Alex and I have talked so much to them this weekend just about how different the environment is. Of course, not all of them being maybe Challengers players getting to LANs at different events like that, but just how special the collegiate circuit is for them. And I know, Alex, for you personally, he talks so much about how much he loves CCL, just because it feels like such a grassroots thing where people can show up and play on LAN that, they aren't, name state Challengers players, but they're ones that still get to show up and get a chance to put on for their program. So I think the CCL LAN means a lot to every single person involved.
Yeah, absolutely it does. And getting to see 8 teams come out and just seeing how close-knit the CCL community really is, everybody talking with each other, chatting, just the banter we get to see on LAN, but also, some of the trash talk, some of the passion like we like to see in CCL. So overall, it's been a heck of a good time, and I can't wait to see it wrap up here soon.
Yep, I can't either. John, I got one more thing to ask you. You've been with the CCL basically since the inception of everything. Yep. You've seen it go through multiple different iterations, formats, everything. As we talk about the future, looking ahead towards what 2027 will bring us, yep. I know you talked about potentially different format changes, everything else like that. What is the one thing that you want to see the CCL grow into more than anything else it has this year?
Ooh, putting me really on the spot there.
I didn't ask him this beforehand.
That's true.
I want to put him on the spot.
Just bigger and better. More broadcasts, more teams, maybe more LANs. Who knows? Partner with some schools. I think there's a lot of opportunity. I know in the past we've talked with schools about maybe hosting like mid-season tournaments and whatnot and seeing what we from the CCL side can offer. So just bigger and better moving forward.
I have never been once able to catch this guy off guard. He always has an answer for me. Anytime that I ask him anything, it's never an I don't know. It's always something that's calculated in response. And there wouldn't be anybody better. That would be really manning the ship in a lot of ways here in the CCL. So J-Pros, John Prosper, for all of you who know him, you probably know the name but have never seen the face on broadcast here beforehand because it's been 8 years since you've decided to come on and talk. But we genuinely, as Juan and I were talking about yesterday, the one thing that we always say is these broadcasts, obviously, they don't happen without the entire team, but I know I've told you this before. A lot of the stuff that happens behind the scenes is because of you and the things that you do, so we would not be genuinely in this ability to bring not only a LAN, but everything else with the CCL if it weren't for what you and the rest of the team do behind the scenes. Yep. So it has been a pleasure to not only be here working with you guys, but working with you guys for the last 5-6 years now. So
appreciate that. Yeah, these past couple years have been really special, and I'm glad to be back.
Rough, but special.
Rough, but special, yeah.
Alrighty, is that everything you want to get off your chest here for the state of the CCL?
Yeah, I think that's everything. Just looking forward to next year. We're gonna start ramping up here in the middle of June, and we'll see where things go.
So that puts us at 2034 for the next time we'll see you on broadcast here for the CCL, right?
2034.
2034.
Put it in your calendars.
Alrighty. Well, John, appreciate you for joining us on the desk. It was great to see the look ahead to the rest of what CCL will be next season. So if anybody was wondering what the hell is happening, is there going to be a CCL in 2027? There absolutely will be. Teams will compete once again for the championship on LAN, as John already mentioned beforehand. But we also have one more thing that we have to figure out here before we get out of our season in 2026. John, we have the St. Clair Saints, the Fisher Falcons, fighting for a championship here on LAN. You said to me before the broadcast that you would buy me anything I wanted if either of these teams didn't make it out of the groups, and now they're fighting in the grand finals.
I mean, both teams, top challengers, elite players making their way through. I would be very surprised, and to see that this is how the grand finals matched up, I'm not surprised in the slightest. It's gonna be a fight. I mean, those first two maps of the winners finals, was like 250 to 236 and 6-5 round 11. Like, who knows? Anything could happen in a best of 7.
I hope for more of that. That's all I'm hoping for.
Well, Fisher fighting for the lower side of the bracket. St. Clair will have the advantage going into our grand finals, at least where the Vetos are concerned. They're going to get a few more map picks that they're going to want inside of their pool. So we'll see how that shakes up. We'll have everything coming up, including the Veto replay and the start of what will be an exciting grand finals here for the 2026 season. Bittersweet that is coming to an end so soon, but we've had a long weekend so far. Let's end it out on a bang. St. Clair, Fisher for a championship here in 2026. We'll find out who's going to take it home after the break.
Boilermakers might not be in the hill, but you see two players working through the tunnels. It's Revy through green. He's going to open up with a kill. He's still got the traffic in hand. Goes for a slide out. Take a different look at this break. A couple players going to stretch to flip the map. That's going to force these spawn outs. See those white arrows? They turn around to deal with it. Still locking down the time.
I mean, what can be said about this? And as you said, they didn't get straight on the point in P3. They played it patiently, right? The case of how long can they hold on, because it's going to take more than one clean hill to get them back into this one now as Red finds the merciless.
Hey, he's got 10 in a row, make it 11, looking for number 12. He's not going to go.
The reminder, Slayer and Spooky getting a couple, but I mean, it's just drops in the ocean here right now in regards to the flow of this series. This is all going the way of Boilermakers, one of the most dominant performances I've ever seen, and this is because you have Revy going on a 15. So should he go for the nuke? He might as well while he's on it.
He's able to put some shots in on one, does his best to get away, but is going to be reaped. Schlutt now the last man alive in a 1v2.
Wow. How did Schlepp manage to stay alive there? I do not know, but needs to continue to try and stay alive, pick up the next kill as well. Maybe actually going to go for the push here against Mikkel versus Schlepp for what is already a massive round early on in this search and destroy. Will Schlepp be able to pick it up? He absolutely does, and that.
Start closing off all the lanes and make it very difficult for Midwegos to even get a chance on this defense. Their number 1, Cal. He's in the back. He's found 1. He's found 2. That's Honor as well. That'll be all 4 dead. There's a chance. There's EMP number 2. Cumberland Phoenix now in that spawn trap once again. And look where the EMP spawns. The bottom of the map. That's 3 dead from Cal.
Was a bit of a weird reposition there from CoD. Actually gives him a up in the middle of the map, and now he goes down himself. Leaves Drafty in a 1 versus 3. First kill through, 25 seconds. There's time for them to pull up to 3 versus 1. Drafty down to 59 to the pistol. Surely not for the 1 versus 1. Drafty, you maniac!
The fact that they took that result, again, I think this is all scary things that will play on the mind here, but Amity not letting it play in his mind as he gives someone an
A few moments later.
second time round. Technically, not really a miss. The shot was never really on, but Amity looking super dangerous. Every shot could be the last you come up against in this round, but Amity with the pistol going to pick up 1. Knife out for 2.
That scorecard. Iowa State now trying to get a little bit of an extension over here towards this connection to P3. And, well, right now they got one player in the back line, and Frenzy, he's going to have to play his life.
I was going to say, Frenzy made the best play there. Allow the reinforcements to start pushing up the map. He gets himself 2. Looks for the third. Can he get the entire team? We'll see as he chows with the pistol onto quick. Good shots from the pistol.
4 as well in the back, getting it done, and then doing so, creating these opportunities left, right, and center. Look how deep he is onto this A site. And he's gonna find another double. Oh, put the shots in because I want some tequila, baby.
He's doing a great job. With first Arbo's found 2 of his own first, so he opens up the opportunity and gets the detonation over. So he makes it.
Oh, baby!
He's on a 6 spree, a double with a nade, and he's in your back spawn. There's a chance to close this half early. Oh, down to player number 3 of 4 finds that kill.
Working quickly here. They have all the information in the world, able to get 1, make it 2. Can they find more? They get 3. Whippix, he wants the ace. Keep pushing through, young man, and you're gonna find it inside Dojo. Ground now will push back into Dojo. Bomb is down. Through mid hop. Can you find anything? You come through Dojo. 1 down. The trade is through. Second opportunity. It's gonna be Splody once again making the plays.
But intel should be going perfectly for Wildcats. Cracked there for the trade. 1v2 clutch up. He's 2-0. Oh, he can't lose a gunfight. Holy hell, crack for the ace. Or rather, backside rotation, crack clearing everything out. I don't know if he spotted him there, but I'm sure they're going to wait to take his perfect fight. 25 seconds on the clock. Now is better than ever. And it's just Moo who has gotten lost on the map. The timing just couldn't go his way, ladies and gentlemen. An ace to go.
Hi, my name is Joseph Miller. I go by Biohazard. I play for the University of Akron, and I am a social work major. I started playing Call of Duty competitively around my senior year of high school, so 2018. I broke my rib cage and I was kind of on bed rest for 6 weeks straight. In that time, I got really into video games, and Call of Duty was my number one. Honestly, I wanted to get into competing in Call of Duty when it was right after I graduated high school. I attended World War II Champs in Columbus, which was kind of local to me. And then like seeing the stage, seeing the competitive aspect, honestly what really did it for me was like all of the Champs banners with all of the rosters and the team names and the player names and everything, and like just seeing that aspect and environment, I knew that I wanted to try that and try to get to that level. I would kind of play in random various like online leagues with my friends, and I would never honestly really find much success with it. Honestly, just like a stroke of luck, I got a college COD recommended video on my Twitter, and I didn't realize that like there was a whole collegiate league for it. I did what any logical person would do, and I went through the college COD Twitter and looked at every single college that they were following and looked to see if there was any of them in Ohio. And I saw the Akron one, and I was familiar with Akron esports because of Tristan on the Rocket League team. I was a huge E United fan, and Tristan played Rocket League for E United as well as for the University of Akron. And so I looked through Akron stuff. I saw that they didn't really have anything about Call of Duty. Took a leap of faith, and I emailed the director of esports and I asked him about a Call of Duty team. And I was honestly just really fortunate enough that they were looking to build one as I was messaging them, and so it just kind of all fit into place. It's definitely not as easy as most people probably would view it to be from an outside perspective, especially like going to class, having things in person, you know, like contributing to like college life and stuff like that. Like you don't want to just be a shut-in who, you know, goes to class, goes to practice, and then that's it. Like, you know, I tried to, you know, put myself out there and, you know, meet people and make friends and all of that, while also, you know, having that competitive aspect, you know, going to practices and things like that. And it definitely, it's a lot to get used to, especially when I was 22 when I first, you know, went back to college. So I kind of had to relearn school life in general as well. I definitely, for advice, I would tell people to focus on, you will be a student athlete, and you need to focus on that student part as well. Make sure that you are attending class, you know, doing your homework and things like that, so that way you still have the opportunity to compete. Obviously, you know, competing is fun. Making a name for yourself is fun. It's very enjoyable, but you have to do the not so fun things as well in order to appreciate, you know, the enjoyable things. So please, go to school. Absolutely. Last year, we were watching in our esports facility. We have like a 9-panel TV wall that we normally would put, like, if one of the esports teams has a match up, we would put it on the big screen. It was a football game, and so we put the football game up on the screen, and I wasn't paying attention, and apparently like the ESPN video people were behind and thought that it was really cool that we were like watching the football game. And so like then they put it on ESPN, and they were talking about like, they were like, oh, like the Akron esports team is showing support to their football team. And I was like that's me. It's really cool to see. A lot of times when people think of esports, they think of, you know, being there, playing the game, things like that. And like you said, there's so much more that goes into it. As long as you are interested in the field, I'm sure you could probably find something that interests you. For me, it was social media. There's casters, there's, you know, like editors, so many things behind the scenes that you probably don't think exist, and you can find anything. And so for somebody that kind of wants to dip their toes into it, I definitely say don't be afraid to take that leap of faith. Don't be afraid of rejection. You just kind of have to put yourself out there, and if it's meant to be, it will find its way to you. But don't ever really give up hope, and I promise that whatever you find, it's meant to be there for a reason. I definitely, honestly, it feels funny to say, but like kind of what everybody's doing this year, like, you know, like the listen-ins, the player interviews, the behind the scenes things, kind of like humanizing it, I guess, would be a better way of putting it. I definitely think that, you know, putting names to faces and all of the things like that, where you're going behind the scenes, you're going more in depth. It's not just becoming another league. Like, you are, like, this is college. These are students in this league, and so being able to have these students have the opportunity to, you know, discuss their lives and, you know, be more than just a Call of Duty gamer and things like that. Like, it's definitely really interesting to see, and it's really cool to, you know, be a part of it now. I definitely am excited this year for the competition because I'm the only one that's returning, and so it's definitely interesting to see to go from being on a team with people like Bowie and Thieves and MZ to people on my team that nobody like really knows who they are. So like kind of giving these guys the opportunity to prove themselves and build their own names for themselves while also doing the best I can as, you know, the veteran. I say that so that way I don't call myself old. Teach them kind of the ways and teach them how to play proper, learn the game while, you know, like kind of pushing them forward, so that way once I'm done after this year, like they can kind of carry it on, and then who knows, you know, in the future, maybe not let them focus too much on what Akron was and now picture what Akron can be with them in the picture.
Hello, my name is Michael Wiglar. I go to Conestoga College, and I'm currently studying a business program. I'm in my last semester. I've been playing Call of Duty as long as I can remember, honestly. My first one I can really remember playing was Black Ops 1 with my dad specifically. He was kind of the one who got me interested in it in the first place when I was, I'd say, 11 or 12. And then as I got older in the teens, we'd always play it around Christmas time, just kind of play all the retro CODs. It kind of was my stepping stone into competitive Call of Duty. I would say the first time I realized I had, you know, a little bit of talent is when I was playing AW, Advanced Warfare. I had a little group I would be playing kind of game battles, UMGs with when they were still around, and we did pretty well. We were usually on the top of those ladders, so that was kind of the first inkling to me that I thought I might be able to do something competitively. So I've always seen the CCL like from afar. I've been competing in challenges for a long time, since World War II almost, or since Black Ops 4 was my first competitive Call of Duty when I went to challengers events. But I've been seeing college COD grow for a long time. One of the last Toronto XPs that I attended, I believe it was the one last summer, Potsy reached out to me afterwards, our coach Potsy. He expressed that he had some interest in me going to the college. I was kind of on the back tail end of my career at that point, or competitive career, and I thought that it would be a good opportunity to kind of continue it a little bit longer. I have some interest background in kind of starting.
Yeah, you know what time it is. It's grand finals time here. For the last time in the CCL season for 2026, we will crown a champion. We've got one best-of-7 series. The St. Clair Saints, who have been kind of crowned as the best team within the CCL throughout this year, versus the challenging Fisher Falcons coming from the lower bracket. It was a 3-0 series win for the St. Clair Saints earlier on in the bracket. Now Fisher, on the rebound, are trying to get themselves their get-back. Before we get into any of the meat and potatoes, though, I felt like it was kind of important to take a wide-scope macro look at everything before we start digging into the micro. So let's look at the graphic of how we got to this point. We'll take a look at our bracket real quick, and we're kind of just going to detail very quickly some of the things that happened throughout the day today. Obviously, we had every bit of our bracket play today after group play yesterday. Realistically, everything has been a 3-0, but it couldn't be further from like what we actually saw within those series. Everything between every team was close.
Unbelievable. I mean, again, you look at the we really do promise. The Fisher Cumberland Phoenix one was definitely one that was less close than the rest of the 3-0s played, but I mean, you see 5 of them right here, and you think that this has been a terrible day of Call of Duty. It has been one for the ages, in all honesty. Just super close. I'm talking literal 1-point hard points, literal 1-round replayed round 11.
Yes.
Overtime wins and overload. We have had a little bit of everything here today, and that just goes to push how excited we are for Grand Finals. We've seen a lot. We know there's a lot more to come. We've lacked nothing. This LAN has really given us everything, and there's still more to come.
Over the weekend, we have had a lot of great performers in Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, and Overload. Let's take a moment to shed a spotlight on some of these players that have played phenomenally here on LAN throughout the entirety of the weekend thus far. We'll start with the Hardpoint and take a look at who our top performer is. There's no surprise here. The top 2 players from, actually top 3, we're in our top 3, but the top 2 players inside of our Grand Finals, KB has been the absolute demon dog himself. 1.46 KD specifically within the Hardpoint mode throughout the entire weekend. That's multiple Hardpoints, at least like 6 of them throughout the week that they've been able to play up against other teams. 139 kills. Hill time goes along with it per 10 minutes at 89. This guy's kind of a do-it-all machine in the hard point, but there's some other great names on here from teams that also never made it to Sunday, like Prada. Prada was playing some of the best Call of Duty he played all year,
Truly.
And it sucked.
It truly. You look at the top 5 and you see a lot of names that, aren't continuing, on in Sunday or have already been eliminated. And that just goes to show how stout of a performance they had, where even with teams continuing to play on today, we still see some names up there. So from top to bottom, whether the teams are playing here in this Grand Finals or have already left us this weekend, fantastic performances. We really couldn't have asked for a better. You love respawns, you love the pace of it, but the performances we got on top of that, the consistency from the top players on these teams, it speaks for itself here on this chart.
Shout out to Exotic real quick, too, at the bottom there with a 1.09. He played fantastic throughout the weekend here for the old man coming in and showing the young guns how to do it. We'll swap to the Search and Destroy leaderboard here now, talk about a bit of who was kind of frying within the secondary game mode inside of Call of Duty this weekend. We saw a lot of S&D being played, a couple map 5s yesterday. The secondary Search and Destroys today all were close. We saw multiple round 11s, close games that went down to the wire. But C1's another player on St. Clair who leads the way. Prada and Manny, you see them there at 2 and 3. Again, just another great performance for the 2 guys that weren't able to get to Sunday.
And C-Watch sure ringing out number 1, but very close behind is going to be KB. You called him Mr. Do-It-All, and that is absolutely the case. And not even a do-it-all in the sense that he's the only one. Why? Because we're talking C-Watch at the top. That has been our story, song, and dance the whole weekend about the St. Clair team. Everyone does a little bit of everything when called upon. You can see the rest of the players too at 7 and 8. So at top 8, all of these players are performing at their best in Search and Destroy this weekend. Phantoms starts to creep up in that conversation, and that's definitely something we'll give a little bit of light to later. But for now, C-Watch and the St. Clair crew, they are running things in Search.
Shout out to Cal as well on that 3rd placing team, the Cumberland Phoenix. He was somebody that we mentioned multiple times throughout the weekend, was a shining star. He was actually leading the top of this board at the start of the day. Just some unfortunate games that he had to play, not only against, of course, St. Clair, but Fisher as well. So 2 teams that, you're probably going to have a bad time in Search and Destroy against. Final thing we'll talk about in the overall macro before we get into our main matchup between St. Clair and Fisher is Overload and the top 10 that we saw throughout the course of the weekend here. Obviously, KD doesn't necessarily tell the story every single time for all these players, but they're a really good indication of who's playing well inside of the mode specifically. Darkside leads the way here for Fisher on one side of the coin. Obviously, we have now the Hardpoint and the Overload leaders both going to the Fisher side. Now it's just going to be a requirement of everybody else to get on board. We've seen multiple St. Clair leaders on every single one of these leaderboards. Bit different here for Fisher.
Yeah, they're knocking on the door. Excuse me. If they don't have the one spot, you can definitely see them close in tow. And like you said, though, whenever Fisher is succeeding and finding success, they are doing it the best of everyone here this weekend. So that is no surprise to us. And to not see other people on the leaderboard, you might be thinking, so is it really just kind of Darkside's their main Overload guy, or is Brack the only one doing things in Hardpoint? Absolutely not. There are so many other talented players here that really got to make a name for themselves in and around these stats. It doesn't paint the full picture, but like you said, we wanted to give kind of that broad stroke image of who showed up this weekend, who showed out, and even if they aren't playing today, they were still able to find themselves a spot on the leaderboard.
Alrighty. Well, we have gone over the macro. We've talked about the teams ad nauseum throughout the weekend. We say goodbye to the other 6 teams at LAN who have all come out this weekend and played their hearts out trying to fight for a national championship. We are down to our final 2 teams. The St. Clair Saints, 5-1 throughout the day. The Fisher Falcons, 5-2 throughout the weekend. The one thing that we talked about from St. Clair is that they have yet to lose a single map. They've played Fisher close in the winners finals. The first map was a 13-point spread. They go round 11 inside of the Search and Destroy. No one's been able to even come close to them in the third map of Overload. Again, there's not only a reason that they're undefeated throughout this weekend, they are playing their best COD at the best moments. This is their first best chance to really lock in and win a CCL championship.
And for you and I, this feels a little personal, just in the sense of we have seen and said this. We've had this conversation quite a few Sundays, to be honest, about the St. Clair team over the years. You know, we've been waiting for a moment for them to say, do they have the gumption to get it done? Is this their moment? And of course, you talked about even earlier today, the dynasties that came before them. You had the Northwoods, and then you had the Oklahoma Christian dynasty. You had the people that stood in the way that they couldn't quite just get it pieced together at the right times to make happen. Sundays have always been their worst performing days. Here, it has been their best. They're continuing to push with what they ran through the regular season with. The St. Clair team looks poised and ready to get it done. If not now, then when for me, Alex?
Yeah, you talked about the Sundays being poor performing days for St. Clair. Last year, we saw them kind of fall apart in a sense when they did play in the Black Ops 6 season. They looked so good going into it, and then all of a sudden on Sunday, it just felt like things didn't click the same way. Not sure if there was nerves there, or maybe they just woke up not playing the same Call of Duty they did the day before. But, I mean, dude, in the most overused, cliche way, Call of Duty is a game-to-game or day-to-day game. So you really have to make sure on a daily day basis you are locking in. Now, that being said, St. Clair's played fantastic COD today. Fisher's played okay. They played really well against Cumberland. They had a few hiccups along the way through some of the matches that they had in group play yesterday, but they seem to be in a bit better form here today. The one player I have a bit of a concern with is Conf. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Let's look at the head-to-head here for what we will see, or excuse me, the Veto replay, though, real quick, and we'll see what we have inside of our matches throughout the rest of our series. I believe St. Clair's going to be able to pick. Yes, they will. They come out on the favored side from the winners bracket, so they will have the slight advantage here inside of the grand finals of being able to take that team A. They're going to be able to get something out first. Colossus, they'll say sayonara. No one's wanted to play Fisher on Colossus except for the teams that are trying to steal one over him in a sneaky fashion.
Yeah, and for good reason. You saw that 7-0. You saw the point differential, and I think for Fisher, that's one thing we talked about a lot, was in the response, their point differential has been something staggering. They were, taking losses to St. Clair earlier today, but by such tight margins. But you're not going to give them a map that they feel comfortable on. You want to take that away early on, so no surprises here so far.
So it will be a den for map 1 that we will see out of them, and Fisher actually is enjoying the way that they're playing Sake. So after beating the Cumberland University roster earlier on in what was a map 1 Sake, we're going to be able to see that in a guaranteed map 4. That could be a closeout for either of these two teams. Obviously, we don't expect this to end in 4 maps, but it very well could. For the Search and Destroy, Fisher going to go ahead and get Gridlock out of the rotation. This is something that they've insta-banned today. St. Clair actually played one yesterday in the group stage against Mars Hill. They looked really good on that map. Not surprising that Fisher wants to get a newer map that their opponent is good on out of rotation. Opposite side for Fringe, you were talking about how Fisher didn't necessarily mind playing Fringe, but I think they're okay with St. Clair getting that out of the rotation.
Yeah, I think they're definitely fine having to make the pick on Raid. Why? Because they have looked so good on Raid. And the fact that Raid is getting through is definitely going to be an interesting point. Not only is it getting through, it's getting through at map 2.
Yes.
Penny Phantom, someone we will talk about. We will get to that map. We will talk about it. We will not waste our breath here. That is a pick, and it feels like a must-win for Fisher just off of rip, even without seeing the rest of the map set.
Den for a map 5, where we will see ourselves the second Search and Destroy in this best of 7 series should we get there. A Plaza coming in for map 7 from St. Clair. We saw so many bang-outs that have happened on that Plaza map already, not throughout this weekend, but the CDL level, the Challengers level as well. It is a map that a lot of people remember fondly from the Black Ops 2 era. Here, it's just get to the A site, kind of like Mercado and MW2. Ban for the exposure overload will come out of the side of St. Clair. They get to get that map out of the pool. It will be a scar from Fisher in map 3. We're going to get one more opportunity to take a look here, but I believe that's going to leave Den, of course, for that map 6, as we only have 3 overload maps inside of the game. So if you're looking at this from a wide point of view, St. Clair and Fisher get some of their best maps for each of them throughout the entirety, not only of the weekend, but the season inside of the map pool. We start out with a Den, we go to a Raid, we go to a Scar and a Sake. That is our guaranteed maps for our first 4, obviously in a best of 7. Should we need to go the distance to 5, 6, and 7, Den, Plaza. We've got ourselves a phenomenal series ahead, and Amber, I cannot wait.
I'm so excited to get into it. And we saw a triple den earlier, if I'm not mistaken, between Fisher and St. Clair. And of course, we know how that series went. Just off the first eye test, Alex, and you can tell me if you disagree, but I think the front half of this, knowing that we saw triple den earlier to some extent, I think the front half favors Fisher and what they want to do. Not that Den didn't play close, but the raid pick there and the Scar overload, I really do like out of them. They did look good in Den on the hard point they played initially. I think they have the opportunity to kind of right those wrongs that they made it a 13-point loss. But the maps 2 and 3, I'm really looking at for Fisher Falcons to just put themselves in a good spot in the series.
When we talk about the Den hardpoint, we'll kind of dig into that a little bit deeper. We'll take 2 players from each of these 2 teams and kind of stack them up side by side, some of the best performers from the weekend. We had Brack, who has been a phenomenal hardpoint player. We've asked him kind of be Mr. Do-It-All man throughout the weekend. A 1-3-2, combating, of course, against the side of KB with a 1-4-6. Both of them don't play necessarily the same roles, but we find them kind of in similar gunfights a lot of the time. And the one thing that Brack, as we saw earlier on, is that he loves getting the hill time. With 154 seconds, that's just an average per 10 minutes in all of the games that they have played throughout the day and throughout the weekend. That's pretty nuts to think about. You're averaging over 2 minutes in the hill for the rest of your team. That allows guys like Phantoms, Confid, Darkside specifically to get out, slay for you around the hard point. But for KB and the rest of St. Clair, their looks a little different. They do a run by committee. You're going to see everybody on that roster have probably over 60 to 70 seconds of hill time.
And that's just the complexion, like you said, where the roles vary. The mission is still the same, right? It's get everyone involved, and it looks different. That's why it's so fun watching these teams pair up against one another and go to do battle. But yeah, sitting at 2.5 minutes while averaging at least 28 kills per 10 minutes. Again, the guy is not sitting out of place. He is very active, but also doing what needs to be done to get the win.
When we talk about hill time, quickly, we'll go ahead and take a look at the Super Soakers for the weekend. The players who have had the most hill time and have played the best around the objective inside of the hard point, as we mentioned already there for Brack, he's got 1,392 seconds in culmination over the course of the entire weekend. Quick math, that's a lot of time. I'm not looking to do it. It's at least, we'll call it 20 minutes plus, because I know that 600 seconds is going to equal 10 minutes. That's good math right there. That's about all I'm going to be able to do for you immediately. With a 1-3-2, and of course, being able to go for the 155 per 10 minutes that we were talking about beforehand. There's not much that he hasn't been able to do, and you look to Confid, you look to Phantoms, they're also up there. The difference here is that inside of the matches that they play, usually alongside one, there's usually somebody that spikes the hill time, and there's 2 players on the side of Fisher that necessarily aren't getting a ton of time, but are still there as supplementary roles. The one person you don't see on here, though, is Darkside for Fisher, and again, that's what I was talking about beforehand. He's going to be the guy that pushes out the lane. He wants to take that first engagement. Usually he's going to find 2, and if he's the first one to break at a hard point, he's pushing out the backside spawns while the rest of the team is just sitting.
And that's what his job is going to be for them today, like you said, where run by committee is the word you used for St. Clair. Everyone's just, maybe going to do what the play call is based on what they want to do. But for Fisher's side of things, absolutely Darkside is going to be one. His mission is always going to be, don't expect him to get the kill and stop. He's always going to take up space. So I think that even caveats into the point of what St. Clair need to mitigate here in map number 1, what they need to look out for. They were able to manage it well, got a 13-point win the first to go around on Den when they played. Darkside is going to be someone he's been wanting to cut loose all weekend. It's grand finals. If there ever was a time to fly and fry, it's going to be now.
Well, we'll take a look for the first time at our players. Thumbs up in the background from coaches and players alike. That means we should be moving into the lobby soon. You can see Brack moving the controller directly into his lap. It might be finally time to get map 1 underway. It looks like we are going to start the load-in process. So here we go. Stakes have been set. We've talked ad nauseum about these teams now. 1st to 4 in a best-of-7 series. Den Hardpoint leads the way. We saw this between these 2 teams earlier. Very close. A 13-point difference in that map 1, a raid search and destroy that comes around the corner at the end of map 2, but we will have to wait and see what that search and destroy will hold for us later on in the day. For St. Clair, this is their first opportunity inside of the CCL to grab themselves a championship winning roster and season. This would be their first not only championship here, but one they have been wanting for years and years to come, even back to previous iterations of their roster. For Fisher, they want to be able to come back from last year after losing to Oklahoma Christian. They've done the doing of the dynasty down. They've knocked them off a peg. Here against St. Clair, they've got the dirty work to do one more time. Rupert, instead of the hard point, will open up with a grenade onto one. Confid falls. P1 locked down at the moment. St. Clair flying on the back end of a Rupert 3-piece.
And he's going to keep going, try to get the 4th, and that's what St. Clair want to do. Apply pressure early. They've already played this map before. They already have ideas of what everyone is going to want to do, and Rupert knows he wants to waste no time. They kind of let Fisher hang around a little bit in moments where we thought they could close things out, but now they want to try to get that work done early. As he falls, someone else looks to rise to the occasion. Darkside, though, on the other side of things, you want to see him get going early as well.
Step up in those big moments as Rupert has here early for St. Clair. The bad news is for Rupert, nobody else on the team has been able to find a kill yet, but you're doing everything for the side of St. Clair right now early on. He will fall inside of you. Confit down on rotation over by P2. You still got a couple of bodies here, and finally KB and C-Wads will add to the attack, and now they're going to be pushing from the offside to the back end of P2. So ammunition spawns for Fisher from the front side of the roofs. Here come the Saints.
And they look to collapse in. Brock's going to be with pinch around. You need this to develop quickly because you get Phantoms taken out in the back. So all of a sudden, those left-hand spawns are going to be there. You need Brack to get back in the mix. You get picked apart from the front. The push comes in from the back. The collapse. It's going to be a 3 versus 2 on the outside looking in. Brack finds a couple. KB gets one. Just need to clean up the other, and that'll be the case quickly on the break. St. Clair.
CoD last alive should here in a moment recognize that the spawns are going to be out. Cooks the nade up. Realizes one's in the hill. Needs to pull the gun back out. Does, but not in enough time. Confit, somebody we talked about, just kind of struggles in some of these modes and maps against St. Clair. Did so earlier today. Would love to see him have a big performance here in map 1. They're going to need it as Ripper slides in. KB jumps off the map. Brack and Confit will pair for the last one. That should be all for Dead Will.
And just looking through the first couple of hills, exactly what we saw the last go around. It is very fast. No one's slowing things down. No one wanting to take a breath and kind of recalibrate things. These teams play best whenever they're playing at their own pace. They're going to push it to the max here, and that's exactly what we've seen on rotations new. It will be Fisher getting the last bit of scrap time, and they will also have numbers. For the sake of argument, over towards this next hill.
For a moment, only a bit of a green splatter was able to break up the white feed that was coming in for Fisher. Rupert through the front has been, again, do-it-all man here. He's already up to double digits at 10 kills inside of map 1. Hill 3 underway. Brack playing in the corner up through middle map. C-Wads was there for 1. Challenge around the right-hand side as everybody starts to flood their way forward. Phantom's the last one alive for Fisher Falcons. They'll still have the spawns that are relatively close, but playing in the front right now. St. Clair realized they don't need to push out too far. They just want to be able to get some hill time here and push out.
And I really like that play just because you were able to get eyes on the fact that Phantom's in the back knowing he was the last player, and they're like, hey, come pair with me. Let's get this kill. Let's clean it up. Again, it's a clean kill feed. Yep. They don't go, oh, come get my trade. No, they're going to play it together, and they're going to make sure there are no holes in the peripheral defense that they are playing. He gets eyes first. He gets a couple going, now all eyes turning.
Good information, back 20 seconds. About the same for the lead here for St. Clair. They want to double up and double dip from P3 over to P4. C-Watt's pushing out on the roof side on 5 in a row already. Spots one out. The track is phenomenal. Wasn't able to walk away with a Hellstorm missile, but he does enough to slow the front hand push down. Now CoD in the back line allows those teammates to spawn up and rotate over from backside middle in P3. Nobody coming from top blue. It's everybody pushing over from the roof side. Fisher in from the front. Brack with the first nade onto CoD.
Things slow for just a moment before the gunfight starts to ring out once again. It's going to be Rupert trying to get loose on a flank. Not even really paying for it. They know they want to get in and get a quick break. You know Fisher don't want to hold from the front, so St. Clair are fine holding this from the back. They don't need to do anything tricky.
Oh, a lot of great kills to the front here. KB's the only one that's going to be able to break it up for a moment. Confid now off the spawn will go top blue, recognize it perfectly. Now it's St. Clair's turn to push in from the roof side. Outer, Rupert first, second one lined up. Weekend shots in from Phantoms, wants to throw a Semtex on the outside to back up the player on St. Clair. They'll slow the line down. Confid wins a crazy 1v, so the hipfire shot's good enough. Back 20 seconds should go the way of Fisher, and if you'll remember from the first time these two teams played on this map, it was about a 40-point difference at the end of P4 going back to P1. Not going to be the exact same thing here this time, just about dead even. Maybe one more hit here from St. Clair.
As they get the kind of final cleanup, that is going to be the last look. And like you said, moments maybe of that first map or the first do round of this playing through in their heads, wondering, okay, these were decisions that we made wrong the last go round. These teams so good at small costs as well. Don't expect anything to slip the net. Like you said, it was a deficit phase for Fisher on the last go, or excuse me, for St. Clair on the last go round here. This time, Fisher, map 1. Now that the map is reset and the hills repopped, they've got themselves a tiny lead. They're going to look to run with it.
Rupert in through P-cut. Looks down on the bottom side for Phantoms. CoD and KB able to trade back in and find it. I believe we're taking a listen in here with one of the teams in just a moment. I didn't exactly hear who it was, so Robert, take us away.
He did.
Nice.
I'm playing. Needed. Right, low right. He can be both there. The kill. He's one shot. Where? He's low right. Nice. No, low right. Kill the guy.
Back up, two.
Just run it in and out. Kill. New C-Wads outside. Outer new. There's an ironing outer new. Player kills. He saw you. Yeah. There's no torch on the
Two. Lobby. Ripper lobby.
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 I'm with you. Back, bro. We're going
One spawned out though, okay?
Yo, hold my garage. One spawn. I don't have it.
I'm leaving for you.
I'll kill him. Middle roofer. I'm getting one. Middle roofer, left corner. One shot middle.
One shot
I'm in the back. Turn. Could be middle. I'm trying to get your couches.
I have lights.
Hey, block. Got the main block. Couches too. Just two couches. I needed it. One more. Watch out for couches. I see one. Other guy's gonna be slow. Other guy's gonna be slow. Shout it out. I'm blocking. I'm hard blocking. They're all spawning dojo. I'm hard blocking and then I'm giving up the back. Okay.
Nothing old.
I gave the back.
Nothing old. They're all ruined.
I'm coming dojo. What do you have?
I'll go right.
I'll get dojo. Iron dojo. I'm named the cross.
All right, 50-point lead here from Fisher. Comms sounding good. They look a lot warmer than they did the last time they played against St. Clair in that winners finals. Culmination of them not only playing throughout the rest of the day, but coming off of that lower bracket. We always talk about that lower bracket cheese coming into the top, where the team's not necessarily warm in the upper side of the bracket. St. Clair, though, now here on P3, this is where they made their bread and butter last time. Let's see if the baker can do a dozen.
Confid good slide out for the first challenge. I mean, here's KB locking things down. Phantom, enough damage was done on Confidence to get the trade quickly, so he's going to be able to hold this position for the moment. But quickly, you can see St. Clair wanting a strike. Now that he's shooting, you're going to see the slide out here. See if the kill gets cleaned up.
Phantom's forced to back off. 51 HP, doesn't recognize there's one directly below him. Darkside will push in. Oh, Rupert. CoD will fall on the hands. C1's an immediate trade, but they go on for an eye. It's only 20 seconds that they're fighting for here, but for St. Clair, this 20 seconds is everything because they don't have anything but the tower side spawns. They have no pressure over by P4. Dojo's completely locked down, and Darkside's on rotation here, while they still have 3 bodies playing through mid and P3.
And that's just what they want to do to, again, not give St. Clair an opportunity to move across the map with ease. If they're going to fight for the scrap time, like you said, they know they have to battle through this bottleneck. They didn't hard block, though, so like you said, they are slipping the net quickly.
Well, this is going to be an opportunity for St. Clair here. Maybe a misplay from Fisher. Do they want to play directly through the front? You'd have to assume probably not. C1 gets a nade there onto Confid. Brack in a trade. KB outer side, Roos will spot one on the cross nose. There's probably going to be 1 to 2 more. Inner, great shots in from KB. How about the pistol? Gets him weak. That should be easy cleanups for the rest of the roster as Phantoms will lay outside of the window. He's just got to play his life and wait for the rest of the team, but now they're all pushing through the front. So what was a great back-end hold now turns catastrophic as St. Clair just basically were gifted the spawns.
And now they're going to be gifted an opportunity to tie the game. We saw Fisher held halfway decently from the front, but you know, like you said, that's not what they want to do. Rupert's going to get 3 more. Seawat's pair is going to be a misplay that has absolutely let St. Clair back into this one. They're going to get the rest of this time, Alex.
So now we look at this game through a completely different lens. St. Clair much closer than they were before the back end of P3. We thought it was going to be Fisher kind of riding this one into the sunset. Self-inflicted wounds not helping them at all at this junction. 20-17 from Brack leads the way. 54 seconds left for him now. Back into middle map, here we go. Full 60 pop on the next set of hills. Confid trying to push up the bottom side of you. You got one top blue. You got KB trying to push in from couches. Pinch opportunity and play set up here, but it's Darkside on the backside of KB. Now it's St. Clair an opportunity to get themselves back into a breaking position.
And they're in a position where they get to decide where they want to go next. They got the full clearance on the map. Now they're saying, okay, where do we need to get set up? Where do we want to be to make this hell for St. Clair to get back into it? We had a falter here. We can't slip up now.
Up their P3 cut. KB, shots, good. On to Confid. Won't be able to walk away with the kill, though. This is where Fisher once again are able to start growing that lead exponentially. It's Rupert, who has been a 3-piece machine. We saw him do the exact same thing on the opening rip of this game. Tries to turn back around. The snap not good enough. Wants to inflict and flip these spawns. This is allowing St. Clair, though, to get a lot of mid-map position, get some much needed time.
And as they look to work away at it, again, either team just unrelenting in the pressure they're providing, and as you said, where one team falls, another team looks to completely fill space. It's been something where Fisher has had themselves a lead, but at moments where, again, a Rupert 3-piece happens or a self-inflicted wound, St. Clair have had glimpses, cracks in the door to get back into this one. This one, no differently here. St. Clair have not had a great hold on this hill, though. If they can turn it around, they could really stretch this game.
CoD for one gets out with his life, dips into the corner, and now has the opportunity to push it back, but it's KB there. Beautiful nade weakens up the player in front of him. Now CoD's on 5 in a row. Sitting in this hard point, might be able to get him a Hellstorm. That is going to be huge utility as they push out over to P3.
As we're getting to the back half of this game, C-Watch is going to have 2. The bait and switch lineup comes out, so now you know this push is going to be from the front. Rupert handles things from the right side of things. All eyes forward, this push is coming from Roost.
Another breakdown here, potentially from Fisher Falcons, as St. Clair now holding inside. They've got a double cross off and a full-on trade opportunity. Rupert refuses to slow down on 4 in a row. Challenges out maybe a bit over-aggressively, allows the rest of the teammates, though, to come to the rescue as Brack now falls. Spawns deep in the back. They're going to flip out completely. 230, 199, 15 seconds. Rotation over to P3 is everything now.
On a big 1v out of CoD for scrap time here. Can he get it? As the rest of his teammates are falling, Phantoms is going to get the cleanup. So you at least stop the bleeding. You get yourself over that 200-point mark. But like you said, it was a moment where St. Clair didn't get a lot of time off of that hill the last 2 times we've been there. Here we go now for the nuke.
Rupert has to go massive, and he's already done it. He's got the first kill over by Dojo. This is going to cause the spawns to be a little bit mixy. Phantom somehow wins the 1v on the player versus the tree. Brack opposite side over by tower. We'll shut down the push. Here comes the Hellstorm in from CoD, though. Inside of 10, you have to survive, and somehow it doesn't connect with anybody. Fisher still here.
Now in the moment, They have to make a decision. Nothing was found beside it. What avenue do you want to take to try to open things up for you? It's going to be the nade.
Oh my.
Their attack use has been so. The down go 3. The bait and switch comes in for the 3rd. Can you get the 4th cleanup? And Dark Side, they're going to slide out. They're going to line up. But CoD will get the cleanup. St. Clair Saints, they are in.
Hellstorm didn't get the kills. It got the trophy system instead, and that allowed them to get the nades inside of the hard point now. With 7 seconds left, it's going to be 2 players from Dojo and 1 up the P3 cut. Contestion in now first. KB, first gunfight. Tries to snap back around with a pistol. Knows the gunfight's going to come. 2 seconds left, and the last challenger from Dojo can't get there. Fisher collapsing in the back half of the hard point. St. Clair tee up when they need it most. 1-0 series. Grand finals, at least right now, going to St. Clair.
And Fisher really just reeling, I think, for the moment, just as that closes out, knowing the exact moment that they were able to kind of let that one slip out of their hands. I don't want to say that it would have been done and dusted had they not faltered that rotation, but I think they would have been in a different situation, like you said, at the conclusion of that hill. We'd be having a very different conversation. They were up, 130 and some change. You give them a 40-second hold to get right back into the game, and you know from there, it's back and forth. It has been the whole time. Any leads you get, you have to find a way to hold on to. The fact that that was a self-inflicted blow for them to lose the lead and ultimately make that game a very tumultuous back half is something that it's a different complexion from the first time around that we saw, but I think that's the big blunder that you look at and say what could have been for Fisher and Apple.
I swear this looked almost this looks almost perfectly in sync of what we saw between them the first time, especially that little bit at the end there. But again, it was the P4s and the P1s that really changed the complexion of this game, because the majority of the time that they were getting off of P4 was allowing them to really kind of extend that lead. And again, you mentioned it already, like that back P4 rotation. If they don't lose that, and they don't flip the spawns out, if they hard block in the back and are going to be able to send more bodies and pressure there, they probably either win that game or get a lot closer than what the final score is going to tell, because Fisher had so many golden moments to be able to take that game. That final Hellstorm that came in, though, I will say, that was massive, because here it did 2 things. Now, on the surface level, if you're looking at it and you're looking for the utility to come in the way of a kill to give a man advantage on the site, of course, that's not what you're going to be able to see there. It pushed 2 people back into Dojo, and it pushed 2 people into 10. The 2 players that were inside of 10, the Hellstorm got taken out, or the trophy system got taken out directly on the door of 10, and that allowed the 2 people that were inside, who were already weak from the players that were pushing in from St. Clair, to have those nades cooked perfectly into 10, and it basically was just a hot box for them to get trapped, slapped, dumped, and back to the respawn. The 2 players in Dojo, that's all you got to worry about at that point. You know you've already got basically a 4v2 on site, and they're pushed back. You have every bit of information. You break on that P3, all of a sudden, game just completely develops in the way that you want it to, and you never really look back. From St. Clair, P4, P1, P2, and P3 all right there. Almost perfect.
Oh yeah, and that's what sealed the deal for them. And it started with the falter out of Fisher. After that, like you said, you just watched it compound, and they were able to make plays behind, you know, the things that were going on, like you said, at that hill. With the trophy system, you think that, oh, that's just such an unfortunate situation. No, St. Clair were like, this is exactly what we're going to do behind it. They're all turtled up. Let's just make a play happen. They do that. Like you said, that's the second hill they started compounding in a row to get themselves not only back in the game, but the first one, they overtake the lead in that moment. And for the rest of the way, CoD, I mean, again, I want to look at him and the performance he had, right? It was a slow slaying performance.
Yep.
You make up for that with 2 minutes in the hill. So that was someone, you know, as we kind of look at these highlights, you're not going to see a lot of him in the kill feed, and things are slow. And everyone's still with over, like you said, that 70, 80 seconds. That's just what St. Clair does. It was good for the other side of Fisher, but where you have a slow slaying performance, he makes up for it by saying, bump, I'm going to take the last 10 seconds. Get out here. You're the one frying and connecting with your shots. Get out of here. Let me at least get some points on the board if I can't get much else going. So just heads up plays there from everyone for St. Clair. And it wasn't a bad game out of Fisher, but like you said, you broke down the 3 hills that really gave the Saints the opportunity to walk away with it in a bigger discrepancy than we saw initially. And you know Fisher are thinking the same thing.
Yep.
Yeah, that.
Take a look at the reaction there from the side of St. Clair after Map 1's win. Yeah, look, you kind of heard it there. It really was a breakdown. There's not many other ways that we can dice that up for Fisher. They were kind of, it wasn't even that they were gifted golden opportunities. They gave themselves golden opportunities by setting the plays up, getting out on rotation, putting themselves in a good position to play for that next man up and just be able to get the rotation. Like, I hate going from that P3 to P4 rotation on our second set right before we got there, but man, like, you saw how much time St. Clair got out of that. It was like 45 seconds, almost a full 60 off that. And yeah, Fisher could push through for the front. They were able to kind of make it mixy for a little bit there, but your entire play there was keep 3 at P3, let one person get out on rotation, and I get the call there, right? Because you're playing P4, you don't know if all 4 bodies from St. Clair are going to be coming on P3 or not, so you don't necessarily know that you're going to be taking a 3-on-4 gunfight there. Yeah. You're probably thinking it's going to be maybe a 3v2, 3v3 maybe, but usually on the rotations there you see teams teams wrapped to the north side of the map, and then they pushed through the rooftop into P4. So I can't say it was a bad play out of Fisher. It's more so just unfortunate because we have that data to see the overview of the minimap there. But at the same time, it's still technically a misplay because once those first 2 bodies went down, you didn't see player 2 wrap back and then hard block the spawns in Dojo, and that's the misstep.
We know Fisher knows what exactly kind of was the catalyst to kick off, you know, a series of just unfortunate events, honestly, for them and that hard point. You felt like to that point, okay, a 40-point lead in a map like this, yeah, make St. Clair earn every bit of it back. Like you said, it not gifted in a sense. You really just framed it perfectly, but just left the door open, didn't lock it, you know, kind of didn't put the security measures up to make sure that nothing like that didn't happen. So now you have a St. Clair team very confidently going into map 2. Again, they were feeling the heat in the mid portion of that. Everyone watching it felt the tension of, we've got a 40-point lead here in a game that played down to the wire at the very end. Still ended up being the case. Fisher was able to battle back, but again, even if it's a close game loss, a loss nonetheless, they're staring down 1-0 for the moment. We go to a raid search and destroy. We've talked about search and destroy being here or there for Fisher here. Today, though, it has been a bright spot for one player in particular on Fisher, and that is Phantoms. He has had, I think, over 20 kills combined. And the 2 maps we've seen them play on raid, he's dropped over 10 kills in either of those. First Blood Reaper, AS and D site offensively, you know he wants to get to those spots and get comfortable. St. Clair knows that he wants to get there. How do they play around it? Is this Fisher's bounce back? Here we go.
Let's have some fun. Search and destroy on raid. Went round 11 last time between these 2 teams. Fisher went up early. St. Clair came back. No surprise, just what we saw on map 1 of the hard point. CoD laying down on the backside of Laundry. We know that Fisher want to be able to push this over through ring. They want to flip the map out as quickly as they possibly can. Get that bomb down on A. You've got a flanking player, or not even flanking, but just more of a passive player in Brack trying to watch this through, and he gets the worst possible timing on Rupert at the same time. Now on screen, though, Darkside's going to be able to walk around the corner, spots out CoD. Fisher get themselves a body on A. Brack will fall to the reflank that came through, and all of a sudden, things fall apart here on the back, but it's a wrap through Kitchen. They're going to get this down A.
And Fisher was fine with that play. You were hoping Brack could get through and make noise, but that lets the bomb go down because you did get Laundry cleared. Why? Because it's going to be Darkside and CoD. As far as pretty angles go, in and around that area.
42 Phantoms with the sniper. First shot good on the C-Wads. Second one, left side, can't get him out of the air. It was the wall bounce from KB that allows him to survive just that half second longer and not allow that shot to come through. The flinch doesn't help at the same time. You know he's feeling good after that one, but Phantoms almost had one of those special Timmy Phantoms moments again here on raid.
And that might have just been a Black Ops 7 special in the sense that, does that wall bounce give you that opportunity? If it was a static jump, you know, does that give you the angle just to miss that shot? So, again, just something fun to note that just use of movement, right?
Exactly.
That's exactly what KB did. He used the movement to get out of a bind and just give it a trickier look for him to try to hit, made him earn it, and was able to collect the kill on the back end of things. For that being round 1 and how amusing that one went, I can't wait to see what the next, 6 to 10 bring us.
Deep nades over middle inside of Kitchen. Brack gonna wisely back into money room. Just kind of play the shoulders here. Wait for somebody to get too aggressive. Phantoms backs off on Laundry. Spots 2 out on ring. So information given to Fisher here of where the offense is trying to go. You can hear the barrage of stuns around the map. Inside of Kitchen, once again, it's just going to be shoulders thrown, but they're going to get aggressive on him. They got 2 bodies sitting in through P3. He hits out the window from money and might just lay down here for a moment. I actually love the play, but the bomb all the while is going down at A, and they've got 3 bodies stacked in mid-map.
And I had to figure out where they want to kind of re-wrap through. They know that mid-map and Kitchen is going to be hotly contested. You don't know if they've infiltrated it. As you're clearing it out, you're figuring it out, but you know they're going to be lying in wait close. So Darkside's the guy you're going to be waiting to make a play.
Deep nade is able to at least help out Darkside. What a read on the flank. CoD the last alive, and there it is. A full collapse from Fisher inside the middle map. St. Clair probably thought that they had a great look there with 3 bodies all in different spots to go maybe find something, and that flanking route that came through. Darkside being able to cut that down was everything, because that probably finds 2 if he doesn't, and that round looks completely different.
And as soon as he found the first blood, no one for Fisher hesitated to push out and say, okay, we're going to just play the numbers game no matter what it looks like. He found 1 kill. Even if everyone else is stacked up in here, we're going to have the advantage. They fly out. They don't even give them a chance to really react. Like you said, I don't think they were expecting that look. Sure, the Darkside flank comes through, but the numbers that flew through mid, they all just had to react at that point. Didn't really get time to think, and Fisher had already made their move.
Out to the ramp. Who would have guessed it? Fisher Falcons back over by A. It's where they've been favoring so far. It's St. Clair who actually get really aggressive up the middle map this time. They've already got 2 on pillars. They spot 1 out towards ring. This is going to force Rupert to back off. And actually like that they respect the challenges out of Fisher here. Don't give anything away early on in these opening engagements. Check inside of Zig. Don't spot anything out. Library is where a couple players for Fisher are going to be. And is the timing going to be anything spectacular, or is it going to be a wrap over to B? I think because Brack hasn't spotted anything out, they might try to get this through spawn.
Mid-map.
Could be a mid-map push. Is the flank going to be there in time? Brack has to get there. Darkside in for one, Phantom's another. Brack looking in through kitchen. The map is flipped.
And that felt like a powder keg, just ready to blow, and it finally did. Brack's going to try to line up one. He's going to back down, Pepper shots, jump over the top, do anything he can, but all he's going to do is relay information to his team.
I thought the team was still there with him. I thought he had at least somebody there with him while I was watching the gunfights happen. Instead, they had already fully wrapped out. So I guess you call that a diversion in a sense, but that felt like it should have been a very easy trade.
No one in the position for the moment. St. Clair on the move, opting to wrap through laundry side, knowing that's where this Fisher team does like to plant. A gunfight coming up soon.
Darkside throwing the shoulders around, spots out KB, now plays the inside, and you're going to have the other player in Phantoms playing the top side of Laundry. Here comes a slide challenge in. Yeah, you're not winning that against the NPC 9 times out of 10. Seawads wants to go for the secondary challenge, but the repositioning good enough from Darkside on the outer portion of the Laundry mat. So we go another round here where Fisher's able to get to their offensive attack over on A. And it's just pretty simple when they're able to get to it. 6-1 from Darkside. Dirty work once again being done. He loves getting right in the face of St. Clair. Well, speaking of Darkside, 5 in a row for him.
Not bad.
Could be an opportunity for some streaks early on inside of the search and destroy. I'm telling you what, Fisher would absolutely love that here at St. Clair, because you know how some of these later rounds can shake up. Double nades inside of the kitchen won't be able to connect onto Phantom, so no information given except that a couple of pieces of utility are already off the board for St. Clair. Looking out over towards the staircase side, Darkside's now going to be playing around this bomb site. Looks to the water, throws a cheeky shoulder. Doesn't spot anybody out, mansion top side. Smoke is going to go out. This could give some good cover for a push.
And that's the question. Are you going to push behind it? Are you using it for bait just to try to see if St. Clair are also going to try to meet you in that battle? And yeah, he just used it to try to get information. Rupert also waiting to see everyone here itching for something to happen. But the defense lying in wait, playing patient. St. Clair doing the same, but 45 seconds, around halfway gone. They're going to have to pick a bomb site here soon.
Brack consistently throwing shoulders here over at Laundry. Time dwindling slowly but surely. Bottom side of Mansion, you still got 2 players here from St. Clair, and it looks like they're going to want to fully execute on this. Darkside backs up, who's still on 5 in a row. Timmy Phantoms looks for the player inside a pool, knows that at least one's there. Nobody on the bomb just yet, but they have no information, and Phantoms wants to get aggressive and check it. We'll see Watts be able to get the best of the timing here. Hops inside of what will be a Tiki push now through the back as Brack is able to get the first blood here in the round with just 15 seconds left. They've got to make a move. Confident on the flank around the back. Shots were a bit shaky there. The second one doesn't make up for it, but Brack surely is in for a trade. And with just 8 seconds left, you don't want to give him anything free. Seawan's now out through middle map. If you're Brack, you just back all the way off. That's veteranship right there, although he's only at 2-2 right now. Big plays like that help you solidify round wins. Fisher 3-1. Or is that 4-1?
3-1.
3-1, okay. It was just a long round. I know.
Oh, no, no, I know. Raid did play long even the last time we went.
I guess it's just kind of a testament to, like, nobody wants to give their lives away, which is good for the first time that we've seen in some of the search and destroys we've watched this weekend.
Well, that plaza, if we go 7, we'll circle back to this moment.
1-1-2 split. On the defensive end, same thing. Pretty much a defaulted round for both of these sides. Over middle maps, Seawad spots nothing.
And this is what we talked about a little bit earlier, right? And just kind of that mirroring image. What you expect off of a search and destroy break. Because we're in the mid portion, because St. Clair is facing a deficit, you're seeing a little more passivity out of them. They want to slow things down. Now they're kind of, without even noticing it, right, getting kind of bottled into that top corner of the map. The A site is what Fisher want. For them to completely relinquish control of that is something that, again, surely Fisher's going to try to make them pay for.
What are you going to do here, bud? He had 3 bodies directly towards him. Somehow he survives here. I think Fisher were almost daring somebody from St. Clair to try and come around that corner. It's like, all right, if you want to take the gunfight, go ahead. Oh, that's a great spot out by Darkside, but he's forced to back off. Again, did fall off of a streak in the last round, so no more Hellstorm conversation on the table for the Fisher Falcons. He'll back up in the top side of Library. Wait for a double challenge to come through. He's able to spot the first, doesn't get out with his life, but he does enough to get the first blood, makes the push a bit more awkward for St. Clair. 2 players in through the side of Laundry. 1 playing Library, still with Phantoms playing the staircase, and now as Cody's able to find Confid, this round turns around immediately. Last player alive, down to Brack. He found 1 before the trade came in. Cody, KB keep themselves relatively close here against Fisher. They've got themselves back up to 2 rounds.
And for the second time in totality this weekend, we have seen an A retake come in at the hands of St. Clair. I liked that one. They really tried to spread that side of the map out. It was the south side of the map. You know, if you bottle through laundry, like you said, CoD could probably just feel, right? You're like, I really want to take this challenge. I really shouldn't. I really want to. And the rest of the team in tow are like, you know what? No, we're just going to split. They're already bottled in on the site. Let's try to find some isolated gunfights. That's exactly what they did. They were in positions to play trades. Took the life advantage at the very end, left a Brack in a peculiar situation, and ended up making good for it. So St. Clair, one that made them think and have to kind of rework things. They do it with enough time and do it with enough conviction to get a round on the board. Now close the deficit just to 1 round.
That Exotic watching the backside of Fisher. Getting a treat to what has been so far a wonderful grand finals to the first map and a half. Rupert does what he did inside of map 1. Darkside, hey, pop up out of the pool after a nice little cheeky summer swim. You see the Mayflowers after the showers that came through beforehand. Darkside long-range shots on the top side of the B-bomb. Nothing there, 2 versus 3.
Woo!
How about them nades?
How about them? Just right in the bread basket. A beautiful nade connects. C-Wad swings around kitchen to get the cleanup on the kill. Not much more you can do there, but admire the spectacle. That was a dime.
Both of these teams at crucial moments have been able to deliver some fantastic frag grenades out. I think more so, at least right now, I'm favoring the side of St. Clair, though, after some of the things that we saw inside of the, not only opening engagements of the hard point, but you think back to that P3 where they were able to put them inside of 10. Now, obviously, there is an art to being able to have your grenade lineups and being able to make sure that no one's able to find them, but you have to be able to cook them perfectly. You have to be able to get them thrown right in the right spot. It's so many things that go into throwing just something as simple as a frag grenade that you would never really think about if you don't play CoD at that level, but I promise you, it takes a lot more skill than you think to place it well.
C-Wad's just firing, trying to back these players down, make sure no one flies up him at the stairs, or at least without a player in position for a trade, and that is exactly what happened. Just an awkward angle. Confident on the reach out. I don't know that I love it. You're able to get 1 forward. Darkside's going to try to get the get back for his teammate, but now you put yourself in a position. You have damage still. You're able to swing down, pair with the teammate, and get another one. So the dust is settled. 3 versus 2 favoring Fisher. No site control just yet the way that they want, but they're in a good spot.
I like that confident chow over the top. That's little bits of confidence that I love to see out of him, especially in the struggles that he's had so far in some of the search and destroys, but his KB falls around the outside. Fisher will once again reclaim themselves more substantial lead. The one thing at the beginning of the round that I love there is Darkside came in, and when he went to throw that Semtex on the backside of the staircase there, not only was he the one that backed off, but it allowed Confid to be the next one up to take that gunfight. And what we were talking about beforehand is being able to put him in positions to not only get a rhythm on the map, but make sure he's feeling comfortable against St. Clair, because they've kind of ruffled his feathers early on in the series in the winners finals. And plays like that are perfect ways to do that. People are always like, yo, I got to help my teammate get one. It's not go out and bait your teammate. It's put them in positions to get set up for something while not risking your own life at the same time.
Yeah. Put him in a position he's comfortable too. Get him somewhere that he doesn't have to do something and overthink, or, you know, like you said, have that insecurity about where he's playing on the map. A spot we've seen him succeed before does the same here, and it is aggressive offensively out of St. Clair. You're running it down.
Phantom's inside of money window on the outside, looks back around, knew that there was going to be a challenge. What a smart read from Mr. Timmy Phantom. Sure, he gets traded, but it could have been a lot worse. It could have been Fisher getting knocked off the board immediately. Rupert continuing to just run through the side of Fisher. Falcons, how about a third in the round? Darkside in the back, turns around. C-Wads comes through and cleans up the final kill. St. Clair bounced back on an offense.
I think what St. Clair does better than most every team you see, especially seeing that it's gotten them to this point on Sunday, it's these mid-search and destroy lulls that you get into where, okay, no one's really done a crazy shakeup. You just really take your gunfights with a little more confidence. That's what we saw Fisher do to try to get that round win. This round here, the changeup that, St. Clair throws, they're not like, all right, we're just gonna win our gunfights this time around. We're gonna maybe send another body here. Like, we're just gonna run it down middle. Why not? Rupert, you've been a little quiet. We'll get you 3 in the round, and we'll kind of go from there. But that's just what St. Clair does, is they completely change the complexion of the map and make you think not about what you wanted to do, but now all of a sudden what's being put in your face.
Stun actually connects inside of the water, so you're gonna get a good read out there. I actually, if that was intentional by Confid, that is very nicely played for Fisher, because that is going to, again, now that they've pushed all the way up inside of Kitchen, give them a route for anybody wrapping back. Unbeknownst to them, though, of course, St. Clair all back on the basketball court, pretty much forced into their half of the map. It's a little bit different of a look than what we normally would see from Fisher out at A, but the bomb goes down B. It's going to be a 4v4 retake, and it's going to need to be pretty quick.
And with how much space they are taking back, the Fisher Falcons. sitting all the way back P2. Sea-Watch is going to be the first one here. They get the kill, so now they can push. He's going to be bullied here in a second, but like you said, they have to go.
Rupert found Phantoms, Darkside fully in his spawn. Brack there for it, 2 versus 2. Good shots from the top as Brack survives with 72 HP. The final nail in the coffin for the round for the Fisher Falcons comes in the way of Brack, who played perfectly on the top side. Over by Mansion. These are things that have unfolded constantly by the Fisher roster that they're able to take advantage of.
And what's so... You think watching a 4v4 retake, oh, everyone's still up. There's plenty of opportunity to, make this happen. The time becomes a problem. Not the bodies that can take gunfights. It's how Fisher immediately spread the map out. They put distance. They said, you're going to have to clear and hunt. And that's as a good team should do in a search and destroy post-plant setup. Fisher do that. They take up space. They make St. Clair go on the run. And then here after the opening break, they're trying to put it away.
In the ring, Darkside looks for the challenge. Hopped up on one. Wall movement was used the advantage. Great nade forces him out of position, but an even better one by KB lands directly. The frag at Darkside's feet. Are you kidding me? Darkside with the ice moment to cap the game off. We'll be seeing you in map 3. Fisher not going to let that thing go to round 11 this time. They close it out, and we will see at least 5 maps in our grand final. A lot of people were wondering, would Fisher be able to steal a map off of St. Clair? Well, there's your answer after 2 extremely close games in that first best-of-5 series.
It happened so quickly, but for both of them to sprint out in the mid, the way that they did, and just almost like not blindly fly out there. Bigger props to be ready for the gunfight, of course, but I think St. Clair could have done that a little differently. At the end of the day, it is what it is, was what it was.
Yep.
Fisher said, even I said at the top of the show, I said this early series favors Fisher in regards to if they go down 0-1 again on another dead hard point, Raid is where they have to tie it up. They do just that. So again, early portion, job done. Like you said, we get 5 guaranteed here, but Fisher needed that map to win, and they went out and got it.
First bloods for either team did not necessarily equate to any round wins throughout the majority of that search and destroy. They went pretty much back and forth on a full. It was a bit more to Fisher overall inside of that game. They had 6 in total comparatively to the 4 that came out from St. Clair. 3 of those, of course, did come from Rupert, who was at a 9-8 stat line. Continues to kind of be the one that wants to push the pace for St. Clair after that map 1 where he dropped almost 40 on this Fisher roster. It has been relatively exciting, though, to see what Fisher's been able to do down what seems like a man in S&D. 13-6 from Darkside. Confid continues to struggle, but being put in moments that kind of set you up for success is great.
And we talked to Phantoms coming into it, hyping him up into the search and destroy. Man, double digits going crazy. 5 and 7, what in the world? 1,400 damage.
1,400 damage, yeah, I knew that's exactly what you're looking at.
Less than 100 less damage than Darkside, who had
13,
almost triple his kills. If that doesn't go to show what Phantoms provides, that doesn't show up in the kill column. The damage, he's just peppering shots, relaying information to his teammates. Like you said, Confid chipping away at maybe that S&D confidence, had some good moments there. Definitely took some more gunfights that maybe you would have seen him shine away from earlier this weekend. But the get back that they needed to tie things up, this is for either team. You don't want either team to make a run here. If you have to go back and forth with these maps, you're going to be happy to do that. I think this is one that has the writings to go the distance. But Fisher on Raid Search and Destroy, I mean, thank God this is the last time you're seeing them play it, because I don't think anyone would ever play them on this again.
Take a look at Darkside's POV one more time, and Phantoms, of course, too. But I think you might be 100% right there, Amber. But just looking around and everything here, I have seen a lot of great play out of Fisher. I'm just happy that we are finally seeing a Fisher roster take a map off of St. Clair. Because there has been so much talk about these two teams facing off in the grand finals. And what a devastating kind of farce it would be if this went only 4 maps and we didn't see map 5. So we'll see the winning moment here in just a moment for the side of Fisher. After it was all over, we got to see it from a broad view, but go ahead and kind of hold her back there for just a moment. So we can... There it goes. Okay,
there it is.
fuck out of here.
I was trying to be nice, and it took a little bit for that to come through. I thought they were going to ban us again, but no. So we, of course, now are tied up at a 1-1 series here in our 2026 CCL LAN Finals. The championship on the line for St. Clair for their first time inside of the CCL. Fisher trying to come back from what was a devastating loss against Oklahoma Christian last year in the grand finals. But right now we are tied up at 1 apiece. Will it be a Neslo series from Fisher? Will they be able to take something like a Sake Hardpoint on their map pick come map 4? We've got a Scar Overload coming up next, but before we get there, we're going to step aside. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, the CCL 2026 LAN Finals continues, where we will crown a championship to one of these two teams.
Rory. My gamer tag is Cruz. I go to Oklahoma Christian University, and I am a nursing student, or Bachelor's of Science in Nursing. Okay, so my very first memories of playing COD, my parents had never let me buy Call of Duty before. I'd asked them plenty of times, me and my brother. But I went to one of my friend's house. We played Modern Warfare 3. We played it all night, and then I came home and I managed to convince my parents to let me get it. Me and my brother just played it all the time. That was probably my first memory of playing COD. So I would say Black Ops. So when I first started playing in Modern Warfare 3, I think my full first prestige in Modern Warfare 3, I had like a .28 KD. I was like the worst player ever. Black Ops 2 League play, kind of towards the end of that game, I started realizing that I could kind of be pretty decent. I was a lot better than all of my school friends, so I started looking for like other people to play with. And then when Ghosts came out, that was when I really being like, oh, okay, I could actually maybe do something with this. So I finished high school in 2017. When I finished high school, I didn't really want to go straight to university or college after I wasn't very motivated. I kind of just decided I needed to take a break, and competitive was kind of like a thing that I like to do to kind of like, not escape from like what was going on in my life, but like it was a good kind of like thing to give me to vent or just kind of get my feelings out. And then it wasn't really until I moved over to the US during Cold War and started competing over here that I actually found out what like the CCL was. It showed me that I could do like both things that I wanted to do. So I always wanted to like try and go pro in COD, but I also wanted to do like a nursing degree. And so doing the CCL gave me like an opportunity to do both of those at the same time. I feel like it kind of was like a no-brainer for me to kind of come over here because it let me do everything that I wanted to do all at the same time. I would say that the journey moving over here, it was definitely difficult. I think the first time I came over here, just to like give you guys some timeline here, so I moved over here 2020, right before Cold War came out. So I played the competitive year of Cold War in the US. I lived with my fiance, my now fiance, and her family in Tennessee. I competed then, and then I went back home after that in New Zealand trying to get my student visa during Vanguard, and then I moved back here for Modern Warfare 2. So I think when I was here in Cold War, it was very different because COVID was happening. I didn't have to worry about, I had money saved up already. I didn't have to worry about working. So life was very easy. Change that to now where I moved over here. I am paying for my own apartment. I have a dog that I'm also paying for. I have a job, and then I have classes, and then I also had like scrims and tournaments and everything. I would say the journey was, at least for the last 2 years, have been like very stressful, but it did teach me a lot about like time management, prioritizing things. So I actually get asked this quite a lot by people on Twitter. Why do you do this to yourself, or how do you do this? What I learned is that the biggest thing is kind of like I said, it's time management, but not in terms of like sitting your day out and being like, okay, I'm gonna do COD from 1 until 8, and then I'm gonna do school from 8 until 12. Not every day is gonna be the same. You can't follow the same schedule every day because some days you might get 8 hours of sleep and some days you might get 2 hours of sleep. Don't waste your time. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I think over the last 2 years I've barely watched any movies, any TV shows, always doing something that I think is productive. The amount of time that people spend procrastinating on things, they could definitely work a full-time job with that amount of hours that they spend doing almost nothing. I would say that you should do it because I think that it is hard and it will take you a while to get used to it. I think the hardest part for me was my first 2 semesters because I had never experienced juggling all of these things. The thing with competing in CoD is, as much as it's a great thing, the chances of actually getting something out of it are very slim. So playing like while you do college is a great way to have like not necessarily a backup, but it gives you something else to do. Like, you should have enough time while you're competing at any level, and if I can do this while we're getting like 3rd to 6th at majors and whatever, making champs, and you can do it as well. You have enough time to do your degree and then also compete to the level that you want. I never went pro, and that's fine with me. I'm not really bothered about it. I think that I had a great time and I achieved a lot of good things that I'm proud of. And now I'm done competing and I almost have my nursing degree. I'm already 3.5 years ahead of where I would be if I waited until I was done competing to start. We had not played really with Gus the whole year, and Gus had also not competed at all on Black Ops 6. So he hadn't played any sort of competitive. So we were basically kind of starting from square one with him, which, when all of you are all juggling your own challengers teams as well, makes it quite difficult to kind of get there. But I think going into that event, I'm not gonna lie, we drove like a van down there or something. It was like a 9-hour drive. I did not think that we had really any chance of winning that event on the way down there. I was gonna go there and give it my all. Going into that event, there was St. Clair, which was like a full Challengers Elite team, Fisher, who was also pretty stacked, and then Northwood, who were all top Challengers players, but like Flames and Mark also didn't play that much, so they were kind of in the same boat as Gus. But I feel like on paper, we were probably like the weakest team. Yeah, I don't know. We got there and it just all started clicking, playing on LAN with the same guys that I'd been playing with for like 3 or 4 years. Honestly, that stage that we played on at the CCL finals, I think that is probably the best experience I've had like competing in Call of Duty across like any game. Like walking out on the stage with those lights and like the setup that they had there, that was insane. I think that was so cool. And then like you said, like to be able to win on that stage, I don't even know if it was about winning. I think it was about how close the series was and then winning. Like being with the guys that I had been with for like 3 years, and these guys are like probably gonna be my like best friends or really good friends like for life. It just meant a whole lot seeing how much it like meant to those guys as well.
Hi, my name's Chris Rodell. I go by CWADS. I go to St. Clair College and I'm studying business and esports administrative. I started playing COD from when I could really remember, just like playing with my dad. Like he would give me like a second controller, probably wasn't even turned on. I was like 3. I originally started off as a sniper. I was really into like FaZe, L7, Red Reserve, all those like sniping teams. And then the way I got into competitive COD was actually one of my friends asked me if I wanted to go to MLG Anaheim one event, and we ended up beating Simp in like a 2v2 booth, and my dad was actually like into Call of Duty. He knew who Simp was, and I told him after that event, that was in like, I don't even remember, I was like 14, 15. That Christmas, he ended up getting me a PS4, a monitor, a scuff, and just said, here, like, let's go see what you can do in COD, and now I'm here. To go pro, it takes a lot. Like only a select few are gonna make it, and you always want to have that backup plan. Obviously, I have full confidence in myself going pro, but it's always nice having that like that extra leverage, you know. Like I think going to school, like it's a great opportunity for you to be able to chase your dreams and still get an education while you're doing it. The reason why I'm at St. Clair is actually because of one of the players, Bendy. He gave me an offer. He was like, hey, I know a couple of our guys are leaving, and I know you want to be part of this. Like if you can just wait one more semester, I can get you here. And it's been fun since then.
We are down to the final 5 maps here in St. Louis at the Impact Gaming Center. Oklahoma Christian obviously knocked out earlier on in the day, which kind of stunk. Same thing with Wichita State. Same thing with Cumberland and WOSU and all the other teams that showed up at LAN today. St. Clair and the Fisher Falcons at 1 apiece. Now, did I say Oklahoma Christian thinking that they were in the grand final and had to subvert off of that? I absolutely did.
We'll never
because
know.
it's just something that has been trained into my mind the last, I don't know how long that we've been doing this. So Fisher bounced back in an S&D in map 2. It was a 6-4 win on Raid. Just another one of those maps where not only did they play really well together, but it comes off the back end of some top performers. Timmy Phantoms has another good game. Confid didn't have necessarily the game that we wanted out of him, but the struggles weren't as apparent this time around as they were in the first time that they played against St. Clair. So obviously some adjustments were made. Things are working better for Fisher. For St. Clair on the other end, nothing to really worry about right now. Business as usual. They took the overload pretty significantly quick, I would say, against Fisher the last time they played them is out of the winners finals. So I wouldn't, again, have any sort of like concern if you're a St. Clair fan after losing a map here in map 2. It is a little bit weird, though, because Fisher, the struggling S&D team, has now taken St. Clair to a round 11 and a round 10 and won one of them. So 1-1 on the day between these two teams in the mode. St. Clair still up on the hard points, but both of them have been really close. The question I've had coming into this is like, okay, Overload map 3, if the series is sitting 2-0, then you're looking down a 4 or 3-0 barrel most likely with the way the St. Clair have been playing the Overload. We kind of talked before coming into the series. It was like, if this does go the distance, if they want to get to a game 7, it kind of feels like Fisher need to be up 3-2 going into map 6.
Yeah, if they finish the best of 5, of course, up 3-2, that does bode best for their opportunity. You talked before the break, right, that the Neslo was something they could be able to pull off. That does start with the Search and Destroy, but that continues with the map 3 mode and our Overload. Is that something where maybe the biggest discrepancy between these two teams lies? Arguably. I do think St. Clair does have the edge here, as you were calling to. Not be worrisome about that map 2 performance. Fisher going to be called upon to do great things once again, and you know, kind of roping Confid back into this, probably wondering, he keeps saying his name, you know, no one else you're bringing up in that capacity. It's because you're asking a lot of him because you need a lot from him. And not a lot in the sense of he needs to drop 40. He needs to keep up is the only thing. And he's not even lagging behind that bad. Yeah, he just needs to be consistent. He needs to keep up map after map. He's not lagging behind and costing them to lose. Absolutely not. But you can tell he's lost a little bit of confidence that he started the weekend with because he's been having to take gunfights against players who, from top to bottom, are not going to lose him very often or in rapid succession. You know, he's not going to get 5 gunfight wins in a row more times than not against the St. Clair team. So it's something where, okay, he's taking adversity. How is he going to just say, forget the last gunfight, whether I won or lost it, we're just going to go take it, push the map, do what I need to do for my team. So a little more confidence. We keep turning it up every single map with him. I think we're getting closer and closer, like you kind of alluded to after the Search and Destroy. But St. Clair, they are not going to make it easy for him to try to get any comfortability.
Well, I think the best way to sum that up would be in his own words after the series. We had to talk to him for a second. He was like, I just got pissed on that last series. It's the worst map I've played, worst series I've played all weekend. So we're going to see a different look. Rupert, the last time we played a respawn, was able to pop out and get a 3-piece off rip. It's going to be CoD this time, and instead, all of St. Clair immediately pushed up the bottom side of the map. Hello there, Sunshine. 25 seconds. We've already got a cap.
Not even 30 seconds off the clock, and as you said, St. Clair already marching forward, not only into the spawn side, but wrapping back to try to get a transition play over towards plain side. Fisher still left reeling for the moment, discombobulated around the map. The spawns are a little bit of everywhere. You've got a lot of cleaning house to do before you can figure out who's actually inside. And as a moment, the map breathes. They are able to get a kill going. 2D gets 1, you clear out the spawn side of things. You're not able to make plays just yet. Like I said, you are still working on getting these rats out.
Yeah, the biggest thing is making sure that not only you clear out this left corner, get deep pushed up into the spawn, you gotta let that last player grab the payload and start pushing forward. They're kind of just playing the conveyor belt system right now, where they're just trying to let one person get ahead, another one challenge through, and then that last player back will be able to grab the payload. Instead of doing anything crazy, though, they're only going to be able to get about 2 down. They're still trying to just hold this north side of the map. Great kill in from Brack here as he slides back through, down to 0 HP on a kill that is in. Team kill might be costly here. They've got 2 bodies here weekend up. Here comes the push in for Fisher.
And Cody's going to be lying away, just going to take an off angle, let his ARs over the top, be able to weaken players up. Now on the slide out, able to scoop the objective. They're going to work towards P2 side. This is a lot of the time what we see St. Clair do. They get it, they cut diagonally across the map, try to get to that easier point. They have an opportunity for a scoop and score again when they get this last player, Brack, last man standing.
Oh, Rupert just travels directly above, gets so high off the ground, and it's just such a hard gunfight because he plays with such an incredible pace that you see him jump out and you're like, dude, I can't track him the way he's tracking me. And obviously every time that we have seen Rupert try to block the map with the spawn side, he's been really met with nothing but lack of resistance. So Brack on the push through now into market, trade in from Rupert, spots a second one out the back, but I think you summed it up perfectly. It's been easy going for the pushes that St. Clair have had to the offense.
Get together so quickly, and you just make moves relatively seamlessly for the moment. It really hasn't even been the battle through mid for the most part. It's been St. Clair kind of running around the outsides of the map and letting someone get through as well to try and spoil, soften up this B push as they look to get the payload over here. And as it's the bottom side of the map, we saw how well they do enjoy playing P2. But as you're completely alone, if you're Rupert waiting for teammates, that's going to give Fisher Falcons an opportunity to retaliate. This could be the moment they score. This one, they're going to punch in.
Finally on the board here for Fisher. Only took him about half the round in order to get that in. Dark side now on a cross through. They know that the payload's going to be back inside a middle map, so trying to control the north side, bring that pressure down a little bit further south and maybe get a cap on A. At least was the plan there for St. Clair. Instead, that falls apart as Fisher were able to come off spawn and at least thwart that push for a moment. Brack playing inside a middle on the half wall, loses the 1v in KB. Eye for an eye, they try to go. As Darkside on the back and we'll find Seawads. There's been a lot of confidence slip through on some good timing as it's a 2-2.
Rupert once again on the left-hand side of the map, just keeping the B site, something hotly contested, is able to find one on the far left side of things. Snap back for the other wrapping in from P2. And again, the same type of pinch developed. This time they're able to take care of him. They find 3-4, so you completely back St. Clair out of your spawn. You look to try to work yourselves positioning towards the middle of the map and then around market, knowing that St. Clair is going to be consolidated here for this push. They want to stop this one. No one scooping the payload just yet. Fisher not confident in what they have going on.
Phantom's last alive, and this is going to turn and flip immediately. And this is the difference between St. Clair right now. As they look to push forward, Brack's still in the back line. Nade was able to connect on one. Cody's still here. 3 bodies from Fisher. The payload won't be able to get across the screen. They're going to spawn really close on the north side of plane. I don't think anybody from Fisher is going to be able to read out that they're mid-cut immediately. Yeah, that's just a hard one to read. Now you look to the top green, as Rupert is still alive, but what I was going to try and say is, like, the one thing that St. Clair are doing immediately is just grabbing it, going as soon as they get 3-4 down. Fisher, they grab it, they stay stagnant for a little bit, they're like, not exactly sure where they're coming out at, and then they go.
And they'll just kind of pick up the kills on the way, too. They even need one just to have the green light to go, and then they'll just kind of, it's almost like having lead blockers, as you pointed that analogy in football, and just looking to kind of stiff arm people along the way, just saying like, oh, we trust that we can clean these up here, and Rupert doing the dirty work here for the St. Clair team. Time and time again, how often have we seen him just really surging forward, finding 2, 3, 4 kills at a time, making life miserable for the Fisher Falcons. Even though they had the payload for a moment, they're completely walked down and backed into a corner. 30 seconds and dwindling. The payload's in a spot they could still make a play on it, but as Fisher get it, they're just going to get it out of dodge. They don't want any mishap here.
North side of the map, Timmy Phantoms holding through the mid-cut. KB inside of the market. You got the player now pushing forward and Confide on the backside. Able to walk away with 1 for it. Final player remaining in the back. Can you do anything if you're Rupert? You've been a hero so far. Instead, Brack will be able to walk him down with the pistols. Hey, that's not going to work this time, buddy. Put the payload inside of the objective, and it won't spawn up in time. That would have potentially be a free cap there if they would have been able to get to overtime. Just not enough left. Tied up at the end of the half. Time to switch sides.
And just a moment of composure to be able to kind of, I mean, honestly, hit the buzzer beater that was that last point. Fisher not wanting to go into the second half down. We talk about, for both of these teams in the respawn, the point differential that they're able to have at the hard point and the overload. St. Clair really shine when you get to the details of overload with how many goals they can score, with how many, the volume in which they attack you offensively. To have it tied going into the second half, Fisher, they're going to be satisfied with for the moment. Of course, they want to try to get themselves an advantage and not have to fight from, okay, down a goal, tie it, down a goal, tie it. They want to get a 1-2 goal lead if they can. But for now, to sneak that one in right before the half, Confid opening up with a double here of his own. Fisher is satisfied with this opening break, at least to start. Not so much anymore.
Seawad's on the push forward. And to the opposite side. You can see the payload fully through a middle map. It's the deep back blue spawn at the moment. Slow push out. Insane gunfight from Kudi to be able to win on the white band there. As Brack is still playing up in top blue, you have Seawad who's now looking to make some noise here on the bottom side of the map. Still the payload here. Not wanting to give it up just yet. Fully backed off. This is allowing Fisher to get some space around the rest of the map. Either through middle or on the south side by the plane. You got St. Clair coming off the deep spawn over back by green, and now this might turn into an offensive push here.
But I like how St. Clair's honestly just lying in wait. It feels like they're almost setting a trap, daring Fisher to try and scoop the payload and go. Look, they're playing on airplane side. They want someone to push through cut. They want to get someone further extended beyond them. That way they can chop it down, move forward with numbers. But now Brack has effectively slipped the net. You did have to turn back and hunt him down, but on the front side of things, you are finding the kills as well. So though the objective has been scooped, this is the play we talk about. They get a few down, they go for it. They know they need a few more kills. That's not going to stop their progress forward.
That'll be the cross. KB is able to find the second kill on the player on the top side of the box. And as you walk through with Kudi, the 2 lead blockers are able to perfectly cause a cushion for a nice little push into the zone. So the 3rd capture on the board now for St. Clair. Fisher still down by 1. Rupert, are you serious? Every time we look at his POV, he'll find another one. How about it? Keep going. Hellstorm in hand. 5 straight kills that came in very quick succession. Knows that the players are in the back, and this is the rally opportunity. He's going to turn back around knowing that his teammate's going to be there for the pickup. Seawad's now pushing forward, but Rupert was there for it. Traded finally. It's the last player remaining up top, and Kudi with the hip fire on the pistol on 8 in a row. How about he says anything Rupert can do? I can do better.
And then Kevin Spawn just did an absolutely monstrosity of a corner. And Scar, not often do you see teams push all the way off the A site, all the way off the B site, back to furthest end of this corner where, yeah, the payload spawning, that may bode for Fisher if they do end up clearing things out, and that's exactly what happened. They get a 3 down when they're already backed into a corner, but now they have to work through P2, get control here. Like you said, it's not as smooth of a transition across the map for them. They do a little more hesitating, but here, they're looking to fly, end up dropping the payload for it, now without numbers, they're just trying to make anything work.
Best look you're probably going to get here in quite some time with the payload still stuck around. You're requiring Darkside up top green to have to make incredibly big plays if you want to be able to stick this in with any time remaining. Instead, it'll go back down to the bottom side of red. And if you're CoD here, you're just playing a corner. One's going to be on your flank immediately after the fact. Turn back around. You stay alive for a little bit longer. But now you got a lead blocker up once again. Phantoms looks for it. C1's here for trades. Wants to get out to the right-hand side. Slow this down for a moment. Phantoms plays his life perfectly, but the pistol challenge good enough. It's Rupert who was able to help from the backside of spawn. And now as he pushes up with the MPC, once again, goal line stop. 2 minutes remain.
Marking control, waiting for the next push. Just this guy who, you know, wants to push forward with the rest of his team and kind of make just life miserable for Fisher to close out the tail end of things. Just someone who you're always going to have to wonder where he is, and whenever he's in market, the map is his playground from where he decides to push out through. Could be able to get one on the board, or so I thought. Completely gunned down by Confit. A couple more go in the feed. It seems like whenever Fisher can get one rolling, St. Clair respond with 3.
Hellstorm going to be invested by Rupert. Backside under Jenny. Somehow Phantoms doesn't die. They can allow him to play this for a little bit longer, but they're going to push this directly, making sure that nobody from the respawn's able to get there. They don't want anything, any sort of breath being brought down their neck. South side, here we go on the push. Cross in the middle from dark side there. CoD pushing. Top side, blue. You betcha he'll find it. Another one there. Finally gets traded in from behind. Confit has been the cleanup man here for Fisher. If not anything else, he's at 24 and 23. We asked him to have a good game. He's doing it here. A couple other players now on the opposite side not stepping up. You look at dark side. Uncharacteristic 25, or excuse me, 15 and 28.
And you know, feel like beating that horse at this point, but you really want and can't overstate the point that St. Clair, again, just how even keel it is from them from start to finish. No one here playing slow, no one here playing too fast, everyone playing at just the right temperature, Goldilocks style. The popcorn nade over the top, Rupert connects 4, and this team rolling into a map 3 win with 30 seconds left. It's got to be perfect for Fisher if they want to even try to get another point on the board, but the way you're getting farmed even through walls feels like they're cheating here.
Fifth cap goes in. On the back end of St. Clair being able to use the Hellstorm, have nades over the top, and they used utility to perfectly push Fisher out of red. It was only 1 spawning in the backside of blue, 3 on the opposite end. And now as we start to whittle down this clock even further, 10 seconds here for St. Clair to close this one out. As we said beforehand, mathematically impossible for the Fisher Falcons to come back at this juncture, but I'll be completely honest, it won't matter all that much as St. Clair walk into the sunset with a 3-score lead. They will take map 3, reclaim the lead here inside of the grand finals.
Whew. And the work it felt like you did in map 2 just to kind of give yourself a leg up, at least give yourself an advantage. Yeah, definitely null and void here because of the respawns. They come out, put themselves on a pedestal, get another serious advantage.
Absolutely. My goodness. Let's have ourselves a doozy here and take a look back at what we saw throughout the overload. First half, pretty damn even, I will say. It was a kind of last-second push that came in from Fisher where they were able to get that second score in. Thought that might lead to some early momentum in that second half, but really unfortunate there for Fisher to just not all that well, because St. Clair were able to score 3, 1 almost immediately at the beginning of the round where they were able to find 4, but that side of the map I think favors St. Clair just a touch better, especially when they're being able to just kind of manipulate the spawns over by back blue as much as you want to. At the beginning of this game it was kind of like, okay, well back green you can really get that spawn trap set up. Once teams really figured out how to manipulate back blue, that's when we saw that side of the map kind of get more favored, especially since you can take it from the lane side and really have a good route to get there. It's that deep spawn back blue all the way in that bottom right corner of the map. So looking over at the stat line once again, right now, series MVP, Rupert, by quite a long shot, 35 and 24 for him. Had almost 4K damage, 23 non-traded from him. You look to the opposite side, though, and once again, the kind of disparity continues to be a struggle for Fisher in the respawns. 30 and 26 from Rack. Again, he's Mr. Consistent, what we expect out of him. Darkside, I said beforehand, uncharacteristic game out of him at 16 and 32. You don't really see him go all that negative, let alone almost double negative in raw kills. Confident, 29-20. Hey, we were asking him to have a good game. It just sucks that the one game that he played like a demon comes at the behest of 2 of his other teammates not having really great games.
And this is the moment that you look at, and yeah, you have to put the side by side, like you said, where even though Confit does step up, a couple players falter. And okay, Darkside has an uncharacteristically slow map. That's going to happen. Sucks it happened now because, again, Phantoms also had a bad map, just like you said. These guys aren't going to play perfect all the time and put up the best numbers all the time. St. Clair might be an exception this weekend to that rule, as it seems like no one has really had that faltering moment. But genuinely, I mean, and you even know, having, you know, competed to an extent before, it's just, even in traditional sports, it's so hard to be consistent, if not a green player all the time. Only the best of the best can do that, and Darkside is still one of the best of the best. A slow map, unfortunately, and whenever that comes to the hands of another teammate, you know, kind of being down there with you, that definitely makes that look glaringly more painful for you in that map. It was a close map, given even the near 0.5s, probably 0.6s that they ended up dropping. You're not happy with that at all, but for it to be as close as it was there for a moment, it just feels like a bucket of water in St. Clair. It kind of starts out trickling, you know, kind of they lightly get to pouring, and then whenever they decide to dump the whole thing, it's just like you don't even know what to do. You're really just trying to tread water at that point, just try to survive, and that's where St. Clair thrive off of, is can we just put you in fight or flight mode to where you don't really get to think about a game plan anymore, you just have to play around us.
Round off the highlights here, second half that we saw from St. Clair really was the difference maker against Fisher. A lot of moments throughout that second half of the Overload where we can look back to and really kind of almost celebrate what St. Clair was able to do differently than the first half. I think there were a lot of moments where Fisher were playing a bit more passive on the initial grab of the payload, and St. Clair at first weren't necessarily understanding that, but once they started to kind of get a firm hold of like, okay, well, if they're not going to push us immediately after the fact, we have a bit more time to set up in the kind of spots that we want to, or even play on a rotation out towards the next payload spot, even if that does get dunked in. Even if they do score, we can set up for the next one that's coming out because they have the protection ready for it. And I think where we saw that kind of falter in the first half was when Fisher would be able to grab it. They would just kind of like start to sneak forward a little bit here and there. They'd play kind of the war of attrition on the plane side and then be able to take it and run it in. When you pointed to that St. Clair were playing a little bit slower, they were playing a little bit further back, not necessarily pushing directly into the middle of the map. I think that allowed them to not only slow the game down for themselves, but really get a full understanding of how Fisher actually set up. Because, you know, sometimes you see a team and it's like, oh, they just got a good string of kills. Then St. Clair said, okay, well, it's basically like, let's take some x-ray vision here. Where could this player be? How are they going to play this? What are they going to be doing? And then that's when you saw the 8 spree come in. That's when you saw the 7 spree come in. That's when you saw streaks get earned. And then everybody was having to funnel through bottom red pretty much every single time because St. Clair with their ARs were locking down middle and they were locking down the top north side of the map. And if you don't allow Fisher to get through the plane side, one of the things that they've struggled with on this map specifically in Scar is the fact that they've not been able to really push out of red with an effective manner or pace. So that was something that I loved out of St. Clair in terms of overall adjustments into that second half. It is something that we haven't really, I guess, been able to talk too much about since really we don't typically see, at least we haven't seen this weekend because of all the overloads have been just smack shows except the one overtime we got to. A team actually being able to adjust to what the opponent was throwing at them.
And like these players locked in for map number 4, it's Fisher's pick. Map 2 was as well. We're going into Osaka hardpoint. The first time seeing St. Clair on it this weekend. Fisher we did just see. They looked good, right? Albeit, you know, playing Cumberland. They haven't seen St. Clair, the likes of what they can do on a map like this. You know they've played it, of course. You know they do have some reps under their belt. But Fisher's saying, hey, it's a long series. Here to kind of round out the front half of things. We're just going to take a map that we've already played today. That's what we want to do. That's what we want to take it to you as. And now, once again, needing to try to tie things up in Equalizer, we're going to see how they play on their pick.
Let's get to drinking and make some sake. How about it? Anybody who's wondering what sake is, that is rice wine. So you can see that all across the board. What will we be doing after the broadcast tonight? Well, not drinking. We are responsible adults. It is absolutely correct. But here on sake, I wish I had like a little... Okay, I will be honest. If you've ever had plum sake, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Dude, it's actually like it's such tech. All right, here we go. Brack, rest of Fisher on screen now. Game 4 of the grand finals here. Fisher down to 1-2 to the side of St. Clair. The Griffins have the lead of the series. Once again, they've got the inside kills at the middle of the map. 4 go down immediately. Again, this is Fisher's map pick, as Amber was noting out beforehand. So if St. Clair are able to come out on his, not really being well practiced on it this weekend against any teams. Hey, anything's possible.
And they're going to be happy to be able to waltz out and do that. This team's so confident that they don't really care what pick is and isn't theirs. That's kind of the point that this series is at, is we're going to run you down on whatever. And map number 1, or excuse me, hill number 1, they are doing just that. About 30 points on the board before Fisher can even kind of get anyone out of it. And as I say that, someone looks to fill that role, fill that lane. St. Clair constantly playing for the betterment of one another. That's what we see here. You get a couple for Phantoms to get him going, but already 30 points on the board.
Yeah, I was going to say 31 seconds on P1, nothing to snuff at. Fisher doesn't really have anything rotated across the map just yet. You can see where St. Clair is set up. They've got that right side lockdown. Spawns in their favor, and now KB's on the hunt as Rupert finds, guess what? Yet another double kill. Brack in the back line, 0-4 start from him. Don't expect him to be quiet for much longer inside of this map 2, or excuse me, this map 4. And as he's in the back line here, he's got a stun check over on right side, knows where they are, but we saw how much time Fisher were able to accrue on P2 the last time. Question is, are they going to be able to break it?
It just feels like right now St. Clair are just kind of flying and frying at the moment. They have 50 points garnered, and as time sits gray, Fisher trying to find an avenue in. But as they try to get into warehouse, it's really just checking all these corners. You talked about it when we saw them play earlier. Lots of ways you have to check, look, before you can clear and really dive into time. They get a good break there to get the back half of 30 seconds. This is good to put them in a really sweet spot on rotation. But you said these hills are oh so tucked away that another money hill is going to be lined right up.
Yeah, that Rupert's going to be basically guaranteed a 1v there. Instead, turn back around. It's going to be good from dark side. And you start to look across the map where you can see the players set up in the distillery. 3 bodies there immediately. And a spawn out across the map there from Confid is going to be a deep foot race across. Should have information that there's going to be a lot of bodies pushed up here, and he might be able to catch one on his right-hand side. It's going to be a bounce back on a Semtex. Darkside and Brack will fall first to the hands of CoD. They go 2 for 2 inside of the hard point. The break is there. I love what Phantoms is doing, though. Just playing his time, waiting, wanting to make sure the spawns never stay in the hands of St. Clair.
And even though they did get the break from the front, like you said, they're kind of playing for the long game on this hill. They trust that they can retake this whenever the timing is called upon them to. Phantoms opens up with the nade, does try to get in. Brack gets another, so it's going to be 2 for 1 as far as numbers go. But on the inside looking out, it is going to be St. Clair. Though they are stuck in and inside this point, they're able to look out, find these kills, and make life miserable for Fisher. On an attempt where they wanted to keep spawns, wanted to keep things close, they get bullied out.
95-16. The Fisher Falcons in a hard point that was their pick that they really probably thought that they were going to have a lot better of a chance in has not gone their way whatsoever so far. Rupert at 8-6 has just kind of been running through everybody, but CoD is on 6 in a row right now. Not much action going on here, so we're going to step aside and let a listen-in happen with St. Clair.
I have your window. Someone with my dojo. They're stricken. The guy's stricken off. I'm trying to repinch on P1.
One shot.
I'm repinching P1. I'm in dojo.
Nothing window. One shot.
All these 3 dojo. One's off holes. I'm working trying. I'm working trying. Alright, this is one shot. Dojo, shit on. No one. Yes, he was both there. He hard blocked that. Yo, Cowdy was off the vault. By the way, he's gonna be P1. I'm from right now, bro.
No, you're good. Middle on me. 2 middle on me. 2 P1.
I'm trying to get you. Heard you.
They're gonna be tickets.
Window.
Ticket.
Front weak too. Heard you. 2 there.
1 shot long. Close left.
Heard you on that. We can play this.
Corner. Keep banging.
Heard you. I'm down.
On the corner.
Should be dojo. Flip in here. We don't want to flip. Well, yeah, got it.
Nothing for
Why don't you think about
how many quarters for
Heard you. They get to me weak. He's pushing Heard you. Yeah, we can play. One Michael window. Step behind me.
I think
one
more P2 on time.
I'm down. I'm looking out.
He's going triple boxes.
P5. Nice, I see one more. Get nades on this, okay? One's gonna be nice. Play too low, okay?
I'm picking the right.
I kill one. Nice. Push up. Yeah, watch out. Yeah. Low. Triple boxes. Shot. You gotta go. Time.
They're flipping. I'm
already mid.
I get them.
Don't worry.
One guy's front of me.
I have all your low. Too low.
Take your time.
I got with you. Let me know. Another one.
One shot.
Heard you. I have you.
Nothing low. They're playing for you.
One's already close. Close ticket, absolute. Dark side, okay?
It's break. Underground.
I'm turning underground.
I wanna go right. Take your time.
I'm going left for you guys.
Wait.
Yeah, we got split. Chill. Goes back. I'm playing window. I'm trying window now. Behind you. Tickets. Behind me.
Gonna be window.
After window.
One bullet.
Window,
Low.
where?
Low.
Where's
Two.
Low side. Low side. Cody.
One shot lobby. He's in lobby. He went window.
Pinching window.
Okay,
stop right.
Top window.
Well, back in P1 at the moment, Fisher holding on for the back 30 seconds. On what was 4 and 5 beforehand, St. Clair had themselves quite the peculiar set of circumstances that went their way. Fisher tried to bounce back just a touch, but unfortunately, it really wasn't all that much they were able to get back. This time, though, at the front end of P1, winning these gunfights in and around the middle of the map, it's finally looking like Fisher might have a little bit of life here. Comeback's not out of the question. We saw how many times they were able to get a full 60 on P2, and look where they're set up right now. They've got the arrows there.
It's just the slang that really needs to kind of convince me of that being the case. The map play, they're doing it well. We know they know how to run around this map, but the thing is, every gunfight, every POV we went to, it was a St. Clair player flying at them, frying them, and now Darkside starting to get in the mix. A positive KD for the moment, again, starting to get back into a position to where, yeah, the comeback is on. The kills are also going to start going our way, too.
Spotted out with C-Wads. Brack wanted to get over aggressive, tried to go for the kill out through the front, and they knew they had a couple more bodies that were going to be there. Rupert able to find a second on this tally of kills as they push into P2. First 30 seconds goes the way of Fisher. Great jump challenge out of KB. Rips the head off of Confid in the back line, and with the pistol, Phantoms gets cleaned up by C-Wads.
Brack now just trying to wrap to the back. See if we can get a couple of these players. You know another one's going to pop up. He's just challenging with the pistol. Whew, shaky shots back and forth. If he made one more connect, he probably could have got that kill, but still a third player in position for trade. You break back in just for a little bit of scrap time. Look to keep the stiff arm of about 60 or so points as you rotate to new. Here, Fisher, it was Phantoms playing a great spot in the back last go around, but they let St. Clair waltz in a little too easy. Weren't able to get back in. That can't be the case this go around.
30 seconds to 20 seconds, down by about 70, is not going to help Fisher more than just a little bit, trying to make that scoreline a bit better to look at eye-wise. But now in the back, somehow I thought CoD was going to be able to get one for free. They go forward down. This is the kind of situation that you want to see. This does allow, though, St. Clair on the opposite end to kind of group up, play this together on the front end push of how they want to try and break back into P3. So you got 3 players spread across middle map, 1 down on the south side, and around the back end, Darkside almost gets turned on.
See, watch for the trade. The line moves forward. 3 versus 3 off spawns. You're just trying to see where everyone is. And again, with Phantoms in that position, you wanted to keep spawns close, but the battle's coming in from the front quickly.
T-Wads, hop up, challenge, pistol, shots wayward for a moment, but it's just the diversion that he was able to cause. Gets back down, time goes contested, 40-point growth, now going to be back up to about 50 at the end of this hill, unless Fisher want to contest it, which I am not surprised that they're trying to right now. They need every bit of hill contention that they can get, and C-Wads doubles it up on them. The pressure mounting once again from Fisher, essentially facing a 3-1 deficit.
Well, it is starting to feel a little desperate at this moment as St. Clair in firm control of this hill for the moment. Fisher at least 10 or 15 seconds away from getting a clean look at it, and as you get the rat back through spawn, KB, C-Wads, both sides of things, going to be able to take them down in tandem. Last player is going to be Darkside. You want to buy time for your team, but your team's not here. Help is not coming for you as now they spawn up mid-map. Again, more time chewed off the clock. Desperation, Hail Mary attempts going to be what's coming here. A bottleneck push to the south side. You try to go through mid. St. Clair knows exactly where you're going to be coming from. They are funneling you into the field.
Such a hard kill to break. C-Wads wants to find one in the window. Confid able to pop up for one for just a moment, but with 6 HP, he's best paper mache waiting to be shot at inside the building. Contestion now in for the back 25. Trying to slide around the right-hand side is Brack, but it's another 3 dead. And a feed for St. Clair that just continues to turn green. They've got one more hill in this rotation. Top side of the map, P5. Fisher are here first, but if there's been any trend that has happened throughout the entire game, it's probably going to be a break for St. Clair.
Try to group up, try to get Darkside in position, Blake cut off to get eyes on players on transition, but I mean, that is just simply a slaughter that they are walking across the map and committing here. As you said, the break all but necessary for them to put this one away. 4 seconds into dwindling. Fisher, what was, like I said, a paper mache tent put up around the site, tear down in the blazing fire. St. Clair take map number 4. They put themselves on series point here. Blink and you miss it. The respawn's lightning quick out of St. Clair. They don't falter, they don't slip, they don't hiccup. Right now, they have Fisher and Falcons really.
Search and destroy. The only thing standing between St. Clair and a CCL championship for the first time in their program's history. What a bit of fun that would be for St. Clair here in a storyline that we have been following for the better half of 6 years. I don't know. It's been a long
Quite
damn
some
time. Especially with St. Clair in other collegiate leagues as well, being so close and then failing to go to that top pedestal. Where Amber and I have also been a part of it. It feels like it's almost like a bad juju whenever St. Clair are playing, and then we're on the mics for them. So hopefully that's not something that is really of a circumstance here. This feels and it's felt like their weekend the entire time.
Yeah.
We have talked about it at length that St. Clair have the best chance that they have had throughout their entire program's history to take a tournament win this weekend, take a championship back to Canada for the first time. Fisher still have a chance. Fisher are still fighting, but you're down 3-1. If there's any team that can do it, it's the Detroit Pistons like they did today.
If that's the comparison we've got to make to really get a rally going.
Look, if Brack has to turn into Cade Cunningham, so be it. If I gotta watch Confid turn into Jaden Ivey or Jalen Duran, I can't think of his names right now. Got to see him turn into Jalen Duran and just go down the paint, start swatting stuff, and I get Isaiah Stewart out of Phantoms, which he is the least likely person to act like Isaiah Thomas on the.
I'll say the comparisons we were making, but sure thing.
Okay, highlight package. Here we go for St. Clair. I mean, throughout the gate, it was just like they like it was a light spanking, but like it was a spanking that sent a message.
Well, it sent a message because they looked so comfortable on the map. I mean, again, of course, players like that are going to get those flick kills and things like that.
Sure.
They're gonna know where they're at on the map. But what St. Clair and the tenure that you have when you play with one of their like that brings.
Yeah.
They just get to spend the entire map running around, figuring out what they want to do next. They don't have to wonder, shoot, I wonder what C-Watts is doing on the other side of things. He's taking care of business. I know that. You know that. We all know that. Oh, I wonder if Rupert, he's in a 1v. Is he going to walk away with it? Oh, he somehow walks away with 2. Make that 3. That's just something they know each other's tendencies of being able to do. So the map is a lot easier whenever you can trust your teammates to win ones and then some around the map. So they looked comfortable because they were taking gunfights and winning them. It was very painful for Fisher on the other side of things because they were taking gunfights and losing them. They didn't look as comfortable as we saw against Cumberland.
Yeah.
Why? Because they didn't get a moment to breathe where they weren't turning a corner, having to expect a gunfight. You had to expect challenges where maybe you weren't wanting to take them at that point. You wanted to get in a more comfortable setup, and St. Clair just gives you no breathing room to get to a spot where, okay, we feel settled into the map. No, they make you have to fight and counter. You have to swing on your way falling down, and that's something that Fisher weren't able to connect on many of those in that map. The discrepancy in the score growing as the series goes on.
Sure.
Then Search and Destroy next. We've seen them on Dead and Search and Destroy against Fisher or against St. Clair today. We know how that went, but they were able to take map 2 off of them. So again, down but not out here. But is the writing in the stars for St. Clair, like you said, is they're really starting to. You can really kind of just feel they want to put this one away. Each game getting further and further as far as scoreline discrepancy goes.
Tournament on the line. St. Clair Saints up 3-1 with the championship 1 map away. Fisher, reverse sweep is the opportunity that's still on the table, but teams are getting up, taking a bathroom break, so we're going to step aside. When we return, St. Clair with the opportunity to close out for the first time in their program's history a CCL championship.
Lexington, South Carolina, just down the road from Newberry. I'm Kay Beasley on the Call of Duty team, and I'm an accounting major here at Newberry College. I mean, I played CODs before, but I didn't really, it wasn't my main game. Like, I played other stuff. I didn't really get into Call of Duty until I actually got here at Newberry. They were holding tryouts, and actually, Buki, my now teammate, said, all right, we played a game anyways, might as well come try out just because we played Warzone. We came and tried out together. I ended up making the varsity team. I actually didn't know what a hardpoint was till December of MW2. Probably why it's my favorite game, but they're relatively new compared to people like Nico who've been in it for 9 years. Coming from just walking on, like, I didn't know anyone. So, like, I didn't know who was good and who was bad, so I didn't really respect anyone, per se. I just was confident in myself. So, my teammates actually played challengers at the time, so I just grinded rank every day. I knew what I was good at, knew what I was bad at. At the time, I would just sit the hill. There was one map I went 7-3 in my first year and had 2 minutes and a half of time, so I just focused on Killhorn and ranked, and then eventually we got to a good spot. probably was easier for me at first just because I didn't have all those, I wasn't in any outside leagues, or, I would just have my one CCL scrim a day, so it wasn't too hard to balance it. Not much changed for me because, like I said, I was gaming like in my dorm, but like it didn't really have a purpose. Like it was just free time, so I was like, might as well go try to get a scholarship for it, which I didn't get till my second year, but I did end up doing that. Yeah, I'd recommend it. I left the country for the first time because of COD. I've met all kinds of good people, man. It's just definitely a good decision. Know what you're good at and know what you're bad at, and go work for it, because you're not going to get anywhere if you don't put in the time yourself. And if I'm honest, I probably play COD the least right now, but that's just because I'm old. Know what you're good at. Like when I was first, I was like, everybody else was more cracked than me. I just sat the hill, did my job, and then worked my way up the ladder. In reality, I've had 3 directors in my 4 years, so crazy at times. We pretty much had the same core 3 between me, Diff, and Cells, exchanging Eternals or James for Jordan Freaky after the first year. We just had a lot of stability because we only needed 4 people. The program outside of COD, it had a lot of ups and downs through the years, but it's on its way back up now, I think. My experience has been okay. At one point, I wasn't going to play anymore, and they pretty much bought me back. Definitely had some disagreements, but I'm still glad I did it anyways, and good experience inside of the COD world. That's probably a hard one, actually. Probably actually knocking FGCU down to D2 is up there, and yeah, that might be number 1. Just a dope, because there was no way we were making it. We thought we had a role change. Just the underdog story that first year was just so great for us. I think it's okay. It's definitely better than Black Ops 6, I'd say. Losing those long-time guys like Diff and Cells and working Sleepy and Buki in. Buki's been here, so he knows what it's like, but Sleepy's completely new, so we hadn't really gotten to scrim all that much at this point, but we'll definitely lock in towards the end of the year when everybody's schedule lines up a little bit better. I think it's a fake movement, COD. Everybody thinks it's about wall bouncing and stuff. I think it's fake movement, bro. I think it is boots on the ground. I hope they just learn to respect that, like, Newberry's gonna be here as long as I'm here, and we're gonna be good. So we recently played a match that some people thought we were actually gonna lose, and got us a little fired up. So maybe you'll see a better Newberry this year than usual. My name is K Beasley. This has been my player spotlight, and thanks for the CCL for holding this.
Hey guys, my name is Lucho. I've been in Mar Hills now for 2 years, and I'm in the MBA program, Business Administration. So I was a little kid, and I got my PS3. My father started playing all these campaign games. That's when I first got contact, but when I first started playing was when I got the PS4 and I got BO3. Getting really cracked in the pub games, getting Dark Matter, grinding zombies. That's about it. When I started playing World War II, I was pretty much a rookie, right? I wasn't really known the scene. I was just playing with the homies. The thing is, in World War II, I'm pretty sure just Brazil, right? Not LAN. Brazil had some CWL spot for everything. So like Brazil was taking it very seriously. You all started growing, and then at some point in 2019, all the league was South America. It was every South American country, but mainly was Argentina, Brazil, Chile. And then started all growing until Vanguard that hit the LAN Challengers. I would say they found us. Our team was very dominant in the Vanguard year, and Max Wood, that probably everyone will know, he contacted me about telling me about all these, what college COD was, basically. I was already planning on going to study outside my country, not in the US, but in Europe. So it was like a 2-for-1 opportunity, right? Like he found me in the perfect scenario. And then, of course, I told my teammates, and that time was DJ, Evade, and Aaron, right? Aaron's here with me. Then when DJ and Evade said no, started contacting every top player in LATAM. That's when we found Zuner. Also Trakes, but Trakes was a longer process. Testmates was the first team, like the first team of 4 we had, right? In ONE. Yeah, I would say it's all credit to Max Wood. He found us. So Trace is not only my COD homie. He started there, but he lives 10 minutes from me in Argentina. Like we hang out a lot. So he's like a friend. He was my teammate. I met them through COD, but he's my friend at this point. Not only me, I would say everyone in LATAM that played against him, he could tell you like
Trakes was going pro if he tried to. So that's why we tried so hard. You don't understand how much it took for us to convince Jamie to bring Nico here. Because we were telling him Nico's gonna go pro, he's gonna go somewhere else, blah, blah, blah. He's gonna go to St. Clair, Fisher, and he did it really quick, right? Like 6 months here. Not even like a full year competing in any challengers, and he's already pro. That made us all very happy. It motivated us a little bit too, because last year none of us competed but him, and we didn't have a great year, I would say. Like, we could have done way better. We still placed the same as we were expected to, I would say, in CCL, but like we weren't close to the top teams. You know, the other years we were really close to them. So when you go to school, it's sometimes hard to balance your time. Like, the guys that are winning in challengers, it's not just because they're just better or they shoot straighter. Those guys put the hours in. For you to be able to compete at the top level, you need to invest a lot of time. So that will
We could be one map, we could be 3 maps away from crowning a champion here inside of St. Louis at the Impact Gaming Center. I'm Corin, with me, Cash. St. Clair have gone on a 2-map tear inside of the Overload and the second hardpoint at map 4, which has put them up 3-1 over the Fisher Falcons, who were able to take an early S&D on raid. One of their best maps throughout the entire weekend. S&D has been a struggle for them throughout the course of the weekend, though, and we go to a Game 5 search and destroy here on a map that's not raid, which they have not played much of today. Let's take a look at our map set real quick and just give you the lay of the land for what we have coming up for the rest of this best of 7 series in what has been a phenomenal championship. Remember, $15,000 on the line for the teams playing here this weekend, and the lion's share will, of course, go to the winner, a Den S&D. The next up, we'll see Den twice should we need to go map 6, and of course, if we go the distance to a championship game in Game 7, we will have a Plaza search and destroy and bang it out at the bar on the A site.
I'm just thinking of, the time we saw Plaza yesterday and how interesting that would be if we had to go the distance there and ended on that, especially with how we've seen Search and Destroy go between these two teams today. We obviously saw Den map 2 of their first series this morning. It went to a round 11. It did go St. Clair's way, but it played close nonetheless. So at this point, not only in the day, but of the reps you have against each other this weekend, you're kind of throwing all of that out the window. It doesn't matter whose map pick it is at this point. It doesn't matter what we want to do. It's just fighting for your lives. Fisher, they absolutely want to. They talked about it coming into here. We want to get back. We want a championship. We want to make this happen for our program. We feel like we've been all but due a championship, and we want to come out and fight for it. Bragg not even satisfied a little bit with how they finished as the top seed yesterday. So now to find themselves in a situation where they have to win out to find a way to win, you can feel a little bit of tension in the sense of the urgency they need to come out and win the Search and Destroy with. St. Clair kind of just kicking it, cooling it, having a good time, knowing that, hey, we're overdue for this as well, but we've got a bit more, confidence in the way we've been performing this weekend. Sundays have historically been our worst day. We're continuing to hit new heights here, and so I think their confidence is at an all-time high here. They're not going to play around, not going to mess around. They know that this is far from over until that final kill comes through, the final timer hits 0. But excited to see if this is the year for the guys that, like you said, they can bring it home.
Would be a almost beautiful ending for St. Clair here for a 2026 season. If we could, Robert, take a look at the bomb squad real quick and just kind of get another look at the S&D overall between these two rosters. Just kind of feeling out, what we could or should expect. As we mentioned beforehand, Sea-Watch has been phenomenal inside of Search and Destroy throughout the entire weekend. This has been the only map that St. Clair have dropped throughout the entirety of the tournament. Has been in the grand finals in Game 2 against this Fisher roster after winning a round 11 earlier on in the day against them. As we can see, overall S&D KD for the entire team, 1-2-4. They're 5-1 in the mode, 83.3 map win percentage. Obviously, if you do 5-1, that's good math. But regardless, the thing is the one thing that I would like to see out of St. Clair inside of the S&D is the response to when Fisher try to flip the map around on an offense. Because, yes, on raid, it's a little bit easier to do that. And I say easy, like with quotations around it. But if we can slow down that initial hit or be able to just kind of back off, I feel what they did so well yesterday in the S&D that we saw them play against Mars Hill when they were on Fringe is you would have one of the St. Clair members, they would just lay down in a position and wait.
Yeah.
They didn't push out overtly aggressive. They didn't give anything away. I feel like when they were giving stuff to Fisher on the push through for them, the big thing that we saw out of it was that overextension after either A, the first bullets came through, or the first shot challenge was in. And if you're able to just kind of either pull back off of that or really like rack up and then be able to stack 2 bodies on something, that's where things change up here. Den has been a map that Fisher have favored throughout the entire weekend. I know St. Clair love this map too. They have it deep inside of their map set, but Fisher are going to be a team that is going to play Den Search and Destroy extremely well, and if they continuously get first bloods or can catch you off guard, St. Clair might be looking at a game of hurt here instead of map 5.
Offensively, St. Clair are going to get the first crack at things. Towards the B site they go. That'll be the direction they lean, as CoD over roof side is going to just try and lie in wait, see if anyone wants to get aggressive over on that end. But of course, lying in wait patiently will be confident on the other side of things. They're going to give up the bomb site completely on both sides. Just look to wrap back, and whew, I was not even sure that was in play. But hello, how do you do? And now we do. Bomb's going to go down. Forehead peeled off of dark side.
Not every day do you see a sniper push up directly to 10 and then look onto the outer lane, but for St. Clair, you got to make something special happen if you're going to win a championship, and unorthodox play is the thing we love to see. Seawad's backs all the way off, gets for shots on 10, spots out a few players, and now it's up to Fisher with 30 seconds left to be able to push this through. They get a flank coming in from Rupert immediately after the fact, and I love how long he's taking. Wait for the front hit to come through, then start to push your way forward. Instead, he's actually going to wrap back out to middle map because that's where the bomb is planted for. As Seawads looks for the player pushing forward, the last player on the side of St. Clair to drop will be Confide. And that is everybody dead across the board. St. Clair, strike first.
I feel like Boomstick might have been a surprise to all of us, too.
Yeah, no.
Off the break, I didn't even realize. I was looking at CoD, top island player, just kind of seeing.
Pixel peak, oh my god.
Not the slow-mo run back. Yeah. Not doing them this dirty after one round.
That's just a tough opening engagement too.
It is on
because,
both
again,
sides.
you don't expect the sniper to be out watching the outer lane of Dojo. You expect it to either be on the heady or maybe playing back, but it's a great way to minimize what would usually be a smoke being thrown out there early on. Right now, Fisher playing a little bit slower. It seemed like they wanted to maybe feign a play up through middle map, maybe throw some nades over on B to kind of get St. Clair wrapped back. But you see CoD, not only him, but Seawad's also aware that that also could have been something that was intentional by the side of Fisher. You get pushed up into P4, you're laying on the back side of the tree, but Seawad's nade will land perfect, or excuse me, stun will land perfectly, and he has like every bit of information on where Brack is.
Now just damage over the top. You're going to try to get him to move, but the rest of Fisher lying in wait, so they know here they want this kill, but they can't get too greedy to try to slide out and take it. It's going to be Brack quick on the trade. Woo, I thought he was going to turn and burn for the second. The trade does come through. So as we go back and forth, green, white in the feed, Rupert, the last man to get the last life.
Yeah, it was an interesting round. Like I don't want to say it's a misplay by any step or like be like, oh, that's a bad play design, because I think like for what it's worth, the way that it was set up was intentional. And if you don't get the immediate wrap back from St. Clair through middle map, I think that works a lot of the time, because you don't expect Brack to be playing in that position. The stun check that you get on him immediately says, okay, well, there's one on the tree. I just got to wait here and watch. And then there was a nade that got cooked perfectly, landed on top of him. That's when they got the information to say, okay, hey, let's push it. And there was an immediate spot for a trade to come in that was going to be worthwhile, because there was already 3 bodies that had rotated back from the opposite side of the map. So we look back to an offensive hit here. This time it's St. Clair wanting to push their way over to A. 2 bodies stacked up from Fisher over on B on the backside of Dojo. You've got 1 top blue, 1 inside of servers on A on the defensive spread. Let's see what they can do here through the front. They're going to send 3 on 1. Compton's just going to back off here and says, hey, they're over here, guys. I need help, please.
Instead of pushing to the side with aggression, with all the tactic detail to use too, they burned a little bit out of Fisher on the B side, so now they get to kind of throw their hands in response. Full of all sorts of goodies. And as they back everyone down for Fisher, they're going to get the bomb down. Sure, Confid opens up with 1, but the damage has been done as far as putting the pressure on the defense. Now they have to look to try to retake here. 35 seconds for the good. Rupert laying down away, seeing to get teammate cover peppered in. You don't want to get lined up here for a 2-piece on the other side of things. It is St. Clair that does the exact same thing you were worried they could have done. Outer roof.
What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? He had him lined up. He had both of them in the window and in front of him, and Timmy's just like, all right, then. Oh, man, it's just little mistakes like that that come in the worst moments in I mean, Brack is so stoic usually. Like, he doesn't really let emotion show through. I could see him just being like,
And you can't even yell at him because that doesn't happen to him.
No, it doesn't.
So you can't even be like, bro, what? That's pretty much actually all you can do is be like, yo, what?
Oh, man. All right, well,
that's
a 3-0 lead.
That's a 3-0.
Not even a chance for retaliation there of Fisher. Trades for not. KB, the snipe, looks for one on the jump. Chow through. It's actually a great bait that ends up becoming out of the doorway there, and then a hop across. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it distracts the sniper enough to get away. KB still playing deep back with it. Hop's going to be up. Nade cooked. What a nade by KB. How many times have we said that throughout this series? 3-3 we go. 45 seconds. B planted.
And there really is an art to it for how consistently he is able to pull that off. But as you said, here we go, the retake. And Rupper's just not giving up. He's not backing down.
1v1. KB with the sniper wants to look out middle map. Brack, do you get lined up for it? He's actually going to go straight for the defuse. Do you hop it up here if you're Brack? You absolutely do. You walk away with a gunfight win. Fisher finally around on the board. Again, this is win or go home here for the side of Fisher Falcons. Usually, like we're talking about online win or go home. This is literally win or go home.
Yeah. Checking for the flights. Fisher might be coming sooner than later. But as you said, mentally, what that does for a team, just to get that first round on the board, just to get it to stick and say, okay, whew. We slowed him down. That third round that we gave him kind of, won. We'd love to say it's tied 2-2 versus 3-1, but nonetheless, end of round 4 we go. As offensively, St. Clair has got good looks at both sides, one on both sides as well. Rupert through mid. I like the play. As bomb carrier, though, it could get mixy here.
You'll spot Brack out. You'll know that there's a contestant player there, so you can't just run willy-nilly onto the B side or go up through P3 cut. Don't mind C1's backing all the way off deep. Rupert's going to invest the smoke here early in the round to just allow the feint for the team to wrap through. And you can see all of Fisher. They're like, oh, they're going back A. They're going back A, guys. Meanwhile, that smoke, that diversion was the perfect play for St. Clair. I mean, you could not have wrote that a better way. They're going to try and rewrap the map all the way back around and go through P2, but, I mean, St. Clair are going to have this from basically the defensive side now. Also gonna get
Cootie gets one. Oh, yeah. Uh-oh, he knows there's a couple. He's just going to get out of dodge. Don't even need to take that, Chow. Bomb's already planted. Burn time. Get yourself some teammate help. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Close double AR challenge. Darkside close with the SMG. Fisher have been able to survive the chaos. The late flank all the way around is actually working out for them somewhat so far, but Rupert and Darkside in middle map and a really awkward engagement goes the way of St. Clair. Now you push back out the lay down full drop into the missionary position for Phantoms. Works out in his favor. Rupert plays it perfectly. Gets the spot timing. They're not even going to be checking for middle map. Spots out Confid. Confid falls. That's going to be the round playing perfectly off time. You hop back up. Phantoms gets ripped. St. Clair 4 lead.
I'm not the greatest lip reader. I do think I caught that. I think he said, nice try. We'll go again next round at it. Yeah, something like that.
Oh, you get to watch it again? Beautiful.
Yeah, the trigger discipline. Dude, you gotta love it. There's nothing else but.
I mean, Confid's like, mid-map's clear.
Clear. I'm gonna hop.
Sergeant, clear. Rat bag. And your teammate's out tower looking like, oh, he's locked in over by tower. He's like, yeah, he's about to hit the flank right now. He's coming on the wrap, coming on the wrap, coming on the wrap. And then it's just like, dude, he's behind me. Struggles continue for Fisher. 4-1 the advantage to St. Clair. Sniper out again. How about a snap over by KB? Trying to close things out here in map 5. Inside of 10 is Rupert. He's weakened up to 89 HP through the smoke. He just tries to fire as many bullets as he can. Weakens the push-up, stalls it out. Fisher forced back into 3v4.
Now we're just trying to see if KB can get another one for it. Pixel angle. Up close and personal with the pistol. Back and him down.
Okay.
Phantom's going to get another on the board. Cootie last alive.
Oh my god, he got the spot out. Left side corner, challenge in from Cody. How about a 1v2, buddy? And he's standing up. We haven't seen St. Clair stand up like that in a minute. They're getting disrespectful, and I'm loving it here. Match series championship point. 5-1 St. Clair up. A search and destroy where Fisher have struggled throughout the entire weekend. Could be what puts the final nail in the coffin.
Where's your bench and then close.
You're fucking breaking TV! Holy shit!
Oh, thank God we put a venue camera. Not only a venue camera, but a venue microphone in there. Yeah. Well, here we go, Amber.
Is this it?
5-1. Is this Fisher's final chance at a comeback here in the Search and Destroy. St. Clair have gotten all the way to the top of the mountain. Can they get the final flag planted in the top of it? 15 seconds ticked off the clock. Fisher have 2 playing up through the gritty spot inside of where they're going to be trying to push into A. One backs all the way off. Confid lays down. Rupert, another well-placed nade. How pretty would that be? Gets it in the opposite spot. Throws a smoke out. It's going to be a full wrap here by Fisher. 4 bodies on 4. Rupert looks for the right-hand side. Charlie's going to back all the way off. Confid finds the opening blood.
I do like the chase for that kill just to get one of them. Like, if you're going to get out of here, you better get out alive. And at least Confid for the moment. It gives them a disadvantage, though. Bomb does go down. It feels like it makes things even for the moment. Fisher have really struggled to break down the post plant that St. Clair throw at them. And with the sniper, KB, not going to make it easy to cross these lanes, but if they can, expect them to close distance. He gets 1 for the trouble, 3 versus 3.
Dead even, 30 seconds for the championship, and to keep themselves alive, Fisher now looking on the push forward. You've got 2 players out in the middle and everybody wrapping all the way back. Nobody hopped on it just yet. Here it goes. Darkside going to lay down on the back end of the bomb. Shot's good in from CoD. Can't find the challenge. He actually hops off of it, and that's it. St. Clair, 6-1. Final line in the Search and Destroy for the first time in the CCL's history. St. Clair are standing at the top.
Fist bumps all around. You can see, you said Stoic out of Brack, and perhaps the most animation we get out of him this entire weekend, just a chuckle he lets out. Again, you know, these guys have so many reps played against each other, in and out of collegiate, in and out of challengers. Not just another day, but maybe to them playing, knowing this will not be the last time that they play each other, but the first time St. Clair has bested a team in a CCL Grand Finals to walk away with a championship. I don't know if overdue is the word you want to use, Alex, but like you said, you and I have been following this for a very long time, and they finally did that.
There wasn't many series throughout the year where St. Clair looked like they were in any sort of despair. Throughout the regional finals, the conference championships, I guess we'll start, into the regional finals, CCL playoffs. Here on LAN, they go undefeated throughout the groups, didn't lose a single map. Throughout the entire winter bracket, they didn't lose a map. The only map that they lost throughout the entire weekend was map 2 in a game, or rather in round 10, where they already went round 11 to beat Fisher earlier on a map that we knew was going to be close. Other than that, the 2 hard points bang out against Fisher in the very beginning of the series. After that, it was pretty much just St. Clair, and that was it. Fisher tried their might. They had a great attempt as a roster coming into this weekend. We knew that they were probably going to be either the 2nd or 3rd best team here with a chance at a championship. Obviously, Oklahoma Christian not being here. That dynasty dethroned St. Clair for the first time. We're going to be able to take this one away. And the thing is now you look at this St. Clair roster, you wonder how high is the heights for this team? Where can they go after this? What is the tip of the spear for them when it comes to being able to fully realize themselves, not only as a school, but as their entire program? How high can they get? They've won esports titles in Rocket League, Overwatch, Valorant, so many other programs for esports themselves. They were desperately wanting something in Call of Duty. They finally get the golden child in the esports community for CoD, and Fisher on the opposite end. It's unfortunate, but it looks like we've got everybody coming over here. I think we're going to take a break here in a second, but we're just going to keep going for a minute until everybody is set up and ready. Congratulations again to the entire camp of the St. Clair Saints. Canada is going to get themselves a championship in the CCL for the first time.
And as we close out, you know, kind of what we got to see here in the highlights, just start to finish, that being one of the more heads-up plays as well out of Rupert. Just discipline this team all year. A team that's wishy-washy, a team that's hot and cold, doesn't play the way that St. Clair did the entire year. So to sort of really play just as level-headed as they did, it's no shock that they were able to walk away with the championship here today. And again, you got to be happy for the guys, knowing again how long this has been coming for them, how hard they have worked for it, and finally earning themselves that #1 finish.
Well, all right, the St. Clair Saints, 2026 Black Ops 7 champions inside of the CCL. The reaction across the stage, just fantastic all around. You can see out of Fisher, disappointment on their faces. Tried their might, got to the furthest point that they have in, well, I guess a year. But another disappointment in the grand finals once again, as it was last year against Oklahoma Christian. This time through, St. Clair, as mentioned already, multiple times, walk away as champions. Waiting for the throwback over here, we got ourselves a beautiful graphic on screen now to celebrate the champions. So again, congratulations to Seawads, KB, Rupert, and the rest of the entire St. Clair camp. Did I miss a name on there? I feel like I did. I don't know if I said all four.
Seawads, Rupert, the guys over here, KB.
Huh? Oh, we have to get the microphone. That's right. Thank you, John. Where did it go? Is it back there?
Oh, we've got it right here.
Okay.
I'm not even worried about it a little bit. You grab the more important thing.
The more important
that?
thing,
Yeah,
of course.
you grab the more important thing. I will have this.
Alrighty.
We'll get everyone squared away here.
We'll take a look at the overall series graphic one more time. 4-1 for St. Clair after a 250 to 215 Den hardpoint map one. It was Fisher that came back in the raid search and destroy. 6-4 was the margin of victory there. But after that, the Griffins never looked back, and it was not particularly close the rest of the way. 5-2, 251-47, and a 6-1 win on the search and destroy for Den. And that leads us to the crowning moment here inside of the CCL. We're going to have them join us here in just a moment. Whenever the camera is ready, we will go ahead and get things started. 4-1 for the St. Clair Saints, 2026 champions here inside of the CCL. All right, gentlemen, it is time. Time to come collect the most important thing that you've been playing for a very long time. Congratulations,
hey,
boys.
Congratulations, guys. Congrats.
Get to shake your hand. Come on.
Absolutely.
Congrats, guys.
Congrats, guys. Congrats.
Thank you. Well, come on, get in here. This is your guys' moment. Get in here. Come on, get in here.
Go ahead.
A little closer this way.
Shot. Yeah, absolutely. We'll get you guys all.
We don't have the widest camera in the world.
I
So
know.
honest.
You guys get your look first.
Here, let's step out in front. Let's have them have. You can tell we practiced this beforehand.
Oh, absolutely. We are cut down with wires and everything.
All right. You do get a mic. So, first and foremost, obviously, the most important thing is to say congratulations. You guys played not only a phenomenal year of Call of Duty, but throughout the weekend, you dropped only one map. You beat Fisher 2 times. Just walk me through not only the emotions that you guys are having after last year's performance on Sunday, but being able to stand at the top of the CCL this year.
Yeah, so last year when we lost, it honestly just felt like it was a bad day to be bad at COD. We knew we were so much better, but I think that honestly helped us. This whole year, it felt like, well, we did win everything. We won literally everything this whole year in college, and I feel like last year really set us up to like win this year because like you need to know how to win, and we didn't know how to win back then, but now we showed it. Back-to-back weekends.
Yeah, it was back-to-back weekends, and we talked kind of coming into it for you guys on Sundays particularly. Even if you did have a good showing up until that point, Sundays would come around, and it would just seem like that day-to-day moment where it's like, yeah, COD wasn't really kind of what was going your guys' way when it came to championship Sundays. This year around, what emphasis did you have, whether it was from the get-go this weekend or Sunday specifically? Did you guys have a certain conversation about what needed to be done to close this out?
We knew coming into this event that we were the best team. No one was going to beat us if we just played our game. So we just had a little talk saying, just keep doing what we do like we always do, and nobody's going to beat us. And like it showed, they only beat us one map, and it was an S&D.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Congratulations. We're going to have you pass the mic down the row, obviously. We got to get everybody in here.
Come here. Down the road.
All righty. Mr. Rupert, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Congratulations. I'm sure you're feeling elated right now.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Well, look, you had quite the performance in, especially that map one, or pretty much throughout the entirety of the series. You were frying at every turn. There was plenty of moments where we popped off for you 3 pieces. You had 1 4-piece on one of the maps too. How loud were you getting with everybody else? We couldn't necessarily hear you back there, but how was it?
You couldn't hear me, but I was getting loud. I was getting loud for sure.
Yeah, we went to a listen-in one time with Fisher, I think, and I heard you on the opposite end through their headsets.
Through their mic?
So.
Yeah, I was getting
It was
loud.
awesome.
Yeah, you guys were getting loud. So what did energy do for you guys this weekend? I mean, specifically in this grand finals, right? You could tell you guys got loud early on and just kind of wanted to keep the energy high. Is that something naturally you guys just do where, hey, if someone's frying, everyone is just going to be loud and vocal, or do you just kind of let the plays happen?
Coming to the finals, we were like, since the first kill we get, we're going to start yelling.
Yeah.
So then it's like, how you say, like if someone starts yelling, then the other guy gets the energy
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Yeah.
Just a ripple effect. Yeah.
That's what happened.
That's awesome. Well, I mean, a lot of you guys were in LATAM a few years ago playing for, obviously, last year, for example, Cabal and everything like that. You guys were a Challengers team. Obviously, not the same look throughout the season this year, but just being able to play together for as long as you have and kind of having that chemistry over the last few years, what sets you guys apart from some of the other teams in the CCL that might not have that same kind of affecting chemistry?
I think it's our friendship outside of the game. I feel like a lot of teams are here and they're playing together, but like outside the game, they're not like friends like us, and I feel like that's a big difference for us.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations again. Have you pass the mic down one more time as we keep going down the list here.
Hey, how's it going?
Welcome to the party. How you doing?
Hey, doing really good. How you guys doing?
Doing
Good.
great.
How
You got
you
a smile on your face. the
I
whole
know,
weekend.
literally. Every time I pass this, walking down and around, just happy to be here, man. Yeah, you were smiling the whole time. How are you feeling now? I feel like it's got to be the happiest moment for you.
Oh yeah, feeling pretty happy. More because like my first year, I placed third, and then my second year I placed fourth, and like we knew like we could have done better.
Yeah.
More like last year because like we like smoked everyone in pool play, and then when we came to bracket play, we just like double rounded. So like we felt really good like finally like winning it. So pretty happy.
Absolutely.
That's awesome. Well, look, I mean, like I said, you've had a smile on your face the entire weekend. You guys have looked really, like, just happy walking around the entire time. Did you guys have a certain set of confidence coming into this weekend, knowing that this not only was a great shot to win it, but did you kind of just get that feeling that it was your time?
Yeah, like even since like last year, like we had a lot of confidence, but like that's like something like we worked on it too, like even on challengers, about like just being the how you say, like the big dog.
Yeah.
And that's like something like I was lacking like last year's, but now I feel like it's something I improved so much, and he's really happy.
You can see it translate too to the game, and you can tell whenever four guys on a team do enjoy each other's company outside of it. Believe it or not, you know, we talk a lot about stats and stuff, but anyone who's played on a team or in kind of setting like that, you can see like, okay, outside of it, you guys do enjoy being around each other, so that just makes you guys look a lot more loose and relaxed in the game. You guys were flying around and frying. Do you have a favorite moment from the weekend or even from grand finals? I know it's a little quick to call and put you on the spot, but
I think a favorite part was like, at least for me right now, is the overload.
Yeah.
We were like 2-2, and then we just like out of nowhere, like we the entire 3 minutes we didn't lose a single gunfight, and we like chained like 3 points.
Yeah, we called that out. That was a what? Up to 13 team kill streak.
Like everyone was like really hyped, and like you could feel like in the map, like no one was missing a shot, and everything was like going through. Even on the sake, like we started and like it carried over. So
the sake was crazy.
Yeah, you guys had like a 100-point lead at the beginning. We're like, what the?
yeah, it was pretty good start. So
awesome. Well, congratulations. We'll have you pass down again the microphone one more time, or 2 more times, I guess I should say.
What's up, guys? Thank you for having us here.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Proud of the boys, I'm assuming.
So proud of these guys. Like, we knew we were gonna win this event since like before coming here. Like, we know every team we have played, so we knew we were like better than them. And also, like Rupert said, I think like their friendship power is like it's something like huge.
Yeah.
And yeah, we knew like we only had to like show up and do our thing, and that's what happened. And I think we only dropped one map, and it was a S&D.
Yeah.
Also, like the first 2 maps, I feel like I had stingers. I wasn't warm at all. We had a long wait, but my teammates are goated, so they always have my back. And then I hit flow state back to back 3 maps, and they stood no chance. But GG's to those guys. I really respect all of them, and they're great players and persons too.
Awesome. Well, look, one of the things I got to ask you real quick. This is something that's more of a personal question for you. But was Zarin the curse for you guys?
Nah, yeah, he used to be the coach. I think last year? I don't know if like 2 years ago. Like he like stopped like putting like that much time on it. Like, but yeah, like we miss Simoni. Like he's a great coach, great person, and yeah, we always have him around. So great guy.
But now you guys finally get the win for it. Talk just a little bit, like, what does it mean, you know, not only to you, but to win it for your guys as well? I know you guys play for each other and really do everything you can to set each other up for success. What's this win mean for you guys, just as 4 players?
I mean, I think it means everything. Because at least, like, well, like me, Rupert, KB, and Chris, we came from another countries. And KB, Rupert, and me, we're from Latin America, which is, like, so far. and we're only living in North America just to compete. So this is like everything for us. We put in the work every single day. We wake up thinking about CoD, and we go to sleep thinking about CoD, how to get better every day.
Yeah.
So I think that's like the main difference between us and the rest. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just that.
Absolutely. No, and it shows. And again, you know, that kind of passion and stuff like that it is something that you have to want. And it does show. And you guys getting a championship in the convincing fashion that you did all weekend, only having dropped one map, the payoff definitely worked out for you guys.
Appreciate it. If you let me say something, I want to give a special shout out also to St. Clair.
Absolutely.
For always supporting us and make sure like everything is fine with us. And yeah, like shout out my teammates.
I'm glad you did that, because that was the next question I was going to ask. I was going to ask how St. Clair has been for you guys, so that's awesome. One more time, we passing the mic down, or is that it? All right.
Bendy, we got one more. Get
on in here, Bendy.
On the trophy too.
And the trophy.
Wait.
There we go.
Bendy, we have seen you for plenty of years at this point in time. Obviously, back into the day where it was kind of like almost like a curse for you guys when we were on the desk at times. But just over the years, being able to watch St. Clair as a school continuously get better and better, not only put out more consistent rosters for Call of Duty, but other esports as well. What does it mean to you to finally get that final CCL trophy for you guys, especially after being a player for so long?
Oh, it means everything, to be honest. Through everything like the boys have been through the team changes, through people graduating, people going away, it just means a lot, and couldn't have asked for anything better.
Hell yeah.
And still being a part of it, like Alex was kind of alluding to, for the duration that you have to finally get to hold the trophy now, you know, for the time you've put into the program, what does it mean to you specifically to be here on the other side of a victory?
Oh, it's awesome. It's unbelievable. The boys are great. They actually performed very well. Man. Very proud of the boys.
It was a great weekend for them, man.
Yeah.
Well, look, you know, you guys want to go celebrate. We're not going to take any more of your time. We appreciate you guys for coming on, talking to us. But congratulations again, guys. First time in the CCL, you guys are champions. Congratulations.
Thank you again.
Absolutely, guys. Congrats.
Yeah, congrats, guys.
Congrats.
Congratulations. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Boys, congrats.
Appreciate it.
Crossing and everything?
Oh, we can
hold up. It's not cross. Congrats, brother. Brandon, come here. Come here. I'm glad you finally got yours.
Yep. You can walk with the trophy for now, honestly. Yeah, we'll let you guys walk with it for a second. Yeah.
Oh, dude. Thank you.
What in the world?
Oh, they light up too. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is OD.
You guys got a trophy, but I don't know. I'm kind of satisfied.
Oh, you guys got them too? Oh, shoot. Yo, we all got them. Oh, yo. This is awesome. Yo, I'm going to be honest. On the plane ride, whoever's sitting next to me on the way back to Florida is going to be
the hour and a half that you have me. Yeah, it's not going to be fun.
Yeah, this is cool. All right, well, look, let me, I guess, turn this way because I've been out of frame this entire time.
Yeah,
I had to come over and yell at me
the
because
couch
I was,
and the
I was sitting. Look, this isn't my moment. This is St. Clair's time. I want them on the broadcast, but regardless. Stand here, wave, say hello. It's been a wonderful time here at the Impact Gaming Center throughout the course of the weekend. Congratulations again to St. Clair, obviously having them through. We'll walk you through everything throughout the weekend. Obviously, we saw Fisher and St. Clair in the winners finals and the grand finals, but a big shout out to not only Cumberland and Wichita, but all the other teams that came out this weekend and competed here for the CCL, like in WOSU. You also had, obviously, teams like Oklahoma Christian that got knocked out early. Texas State.
Mars Hill bowed out. I mean, just looking at all of these teams, man, yeah, and thinking any of them, you know, could have found themselves in a championship Sunday, but it really did feel like only one team was going to walk away with it here today, and St. Clair are the ones that come marching in and marching out, hoisting the CCL trophy here in a 4-1 fashion. It was dominant. Top to bottom, they showed that their time for a CCL championship to finally bring a Call of Duty championship home when all the other esports had maybe already done the job. They get to go home satisfied this weekend.
Well, as we said beforehand, it has been a very long weekend. In a weird way, it almost feels like it kind of feels short now that everything's over, especially today. But after how long yesterday was, how delusional we were on the broadcast, like Amber and I had already talked about it. I don't know if we told you guys. I had like 6 hours of sleep in like 72 hours or something like that leading up to the event. She didn't get a lot of sleep either that night when we were doing setup and everything here at the venue. We went back to the hotel around 3 in the morning, and then we're back at the venue around like 7, 8 o'clock. So we were running on low fumes yesterday. Today, great 8 hours of sleep. It was fantastic to be able to actually put coherent sentences together for you guys.
And what sucks is, as a result, now it feels like the day goes by in a blur. You have the long day, you get a good night of sleep, you wake up, and you blink, and now we're here. We've already passed off the trophy. We've already watched all of our series for the day. And I said at the top of the show, you asked me how I was feeling today about the state of CCL. For me now, bittersweet is what comes to mind once again, not only for the players who are graduating, the teams that had fallen short and not taking home the championship, the players that do get to walk home with that in St. Clair, the students that get to graduate as well, and for us, even on the prod side of it, to put the bow on another season here at the CCL, especially with you to be able to do it in person. It's all kind of hitting in waves and stuff.
Absolutely.
And again, there's no team I would rather be out here with.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, hell, dude, we've had everybody throughout the weekend being fantastic here for the entirety of the CCL staff. John, get over here. Come on one more time. Ron, come on over here. Oh, don't worry. That's coming too. Come on in here, Big John. We're not going to get everybody from the production staff in here, but we're going to get everybody to say one final goodbye here in just a moment. Before we do go ahead and head out, though, I do want to say a big shout-out to not only Impact Gaming Center, but the entirety of all the teams that traveled out here, everybody at the CCL for putting everything together, and NECC for being supportive of the entire CCL product throughout the entire year. We had the State of the CCL earlier on today. That obviously detailed the entirety of the upcoming 2027 calendar, including the introduction of what we will have in 2026 as early as the fall semester. We're going to have a Warzone League coming up instead of just being base mainline Call of Duty for multiplayer, so there will be a Warzone League coming up soon for not only collegiate Call of Duty, but for the foreseeable future for us, and as well as the installment of season, what will be, I think, like 10 or 11 now at this point for the CCL, but we will have CCL back in 2027. Too early to talk about formatting changes and things that may happen in the future, but those are things that we've gotten a lot of feedback on and are going to continue to get feedback over the course of the next few months into the new season that we release. We'll have a lot more details and information to share with you soon, with, of course, registration opening up towards November and December at the end of this year. That being said, as I mentioned beforehand, Impact Gaming Center has been fantastic to us throughout the entire weekend. Same thing for the CCL staff. Having myself and Amber out here has been a treat. Getting to finally do a grand final together has been something that we've been dreaming about for quite some time. This is, 4 years in the making between the two of us, so there'd be no one that I'd rather do this with. Robert in the production room with Prem ever doing the replays, Ron on the graphics, and everybody that's made this broadcast possible here in St. Louis. There's nothing but love for everybody behind the camera. You guys might not ever see them or know their names personally, but I can promise you they are the best in the business, and again, there's nobody I would rather do that with. Everything out of the way now, I want to say a thank you to not only everybody that tuned in, but everybody back home that is cheering, supporting, and rooting on their favorite players as fans of schools and from collegiate institutions. Thank you for everybody out of the 132 teams that played throughout the CCL this season for joining along in the ride and being able to stick it with us. We had, again, 132 dwindled down to 4, now down to our final team in St. Clair that take home the championship. From the Impact Gaming Center here in St. Louis, thank you so much for watching. Stay safe. Safe travels back to all the players. Safe travels to everybody going into the upcoming week. We love you. We'll see you back in 2027 for the next season of CCL.
What do you fucking know? Boosting stats! What fucking know? I'm a boost mine!
Holy shit, someone kill me, bro. Don't fucking kill me.
Don't ever do that. I'm not
Nice. Good job, guys. Good man. It just broke our P.
Come on. Oh my fucking god.
Come on.
Fucking breaking!
Shit!
Oh my god!
Fuck out of here. Oh my god. Fucking breaker.
Oh my fucking god, good shit. Oh my god, I'm a fucking god, bro. Holy shit, bro. Holy shit. Look at this one, bro. This fucking god. I died 12 times. Oh my god, yo. Dog shit.
Good shit, good shit. Come on. Come on, Cody.
Come on.
Check now.
Take it. Shit, Demi. Let's fucking go, Shiesty.
Good fucking shit. Good shit, bro.
You're fucking breaking, Demi. Holy shit.
Come on. I thought he was.
Watch out, we gotta kill him. Can you give it up? Give it up.
That.
Oh my god, let's go. What fucking happened?